Chapter 351. When the live broadcast of the Tiger Empire ended, the whole world was silent for a few seconds. Everyone watching TV couldn't believe what they saw when they saw Tang Zheng and his two subordinates disappear in the shock wave of the explosion. Until a while later, the world shook. Terrace City. Chen Hongchang jumped 3 feet high in excitement when he saw Tang Zheng dead. He didn't care about his image as an emperor anymore. He danced and shouted, "Ha ha ha! Good, good, great, Tang Zheng. You have come to this day. I'm so happy. Keep going on. You're capable. Keep commanding your troops to fight. What's the point of conquering so many places? You can't bring anything with you when you're born. And you won't end up with nothing left. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy today. Dr. Ma. Did your people plan this? It's simply amazing. Come on. Let's have a drink. Dr. Ma. Song Yinghao. Zhao Buxiong and others came to Chen Hongchang and toasted together. Song Yinghao and Zhao Buxiong were also very happy. Especially Zhao Buxiong, who felt that he had finally avenged Tang Zheng's father's death. Although he did not avenge this revenge personally, it was very satisfying to see Tang Zheng die in the explosion. Facing the smiling people, Dr. Ma did not forget to remind, "Your Majesty, now that Tang Zheng is dead, it's time to take our second step. It's time to lure the sea monster into Dikui Island." Chen Hongchang nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Yes. It's time to act." As he arranged things, the plan that had been prepared long ago also began to be implemented quietly. As happy as Chen Hongchang were the people of Dashi, especially Akita who came to Hanwei. He was also a direct victim of the Battle of Yunling. After the defeat of Yunling, they had begun to withdraw their troops to Lianzhou to resist the people of Li Haoqing and Dali in the north. But he was also very worried. Worried that Tang Zheng would defeat Dian and go north, and their plan to attack Hanwei would be over. Now that Tang Zheng is dead, he naturally has no such worries, and even excitedly contacted Chen Hongchang again to discuss the next action plan. The chain reaction brought about by Tang Zheng's death is far more than that. In the southern region of Hanwei, there are 3 warlords who have established their own countries. However, in the early Hanwei Civil War, they have always been watching the fight from the mountain, and neither side helped. Because at that time, Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo could still fight against the 4-nation alliance together, and the battle was uncertain. So they naturally chose to wait and see. But now it is different. Tang Zheng is dead, and the Zhuguang army may soon collapse. Soon, the Binhai Empire, which was established by the 6th Army in the southeastern region of Hanwei, officially declared war on the Zhuguang army. Then, the Nanyang Empire established by the 4th Army in the south also declared war on the Zhuguang army. Then, in the southwestern region, the Plateau Empire established by the 2nd Army announced an alliance with a city-state in the south, and proposed to Li Wuyo that the Zhuguang army hand over the southern part of Sichuan province to the Plateau Empire. At the same time, the 10th Army in the Baisha Sea in the south also announced the establishment of a country, the Baisha Kingdom. So far, only the 3rd Army that occupied the Pearl Islands in the eastern Coral Sea has not established a country. Tang Yifei was grateful for her relationship with Li Wuyo and didn't want to betray the empire at this time. But she was in the southeastern ocean and could not help Li Wuyo, and life here was not easy. Several countries in the southeastern region proposed to station troops in the Pearl Islands again. After Tang Yifei refused again, the southeastern countries sent fleets to enter the Pearl Islands. Tang Yifei sent a fleet to intercept. The two sides had begun to have several small-scale conflicts, and a war was imminent. In the northwest, the Great Wilderness Empire established by the 9th Army also began to take action. The representatives of the Bauhinia Empire, Ferdinand and others from Daliao, colluded with the Emperor Lu Chen of the Great Wilderness Empire, and the representatives met frequently. If they made any move, the target of the attack would definitely be Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng's death brought about a domino effect, and various powerful people took action, and a new round of division battles seemed to be about to begin. During this process, not only was Tang Zheng's Zhuguang army directly threatened, but even Yuanjing, where Li Wuyo was located, was in a precarious situation. Lu Chen of the northwest, Li Haoqing of the northeast, Chen Hongchang of Dian, Akita of Dash, Ferdinand of Daliao, and the emperors of several newly established countries in Hanwei changed their faces and made many excessive demands. For example, leasing land, opening ports, reducing tariffs, agreeing to station troops, etc. Even Chen Hongchang of Dian and Liu Chen of the northwest have successively made more excessive demands on Li Wuyo. Chen Hongchong asked Li Wuyo to marry him. Otherwise, he might face serious consequences. After Tang Zheng died, Dishi people still supported Chen Hongchong, and his dream of becoming an emperor began to revive. As long as he could marry Li Wuyo, then this thing might really come true. Liu Chen also made the same request and told Li Wuyo that many countries such as the Zijing Empire and the Daliu Empire were supporting him. If Li Wuyo married him, he would get more benefits. As long as Li Wuyo supported him to ascend the throne of Hanwei, he would get a lot of support. The gift could make him the queen of Hanwei. He guaranteed the independence of the Hanwei nation and could even restore the glory of Hanwei. Liu Chen also proposed that if he married Li Wuyo, he could also recover Zhuguang City in the northern region, and their territories could be connected. He also called out to the Zhuguang army, asking the defenders of Zhuguang City to lay down their weapons and not to resist in vain, and he would give them fair treatment. Also receiving attention was the Zhuguang army in the Tiger Empire. The current Zhuguang army is divided into 3 parts. One part of the Zhuguang army is stationed in the northern territory, defending Zhuguang City, military camp base, university town base, manor base, international base, Jinghe County, etc. Another part of the Zhuguang army is stationed on Dikui Island, which includes the Zhuguang army's navy and air force. The last part of the Zhuguang army entered the Tiger Empire to escort the prisoners of war. Tang Jing died in the Tiger Empire, but Jin Junji did not die. After escaping death at the negotiation site, he immediately asked the prisoners of war to lay down their weapons and return to the embrace of their motherland. But Jin Junxian did not listen to Jin Junji's words. Not only did he refuse to return to his motherland, he also wanted to overthrow Jin Junji's rule on the grounds that Jin Junji was a shameless villain. The Zhuguang army in the Tiger Empire was also excited because of Tang Jing's murder, and responded to Jin Junxian's call to kill Jin Junji to avenge Tang Zheng. Soon, Jin Junxian and the Zhuguang army joined forces and marched towards the capital of the Tiger Empire. Jin Junji was a little flustered. He didn't expect that Tang Zheng was dead. But the Zhuguang army not only did not disband, but also united with Jin Junxian. He asked Dr. Zhu for help, and Dr. Zhu could only helplessly spread his hands. His plan has been completed. The next step is a Legion-level battle. What can he do? After all, he has no armed zombies to use at this time. Jin Junji tried to bribe Jin Junxian's officers again, but those officers were more stubborn than each other. No one gave Jin Junji face, and swore to follow Jin Junxian to death. There was no other way. So Jin Junji had to bite the bullet and send out the troops of the Tiger Empire. They started a battle with the Zhuguang army and Jin Junxian's coalition forces in the area around Qiushi County. The two sides started a big battle in this area, fighting to the death. The civil war in the Tiger Empire started, but no one cared. Everyone believed that the Zhuguang army was now leaderless, and even if they joined forces with Jin Junxian, it would be difficult to win in Jin Junji's territory. The situation in Hanwei is a bit confusing now, but there is a very important weather vane. That is Li Wuyo's final decision. If Li Wuyo is forced by the situation and really announces who she will marry, then the person she marries will definitely gain a huge advantage. After all, Li Wuyo is still the orthodox of Hanwei, and she also controls 600,000 troops. Her decision affects the fate of Hanwei. Many analysts also jumped out at this time and began to analyze the pros and cons for Li Wuyo from all aspects. There are people behind them who are instructing them. These people stand up for their own masters and desperately advocate. For example, some people advocated for Liu Chen in the northwest. General Liu Chen is young and promising, and he is a good match for the princess. Moreover, many powerful people in the western continent support General Liu Chen. As long as the princess marries him, she will gain many natural allies. The only obstacle between General Liu Chen and the princess is Zhuguang City. However, as long as the princess gives an order, I believe the remaining soldiers of Zhuguang City will make the right choice. Even if they are ignorant of the times, Zhuguang City will definitely lose if they are attacked from both the east and the west. So I am optimistic that the princess and General Liu Chen will get married. In this Doomsday environment, this is also a good story. These people put pressure on Li Wuyo through public opinion. In their opinion, under such circumstances, Li Wuyo, a young girl, will definitely not be able to withstand the huge pressure and will definitely make a choice. Yuanjing Base City. After the arrival of summer, The weather has become better. Tonight, the long-lost moon appeared. Although the moon is hiding behind the dark clouds, there is still a clear and cold moonlight shining down. Many people left their homes and sat outside to watch the moon. Although the chaos of the end of the world made the people at a loss, they had no choice and no say. At this moment, looking at the moon, they missed their relatives and friends before the end of the world. Many people felt that they were like floating duckweed and had no control over their fate. On the top of the hill of the palace, the insects that slept late kept chirping. But the chirping was far less loud than before the end of the world. As if there were fewer insects after the end of the world. The sad cry echoed in the night, like a heartbreaking song. Li Wuyo sat on the chair where she sat with Tang Zheng that night, looking up at the night sky. Her once beautiful eyes were now swollen and bloodshot. She really didn't expect that Tang Zheng would die in the Tiger Empire. A few nights ago, she leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep. But she didn't expect that they would be separated forever in just a few days. The heart-wrenching pain was constantly destroying her fragile nerves. This time, she couldn't accept it more than the time when her father and mother left. Why? Tang Zheng, how could you be so mean? You promised me that you would work hard with me to restore this country and this world. If you hadn't encouraged me, I would have despaired of this world. I listened to you. I cheered up. I became strong. I saw hope. But you were so cruel that you just left me and abandoned our promise. Tang Zheng, come back. We made a promise. Why don't you keep your promise? Woo woo. Hidden with her hands, she curled up into a small ball in the night, her body shaking with tears. The beloved white scarf was in her hand, with the words "I love Tang Zheng" the most on it, which looked so dazzling at the moment. But it was also her only spiritual sustenance. She wanted to follow Tang Zheng many times, but she didn't even see Tang Zheng's body, and she was unwilling to do so anyway. This was the third night she cried. Too many things had happened in the past few days, and she was almost unable to hold on. The only thing that could sustain her now was revenge for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, wait for me. Our promise cannot be fulfilled. But I will avenge you, and then come to accompany you. Little Li Wuyo made a decision in the night on the top of the mountain. Chapter 352. June 16th. Just as all parties were waiting for Li Wuyo to make a decision, Yuanjing TV station released a video clip. In the video, Li Wuyo took a plane and flew to Zhuguang City. After she arrived in Zhuguang City, she did not go to meet the military and political leaders of the Zhuguang army, but went to the courtyard where Tang Zheng's father Tang Yushan was, and met Tang Zheng family. Tang Yushan and Tang and I were both a little overwhelmed to meet Li Wuyo. They were just ordinary people before, and they really didn't know what to say to the princess. Especially now that Tang Zheng is dead. They are completely panicked and in great pain. In the next video, after a brief conversation, something shocking happened. Li Wuyo actually put on a fiery red wedding dress in this yard, worshipped the heaven and earth with a photo of Tang Zheng, and got married in a way that was almost like a ghost marriage. Tang and I helped her sister-in-law dress up while serving tea to Tang Yushan. The wedding was very simple, and was completed quickly. After completing this most simple wedding, Li Wuyo left Zhuguang City, and returned to Yuanjing Bay City. The video ends here. From beginning to end, Li Wuyo did not say anything to the camera. But what she wanted to express was very clear. She would rather marry the dead Tang Zheng in this way than marry Chen Hongchang or Lu Chen. Her action also shows that the royal guards will be completely tied to the Zhuguang army. This is an attitude, a resolute attitude. This video has also set off a huge wave at home and abroad. Whether it is Chen Hongchang or Lu Chen, they all know that their wishful thinking has failed. If Li Wuyo refuses to marry, their road to becoming emperor will be many times more bumpy. The ownership of Hanwei will undoubtedly take an unknown amount of time to decide. Such an action also shows that Li Wuyo has broken off relations with all parties. The retreat route has been blocked, and negotiations are almost impossible. All parties have no choice but to actively prepare for war. The battle started on the night when Yuanjing TV released the video. This time, it was the royal guards who took the initiative to launch the attack. In fact, since Tianmingfei jailing empire was destroyed, Li Wuyo's strategic situation has changed a lot. The zombies will not take the initiative to cross the Haojiang River to the north. To the west are the Lianga province and the northern territory, where the Zhuguang army is located. And naturally it is safe. The grassland province in the north is vast and sparsely populated, almost an uninhabited area. And Li Haoqing, who originally occupied part of the Grassland province, is now forced to go to the Blackwater province, resulting in several base cities in the Grassland province being leaderless and unable to pose any threat to Yuan Jing. The only threat is Dian in the east. In this situation, Li Wuyo resolutely sent troops, and after returning to Yuan Jing, the 500,000-strong army of the Royal Guard was led by Lu Yibong to go to the expedition. Li Wuyo's first target was still Highway City. As long as it was captured, the Royal Guards would have an outlet to the sea. Qin Hanchang certainly could not give up Highway City, and his border troops fought against the Royal Guards again. It was still in the Jialing Mountain area, but this battle was very different from the last one. After several baptisms of war, the Royal Guard's combat effectiveness has been significantly improved, and this time Li Wuyo was also well prepared. More than a dozen fighter squadrons defeated Qin Hongchang's air force at the beginning of the war and seized air supremacy. With the air superiority, the Royal Guards continued to advance under the cover of aircraft and captured one position after another. Qin Hongchang's 300,000 troops continued to retreat under this situation, and the battle was extremely difficult. According to this development, the Jialing Mountain area will be lost within a week, and then the Highway City base will be directly faced with the attack of the Royal Guards. At this time, the Dash garrison in Lianzhou also joined the battle. After all, they are still a strategic alliance with Dian. If Dian loses, they will not be able to gain a foothold in Hanwei. 2 days later, the Shi 200,000 troops were deployed to the battlefield in Jialing Mountain area, cooperating with Dian's 200,000 troops. But even if the Shi troops joined the battle in Jialing Mountain area was still very difficult. The aftereffects of the Zhu Guang army's bombing of the Highway City military port and airport also appeared at this time. Lacking air support, they were also struggling under the attack of the Royal Guards, but they could only hold on for a while longer. The Royal Guard's 500,000 troops marched eastward, and this courage and generosity really shocked many people. The total number of the Royal Guards is only 600,000. This time, 500,000 people were dispatched, which can be said to be a full-scale attack. Qin Hongchang is in danger, but many people don't care about Qin Hongchang's life or death, such as Lu Qin in the northwest. When he saw the Royal Guards marching out in large numbers, he realized that the opportunity had come. He united the Bauhinia Empire, the Holy Elephant Empire, the Oil Empire, and the Volcano City in Daliu to form a 5-way coalition army, starting from Shazhou City and heading towards Zhuguang City. As there are only 4 countries setting out from Shazhou, Ferdinand of Volcano City is waiting for them. After they arrive, he will send troops to cross the Tontian River and head straight to Beifengdu. However, due to the long distance, it takes time to gather and march. When they arrived at Zhuguang City, it is estimated that the battle on the eastern front was almost coming to an end. At this time, the outside world generally believed that if Qin Hanchang wanted to solve the dilemma on the eastern front, he had to withdraw troops from Qianjiang province. However, Qianjiang was close to the Dikui Island of the Zhuguang army. Once the troops were withdrawn, if the Zhuguang army took action, he would still be unable to take care of both ends. So this is a dead end. If this continues, Dian may be doomed. Everyone thought that Qin Hanchang might not be able to hold on this time, but Qin Hanchang himself did not think so. Qianjiang province, Quanting Base City. This is the capital of the Dian Empire. The battle in the Jialing Mountains is extremely fierce, but Qin Hanchang did not command there, but quietly returned to his home. All the things over there were handed over to Song Yinghao and others to command. In Qin Hongchang's mind, the current things are the most important. In the Dian Palace, Qin Hanchang met a guest. This person is from the Southeast Military Region, the former commander of the 6th Army, Zhang Yuping. Before the end of the world, Qin Hanchang and Zhang Yuping were both legion commanders, and after the end of the world, they were both emperors. Zhang Yuping established the Binhai Empire, and several provinces in the southeast are now his territories. The Binhai Empire is also bordered by Qianjiang province in Dian. After Tang Zheng's death, Zhang Yuping also directly declared war on the Zhuguang army. In his heart, he always had the Feng Shui treasure land of Dikui Island in mind. Qin Hanchang and Zhang Yuping, as well as Akita of the Great Snake Empire, met at the Quanting Palace. Zhang Yuping also came quietly and did not announce it to the outside world. The 3 of them sat together, and Qin Hanchang said to Zhang Yuping, "Brother, how are the preparations for this operation going?" Zhang Yuping took a sip of tea Everything is ready. A total of 120 cargo ships have been assembled. They are trading with Dikui Island in the name of a caravan, and can set off at any time. What about you? Chin Hanchan glanced at Akita beside him. General Akita and I are also well prepared this time. We signed a trade contract with the Chamber of Commerce of Dikui Island a few days ago for 200 merchant ships. Now that the Zhuguang army has not closed the island, these merchant ships can still go. Zhang Yuping nodded. That's about it. We need to move quickly, and you can't delay the battle in the Jialing Mountains. Chen Hanchang was a little angry when he heard this. It's all because of that little bitch Li Wuyo. I was willing to marry her, a princess in distress, and there were people from the Big Snake to help me. What a good thing. But she would rather marry the dead Tang Zheng than marry me. And she tried her best to beat me. Tang Jing died in the Tiger Empire, not in Dian. What does this have to do with me? But she is going crazy, which makes me passive now. Zhang Yuping laughed. Your Highness is young, and she has a girlish mind. She can do anything for love. Tang Zheng is indeed a decent person. They love each other. And now is a sad time. This is understandable. At this time, Qiu Tian interrupted. Your Majesty, I have something to say. We have lured the sea monster to the island, and Dikui Island is basically finished. But what will happen after that? When the sea monster retreats? Who will Dikui Island belong to? Chen Hanchan and Zhang Yuping had discussed this matter long ago. They quickly came up with a plan to divide Dikui Island among the three families. After the sea monster landed on the island, their fleet quickly followed. Dian had no fleet, and they dispatched the army in order to participate in this division. Chen Hanchan also took out his last strength. The 150,000 troops from Xinjiang province will build a bridge from the land to the island. The forces at sea are mainly the navy of the Great Snake and the navy of the Binhai Empire. Dispatched 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, one from Lianzhou Military Port and the other from Chongsheng Island Military Port. Binhai Empire also had 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, which was almost all of their naval power. The fleet followed the sea monster, and when the sea monster retreated, they went to the island and quickly divided it up. After learning that Chen Hanchang had dispatched 150,000 land forces, Dash and Binhai also invested a lot of strength, and each of them had 100,000 people following the transport ships. Now those naval fleets are gathering at Chongsheng Island Military Port, because the coastlines of other places were blocked by the fleet of the Zhuguang army. The warships would be discovered if they approached far. However, the geographical location of Chongsheng Island is unique. It is 3,000 kilometers away from Dikui Island. It is not close to the coastline, and can attack at will in the vast ocean. The Zhuguang army can't blockade it by cruising. In their opinion, the Zhuguang army will definitely be disrupted by the sea monster, and Dikui Island will definitely perish. Of course, the navy of the Zhuguang army can still be preserved. After all, no matter how big the sea monster is, it can't be so big as to overturn the warship. They wanted to take advantage of the time when the sea monster completely disrupted Dikui Island, and then rush over to completely destroy the Zhuguang army navy and complete the final occupation. The 3 companies have now completed all kinds of preparations. After several main responsible persons met, they immediately decided to take action. 2 merchant fleets sailed towards Dikui Island from the north and south along the coastline, and on the Chongsheng Island Military Port in the Eastern Ocean, a huge fleet also slowly set sail. For aircraft carrier battle groups, 8 aircraft carriers, more than 60 warships, and hundreds of transport ships headed straight for Dikui Island. Chen Hongcheng's 150,000 troops were also ready in Quanting Bay City, ready to go to Dikui Island at any time. The 3 parties had a total of nearly 400,000 troops, which could be said to be a collection of all their elite troops. If Dikui Island could be captured, and the threat of the Zhuguang army was eliminated, then the battles and other battlefields would definitely be reversed. Chapter 353. After Tang Zheng's death, the civil war in Hanwei Empire reached a peak in just 7 days. The war in Jialing Mountain area was rekindled, and the 2 sides fought to the death. The situation in the northwest region suddenly changed. Lu Qin led the multinational troops to cross the endless yellow sand of Mabei province and headed straight for Zhuguang city. Ferdinand of Dahlia reorganized the army and was ready to invade at any time. The troops of Zhuguang army were fighting in the Tiger Empire, and the battle was also very fierce, with multiple fronts fighting at the same time. This world was already in chaos. However, the situation on each battlefield is different. and it is still unknown who will win. However, there is a general consensus among all parties. That is, once the war breaks out in the northern region, Zhuguang City will definitely not be able to defend. Li Wuyo has no power to support Zhuguang City, and the total strength of the coalition forces on Lu Qin's side even exceeds 700,000. The northern region, which is currently guarded by only tens of thousands of troops, is absolutely impossible to resist. In Huijing City, in the city hall, two figures, one big and one small, stood there and had not moved for a long time. The beautiful big corpse sister closed her eyes and stood there motionless. When she closed her eyes, the red pupils were no longer visible, and she looked no different from a normal person. She didn't know how long she had been standing here. The little corpse sister next to her couldn't stand anymore, and ran to her side from time to time, looking at her face. The little corpse sister now regretted that she shouldn't have watched TV with her sister that day. Ever since her sister saw Tang Jing die on TV, she kept this posture. No matter how she called her sister didn't move. On the third day, the little corpse sister saw another piece of news on TV. It was the princess, who was almost as beautiful as her sister. She wore a bride's dress and got married to a photo on TV. The little corpse sister saw the photo, which seemed to be Tang Ding. The little corpse sister didn't like Tang Ding very much. She was even afraid of Tang Ding. But now that Tang Ding was dead, she didn't feel happy because she felt that her sister seemed to like Tang Ding. But Tang Ding and the princess are married. Can he still like his sister? Little corpse sister doesn't know. She doesn't understand these things. She just hopes that her sister will wake up soon so that she can talk to her sister. Time passes day by day. Today is the 7th day. Little corpse sister has been guarding her sister, waiting bored. A pair of big blood-red eyes swept across her sister's face from time to time. Little corpse sister felt that her sister's eyelashes seemed to move slightly. She immediately ran to her sister and stared at her closely. Finally, the elder sister opened her eyes. When the eyes opened, a strong breath rushed towards her, causing the little corpse sister to shiver uncontrollably. Sister, you are so strong. When she first met her elder sister, she felt that her elder sister was stronger than herself. But the strength was still limited. But now facing her elder sister, she felt that her elder sister was much stronger than her. That kind of superior breath made her tremble from the bottom of her heart. She saw that the eyes of her elder sister were no longer pure red. It was an extreme red. Almost purple. It was so red that it was almost purple. Little corpse sister was so young. But she suddenly understood an idiom. In those purple-red eyes, there seemed to be stars flowing. Beautiful and almost dreamy. No, not stars. It was tears. Tears suddenly flowed from big corpse sister's eyes. Blood-like tears fell from her white jade-like cheeks, like small blood-colored pearls. Little corpse sister was stunned. She never knew that the corpse king could cry. She herself is the corpse king. But the corpse king itself is a special variant of zombies, and is essentially a zombie. How can a zombie cry? After becoming a zombie, their tear glands have lost their function. Only the corpse king can speak as his strength increases, and the muscles on his face can also be mobilized to make human-like expressions. But his tear glands are absolutely ineffective. But now my sister is crying. Is she still a zombie? The little zombie girl was confused. She timidly stretched out her little hand and pulled the sleeve of the big zombie sister. Sister, why is Facey? Are you still a sister? The big zombie sister blinked her eyes, suddenly squatted down, and hugged the little zombie sister in her arms. Her tears did not stop, and she hugged the little zombie sister and sobbed, "Little sister. Sister, remember the past." "Ah! Sister, can you remember it?" The big zombie sister nodded vigorously. I remember everything in the past. Remember my previous identity, and remember why I wanted to get close to Tang Zheng." "Why?" Big corpse sister seemed very sad. "My sister was harmed by someone in the past and almost died. I met Tang Zheng by chance. I wanted to have a relationship, so I let him be my boyfriend. After that, I went to find the people who harmed me and wanted to get the antidote. But they harmed me again and turned me into a zombie. Then I met him again, but I couldn't remember anything. I just felt very comfortable around him. But now," big corpse sister hugged little corpse sister's body, and as blood and tears continued to flow, her eyes were full of resentment. She had a feeling that this time her strength had improved, and some of her abilities had been restored. She even felt that she could be with Tang Zheng. But she didn't know if she could have children. Unfortunately, she was helpless because of fate. Little Corp's sister patted her sister's back to comfort her. So what are you going to do now? Sister? Big Corp's sister took a few deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. How many days have I been here? It's been 7 days. What happened in the past few days? While guarding her sister, the Little Corp's sister has been watching TV these days and told her sister everything that happened on TV. When the Big Corp's sister heard that Li Wuyo unilaterally married Tang Zheng, she was a little unhappy, but soon she was relieved. That doesn't count. Tang Zheng is dead. She can't be with Tang Zheng after all. But Tang Ding is dead. And my sister can't be with him either. Big Corp's sister slowly stood up, with a hint of longing in her eyes. I heard that there is an afterlife after death. I can wait for him. What? Wait. How to wait? Little Corp's sister didn't quite understand. This time, my ability has improved again. I won't get sick or age. I can wait for him until he passes through reincarnation and comes to this world again. At that time, I will go to find him. Little Corp's sister nodded ignorantly. What about now? Big Corp's sister hesitated. I don't want to stay here. This country will make me sad. Let's go. Where are we going? Big Corp's sister looked towards the north. I want to see Zhuguang City again. See the place where he and I stayed together. And then go to a very far place. Then I will go with my sister. Big Corp's sister nodded and took Little Corp's sister's hand. Remember, my name is Luo Qiuan. My sister's name is nice. But I don't even have a name. You are just a little girl. You won't grow up anymore. So I will call you Nyonyo from now on. Okay. Luo Qiuan took Nyonyo out of Huijing City Hall. As she walked out of the city hall, the purple-red color in her eyes faded away and turned into a bright red teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. This look was exactly like Zhuer beside Tang Zheng. There were still 50 million zombies entrenched here. Luo Qiuan came outside the city hall and quietly sent out the summons of the zombie king without shouting loudly, including the 20 million zombies controlled by the little zombie sister. All of them were under her command this time. 50 million zombies and mutants, easily controlled by one person. And this is not her limit. With her little zombie sister, she walked along the west area of Hajiang. There is no river bridge here, but there is still a river bridge a few hundred kilometers west, where she can cross the river and head straight to the northern region. She planned to wait until she got near Zhuguang City, go back to take a look at Zhuguang City, and then cross the desert of Mobei and keep walking, going wherever she goes. And when she sees a place she likes, she will stop. With the help of her immortal life, she waited for Tang Zheng reincarnation. She thought that it would take some time for Tang Zheng to reincarnate. At that time, she would search all over the world, and she would find him eventually. If she couldn't find him in one life, she would search 10 lives. If she still couldn't find him in 10 lives, she would control the zombies, capture all the people in the world, and look at their faces one by one. The movement of the zombies in Huijing-based city did not attract anyone's attention. People didn't even know that the zombies had left. After all, the uninhabited area is too large now, and the probability of the zombies meeting people is very small wherever they walk. Besides, it is a wartime, and everyone's attention is on various battlefields. The battle in Jialing Mountain area is the most eye-catching, and the royal guards are simply fighting like crazy, facing the joint defense of Dian and Dash. The royal guards sent out the air force and started an all-weather air strike. The opponent's anti-aircraft missiles shot down many royal guards' planes, but the royal guards seemed to have taken out all the treasures in the bottom of the box. The planes bombed desperately, and no matter how much damage they suffered, they did not retreat, and they bombed the enemy defensive positions down by dozens of meters. Under such circumstances, Dian and Dashi men finally couldn't hold on. Of the 400,000 troops, 150,000 were killed, and 100,000 were injured. The remaining 100,000 people, along with the wounded, finally withdrew from their positions. These people fled back to the Bay City of Highway City in a panic, intending to fight stubbornly here, and Li Wuyo didn't relax at all. After taking over the Jialing Mountain area, he immediately led his troops to continue to advance eastward. The next battle between the two sides will soon start in Highway City. Chen Hanchang and Dashi men were gritting their teeth and persisting. They must take over Dikui Island before Highway City falls. Only by doing this can they turn the tide of the war. If they can't do this, they will all be defeated by Li Wuyo. The Little Widow. Chapter 354. Dikui Island. The situation has become a bit chaotic these days. After Tang Zheng's death, all the monsters on the island appeared. The representatives of some countries even directly found many senior officials of the Zhuguang army. For example, in the Ministry of the Interior, Qi Zhenyang, the Minister of the Interior and the President of Zhuguang Bank, was approached. The person who came was the representative of the Great Snake Empire on Dikui Island. Since the war between the Zhuguang army and the Four-Nation Alliance, the people of the Great Snake have been listed as unwelcome people. Even their ambassadors were expelled by the Zhuguang army. And all the people of Dash were required to leave Dikui Island within 3 days. Otherwise they would be shot. The people of Dash suddenly became dogs without a home. Some of them ran away. Some of them hid on the island and stayed here as insiders and spies. The Zhuguang army would basically capture some people of Dash every day. Some of them were thrown into prison, and some were directly killed. But unexpectedly, the people of Dash actually found the Ministry of the Interior directly. Qi Zhenyang heard that the people from Dashi had arrived, so he asked them to come to the office. A representative from Dashi with a mustache came to the office of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and sat down in front of Qi Zhenyang. Minister Qi Zhenyang, let me introduce myself. I am Qi Shang from the Dashi Chamber of Commerce in Dikui Island. This is my business card. He handed over a business card, and Qi Zhenyang took a look and put it down. You guys are all wanted criminals. And you dare to show up now? Qi Shang's mustache slightly tilted. Mr. Minister, you don't think that this Dikui Island is still your world, right? Tang Zheng is dead, and monkeys scatter when the tree falls. I don't know why you monkeys can still hold on. Isn't it a good time to find another way out? Qi Zhenyang said expressionlessly. I don't think our Zhuguang army will fail. Qi Shang sneered. There is a saying in your country that a good bird chooses a tree to inhabit. It is meaningless to just be tough. As the Minister of the Ministry of the Interior, I hope you can see the situation clearly. Qi Zhenyang looked at Qi Shang. What is your identity in Dash? If you are just a member of the Chamber of Commerce, there is no point in talking to me. Hearing the tone of easing in the other party's words, Qi Shang immediately became alert. If Mr. Minister is interested, I can introduce you to someone of a higher level. Qi Zhenyang hesitated and did not answer. Qi Shang took out a card and placed it in front of Qi Zhenyang. 1 million. Let's meet. Qi Zhenyang accepted the card. That night, an officer from the Orochi side came to meet Qi Zhenyang secretly. The position of Minister of the Ministry of the Interior is too important, and there are too many things that can be done. They also have the fantasy of taking down the senior officials of the Zhuguang army to facilitate their future actions. But unexpectedly, the officer was arrested by the Military Intelligence Bureau as soon as he arrived. When the officer was arrested, he was still shouting angrily, "You despicable Hanwei people! Don't think about digging out any information from me. I would rather commit suicide than betray my country." The Military Intelligence Bureau agents who arrested him were merciless. They held him down tightly, tied him up like a pig, and then loaded him into a truck and took him away. What awaits him is a joint operation. Just like Gui Yun and others implanted the chip, the Zhuguang army has now established many such joint operation teams. The team is composed of 5-star scientific research soldiers, medical experts, and bomb experts who implant some people. This officer has a good will to resist, but he can't resist the high-tech implantation. In the end, he obediently became an informant of the Zhuguang army. From such people, the Zhuguang army knows the location of a large number of hidden enemies. The Military Intelligence Bureau and the Special Forces jointly enforce the law, continuously attacking and uprooting the enemy bases hidden in the island one by one. Some of the armed minions were killed on the spot, and some important figures were pulled back and implanted again. After repeating this many times, they gradually grasped some information. The coastal empire went to the coastal area of Dikui Island. A large number of merchant ships were riding the wind and waves and heading to Dikui Island. On a merchant ship in front, the sailor took out a telescope and looked ahead. A warship and 2 Coast Guard ships appeared in front, approaching the merchant fleet quickly. Everyone, pay attention. The naval inspection team of the Zhuguang army is coming. The merchant ship slowed down and prepared to stop for inspection. A Coast Guard ship approached and signaled them to stop. The 2 ships approached. The sampan came up, and the Zhuguang army boarded the ship. What are you transporting? Hee hee. All frozen food. Frozen pork, chicken legs, and some duck blood. Open the cabin and let's check. Okay. It's true that the cabin is a little cold. After all, it's frozen food. The sailors opened the cargo hold, and the people of the Zhuguang army entered to start the inspection. It was indeed as they said, all frozen food. But these foods were a little red. It seemed that the blood content was relatively high. Of course, this was not a big problem, and the Zhuguang army did not care. After the inspection, it was confirmed that there were no contraband, and the people of the Zhuguang army left and continued to check the next ship. After a long time of work, they confirmed that everything was fine and the caravan was allowed to leave. After you unload the cargo at the dock, return immediately. Now Dikui Island and Binhai Empire are at war. The ships of your caravan have signed a delivery contract before, so we let you go, and we won't allow you to come again. Understood? Understood. After delivering the cargo this time, we will leave immediately. In this chaotic situation, we really don't dare to sail casually. The warships and Coast Guard ships of the Zhuguang army drove away and gradually disappeared on the sea. It seems that they are cruising to other places. The caravan continued to move forward, and after they could no longer see the navy of the light-chasing army, their captain immediately ordered, "Turn off the freezer, open the hatch, and let the frozen food thaw." All the merchant ships in this team did so. It was now late June, and the weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the frozen food began to thaw rapidly. When it was almost thawed, some sailors brought up the goods and began to throw them into the ocean. These goods were soaked in blood and then frozen. Now they had thawed and were all scarlet in the ocean, spreading in the seawater. Soon, some marine creatures were attracted by the smell of blood. The boat was sailing in front, and the sailors kept throwing things down. There were splashes of water and white waves behind the boat. Huge fish fins kept swimming back and forth on the sea. Before the end of the world, only sharks could bring such an effect. If there were too many fish, they would have the effect of sharks, and real sharks almost had the effect of whales. More than 100 boats kept moving forward, and there were more and more marine creatures behind them. "Captain, we are only 100 kilometers away from Dikui Island." The captain nodded. "Contact the navy to see where they are?" The sailor immediately made a phone call to contact the navy of the Binhai Empire. Chongsheng Island Naval Port. The Binhai Empire's naval fleet set off behind the Great Snake Empire's naval fleet. As the naval commander of the Binhai Empire, Fu Yuqiang looked at this naval port with some envy. The Chongsheng Island Naval Port has a very good geographical location, not far from the Hanwei continent, the Great Snake Mainland, or the Pearl Islands in the southeast. The main island, Chongsheng Island, has an area of more than 200 square kilometers, which is considered a large island. There is groundwater, hot springs, and coconut beaches on the island. It is a good place for garrison or tourism. The reason why the Dash Navy is strong is inseparable from this military port. Unfortunately, this military port does not belong to Hanwei. Otherwise, as long as some naval forces are stationed here and in the Pearl Islands, the safety of the entire east coast of Hanwei will not be a concern. Fu Yuqiang looked at Dashi naval forces again. As expected of an island country, even though one of its aircraft carrier formations was ambushed by the Zhuguang army, it still has a strong naval force. 2 aircraft carrier formations, 4 aircraft carriers, and many warships. This lineup is very strong. This time, the Binhai Empire also sent out its elite troops, and it was extremely eager to get a share of the Dikui Island. In this process, it was inevitable to cooperate with the people of the Great Snake. Behind their 4 aircraft carrier formations, there were hundreds of transport ships. These transport ships were also converted from cargo ships, and each transport ship carried 2,000 soldiers. Although the sea monster will definitely destroy Dikui Island, we cannot expect those brainless creatures to completely flatten Dikui Island. The final capture of the island still depends on infantry. Fu Yuqiang knew that Chen Hachok had used all his strength this time. The 150,000-man army has now left the Quanning Bay city and joined the division of Dikui Island. The people of the Big Snake are similar. They have suffered several defeats, including the Highway City Military Port Station, the Yunling Battle, and the Jialing Mountain Battle. Now they are fighting with Li Wuyo, fighting with Li Haoqing, and joining the division of Dikui Island. Even if their country is strong, it will be difficult to fight like this. It would be good if the island seizure goes smoothly. If it doesn't go well, both Dian and Dash will probably be unable to support it. But will it fail? Fu Yuqiang shook his head. It will definitely not fail. The Zhuguang army has no leader, and it is unknown what kind of chaos it is in. Those generals must be fighting for power behind the scenes. Moreover, they were totally unprepared. First they were attacked by the sea monster, and then they were attacked by several parties together. They would definitely collapse. There was no doubt about it. I just don't know how much benefit the Binhai Empire can get from this battle. Just when Fu Yuqian was thinking about it, the merchant ship finally received news. They had passed the inspection of the Zhuguang army and were approaching Dikui Island, only 100 kilometers away, and asked about their location. We have set off about 2,600 kilometers away from Dikui Island. There was a time difference between the two sides, because they had to leave time for the sea monster to wreak havoc, and they didn't want to run into the sea monster. The call ended. So far, everything has been going well. Chapter 355. Tiger Empire. Qiushir County. The place where Tang Jing died. After the explosion of the nuclear reactor, a thick layer of dust has accumulated here, just like the ash from a volcano after an eruption. Piled on the ground, Ning Yue and Yishui, two beautiful women, stood there in dusty clothes wearing radiation protection suits. Their eyes were always on the few people over there. Gui Yun led his scientific research team, also wearing radiation protection suits, and temporarily built a hospital bed here. And there were also many equipment. On the bed, Tang Zheng lay there with his eyes open, occasionally looking at Gui Yun. Old Gui, are you still not well? I be well soon. General, prepare the crystals. Someone took a box with 2 crystals in it. These were 2 crystals of second-level zombies, obtained during the siege of Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng looked at the crystals, and finally let out a long breath. Finally, he was going to upgrade again. It was really too difficult for him to upgrade himself. If it weren't for the opportunity of this explosion, his potential in his body would have been forced out, and it was unknown when he would be able to upgrade to a second-level mutant. When the nuclear reactor exploded, Tang Zheng had made full calculations. After talking with Li Wuyo and Yuan Jing, Tang Zheng repeatedly calculated and finally found that the biggest danger to him might come from the nuclear reactor. He immediately asked Gui Yun to calculate whether the small iron curtain could withstand the impact of the nuclear reactor explosion. Gui Yun calculated the power of the explosion, the distance, and even the wind direction, and finally concluded that it could withstand it. So Tang Zheng operation came later. And this was also the reason why he took Ning Yue and Yishui with him. There were too many people, and the iron curtain couldn't cover them. 3 people were barely enough, and it must be very crowded. Tang Zheng thought that he should just squeeze in with Ning Yue and not bother the male comrades. After the nuclear reactor exploded, this place completely became a no-man's land, and Tang Zheng's potential was stimulated by the impact of the explosion, and he was on the verge of another breakthrough. Gui Yun came over to check on Tang Zheng's situation and told him that if he gave up the breakthrough now, he didn't know when he would have such an opportunity next time. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to upgrade his body to the second-level mutation first. It was indeed troublesome for him to upgrade, and Gui Yun planned to directly push his strength to the peak of the second level. The preparations for this time took several days, and today he could finally upgrade. After taking the power crystal and the agility crystal, Tang Zheng began to break through. About an hour later, the breakthrough was completed. The superposition of the power of the 2 crystals allowed Tang Zheng to make a lot of progress on the road to the second-level mutation. Continue. Tang Zheng felt that he was in good condition and immediately asked to continue. Level 2 crystals are difficult for ordinary people to get, but they are very simple for Tang Zheng. Whether it is ape zombies or lickers, the light-chasing army has killed many of them. Tang Zheng swallowed crystals repeatedly, and the power accumulated in his body became stronger and stronger. After swallowing 20 crystals in a row, the power in Tang Zheng's body finally reached saturation. His body muscles seemed to swell suddenly, and then returned to normal. When he opened his eyes again, 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes, and then disappeared. General, how do you feel? Tang Zheng stood up, moved his arms, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. My strength has become much stronger. Tang Zheng felt that he could withstand the impact of a heavy truck. That was not an illusion. He must have the strength. Gui Yun checked Tang Zheng and confirmed this after the check. General, at this moment, you have almost reached the strength of a level 3 mutant. But there should be no level 3 mutants in this world at present. And there are very few level 2 peak mutants. Ordinary firearms and thermal weapons are no longer effective against you. And your own defense is almost the same as that of a level 2 gorilla zombie. You should be able to run 100 meters in less than 3 seconds now. Tang Zheng is very satisfied with the current results. With this strength, his personal safety has been greatly improved. No matter what assassination is done in the future, it will be difficult to really hurt him. What does a level 3 mutation look like? Tang Zheng asked again. Gui Yun thought for a while. Level 3 mutation is definitely difficult. First of all, the crystal is difficult to obtain. We only have one level 3 zombie crystal now, which was left when the little zombie girl attacked the city. It is almost impossible to have other crystals. In addition, to complete the level 3 mutation, you must first reach the peak of the level 2, and you also need luck. So it is very difficult. But if you complete the 3rd level mutation, you will be almost like a Superman. According to my calculations, after the 3rd level mutation, the human body will stop aging. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Stop aging. Wouldn't that mean eternal life? He shook his head slightly, wondering if he would ever complete the 3rd level mutation. But now is not the time to think about that. Tang Zheng asked the communicator about the situation in recent days. Because this is the radiation zone of the nuclear explosion. The battle of the Tiger Empire has not started here. Tang Zheng has been cooperating with Gui Yun to upgrade in the past few days, and he is not very clear about the situation outside. The correspondent immediately reported all the recent events. After listening to it, Tang Zheng felt heavy-hearted. He did not expect that in just 1 week, the country would become so chaotic. Tang Zheng did not expect Li Wuyo to unilaterally announce that she would marry him. He admitted that there was some ambiguity between him and Li Wuyo, but neither of them said anything, and it was far from the point of discussing marriage. But Li Wuyo did it, and Tang Zheng was still very moved. He couldn't let Li Wuyo bear the reputation of marrying a dead person, so he had to find an opportunity to have a real wedding with her. But the situation of Zhuguang army was a little serious. On the Tiger Empire side, Zhuguang army and Jin Juanxian's troops joined forces and had already reached the capital of the Tiger Empire. It was estimated that in about 10 days, they would be able to completely defeat Jin Junji's troops. The real problem was Dicui Island and Zhuguang City. On the Zhuguang City side, Lu Qin led a multinational force from the Mabei area to attack Zhuguang City, in the volcano city north of Tongtian River. Ferdinand is also ready to make a move. Once the multinational forces arrive, he will immediately send troops to cooperate in the attack. Zhuguang City's existing forces cannot support it for too long. The situation on Dicui Island is not optimistic either. Dian, Bin Hai, and Dash have colluded together and come up with such a vicious way to deal with Dicui Island. Tang Zheng immediately decided to go to Dicui Island first. Before leaving, Tang Zheng looked at Gui Yun. Don't tell me that your research institute has not come up with a new high-tech for such a long time. Gui Yun smiled and said, It really is. But it's not high-tech. It's an existing type of soldier, and it's finally included in the production sequence. You can see it when you open the type of soldier page. Tang Zheng immediately opened the type of soldier page and saw the new type of soldier. Deep-sea giant octopus, price, 5,000 gold. Looking at the octopus pattern, Tang Zheng recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Tang Tang? I didn't expect that Gui Yun and his group were really good. They actually included a big octopus like Tang Tang in the production sequence. The price of 5,000 gold is not cheap. But Tang Zheng is now rich and can still afford it. But Tang Zheng hesitated a little. The enemy is coming with warships. These newly purchased octopuses are not strong. What threat can they pose to the warships? No one can give him an answer to this question. After all, the specific combat command and the combination of arms are all studied by Tang Zheng himself. He just grumbled a few words, then boarded the plane and headed straight for Dicui Island. On the plane, Tang Zheng had time to think, and gradually figured out how to use the octopus. The A-124 large transport plane broke through the sea of clouds and quickly approached Dicui Island. At this time, the situation on Dicui Island was also somewhat urgent. Those merchant ships were carrying a lot of frozen food, attracting a large number of sea monsters to approach Dicui Island. Tang Zheng was on the plane at this moment and also contacted the ground on Dicui Island. General, those merchant ships are approaching the island. Should we attack immediately? Tang Zheng picked up the intercom. Where is the enemy fleet? It has already departed from the Chongsheng Island military port and is currently about 1,300 kilometers away from Dicui Island. Have they determined the number of their fleets? Yes. There are 8 aircraft carriers, 16 battleships, more than 60 other warships, and hundreds of transport ships, which carry 200,000 troops. Tang Zheng nodded. Hearing this, his goal was determined. Have you prepared the shore defense? Already prepared. Everyone on the east side of the coastal highway has been forced to evacuate. Currently, there is no one in the depth of about 7 or 8 kilometers. Our existing troops have also arrived at the coast, and the artillery and missile forces are also ready. Okay, don't attack those merchant ships. Wait until we get to the shore. Let those sea monsters go ashore, and snipe them from the shore. It's time for our shore defense forces to do their part. Speaking of this, Tang Zheng thought for a moment. This is the first time our Zhuguang army has faced a sea monster. We need to make more preparations, and not just rely on the power of firearms. Many unexpected small things can actually play a huge role in the war. Let the scientific research soldiers use their brains more, and the engineering troops go and make arrangements immediately. Understood, General. We will think of a solution immediately. What about the enemy fleet? Tang Zheng sneered. If we don't do this, how can those fleets get close to Dikui Island? As long as this fleet is destroyed, the Navy of the Snake will be almost destroyed. And the Binhai Empire dared to declare war on us at this time. So they will pay the price for their declaration of war. Tang Zheng hung up the phone and quickly rushed to Dikui Island. At this time, the Zhuguang Army's TV station in Binhai also started a simultaneous live broadcast. Since the enemy has gone to great lengths to lure the sea monster to destroy Dikui Island, they naturally have to cooperate. This is also the first direct confrontation between humans and sea monsters. And it is also a rare and precious material. Chapter 356. Dikui Island TV Station. Dikui Island TV Station. Hello everyone. I am the host Xiao Dili. The former leading actress of Zhuguang TV Station has now come to work at Dikui Island TV Station. The host of Zhuguang TV Station is now Tang Ni, the sister of General Tang Zheng. Xiao Dili reported to the camera with a serious face. Now I have a bad news for you. According to the footage taken by our sea drone, 2 fleets from Dian and Binhai were found. They are attracting a large number of sea monsters to the vicinity of Dikui Island by using blood to attract sea monsters. In order to protect the lives and property of the people of Dikui Island, our troops have now launched an attack on those cargo ships. Please see the specific picture. In the picture, the Zhuguang Army fighter planes took off from the island and fired missiles at the cargo ships that were coming in large numbers. One by one, the cargo ships were gathered, caught fire and sank. But the number of cargo ships was a bit too much, and some of them continued to move forward. A dozen kilometers ahead of them was the land of Dikui Island. The Zhuguang Army was also unceremonious, continuously launching missiles and continuing to sink cargo ships. The farthest cargo ship sailed to a place 15 kilometers away from Dikui Island, and the closest cargo ship was sunk only 3 kilometers away from Dikui Island. Along the way, many cargo ships sank, and bright red blood kept floating on the sea, dyeing the nearby sea water red. The people on these cargo ships had no chance of survival after falling into the water, because behind those cargo ships were a large number of sea monsters. The huge monsters swam back and forth on the water like small mountains. They swallowed everything that could be eaten. The people on the cargo ships were quickly devoured. After losing their target, some sea monsters began to devour the small monsters around them, while some small ones quickly fled. At this time, on the sea surface east of Dikui Island, more sea monsters smelled the blood and rushed over. All those who fled back were almost seeking death. So those small sea monsters quickly fled towards Dikui Island. The small ones fled. The big ones chased, and gradually gathered into a huge group of sea monsters, rushing towards Dikui Island. From a distance, those sea monsters even brought huge waves, like a natural disaster. Such a scene was broadcast on TV, and many people were stunned. They knew that there was a war recently, and several forces were fighting fiercely, and they were fighting to the death. But they never thought that there would be such an operation to attract sea monsters to attack Dikui Island. Many people couldn't help cursing when they saw this. Son of a bitch. This was done by that bastard Chen Hongchong. Don't worry about Chen Hongchong and Zhang Yuping. We ordinary people don't care how you fight. But have you ever thought about the fact that there are still nearly 20 million people on Dikui Island? Even if you don't care about those foreigners, there are still millions of Hanwha people, and these are all human lives. It's really blind that such a person can be the emperor. I hope you will be defeated soon. Die early and be reborn soon. In Dikui Island, Shuguang City, Yuanjing, and many other places. People are dissatisfied with the inhumane behavior of Chen Hongchang and Zhang Yuping. After Tang Zheng's death, all kinds of monsters and demons have emerged. At this time, people miss Tang Zheng even more, as people looked at them in horror. The sea monsters approached the coast. When those sea monsters showed their true colors in the ocean, people were extremely shocked. All marine life was infinitely magnified, not to mention the whales and sharks. Even the inconspicuous mantis shrimps in the past have now grown to 3 or 4 meters long, baring their teeth and claws as if they were going to eat people. A huge trench was dug on the coast of Dikui Island. This trench was dug day and night a few days ago, since many people were captured by implanting chips. The Zhuguang army learned about the plans of Dian and Binhai Empire. After all, the arrival of the fleet also requires some internal and external cooperation, and they would not have thought that the Zhuguang army would have such technology. So it is reasonable that the plan was leaked. After learning the news, the Zhuguang army began emergency operations. Even the Marines put down their guns and engaged in intense labor. The residents on the coast were evacuated, and some houses were urgently demolished. After the land was leveled, a huge ditch was dug out. The ditch was 50 meters wide and 30 meters deep, and groundwater was dug out in many places. The ditch was 2 kilometers away from the coast, and the 2 kilometers of distance were basically flat beaches. When the sea monster came ashore, the first to open fire were the shore defense forces of the light-chasing army. Those artillery batteries set up on the top of the mountain finally found their place. This kind of artillery battery that can be assembled with naval guns is extremely powerful. Even the third-level Tyrannosaurus zombies can't resist the frontal bombardment of naval guns, and the sea monsters are no exception. Except for the whale-level sea monsters that can resist a few more times. Sharks are also beaten to a bloody mess when hit by naval guns. The dense artillery fire continued to sound, setting off a bloody storm on the beach. Every time a shell landed, the area within a radius of hundreds of meters would be enveloped in gunpowder smoke. However, such dense artillery fire could not completely prevent the landing of the sea monsters. The sea monsters were mutants, not zombies, and they still knew how to be afraid. Among them, fire was what they feared. Now there were countless sea monsters landing on Dikui Island, and they were blocked behind them. In order to avoid the artillery fire, they could only move forward quickly. The big fish swung their bodies and twisted forward on the beach. On these beaches, there were also arrangements made by the light-chasing army long ago. Rows of sharp metal blades were buried deep underground, with blades more than 1 meter high exposed on the ground. Many big fish twisted over them and were directly gutted. The more they twisted, the faster they died. Above Dikui Island, the light-chasing army's planes also began to take off in batches. Although the sea monsters were powerful, they had a fatal weakness without air defense. Only some seagulls were flying in the sky, but without the command of the Corpse King. These seagulls were focused on the feast on the ground, and no seagull would take the initiative to attack those fighter planes. Therefore, fighter planes can drop bombs recklessly, causing tons of damage to the sea monsters on the ground and along the coast. In an instant, the beach became a sea of fire, and the fierce bombing shook the earth. This is the difference between having a Corpse King and not having a Corpse King. No matter how powerful the sea monsters are, they will still be killed, and their bodies will be scattered all over the ground in front of modern artillery fire. Some sea monsters broke through the death blockade, but fell into the deep ditch. Above the deep ditch, a wall stood, and the machine guns of the Zhuguang army turned their muzzles and fiercely fired at the sea monsters with powerful firepower. Non-crustacean fish can hardly resist the 30mm machine gun fire and are smashed to pieces. Crustacean turtles, conchs, crabs, mantis shrimps, etc. can't resist for long. They can't escape in the deep trench and will be killed in the end. Under this repeated fire, a large number of marine monsters were killed. However, this process is not easy, especially when some humpback whales, sperm whales, blue whales, killer whales, great white sharks, deep-sea giant squids, and even giant jellyfish appear. The battle of the light-chasing army also becomes difficult. Some of those humpback whales even grew to 70, 80, or even 100 meters long. Their huge fins had obviously evolved, and they could actually propel them to crawl on the beach. Whenever such giants appeared, it was difficult for naval guns to quickly kill them. At this time, fighter planes would concentrate their firepower, continuously attack with missiles, and bomb with aerial bombs. Some giant squids and octopuses, waving their long tentacles, quickly climbed onto the beach. It was not easy to kill such mollusks. At this time, the fighter planes of the light-chasing army would release thermobaric bombs. A thermobaric bomb was launched, and blood and flesh flew all over the sky, and it could even fly hundreds of meters high to kill some marine life in an area. But not too many were killed, because some marine life itself was too huge. These were because the firepower of the light-chasing army was fierce enough to suppress the attack of the marine monsters. This kind of battle was not only thrilling for the people watching, but also very thrilling for the light-chasing army itself. If the Corpse King could control the marine life, these huge sea monsters, and the seagulls, petrels, and gerfalcons in the sky, Dikui Island would definitely not be able to defend. The planes, naval guns, missiles, aerial bombs, aircraft guns, machine guns, thermobaric bombs, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, etc. of the Zhuguang army were all deployed. And the fierce firepower was like fighting a world war, which kept the situation stalemate. This was the first time in human history that a sea monster had a direct confrontation. The thrilling battle continued, and people gradually saw some tricks. This is the Zhuguang army. If it were any other army, it would have collapsed by now. Only the Zhuguang army seemed to be able to hold on for the time being. But it was hard to say how long it would hold on, because it seemed that the deep trench would be filled up sooner or later. The outcome of the battle with the sea monster is unpredictable, but if there is any interference from external forces, it will be really dangerous. ZZ. ZZ. Attention. All departments. Attention. All departments. The battle on Dikui Island ahead has lasted for 9 hours. And the battle is coming to an end. Please prepare your units. We will approach the coast of Dikui Island in 2 hours. And the battle should be over by then. And we will soon enter the battlefield. Binhai's Fu Yuqiang picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to the snake. After putting down the intercom, Fu Yuqiang was not in a relaxed mood. It was an unfair victory. He did not expect that the firepower of the Zhuguang army was so fierce that they could withstand the attack of the sea monster and protect the front line of Dikui Island. But the Zhuguang army was not having an easy time either. After the deep trench was filled, they also suffered a lot of pressure. In some places, the city walls were knocked down by the sea monsters, and a giant octopus even crawled over. If a bigger giant octopus had not suddenly appeared and attacked another octopus like a convulsion, Dikui Island might have been taken. At the end, their carrier-based aircraft and battleships all appeared, attacking the sea monsters from the side and rear, relieving the pressure on the front line. There were still too few sea monsters, and they were inexperienced in the first time. If they had added 100 more cargo ships, it would have been fine. Fu Yuqiang sighed, but it was useless to think too much at this moment. Although Zhuguang City survived the attack of the sea monsters, their attack was definitely not something that the Zhuguang army, which was at the end of its strength, could withstand. Moreover, on the southwest coast of Dikui Island, Dian's 150,000 army also quietly approached. As long as the navy attacked here, the army would immediately force a landing, and the fate of the Zhuguang army seemed to be doomed. Chapter 357. On the sea, the coalition's huge fleet cut through the waves and quickly approached Dikui Island. At this time, they were not even afraid of being exposed. It was less than 200 kilometers away from Dikui Island, so it didn't matter if they were discovered. And they believed that Dikui Island was in a mess at the moment, and it was impossible for them to be discovered. They approached quickly. The missile warships bombarded, and then the transport ships landed. The soldiers went ashore, and the battle was over. Fu Yuqiang stood in the cockpit, observing the situation on the sea from time to time through a telescope. There are radars to detect the situation in the air. Once a fighter plane approaches, the carrier-based aircraft on their aircraft carrier will take off to intercept. Of course, there is also underwater, but Fu Yuqiang doesn't care about it at all. Now there are marine monsters everywhere underwater. Can the Zhuguang army send submarines into the water? There are 8 aircraft carriers here, more than 200 carrier-based aircraft, and many anti-aircraft weapons. He believes that even if the Zhuguang army finds them, they dare not easily send fighter planes to intercept. The warships are sailing leisurely on the sea. Looking at the sea, Fu Yuqiang even thought that after this operation, he might be stationed on Dikui Island. Thinking about the good days in the future, he even looks forward to it. What he didn't know was that danger was quietly approaching underwater. A hovercraft was floating on the sea in the distance. Tang Zheng was sitting in this small boat at the moment, making a nervous purchase. On the hovercraft, a large number of bombs were piled up here. These were all equipped for bomb experts and are now piled up on the boat. Giant octopuses kept appearing, and each octopus would use its 8 claws to take away 8 bombs. Tang Zheng bought a total of 1,000 giant octopuses, spending a total of 500,000 yuan. When he learned about this fleet, Tang Zheng set his sights on them. Half of this fleet came from Binhai and half from Dash. Let's not talk about Binhai first. Dash's fleet alone is enough to make Tang Zheng excited. If we say that the Zhuguang army has the biggest enemy in the northeast, then there are only 2. One is the current Daliao, and the other is Dash. This country is what Tang Zheng hates the most. But it is undeniable that their military strength is still very strong. After so many attacks, this country is still very active, and is still fighting on multiple fronts. Especially their navy, which still has considerable strength. According to Tang Zheng investigation, the Snake's navy has 4 aircraft carrier formations, one of which was blown up by his sneak attack in Highway City. And there are still 3. One of them is stationed in Lianzhou military port. One is in Chongqing Island, and the other is in their homeland. The 2 current aircraft carrier formations are the ones from Lianzhou military port that ran over to join Chongqing Island. At the same time, they also brought with them 100,000 army troops. If these 2 aircraft carrier formations and 100,000 army troops are destroyed, Dash will definitely become a second-rate country in the northeast region. They will no longer have the ability to compete with the Zhuguang army at sea, and they will not even be able to gain a foothold in Hanwei. So Tang Zheng must swallow this piece of fat meat no matter what. What's more, there is the Binhai Empire as a bonus. As for how to destroy this formation, Tang Zheng also has a comprehensive plan. That is to use octopuses as underwater engineers to quietly blow up this fleet. Now is a golden opportunity. The radar on the warship can detect the sea monster, but during this period, they will not monitor it. Even if they do, they will not care. No one would have thought that the underwater monster would be controlled by Tang Zheng. Of course, this method can only be used once. The next time the enemy is prepared, it will not have such a good effect. But this time is enough. Enough to turn the tide. 1,000 octopuses quietly went into the water and cruised in the waters where the other party came. The enemy is coming. The radar has detected the arrival of the enemy warship. And Tang Zheng hovercraft also ran away. In the dark ocean, an octopus floated up. They are like newborn sugar, with a body length of about 20 meters. This length is not noticeable in the ocean, and it is not enough to pose a threat to any warship or even a cargo ship. It quickly approached a transport ship, and the huge suction cup attached to it, silently clinging to the bottom of the ship. The bomb on the tentacles was simply attached to the bottom of the ship, and then the suction cup was released, quietly entering the seabed. Around it, there are countless companions doing the same thing. Place the bombs and then sink quickly. It is enough to place 8 bombs on smaller ships, and the larger ships are given special attention. With 16, 32, or even 48 or even hundreds of bombs placed, the time for all bombs has been set, and they will explode in half an hour. The fleet gradually went away. Time is up. Fu Yuqiang, who was still dreaming, suddenly felt a violent shock under his feet. Boom, boom, boom. He fell to the ground, unable to stand steadily, and his body rolled with the turbulence of the ship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zzz. All the red lights on the dashboard flashed violently, and a series of alarms sounded. Attention! Attention! The engine room is damaged. Attention! Attention! Power failure. Attention! Attention! The propeller is damaged. Attention! Attention! The right cabin is starting to take on water. The power will be cut off in 1 minute. Zzz. Boom. It didn't last even a minute. All the dashboards went out at the same time. The hull began to tilt amid the continuous explosions. Fu Yuqiang was so scared that his soul flew away. You know, he was on an aircraft carrier. What kind of power could make an aircraft carrier tilt? He shouted loudly. But no one listened to him now, because the hull was tilting and everyone couldn't even stand. Who could follow the order? He was still in the cabin, and the situation on the deck was even worse. This aircraft carrier was given special care, and hundreds of bombs were installed on the hull, and most of them were installed on the right side. This skewed installation method caused the aircraft carrier to tilt. The first to suffer were the carrier-based aircraft still on the ship. All the carrier-based aircraft began to slide to one side. Even if some of their pilots had boarded the planes in advance, they could not save the fate of the carrier-based aircraft falling into the sea at this moment. These war machines built by human civilization just rumbled and fell into the ocean like dumplings. Some of the carrier-based aircraft were fixed relatively stable, but the carrier-based aircraft above slipped and crashed into the sea. Plop! Precious aircraft fell into the sea, stirring up huge waves. The aircraft carrier that lost its carrier-based aircraft was already a toothless tiger, without the protection of other giant ships. It was almost a living target, but the other warships were completely unable to bear the responsibility of protection at this time. They had a smaller displacement and could not withstand the continuous explosion of bombs. Some warships began to capsize and sink. Even the battleships were given special attention. The huge guns did not even have a chance to fire, and the hulls began to tilt into the water. Save me! Help me! I don't want to see God so early. Many crew members grabbed the mast guardrail and tried to struggle, but the hull tilted. The situation was over, and their struggles were in vain. If the aircraft carriers and battleships could hold on for a while longer, the transport ships would be miserable. These transport ships, converted from freighters, could not resist the bombing of bombs. Some transport ships were even blown up, and a large number of soldiers fell into the cold sea. There were thousands of people on each transport ship, and they fell down with a crackling sound, and screams echoed on the sea. Most of the people who followed this time were from the army, and few of them were really good at swimming. And in this case, even if they were good at swimming, they couldn't survive on the sea for long. Many people wore life jackets, but the waves came, and after a few waves, a large number of people wearing life jackets disappeared on the sea. This is the ruthless ocean. Whether you are proficient in water or not, the result is the same. Whether it is the soldiers of the Baha'i Empire or the soldiers of the Great Snake Empire, they are all swallowed up by the waves mercilessly. Unfortunately, Fu Yuqiang and his men still don't know how they were attacked. The explosion came from the bottom of the ship. Could it be the frogmen of the Zhuang army? Fu Yuqiang thought it was impossible. No frogman could dive to this deep sea area and install so many bombs. The level of the sea monster alone is enough to make frogmen and submarines useless for a long time in the future of the end of the world. But at this moment, it is meaningless to worry about how the enemy did it. This sudden explosion has completely destroyed this naval force. Hundreds of thousands of people are trying to survive on the sea, but no one can help them. Hundreds of carrier-based aircraft fell into the water and did not play their due role. First, the transport ship, then the frigate, and then the battleship. One after another sank, and the scene was horrible. The 4 aircraft carriers can still hold on for a while. Some people fell into the water. Some people rescued people, and some people tried their best to contact their own country for rescue. After all, aircraft carriers are not so easy to sink, and they think they can still hold on. The Zhuang army's deployment will not be so simple at the beginning. When the sea was in chaos, the Zhuang army's fleet appeared. There were not many, just an aircraft carrier battle group. But this aircraft carrier battle group was enough to determine the fate of those who were still struggling and lingering on the sea. Fu Yuqiang leaned his body sideways, holding a railing, still trying to save his life, and saw the Zhuang army's fleet approaching. Now they no longer have any ability to fight back, and the fleet of the Zhuang army is very close. He saw a vague figure on the bow of the other aircraft carrier. Even though it was too far to see clearly, the other party stood there, with a straight military uniform and a majestic aura, which made him realize that something was wrong. This person, could it be Tang Zheng? Fu Yuqiang shouted this, but no one could hear it, and it was useless even if someone could hear it. Tang Zheng came over, took a look at the group of drowned dogs, and waved his hand decisively. We don't need this batch of prisoners of war. We need to cut off the roots. The carrier-based aircraft of the Zhuang army took off and began to beat the drowned dogs. With continuous bombing, the combined naval fleet of Dash and Binhai completely sank into the sea. Chapter 358. Not many people knew about the destruction of the combined fleet in the waters east of Dikui Island. After all, it happened in the vast ocean. The Zhuang army did not broadcast it live, so the news did not spread that quickly. Therefore, this also led to a consequence. That is, the 150,000 Dayan troops who set out from Quanning and headed for Dikui Island were still unaware. These 150,000 people came to the edge of Dikui Island in a daze. When they approached Dikui Island, they could still vaguely hear the sound of artillery from the island. The people of Dian tried to contact the combined fleet. But when they got here, the intercom was no longer usable. It was the electronic interference of the Zhuguang army. The commander of Dian made a confident judgment. 3 hours ago, he had communicated with Fu Yuqiang and Binhai. The enemy was approaching Dikui Island, and should be faster than them. Now the war must have started. The electronic interference of the Zhuguang army was famous, and it was normal that the intercom was not usable. They couldn't let the friendly forces fight alone. It was time to start the attack. There is a highway bridge leading to Dikui Island. It was once damaged, but the damage was not serious, and the troops could still pass through. He picked up the telescope and saw that there were Zhuguang army guards on the other side of the bridge. But the number was not too large. The engineering troops began to charge and pave the bridge with wooden planks. As the engineers charged, the bridge also began to open fire and snipe the engineers. Although there were casualties, the commander of Dian did not care. As long as the wooden planks were laid on the bridge, the large troops could pass through. He firmly believed that at this time, the Zhuguang army would not send reinforcements. After suffering considerable casualties, Dian's large army began to cross the river. Dikui Island Airport. Tang Zheng looked at this group of troops through the radar and sighed slightly. This group of people who don't know how to live or die. He really wanted to send a small nuclear bomb to destroy all the troops gathered together. But these people are not foreigners, but Hanwei people. So it would be a bit cruel to do so. So Tang Zheng issued an order. When 1/3 of the group crossed the river, the coastal defense artillery opened fire, and the Zhuguang Army Aviation Corps and the Army Aviation Corps were dispatched to make them fully understand the current situation and completely defeat them. After defeating them, they should try to capture the prisoners as much as possible. Tang Zheng did not want to commit too much murder against his compatriots. Tang Zheng was not worried about the outcome of the war. Although there were 150,000 enemies here, their air defense was too weak. Another 150,000 would also be targets for the Air Force. Without air superiority, they had no chance of winning. After the deployment, Tang Zheng issued the second battle order. The 2 naval fleets of the Zhuguang Army, in coordination with the Marine Corps, immediately set off and headed for the Great East Ocean. His next target is the Chongsheng Island military port of the Great Snake. This place is an important base of the Great Snake in the Great East Ocean, a natural military port and transit station. If they occupy this place, they can start from Chongsheng Island at any time and launch an attack on Dikui Island. If the Zhuguang army occupies this place, it will be equivalent to installing a gate for Dikui Island, a gate to enter and exit the Great East Ocean, whether from a strategic or military perspective, or for Tang Zheng promotion to division commander. Tang Zheng must take this island. If they take Chongsheng Island and annihilate the garrison there, Dash will completely become a second-rate country. This time, Tang Zheng personally led the team. This time is very tight, because Zhuguang City in the Northern Territory is also facing a crisis. He must fight quickly and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take Chongsheng Island and then return to Zhuguang City as soon as possible. Now he also knows the situation in Zhuguang City. The multinational forces came from Mabe through the desert and have now arrived in the Mangji town area. They are resting in Mangji town and waiting for their last ally, Ferdinand of Daliao Volcano City. Ferdinand was also preparing to lead the team from Volcano City. It was estimated that they would be able to meet up with their allies in more than a day, and then head straight to Zhuguang City. So Tang Zheng only had about 2 days left. 2 days was obviously not enough to attack Chongsheng Island. But Tang Zheng was not worried because he had a way to slow down the enemy march. Volcano City. A large number of troops had arrived at the dock and were preparing to board the ship. As soon as their leader Ferdinand arrived, they would immediately cross the Tontian River, enter the Grassland Province, and then head straight to Mangji town to meet up with Lu Chen's multinational forces. Now it was almost time to set off, and their leader Ferdinand had not arrived yet. The officers of the Daliao smiled bitterly at each other. They had come to know the character of this city lord during this period. Since he had Darina, Ferdinand had been enjoying the nights of spring, and the king had stopped attending court early in the morning. Every day he went out with Darina, living together like a young man in love, not taking anything to heart at all. If it were not for the fact that the attack on Zhuguang City was of great importance, Ferdinand would probably be willing to continue living like this. Needless to say, since it is not good to bring a woman with you on the expedition, he must have said goodbye to Dorina. The fact is just as everyone thought. Ferdinand is saying goodbye to Dorina in the city hall at this moment. Baby, just wait at home. I promise to be back soon. Dorina, the beauty of Daliao, looked up at him with a pair of big eyes like autumn water. How can you promise? Because we will win this time. Not only our troops, but also troops from several countries have arrived. They are waiting to join me in Mangy Town. As soon as I arrive, I will immediately launch an attack. The defenders of Zhuguang City have only more than 30,000 people, and they will definitely not be able to stop them. It is estimated that the battle will be over in 2 or 3 days. Then will you come back immediately after the battle? Of course, Zhuguang City is good, but it will definitely be occupied by Lu Chen. My requirements are not high. Just give me the University City base and several surrounding bases. Well, there will probably be some trivial matters, but I will deal with them as soon as possible. I will come back to accompany you in no more than a week. Okay? Delina smiled. Then will you always accompany me? Yes. Yes. After this battle, I will lie down and retire, and be my city lord here. And you can always be the city lord's wife. Dorina nodded. Then go ahead. I wait for you. Ferdinand and Dorina hugged each other, then kissed each other's smooth face, and then reluctantly turned around and left. As soon as he turned around, Dorina's eyes turned cold, and there was an injection in her hand. With a slight raise of her hand, the injection was silently injected into Ferdinand's neck. Ferdinand's eyes flashed with horror, and he didn't even have time to turn his head back, and fell to the ground directly. After doing this, Dorina raised her hand and opened the window, and several people jumped in from the window. Ferdinand, the lord of Volcano City, suddenly fell before the expedition, which greatly delayed the dispatch of troops. Several of the senior officers did not dare to order the troops to go out without authorization, and hurried back to Volcano City to see Ferdinand. About a few hours later, several senior officers returned and said that the lord's sudden illness would take about 2 days to treat, and asked Lu Chen and his men to stay in Mangy Town for 2 days, and wait for Ferdinand to recover before setting off together. This sudden situation made Lu Chen curse. Ferdinand, this bastard, let him be wild as much as he can, and sooner or later he will die on a woman's belly. Is it so easy to wait for hundreds of thousands of people for 2 days? It's really unlucky to cooperate with such people. But no matter how much he cursed, Lu Chen had no better way. Apart from the troops of Daliao, although they could also take action, their confidence would not be so high, and the pre-war deployment would be completely disrupted. It would be better to wait patiently for 2 days. After all, it seems that it is impossible for the Zhuguang army to return from Dikui Island for support, and it is almost certain to take Zhuguang City. Lu Chen had no choice but to let the multinational forces wait for Ferdinand's late arrival. When Delina succeeded, Tang Zheng had already led the fleet to within 500 kilometers of Chongsheng Island. After hearing the report about Delina, Tang Zheng smiled. Delina was the first hero unit of the light chasing army. At the beginning, many units could be upgraded to heroes, but he chose Delina, and Delina lived up to the trust and accomplished several things. Radiation Chariot and War Bear have played an important role in the war. Now that the time was ripe, he decisively asked Delina to implant a chip into Ferdinand. Not only Ferdinand, but also several important generals under Ferdinand were implanted with chips. This unit would become a surprise force when the multinational forces attacked Zhuguang City. It was believed that this surprise force would play an important role. Although relying solely on the troops of Volcano City was not enough to turn the tide of the war, it could buy Tang Zheng enough time to allow him to go back and support Zhuguang City after taking Chongsheng Island. After sorting out his mood, Tang Zheng turned his attention to this war. Chongsheng Island covers an area of more than 200 square kilometers, which is not very large, but not small either. There are 100,000 snake troops stationed on the island, which is their most important military port overseas. If we follow the normal fighting method, it may take a long time to take this island. Tang Zheng does not have so much time. He decided to fight a quick battle here. This time, most of the forces of the two fleets followed him, and Tang Zheng temporarily purchased a batch of air cushion transport ships and 5,000 marines. He did not disperse the fleet, but concentrated all of them to attack the west coast of Chongsheng Island. On June 25th, the air defense alarm on Chongsheng Island sounded, and the battle to land on the island began. Since the two aircraft carrier formations of the Snake were annihilated, Chongsheng Island has been a little nervous. The defenders of the Snake were afraid that the Zhuguang army would attack, so they focused on deploying defenses on the west coast. The defenses had just been deployed less than half, and the Zhuguang army came as expected. The mainland of the Snake was ready to mobilize troops here, but it would definitely not be able to catch up with the first wave of battles. However, they were not too worried. It should not be a problem for 100,000 troops to guard the island for 10 days or half a month, as long as they can hold on for a period of time and wait for the arrival of the mainland reinforcements. Then Chongsheng Island can still be saved. Chapter 359. On the coast of Chongsheng Island, the battleships of the Zhuguang army launched a fierce attack on the enemy land positions along the coast. The huge ship guns fired fiercely on the shore, and the rumbling sound of the guns shook the sky, blasting the positions of the Snake people into pieces. In the sky, from time to time, fighter planes of the Zhuguang army whizzed by, launching deadly missiles. At this time, the anti-aircraft firepower of the Snake people would sound fiercely. Even if they could not shoot down the fighter planes of the Zhuguang army, they would make the enemy dare not approach. But the light-chasing army was not only equipped with fighter jets. The battleships played the biggest role in this wave, and the defenders of the Great Snake could not raise their heads. Whenever the bombardment of the battleships stopped, the landing troops of the light-chasing army would try to land on the island. At this time, the Great Snake's troops would start to fight hand-to-hand with the light-chasing army, risking the risk of being bombed. They fought a desperate battle with the light-chasing army. The individual quality of the light-chasing army was fully demonstrated at this time. Although the number of people landing on the island was not particularly large, the individual quality was very strong, and it seemed that every attacking soldier was a mutant. These mutants put on bulletproof vests and helmets, moved quickly and flexibly, and used the rocks on the seashore as cover to continuously charge. It was not easy to hit them, and even if they were hit, it might not be fatal. The enemy shooting skills were even more superb. Everyone was a sharpshooter, and they could easily kill the defenders who showed their heads. The Snake side clearly had a defensive advantage, but was suppressed by the light-chasing army, which was smaller in number than them, and the number of casualties rose rapidly. After repeated observations, the generals of the defending army confirmed that the Zhuguang army was only launching an offensive on the west coast. So they simply reduced the number of defenders in other directions and began to gather troops on the west coast to increase the defense. After several tentative reinforcements, he found that the Zhuguang army still had no intention of moving. So he simply concentrated most of the troops on the west coast. There was no other way. The Zhuguang army's offensive on the west coast was too fierce, and it really couldn't be defended without more people. When the Snake army gathered more than 60,000 people on the west coast, something terrifying happened. After more than a day of fighting, the Zhuguang army had figured out the location of the anti-aircraft positions of the Snake people. The battleships concentrated their fire again, suppressing several anti-aircraft positions of the Snakes and making them unable to be used normally. And the fighter planes of the Zhuguang army were dispatched again. Under the cover of two flight squadrons, a bomber dropped a bomb on Chongsheng Island. A small nuclear bomb was dropped by the Zhuguang army. This was the second time that the Zhuguang army used a small nuclear bomb against humans. The first small nuclear bomb was used when bombing the Highway City military port. At that time, the Snake people also suffered. This time it was the Snake people again. The defensive position of the Snake people was destroyed by this small nuclear bomb. A huge mushroom cloud rose above the island, and the shock wave engulfed everything around. Some people hid in the air raid shelter and temporarily escaped, but most people were reduced to ashes in this bombing. More than 40,000 Snake troops died in this nuclear bomb attack. There were still 20,000 people who did not die immediately, but many of them were also affected by the nuclear radiation, and their bodies suffered a lot of irreversible damage, and it is estimated that they will not live long. At this moment, the small nuclear bomb almost completely destroyed the fighting spirit of the Snake people. The survivors began to abandon their positions and fled deep into the island. However, they had lost their anti-aircraft weapons, and once again endured the fierce bombardment of the light-chasing army's aircraft. The carrier-based aircraft on the aircraft carrier took off frequently, and the aircraft guns locked on the fleeing enemy troops and began to strafe wildly. The members of the Marine Corps finally did not have to continue to attack, but rushed to the island and began to hunt down the Snake's troops. The troops of the Great Snake held on the island for 3 days. The support for their perseverance came from the rescue from the Great Snake mainland. However, after receiving the news that the Zhuguang army used nuclear bombs to flatten the positions on the west coast and the defenders collapsed, the reinforcements from the Great Snake mainland stopped the rescue. In their view, Chongsheng Island could no longer be defended, and there was no value in rescue. Moreover, the troops of the Great Snake mainland were already stretched to the limit, and they did not have much strength to continue the rescue. At the beginning of the Hanwei Civil War, the total number of troops of the Great Snake was nearly 1 million. However, after many battles and losses, the current national military strength will not exceed 400,000, and they are distributed in many places. In Hanwei City, part of the troops were besieged by Li Wuo troops. In Baishan province, part of the troops confronted Li Haoqing's troops. Part of the mainland, part of Chongsheng Island. The rest were all killed, and there were almost no prisoners. Dash could no longer risk rescue, and they finally ordered the troops on Chongsheng Island to break out and abandon the island. On the night of the third day, the remaining 30,000 soldiers planned to break out from the North Bank area. Tang Zheng didn't want to let this group of people go, so he immediately sent out the navy to hunt them down. On the vast ocean, the snake people drove various boats, even speedboats and assault boats, and fled in panic towards the mainland. The warships and planes of the Zhuguang army followed and killed them, and the blood flowed all over the ocean. The sea monsters also came to participate in this feast. Those snake people driving small boats were easily overturned by the sea monsters and finally buried in the sea. Of the 30,000 people, less than 300 people finally escaped back to the snake mainland, and the rest were all killed in the battle, and no prisoners were taken. At this point, after 3 days of bloody battles, the Zhuguang army finally captured the Chongsheng Island military port, removed the most important nail of the Great Snake overseas, and opened up the sea route to the Great East Ocean. After the attack on Dikui Island and the fall of Chongsheng Island, the power of the Great Snake was severely hit, and it no longer had the strength to continue to conquer. It is estimated that the battle over Hanwei City will soon be over. By then, the remnants of the Great Snake will either retreat to their homeland or die in a foreign land. At the same time as the Chongqing Island naval battle ended, the encirclement and annihilation of Dian's 150,000 troops also ended. After learning that the friendly forces had been annihilated in the Great East Ocean, the people of Dian almost lost their will to fight. At this time, the air force of the Zhuguang army joined the battle, and the large-scale bombing immediately beat the troops of Dian into a state of temper. A large-scale surrender trend appeared in the troops of Dian, and those soldiers began to surrender in an organized manner. Unlike people abroad, these people are all Hanwei people. They don't hate Tang Zheng in the first place, but because of the different interests of the top leaders, they have to choose to fight. Many of them even wanted to surrender as soon as possible, because after so many battles, they also realized that it was too difficult to defeat Tang Zheng, and they were no match at all. The battle was completely over a few hours after the air force entered the field. Less than 30,000 of the 150,000 people were killed, and the rest surrendered. The defense of Dikui Island ended here. In addition to the small damage caused to the island by the sea monster's attack, the conspiracy of Dian, Dash, and Binhai countries was completely broken. The end of this battle also completely announced that the country of Dian would soon go to extinction. Now their last strength is only in Hanwei City. But that was a battle between Li Wuo and them, and it had nothing to do with Zhuguang army. The battle on Dikui Island did not attract much attention from the outside world, because Zhuguang City did not continue to broadcast the subsequent battles after broadcasting the sea monster attacking the city. Many people in the outside world did not know that several countries in Dian were still attacking Dikui Island. In fact, even if Zhuguang army broadcast this matter at this time, not many people would pay attention, because at the final stage of the Zhuguang army's attack on Chongsheng Island, something worrying happened. Zombies crossing the border. The zombie group in Huijing Bay City left Huijing at some point and crossed the Haojiang River, heading towards the Northern Territory. When people discovered this, the vanguard of the zombies had already crossed Fengcheng and entered the territory of the Zhuguang army. And people were shocked to find that the total number of zombie mutants in this group seemed to be more than when they were in Huijing. When the group attacked Huijing Bay City, the total number of the zombies was about 50 million. Some were lost when attacking Huijing, but it still exceeded 45 million. But at some point, the group of zombies grew stronger, and now it seems that the number exceeds 60 million. And as the group of zombies advances, the number is still slowly increasing. This shocking discovery made people's hearts rise to their throats. Fortunately, the group of zombies did not turn to the military camp base, nor did they go to the manor base and the international base. They just passed through the wild and entered the northern region. But this cannot but make people worried, especially the people in Zhuguang City. It is true that the Zhuguang army has super strong combat power. But at this moment, the main force of the Zhuguang army is not in Zhuguang City. If this group of zombies attacks Zhuguang City, it will definitely be impossible to defend. When this news was passed to Tang Zheng was also worried. But that was the critical moment for him to attack Chongqing Island. And he could not get away at all. He could only ask the Zhuguang army to strengthen its vigilance and keep an eye on the movements of the zombies. If this group of corpses is heading towards Zhuguang City, he will rush back immediately even if he has to give up Chongqing Island. Compared with Chongqing Island and Dikui Island, Zhuguang City is his foundation, and he must not lose it. Although he knows that a group of corpses with a number of 60 million is not easy to deal with, his current strength is also different from the past. And with a huge sum of money of nearly 200 million, he may not be unable to fight. Moreover, Tang Zheng has always had a feeling that this group of corpses is not scary. So he can only observe the specific direction of the group of corpses. As the battle on Chongqing Island was drawing to a close, the results came out. The zombies did not approach Zhuguang City. The zombies passed by more than 100 kilometers outside Zhuguang City. But when passing through this section, the speed of advancement seemed to be a little slower, and it took more than a day to pass through the Zhuguang City area. After that, the zombies continued to move northwest. That direction was where Mengji Town was. This time, the one who panicked was not Tang Zheng, but Lu Chen and the multinational forces stationed in the Mengji Town area. Chapter 360. Lu Chen, who had learned that Ferdinand was coming and the army was ready to go, almost cried. His luck couldn't be so bad. God knows how much effort he put into this attack on Zhuguang City. His 9th army had been staying at the edge of the desert. After the end of the world, after countless hardships, it finally stood firm. From that time on, his dream was to move eastward. He didn't want to stay in that place full of wind and sand. The rich land in the interior of Hanwei was his dream. He didn't really care about the zombies. Even if the zombie king appeared now, he didn't care, because he firmly believed that with the advancement and development of technology, no zombie could fight against cutting-edge weapons. And it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out by humans. In order to move eastward, he kept a low profile and endured, waiting for a suitable opportunity. It has been almost a year since the end of the world, and he finally got this opportunity. Tang Zheng died, and Li Weio fell into a real quagmire. Unable to help Zhuguang City, he kept wooing and bribing, and finally persuaded people from several Western countries to unite with him, because he knew that relying on his own troops alone, he was not qualified to compete for the Central Plains. For these things, he did not hesitate to bear the infamy of a traitor, because after taking Zhuguang City, in addition to Zhuguang City, the surrounding university city bases, military camp bases, international bases, etc. will be divided. Even Hezhou and Jinghe in Lianghe province have been promised by him. This is the price for other countries to send troops with him. Only by taking Zhuguang City, he can gain a firm foothold in the North Territory and be worthy of all his efforts. But he didn't expect that when he was about to reach Zhuguang City, he would encounter such a thing. The migration of the zombies in Huijing actually came here and directly collided with his marching route. The 60 million zombies were overwhelming. No matter how arrogant Lu Chen was, he didn't dare to confront this group of zombies head-on when there was no city to defend. The first thing he thought of was to turn around and run away and escape back to his nest. But he was particularly unwilling to do so. If he ran back like this, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He didn't know when he would come here again. After a brief discussion with people from the Bohemia Empire and other countries, he made a decision. In Lu Chen's opinion, the group of corpses were just passing by and could not be coming for him. After all, he and the big corpse sister of Huijing had no grudges or hatred. The other party had no reason to target him. So it should be a coincidence. So he just avoided it a little, and it was over. After the decision was made, Lu Chen and his army of 600,000 left Mengji Town and hid in a mountainous area before the zombies arrived. They cleaned up the campsite and tried not to leave any traces or smells, so that the zombies would not track them. they should continue to move northwest. Liu Chen's plan seemed to have no problem on the surface. After all, humans have known zombies for such a long time that these creatures cannot detect humans after being a few hundred meters away from humans. Besides, he hit for dozens of kilometers this time, so there shouldn't be any problem. But if everything in the world goes according to plan, there will be no accidents. June 28th. The Huijing Corpse Group, which has attracted the attention of the world, passed through Mangji Town. When the first half of the Corpse Group passed through Mangji Town, everything was normal. But when the Corpse Group passed halfway, an accident happened. The drone following in the sky captured a shocking scene. Big Corpse Sister appeared again. She suddenly pointed to the distant mountainous area, and then the zombies that were walking normally suddenly accelerated and roared towards the forest. In the sky, a flock of mutant birds flew over like a black cloud. In the zombies, agile zombies, and a large number of mutant beasts ran at a super high speed. The zombie vanguard arrived in half an hour for a distance of 30 kilometers. The multinational forces that were hiding in the mountains and waiting for the zombies to pass before launching an attack on Zhuguang City were in trouble. The 600,000 strong army was hiding in the mountains and forests, and they thought they were very safe. But they didn't expect the zombies to suddenly arrive. The multinational forces carried a large amount of equipment and baggage, and it was too late to run in this mountainous area. In desperation, they could only organize defense on the spot, hoping to repel the zombies. The firepower of the multinational forces is still commendable. For this attack on Zhuguang City, they carried a large number of heavy weapons. The rumbling of those cannons and the explosions caused by thousands of cannons did cause great casualties to the zombies. If these cannons were set up outside Zhuguang City would undoubtedly become a sea of fire and people would collapse. But zombies would not. These guys who didn't know what death was simply ignored the cannons of the multinational forces. They quickly dispersed under the command of the Zombie King and formed a huge encirclement. This process was very slow. They didn't even attack immediately, but used the speed of agile zombies and mutant beasts to quickly move out from both sides, forming an extremely huge semi-arc, and then retracted. During this period, a large number of mutant beasts appeared in the forest. They were controlled by the Corpse King and joined the siege. Whenever the multinational forces wanted to escape, these mutant beasts would stop them desperately. A small mutant sparrow can easily take away a person's eyes, which is also fatal. A mutant mouse can bite your ankle and tear off your flesh and expose your bones, which is also fatal. Under the crazy harassment of these mutant beasts, the multinational forces had no chance to escape from the mountains. After more than a day of delay, everything was ruined. The multinational forces killed nearly 5 million of the 60 million zombies, completing this huge encirclement. Next, zombies rushed in from all directions. The mutant birds in the sky also swooped down, almost blocking the light. The rumbling sound of gunfire continued to sound in the forest, and this forest of hundreds of square kilometers became a cemetery for multinational forces. Every day was filled with smoke, and even caused forest fires. Every time there was an accidental fire, the multinational forces had to put it out. Those zombies were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of death. The arduous battle lasted for 3 days. On the third day, the zombie encirclement had shrunk to more than 10 square kilometers. The dense swarm of zombies almost occupied the entire mountain area, surrounding it tightly. All the surviving multinational forces were here on the last 2 hills. The original 600,000 people had been reduced to 100,000. They were out of ammunition and food. No food or water. And no bullets or shells. All the baggage and weapons were destroyed by zombies. During this period, they suffered a test like hell. Everyone's ears were almost deafened by the sound of gunfire every day. Everyone had mental problems. Their eyes were blurry, and they trembled all over when they heard the roar of zombies. That was because they saw too many comrades being knocked down by zombies around them, and saw countless scenes that were bloodier than hell, which brought serious psychological trauma. They knew that they could not go back. The fate of their comrades will also be their fate, and there will be no more accidents. There are zombies everywhere at the foot of the mountain, and there are bare trees on the top of the mountain. The burning weeds are still emitting green smoke. If it weren't for the heavy rain yesterday, which gave them enough water, I'm afraid they wouldn't have survived until today. Some desperate soldiers didn't want to fight anymore, especially when they saw the zombies at the foot of the mountain howling and climbing the mountain. No matter how they fought, they would only get more and more. They thought of breaking out. The soldiers went to find their superiors, and their superiors took them to find the generals. When they finally found Lu Chen, they were shocked to find that the Lu Chen who stayed here was actually a stand-in. The real Lu Chen quietly ran away on the second day of the battle, taking advantage of the fact that the zombies had not yet completely surrounded him. He had already escaped from the gaps in the zombie group with the help of firepower cover, and few people knew about it. Lu Chen's escape completely collapsed the multinational force. The last hill did not last long at all. The soldiers who lost their bullets were no match for the zombies. The mutant zombies howled as they rushed forward, easily annihilating the defenders. A multinational force of 600,000 people guarded a mountainous area. And after 3 days and 3 nights of hard fighting, they were finally annihilated. After Ferdinand, who was located on the north bank of Tontian River, learned about this, he led his troops back to Volcano City, as if nothing had happened. Only Emperor Lu Chen and some of his personal guards escaped before the zombies surrounded him. And when he finally returned to the sandbar, he had only 4 people around him. But Lu Chen was in big trouble, because his wrong decision led to the annihilation of the multinational forces, and many people wanted to settle accounts with him. And the Ninth Army also had 150,000 people completely thrown here, causing Lu Chen to be seriously injured. Some time ago, he was still brazenly saying on TV that he would marry Li Wuyo. But this time it was basically hopeless. But at least he was not completely forgotten. And Chen Hongchang, another person who claimed to marry Li Wuyo, was in a worse situation than Lu Chen. Just when Lu Chen's troops were surrounded by the zombies, Chen Hongcheng's highway city was finally unable to hold on. After the Zhuguang army took Chongsheng Island on the Great East Ocean, the main land of Dash panicked. They were afraid that the Zhuguang army would continue to attack Dashi homeland by taking advantage of the remaining power of taking Chongsheng Island. Their emperor ordered Dashi troops in Hanwei to return immediately, especially the troops in Highway City. In their view, Highway City was already a dead city. Chen Hongchang no longer had the potential for war, and Dash could no longer work for Chen Hongchang. They only need to guard Baishan province and Lianzhou military port. At the critical moment, the troops of Dash and Highway City suddenly withdrew without saying hello, leaving Chen Hongchang and his men alone to face Li Wuyo, who had lost his lover and was a little crazy. The day after Dashi troops withdrew, Chen Hongcheng's troops finally couldn't withstand Li Wuyo's crazy attack, and the city was broken that day. Chen Hongchang wanted to flee to Dongwei province in the south, but was discovered by Lu Yibong, the deputy commander of the royal guards, who led troops to intercept and capture him. On TV, the picture of Chen Hongchang being captured became the headline news of the day. Chen Hongchang was captured and the troops surrendered. Although Quanning City in Xinjiang province was still the capital of Dian, Dian had been destroyed from this moment on. Chapter 361. Tang Zheng originally planned to go to Zhuguang City immediately after taking Chongsheng Island, but the movement of the zombies in Huijing made him temporarily give up that idea. When he saw the big corpse sister pointing at the distant mountains and forests on the TV news, and the overwhelming zombies rushed over, Tang Zheng knew that he didn't have to worry anymore. He paused the TV screen, and the picture of the big corpse sister shaking her finger stayed there. Looking at the big corpse sister wearing a white scarf on TV, Tang Zheng fell into deep thought. Is this a coincidence? This is the second coincidence. When the zombies attacked Huijing for the first time, Tang Zheng didn't think too much about it. He just instinctively felt that the zombies made him feel a little friendly. After all, they helped him. But this time, he was a little shaken. The zombie king is wise. Tang Zheng knows this. Chen Filong is quite smart, and the little zombie sister has a good IQ. They have both caused him great trouble, but their wisdom should not be as good as this big zombie sister. But is the wisdom of zombies the same as that of humans? Tang Zheng knew very well that the zombie king was no longer a human. Although the two looked very similar, zombies were bloodthirsty and cruel, devouring living people, and many of their physiological functions were different. They were not real humans. They had died and come back to life. Their wisdom was only used to obtain food. They themselves might not know that they were once human. But in this situation, the big zombie sister had helped him twice, and it was hard for Tang Zheng not to wonder if there was some unknown change in her. But it was impossible to verify it at this moment. Since the crisis in Zhuguang City was temporarily resolved, he should go to the Tiger Empire. The battle in the Tiger Empire was coming to an end. Under the joint siege of the Zhuguang army and Jin Junxian's troops, Jin Junji and his group could only shrink in the capital and survive. Tang Zheng didn't want this battle to drag on any longer. It was time to solve it completely. The capital of the Tiger Empire. The siege had been going on for 10 days. And Jin Junji and his group were still resisting stubbornly. Perhaps because he knew that once the city was broken and Jin Junxian ascended the throne, he would definitely not have a good harvest. Jin Junji did not dare to surrender. In fact, the Tiger Empire still has a troop abroad. This troop is located in Laizhou City Military Port in Dongwei Province. It was originally rented to them by Qin Hanchong of Dian. Jin Junji once asked this troop to return, but the commander of that troop refused to go back on the grounds that the domestic situation was unstable, which also led to fewer and fewer soldiers available in the Tiger Empire. In order to have people to go out to fight, he sent out troops to constantly capture men on the streets. Any man who was not too old would be immediately taken to the army. The people of the Tiger Empire complained about this, and everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Jin Junji. But they could not resist the conscription, and were eventually forced to go to the front line and become cannon fodder. From the age of 14 to the age of 60, they would not let anyone they could capture go. Even some younger women were captured, as long as they could pick up a gun. Jin Junji hoped to stop the attack of the Zhuguang army in this way. Perhaps the Zhuguang army would be merciful and let him go when they saw that the soldiers were old, weak, sick and disabled. This method of extortion was his last resort, until the transport plane of the Zhuguang army flew over the sky. The air defense positions here had been bombed almost to the point that even the transport planes could not be stopped. The transport planes flew over the base city and dropped a large number of leaflets. The content of the leaflets was also very simple. That is, to give the people of the Tiger Empire one night. This night, they either surrendered or the Zhuguang army would drop a nuclear bomb here, just like they did to the Snake people. One nuclear bomb would bring nuclear peace to the world. Almost everyone in the city had read the leaflets, and they spontaneously organized themselves and marched on the streets, demanding that Kim Jun-ki consider all the people and surrender unconditionally immediately. Those former conscription officers who had imposed heavy taxes were caught by the marchers, beaten to death, and dragged on the streets by cars. In order to suppress the marchers, Kim Jun-ki sent people from the Public Security Bureau to drive away the crowd. But the people from the Public Security Bureau refused to do so, and even many security guards joined the parade. They all knew that there was no hope for this base city, and surrender was the only way. In order to survive, they had begun to disobey orders. Jin Junji sent troops to suppress it, but the defenders on the city wall also refused to suppress it, because many of the marchers were their relatives, and they were marching for everyone's life. Just when Jin Junji was furious and forcibly ordered his personal guards to suppress it, someone suddenly swung a stick and hit him on the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. The person who knocked him down was his personal guard captain. This person had already spoken to Jin Junxian, and he saw the situation clearly. The person who prevented peace at this moment was Jin Junji. Jin Junji blocked people's will for peace. No matter who he was, he would be eliminated by history. The personal guards, who were fighting in the inner circle, joined forces with the troops and quickly suppressed a small part of the forces loyal to Jin Junji. Then these people came to the gate of the base city, opened the gate that had been devastated by war, and welcomed the Zhuguang army and Jin Junxian's troops into the city. People thought that Jin Junxian would be the protagonist this time, but they didn't expect that the protagonist was someone else. That night, the TV station of the Tiger Empire released the news. Jin Junji was sent to prison as a war criminal, and Jin Junxian officially took office. In his first speech on stage, Jin Junxian issued several shocking orders. From now on, the troops of the Tiger Empire officially formed an alliance with the Zhuguang army. The two will become close allies, and in this alliance, the troops of the Tiger Empire will accept the guidance of the Zhuguang army, and they will be the subordinate troops of the Zhuguang army. Jin Junxian requested that the 200,000 Tiger Empire troops stationed at Hanwha Laizhou military port return immediately, abandon everything in Hanwha, and return to stabilize the local situation. The most important thing is that Jin Junxian himself claimed that he would follow the leadership of General Tang Zheng and work together to create a new and bright future. When people heard the news, they thought they had heard it wrong, until they saw Tang Zheng in military uniform appear in the Tiger Empire's live broadcast room. Everyone was stunned. Tang Zheng is not dead. How could he not be dead? You know, countless people saw the explosion on TV. But everything in front of me is undoubtedly true. Tang Jing did not explain anything to the audience in front of the TV. He came to the camera and began his speech. I have seen through Jin Junji's tricks a long time ago. He could dodge it at the beginning. So why can't I dodge it? I want to tell some people in front of the TV that your era has passed. Now the Jailing Empire has perished. The Tiger Empire has perished. The Dian Empire is also in name only. And the Great Snake has been severely weakened. What does this show? This shows that anyone who goes against the Zhuguang army will have a bad ending. During this period of time, many people have taken actions against the Zhuguang army. I won't mention how many countries and forces they are involved in. I just want to ask, have you done anything to me? When Tang Jing said this, he glanced at the camera. Many people in front of the TV felt cold in their hearts, thinking that Tang Jing was talking about them. But if they really had to go against Tang Jing, not many people would have the courage to do so. Tang Jing continued, today is July 1st. Many people have been so overwhelmed by the war that they may have forgotten what kind of day this is. In 5 days, it will be a full year since the end of the world began. Have you all forgotten how you have survived this year? Hearing this, many people were suddenly stunned. Yes, it has been a year. In the past year, people all over the world have been busy every day as if they were wound up. Except for the people in some large base cities in the later period, who lived a relatively stable life for a period of time. Everyone lived a precarious life. For food, for survival, to avoid zombies, and to be on guard against people. Even in a large base city, it is not necessarily safe. Haven't you seen how Huijing fought? Even a place like Zhuguang City was besieged by zombies twice. Not to mention other places. Just as people were sighing in their hearts, Tang Jing continued to speak. In the past year, I, Tang Jing, dare not say that I am the best. But I am definitely in the first echelon. Everyone should know a little about how people in Zhuguang City live. Our medical care is free. And our medical level has greatly improved compared to before the end of the world. We can now cure most of the diseases that we couldn't cure in the past. Our education is free. And our education level is also increasing day by day. We have reduced some useless subjects and added some practical things. As far as I know, most base cities have not yet resumed education, let alone free education. Our maternal and child hospitals in Zhuguang City have been opened. According to the news I just received, the number of pregnant women in Zhuguang City has exceeded 20,000 in the past few months. What does this represent? It represents the continuation of human civilization and the future. Also, our banks, courts, various commercial institutions and companies, etc. have resumed operations, and processing, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. are flourishing everywhere. Also, our military strength is an important part of ensuring our life safety. On this point, I don't need to brag about it. The achievements of the light-chasing army are here. I hope for world peace, but I am never afraid of war. I will not let go of those who want to attack us from behind while we are too busy. But I will not be stingy with my kindness to those who are willing to be friends with me. Now I declare. 5 days later, on Dikui Island, the light-chasing army will hold a military parade for the first anniversary of the end of the world. Everyone is welcome to come and watch the ceremony. Chapter 362. Tang Jing will hold a grand military parade on the first anniversary of the end of the world. This news seems to have spread all over the world like wings. If it was 2 months ago, Tang Jing announced the military parade, I am afraid not many people would take it seriously. At that time, Tang Jing had just occupied Dikui Island and officially became the enemy of the world. Everyone thought that he would learn a lesson soon. But 2 months later, the situation is very different. Gaoling, Dian, Menghu and other countries either perished or turned upside down. And the enemies around Tang Jing are getting fewer and fewer. Although people in many countries still hate Tang Jing because of the incident on Dikui Island, they also know that Tang Jing is not so easy to deal with now. Whether to continue to oppose Tang Jing is worth careful consideration by people in every country. Perhaps they can take a closer look at the details of the Zhuguang army through this military parade, and then make a decision. Many countries have decided to send people to Dikui Island to watch the ceremony. And some countries far away have already set off after receiving this news. Inside the palace of the Tiger Empire, Tang Jing opened the system. He originally planned to collect more money from the Tiger Empire. After all, it was a country. So the gold, silver and jewelry would not be too small. He did collect some money, but the actual income was not satisfactory. Maybe the previous 100 million emptied the Tiger Empire. This second collection only got more than 30 million funds, which was all the money in the Tiger Empire's treasury. But more than 30 million was not a small amount. At least it made Tang Zheng funds exceed 200 million for the first time in history. It was under this circumstance that Tang Zheng opened the system and checked the upgrade task. Upgrade Condition 1. The brigade is fully staffed with 200,000 people, and the completion rate is 195,802/200000. Upgrade Condition 2. The upgrade fund is 200 million, and it has been completed. Upgrade Condition 3. Kill 200 million zombies, and the completion rate is 138224491/20000000. Upgrade Condition 4. Complete the production of 10 high-tech arms, and the completion rate is 8 out of 10. Upgrade Condition 5. The number of survivors under the command is 20 million, and it has been completed. Upgrade Condition 6. Occupy 3 million square kilometers of land. Completion 1772094/30000000. Upgrade Condition 7. Occupy 3 million square kilometers of sea area. Completion 1198722/30000000. Upgrade Condition 8. Occupy at least 3 islands with an area of no less than 100 square kilometers. Completion 2/3. Seeing these conditions, Tang Zheng realized that he was not far away from being promoted to division commander. Although the number of people in the whole brigade is not full, it can be full at any time. The funds for upgrading are enough. The condition of killing 200 million zombies has been mostly met. Since upgrading to brigade commander, the light-chasing army has been killing zombies every day, whether around light-chasing city or around Dikui Island. Such actions have never stopped. Hundreds of thousands, or even millions of zombies are killed every day. Over such a long period of time, the light-chasing army has killed more than 100 million zombies. Now there are no large zombie groups around light-chasing city. As for high-tech soldiers, Tang Zheng has reached 8 types without realizing it. The progress is still relatively fast. The 8 high-tech arms are giant cannons, war bears, radiation chariots, electromagnetic infantry, medical experts, bomb experts, implant soldiers, and giant octopuses, with 2 more new arms. This item can also be completed. The number of survivors under his command has finally exceeded 20 million, proving that the governance of Dikui Island is also quite good. Tang Zheng is not worried about the land area and sea area, now that Dian has perished. As long as his troops expand outward and incorporate the Bulk province into the territory, it will be fine. As for the Tiger Empire, it can continue to bring other base cities under its rule. The same is true for the ocean area. After the Bulk province is included in the territory, the surrounding coastal areas will be included, and the sea area will increase. Of course, it would be great if we could occupy another island, so that we can complete the upgrade condition of Article 8, and the sea area is estimated to be enough. Tang Zheng carefully analyzed the 8 conditions, and summarized what needs to be done to upgrade the division commander, fight zombies, and get the number of 200 million. There is no need for too many wars now. If the Shuguang army is fully mobilized, it is about the same to kill about 2 million zombies every day. However, Tang Zheng still feels that it is not fast enough. It would be better if there is a faster way. Collect a sum of money, so that you can have money after upgrading. Then let Guiyun create 2 more troops. And the last one is to recapture an island. After completing these, it is estimated that you can upgrade to a division commander. After thinking about it, Tang Zheng called Guiyun over. After discussing with Guiyun for a while, Guiyun gave Tang Zheng a suggestion. General, it is not difficult to kill zombies quickly. We can refer to the way those people in Dine attract sea monsters. Attract zombies to densely populated areas in the city, and then slaughter them wantonly. The zombies without the leadership of the Zombie King are not to be feared at all. After clearing the zombies in the city, we can also collect funds. In the past, no one did this because it was impossible to smoothly airlift troops to a certain area, because transportation requires helicopters, and mutant birds are the natural enemies of helicopter troops. But now we have this condition, and we can send a large number of War Eagle troops to clear the mutant birds, and then we can take action. After listening to this, Tang Zheng thought it made a lot of sense, and immediately started to try it. He did not stay in the Tiger Empire, but returned to Dikui Island. The city he was going to try was Sanjiang City, where he had stayed before. After arriving in Sanjiang, Tang Zheng immediately asked his war eagles to gather and go to the sky above Sanjiang City to clear the mutant birds. Although the number of mutant birds in the entire Sanjiang City was far greater than that of war eagles, the unorganized mutant birds could not pose any threat to the flocks of war eagles. In one day, more than 200,000 mutant birds were killed by more than 10,000 war eagles, clearing a large area of space above the Sanjiang City area. Afterwards, the transport aircraft unit of the Zhuguang Army immediately airlifted soldiers to the rooftops of the Sanjiang City. They specifically selected densely populated areas for delivery and occupied countless commanding heights. Then the planes dropped food containing a large amount of blood from the air and sprayed it under these buildings. The zombies in the city immediately became agitated and began to crowd towards the location of the food. After that, things were simple. The soldiers were on the roofs of the buildings and just had to shoot down. This is a job with almost no danger. There are zombies everywhere below. Just aim at the top of the zombies and shoot. The transport helicopters of the Zhuguang Army dropped batches of troops down, and the efficiency of killing was simply too fast. The Zhuguang Army in the northern region is also doing the same thing, airlifting troops to a zombie-dense area in a certain city, dropping them, and then killing them. This avoids direct contact with zombies and improves the efficiency of killing. Often the situation on a rooftop is like this. In the middle is the kitchen team, cooking for the soldiers. Then hundreds of soldiers took turns shooting on a tall building, and a large number of bullets were piled up next to them. Helicopters kept going back and forth. Dikui Island and Sanjiang Bay City are very close, and a batch of them will be transported here soon and put into the battlefield. Tang Zheng was in the system, watching the number of kills keep jumping up, and his heart was also excited. If this continues, it is possible to kill 5 million zombies a day. Maybe it will take less than 20 days to achieve this number of kills, and even get a large amount of funds by the way. Having solved a problem in his mind, Tang Zheng felt a little relieved. Next, he thought he should go to Yuanjing again. He appeared on TV again, and the news that he was alive was known to the whole world. But Li Wuyo had not called him yet. He should go and see him. Tang Zheng also had a good impression of this girl who unilaterally announced to marry him. If he ignored it, Li Wuyo would be very embarrassed and even be laughed at for being self-indulgent. Tang Zheng didn't want to see that happen. After arranging the troops, Tang Zheng decided to leave immediately, meet Li Wuyo as soon as possible, and then come back to prepare for the military parade. After boarding the helicopter, Tang Zheng set off again to Yuanjing under the protection of the escorting Apache troops. Late at night on July 3rd, Tang Zheng's plane arrived at Yuanjing Airport. When he came, the ground staff at Dikui Island Airport had communicated with Yuanjing. But this time Li Wuyo did not come to pick him up. The person who came to pick him up was Lui Bong. Lui Bong had performed well in the battle in the Sea Guard City and captured the Emperor Chen Hongchong of Dine alive. Xia Huaimon, the head of the Royal Guard, was old and wanted to retire. Li Wuyo had promoted him to the head of the Royal Guard. After meeting Tang Zheng, Lui Bong shook hands with him. General Tang, we have not arranged a dinner for you, but if you can find Her Royal Highness the Princess soon, I think she should prepare a midnight snack for you. Tang Zheng smiled. Okay. Then I go look for it. He got on the car and headed straight to the palace. When he arrived at the palace, Tang Zheng asked the guards to stay, and he climbed the road to the top of the mountain alone. On the way, Tang Zheng met Li Wuyo maid. The maid didn't say anything, but blinked at Tang Zheng, and then glanced at the top of the mountain. Tang Zheng understood, smiled slightly, and continued to climb the mountain. It seems that he found the right place. In the night, Tang Zheng came to the place where he stayed that night again. When he got here, he saw Li Wuyo sitting alone on the bench, staring at the sky in a daze. In the night wind, her thin body looked a little frail, which made Tang Zheng inexplicably sad. He walked over and sat directly next to Li Wuyo. When Li Wuyo turned around and saw Tang Zheng, he was not surprised, but smiled faintly. You are here. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't tell you that you were not dead. The situation at that time was like this. Tang Zheng wanted to explain why he didn't tell Li Wuyo that he was not dead at that time. But Li Wuyo suddenly stretched out a hand and pressed a green jade finger on his lips. Tang Zheng, do you want to be the emperor? Chapter 363. Hearing Li Wuyo words, Tang Zheng was stunned. Being an emperor? Tang Zheng really hadn't thought about it. When the apocalypse began, he was thinking about upgrading as quickly as possible. eliminating zombies, and establishing a base. At that time, it was too far away to become an emperor, so it was useless to think about it. After meeting Li Wuyo, Tang Jing never thought about driving Li Wuyo off the stage and replacing him. But now Li Wuyo suddenly raised this question, which made Tang Jing stunned. Become the emperor. After thinking for a while, Tang Jing did not immediately answer whether he wanted to or not, but asked Li Wuyo, "Why do you say that?" Li Wuyo lowered his head, "Because no matter from which angle, you are more suitable to be the emperor than me. I don't want to sit on the throne at all. It has been a year since the end of the world began. I am the only one left in the royal family, and I didn't do that. I feel that I am not qualified." After listening to Li Wuyo, Tang Jing could feel that Li Wuyo was sincere, not deliberately testing. At this time, Tang Jing also became serious. He gently supported Li Wuyo's thin shoulders. "Your Highness, this matter is not that simple." Li Wuyo looked at Tang Jing with his eyes, but did not speak. Tang Jing patiently explained, "Hanwha has been established for hundreds of years, and has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even though we are in the end of the world now, the various legion leaders are in chaos, and many small countries have been established. But in the hearts of the survivors, the imperial royal family is still orthodox. But they have no ability to make a choice, and can only go with the flow. Your Highness, being alone as a girl, it is indeed difficult to cope with the situation. The wolfish ambitions of Chen Hanchang and Lu Chen must have caused you a lot of trouble. I also know that if I become the emperor, many things will be easier to handle. But Your Highness, you must know that the people in the country may not necessarily recognize me, because what the Zhuguang army has done now cannot convince the public." Li Wuyo blinked. "Then how long do we have to wait? I really don't want to be an emperor. When I saw you die on TV, I really didn't have the courage to live. I just wanted to avenge you." And then, when Li Wuyo said these words, her face flushed, and even her fair neck turned red, showing her inner shyness. But she still insisted on saying it. Since she announced her marriage to Tang Jing, she has become braver and dared to face her inner feelings. Tang Jing was also influenced by her, and felt that he really couldn't let this woman down. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, and made a decision in his heart. Now this time period is not suitable. Although the Zhuguang army is strong in combat, the overall number is still small. If he wants to inherit the throne, he must first marry Li Wuyo. At this time, people will inevitably compare the Zhuguang army with the Royal Guard. After several expansions, the Royal Guard has now reached 800,000 people. The Zhuguang army has only 200,000 people. Although it is powerful, it is inevitable that people feel that they are clinging to others. The Zhuguang army has also won many victories, but these achievements are not enough to support him to ascend the throne. Tang Jing does not want to leave a name of a phoenix man, even if Li Wuyo does not mind these at all. And once he marries Li Wuyo, he will have to face many problems. In addition to external military threats, the existing territories have not been digested yet, such as Huijing Bay City. After the zombies left, many people wanted to return to their hometowns and needed to be settled. For example, Quanting Bay City, as the capital of Dian, is in a very awkward position now. Chen Hanchang has been arrested, and Quanting is now leaderless. Neither Tang Jing nor Li Wuyo have had time to take over. There is also Bo Province, which suffered a man-made flood and has not yet recovered. For example, in Dongwei Province, the people of the Tiger Empire have not yet withdrawn. Lianzhou is still occupied by the Serpent people. The Bay City of Highway City is also in a mess, and it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to improve transportation in various places, food in summer, and chaos in the currency market. There are too many things to face. Tang Jing originally planned to use the military parade to shock the people around him, and then concentrate on developing the economy for a period of time. If he married Li Wuyo now and inherited the throne, he would definitely be accused of not caring about people's livelihood, which would not be a good thing for both him and Li Wuyo. So Tang Jing thought for a while, and said to Li Wuyo, "Your Highness, let's wait for a while. After such a long period of war, the territory really needs to recuperate. Let's do the existing work well first, and then get married. Okay?" Li Wuyo, who had always been a little sad, was healed by the word marriage. In fact, she felt very ashamed. Tang Jing was not dead, but she thought he was dead, and she married him unilaterally on her own initiative. When Tang Jing was alive, she was shy and didn't even have the courage to confess. But she did such a rebellious thing, which was beyond her normal style. Now that Tang Zheng is still alive, she is even more embarrassed and doesn't know what to say. She doesn't even dare to call Tang Zheng. Moreover, Tang Zheng didn't come at the first time, which made her feel uneasy. She felt that she might be wrong. And maybe Tang Zheng didn't like her. She even suspected that Tang Zheng might like that pretty zombie. That was the big zombie sister who wore the same scarf as her. That was the only girl who made Li Wuyo feel that she was a match for him in terms of appearance. Not to mention that scarf. If she said that it had nothing to do with Tang Zheng, Li Wuyo would not believe it. In such a mood of gain and loss, Li Wuyo was very unhappy these days. Until Tang Zheng said that he would marry her. Li Wuyo shyly covered her face with her hands. But she was happy in her heart. Tang Zheng gently held her in his arms. Your Highness. Call me by my name. Wuyo. Tang Zheng gently kissed her long hair. Come with me to Dikui Island to watch this military parade. Li Wuyo nodded gently. Then slowly leaned on Tang Zheng's shoulder. The crescent moon in the sky was like a hook. And the faint light fell on the world. Through the gaps in the dark clouds, you can occasionally see the stars. The end of the world is about to begin a year. And it seems that everything is starting to get better. Early morning of July 6th. It has been exactly 1 year since the end of the world. A military parade was held on Dikui Island. At first, people thought that Tang Zheng would make the parade very grand and magnificent. But Tang Zheng did not do that. The main reason was that his current status was not suitable for being too ostentatious. It was enough to show the strong military strength of the Zhuguang army and play a deterrent role. Anything too fancy was not suitable for this occasion. On the east coast of Dikui Island, a military parade was held. Many guests came to the central viewing platform. However, these guests were from relatively small countries. The truly powerful countries did not send anyone to watch the ceremony. For example, Baiyulan, Dahlia, Xijing, etc. The former powerful countries did not send anyone to come, which also represented the attitude of the other party. That means that they are still in a state of war with Tang Zheng. In addition, other countries in Hanwei, such as Binhai, Dahuang, etc., did not send anyone to come. For example, Jin Junxian from the Tiger Empire is a guest with a relatively high status. Tang Zheng had expected this situation. After all, it is not so easy for a country in a state of war to reconcile. The people did not think too much about Tang Zheng. They cheered while watching TV. Because Her Royal Highness the Princess had arrived at Dikui Island. On TV, Li Wuyo appeared beside Tang Zheng in a formal yet pretty dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore a white sun hat. Her pretty face was slightly red, and her little hand was holding Tang Zheng's hand a little nervously. This scene made the people in China cheer. Her Royal Highness the Princess is finally with Tang Zheng. People seem to see Li Wuyo before the end of the world. Such a carefree little girl. Everyone still likes to see her happy appearance, rather than the princess, who is overwhelmed by heavy pressure. The former Hanwei Pearl is back. Many people even started discussing when they will get married, when they will have a baby, or whether Tang Zheng will ascend to the throne of Hanwei. In this warm atmosphere, the military parade began. There was no overly complicated opening ceremony, and the focus here was on displaying some weapons. There was no infantry column, and the opening was tanks. 2 consecutive tanks, followed by self-propelled anti-aircraft guns and rocket artillery units. Then, there were consecutive missiles, air defense missiles, air-to-ground missiles, etc. Missiles were the key display link. When Tang Zheng displayed the medium-range surface-to-surface missiles, many people at home and abroad were silent. Now the missile technology of various countries is recovering, and short-range missiles are becoming popular. But the Zhuguang army has already mass-produced medium-range missiles. This is the gap. The gap in armaments. Look at the third-generation aircraft flying in the sky of the Zhuguang army, which is currently in the leading position in the world, and the warships cruising on the sea. Their aircraft carriers are called aircraft carriers. Not like the Big Snake, which even converted large cargo ships into aircraft carriers in order to achieve mass production. The battleships of the Zhuguang army have left a deep impression on countries around the world. The scene of a battleship fighting against the multinational coalition is still vivid. In fact, until today, those countries have not figured out how the battleships of the Zhuguang army can withstand so many sieges and remain safe and sound. The opponent's armor protection has reached an unreasonable state. Although the Zhuguang army did not show much, its all-round leadership was clearly seen by all countries in the world. Anyone who wants to continue to fight against the Zhuguang army at this time must weigh their own strength. And according to some gossip, the Zhuguang army still has many advanced things that have not been shown. For example, the radiation tank, such as those soldiers holding electromagnetic guns. There are also those soldiers who are completely invincible, which are the existence that countries cannot understand. Obviously, Tang Jung still has many trump cards that have not been exposed. The military parade was not long, and the common people were not very satisfied with it. But the experts were deeply shocked. Many countries with ideas had to temporarily stop their efforts. Perhaps they should first build up their military equipment, stabilize the domestic zombie situation, and then start a war. A silent arms race has quietly started. And the current situation of the Zhuguang army is the goal they are chasing. Even Tang Jung himself did not expect that the effect of this military parade would be so good. Countries around the world have stopped their efforts and are quietly accumulating strength. 1 year after the beginning of the apocalypse, a rare period of peace has appeared. Chapter 364. 1 year after the beginning of the apocalypse, Hanwei entered a short period of peace. After seeing the military strength of the Zhuguang army, countries around the world also stopped fighting and began to develop their own strength. Not only does Tang Jung need this peaceful period, but everyone also needs a peaceful period to develop. The length of this peaceful period depends on how each of them develops. After the military parade, Tang Jung immediately sent troops into the Bulk province and incorporated the base cities that once belonged to Dian into the territory one by one. Tang Jung had already discussed with Li Wuyo where to recover. As the victors this time, they had the right to choose freely. The Inner Bay Area, Huijing Base City, Qianzhong Province, and the territory of the former Jialing Empire. All these places belong to Li Wuyo, Bulk Province and Dongwei Province. These two coastal provinces belong to Tang Jung. In fact, according to Li Wuyo consciousness, she only needed the Inner Bay, as long as there was an outlet to the sea. But Tang Jung still asked Li Wuyo to occupy more land. After all, she still represented the orthodoxy of Hanwei. Moreover, the Zhuguang army is currently under strength, and it is not appropriate to occupy too many places without troops to guard them. These two provinces are large enough, and they are both coastal, which can just connect with Dikui Island. After occupying these two provinces, Tang Jung territory directly exceeded 3 million square kilometers, and it was close to 4 million square kilometers. One mission was completed directly, after Tang Jung sent some small naval teams to occupy several small islands. His sea area also reached, and even reached 5 million square kilometers. Another mission completed. What Tang Jung lacked now was the number of zombies killed, 2 special arms, and an island of more than 100 square kilometers. Tang Jung originally planned to attack Dash and completely destroy the country. But Dash also saw that the situation was not right. Except for Lianzhou, all the troops withdrew back to the mainland to strengthen defense. Tang Jung was also developing the economy. Seeing that Dash was not easy to fight now, he temporarily gave up this plan. In the following period of time, Tang Jung began a new round of busyness. He needs to integrate the forces in the territory, and more importantly, the resources. Although he has 200 million yuan in funds, these funds need to be used to upgrade the division commander. He needs more funds as a reserve fund after the upgrade. This number should be more than 300 million yuan. Otherwise it is useless to have the title of division commander without troops. And there are some other resources that Tang Jung needs to collect. Among them, oil and copper are the two that Tang Jung urgently needs. The chariots of the Zhuguang army need diesel, and warships such as aircraft carriers need heavy oil. After so long since the end of the world, the gas stations that can be collected have basically been taken down by others. There is no external fuel supply. Now the Zhuguang army has a fuel crisis. Hanwei is not a big oil country. There are not many oil fields to be collected. Even if there is not much reserve. In the past, it was very dependent on imports. Copper is used by the arsenal to produce bullets. The demand for this is also very large. Now the Zhuguang army is constantly killing zombies, and the daily consumption of bullets is not small. Although the shells can be recycled, many bullets cannot be recovered during the battle. And artillery shells, bombs, rockets, mines, etc. often need copper. Now Tang Jung copper is decreasing every day. However, if this kind of thing is not imported, there is really no good way to get it for the time being. And Tang Jung can only do his best to support it. After occupying Bolt Province and Dongwei Province, Tang Zheng began to get busy. The engineering troops all went into battle and began to build bridges and roads. This is a developed province, and the original road foundation is very good, but some places have been damaged. Now it is just repaired, which is not very difficult. Among them, Wudu Bay City in Bolt Province and Qizhong Bay City in Dongwei Province. Tang Zheng also built railways in these two places, because of the good relationship with Li Wuyo. The railway line also passed through Yuanjing, connecting this area together. After the railway was opened, a huge area from the east coast in the east to Zhuguang City in the west was combined into one. Although this is far less than the territory of Hanwei during its heyday, the integration of Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo forces is already a very huge territory. Li Wuyo has been as busy as Tang Zheng during this period. Her territory is larger. Among them, Yuanjing, Highway City, Huijing, Quanting and other base cities are all large base cities. The population under her command has also grown explosively. There are a lot of things to do every day. She and Tang Zheng are basically busy with their own things and have no time to meet. Only when it was late at night and everyone was asleep would they occasionally make a phone call to talk to each other, to talk about their inner thoughts, and to share their secrets. In mid-August, Tang Zheng had good news. The Research Institute discovered a gold mine in Dongwei Province. This used to be a gold mining area, but it was later mined out, and there was no gold anymore. So it was abandoned. But the Zhuang army explored it. It was because of a new type of soldier. During this period, Guiyun once again created a new high-tech soldier, the rocket-flying soldier. Rocket-flying soldiers are soldiers who wear special combat uniforms and carry individual rocket boosters on their backs to fly in the air in this way. Tang Zheng had seen this type of soldier in a game, but he didn't expect it to appear in reality. The combat effectiveness of this type of soldier in the game is still good, but it is not so useful in reality. After all, the soldiers flying in the air look like a living target, and you can't fly as fast as an airplane, so it is not very useful in actual combat. However, this type of soldier was not developed by Guiyun for the front battlefield, but for performing some tasks behind enemy lines. After all, a single target is very small and cannot be detected by radar. In some occasions, it may play an unexpected role, so it was developed. The first rocket pilot came out for a test flight and actually discovered a gold mine in the mountains and forests. 1 year after the end of the world, the weather in the world changed. The dark clouds that were everywhere in the past began to dissipate from this day, and visibility was greatly improved. When the rocket pilot flew at low altitude, he discovered an open-air gold mine. This discovery made Tang Zheng very excited. He immediately rushed to Dongwei Province. After confirming the location of the gold mine, he built a small base here. The base does not accept survivors and is used for mining. There is a mine building in Tang Zheng's system. He also has a coal mine in the North Territory, so he built a gold mine directly in the base. The mine comes with miners and mining vehicles, and it was put into operation immediately after purchase. Tang Zheng stayed here for a whole day, and finally checked the mining income, and found that it could provide him with about 80,000 to 100,000 gold every day. This number is actually very high. The mining income for 1 month is almost equivalent to conquering a county. It's just that Tang Zheng troops now earn more from killing zombies, so he feels that this income is not much. 3 days ago, Tang Zheng troops had killed 200 million zombies, and nearly half of the area at the Sanjiang base had been cleared. Without the command of the Zombie King, no matter how big the city is, no matter how many zombies there are, they will all be eliminated one day. With the income over such a long period of time, Tang Zheng funds have exceeded 300 million. But Tang Zheng feels that it is not enough, and he still needs to find more sources of funds. The discovery of this gold mine made him feel that it was not enough, and he needed to find more gold mines. Throughout August, the Zhuguang army was looking for ores in various places, including gold mines, silver mines, and gem mines. By the end of August, Tang Zheng found 3 gold mines and 2 silver mines within the territory, which could provide him with about 400,000 funds every day. But Tang Zheng still felt that it was not enough. 400,000 funds seemed to be a lot. But once the war started, the funds would flow out like water, and tens of millions of funds could be easily used up. Now he is not far from being promoted to division commander, and he only needs a high-tech troop and an island to upgrade. But what happens after the upgrade? Funds, oil, and copper are the 3 main problems that bother him. Just when Tang Zheng was worrying about these things, he received a call from Li Wuyo. In the past, Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo talked at night. It was rare for her to call during the day, and Tang Zheng knew something was wrong. Sure enough, after Li Wuyo talked to Tang Zheng for a few words, she told Tang Zheng a piece of news. Brother Zheng, there's a fight in the southwest. Tang Zheng has been very busy these days, and didn't know about this news. Hearing this, he immediately asked, who is fighting with whom? The former Royal Second Army, that is, the Plateau Empire established by Duan Yunxiang, is fighting with the South Peninsula Alliance. Tang Zheng immediately recalled the situation of the Plateau Empire. Some time ago, everyone thought that Tang Zheng was dead, and declared war on the Zhuguang Army, including the Second Army in the southwest. At that time, Duan Yunxiang also united a southern city-state and demanded that the Zhuguang Army withdraw from the western Sichuan area and hand over western Sichuan to him. Later, Tang Zheng came back to life, and Duan Yunxiang retreated without saying a word, showing a very cowardly attitude. During this period, everyone was engaged in an arms race, and the military industry in the southwest was weak and somewhat behind the times. Tang Zheng was now unable to spare his hands. If he had spared his hands, he would have planned to march into the southwest when he had the chance. Unexpectedly, Duan Yunxiang actually fought with the South Peninsula Alliance. The so-called South Peninsula Alliance is a peninsula region in the southern part of the East continent. The main countries in this region include Pai, Siam, and Danan, none of which are big countries. But during the Han West Civil War, they also realized that they could not fight alone. So they chose to unite, and it is said that they also carried out some kind of peninsula integration, with a tendency to become a big country. But why did they go to war with the Plateau Empire? Li Wuyo gave an explanation. It is said that it was because of the population. People from the Pai Kingdom came to the border area of the plateau to capture people, and go back to conduct experiments on armed zombies. Duan Yunxiang couldn't stand this, so he clashed with the other side. The Peninsula Alliance was well prepared, and even had armed zombies. After 2 consecutive large-scale battles, Duan Yunxiang's troops suffered heavy losses, and could no longer hold on. That's why they asked me for help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about it from such a long distance. Tang Zheng's mind began to reflect on the situation in the South Peninsula. There are 2 specialties there that are world famous. One is poison. The other is jade. After the end of the world, the royal family there is in name only. Now it is basically controlled by some big drug lords and the Jade Group. And now there are armed zombies. It seems that the reason behind this conflict is definitely not simple. Jade. While Li Wuyo was still explaining the situation, Tang Zheng already had a plan in mind. Chapter 365. After the call with Li Wuyo, Tang Zheng has made a decision. Now Li Wuyo is even busier than himself and can't take care of the war in the south. But Tang Zheng has decided to go from Dikui Island to Tianan Province in the south. The straight line distance is 8,000 kilometers. Many places are uninhabited areas, with high mountains and long rivers. And it is not easy to walk. If a large army marches, it will take about 10 days to arrive. And this is assuming that there is no delay in the middle. Tang Zheng can't wait that long, so he decided to set off first. This time, Tang Zheng mobilized the 1st, 2nd, 4th and direct affiliated regiments for the expedition to the south. Armored Regiment 1, Armored Regiment 2, Artillery Regiment 1, Engineering Regiment, Aviation Regiment on standby. But all these large forces did not follow Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng left first. Before leaving, he learned about the information about the South Peninsula Alliance through the meeting. The South Peninsula Alliance has more than a dozen countries, mainly Pai, Siam and Danan. Originally, these countries were not harmonious with each other and often had friction. But since the end of the world, the situation has changed. Between these 3 countries, there is an enclave, similar to the no man's land in the northern region, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, controlled by a warlord named Nahan. Before the end of the world, Nahan had nearly 100,000 troops, and his weapons and equipment were no less than those of the regular army. He planted a large number of poisons in this no man's land and controlled many nearby mines. The world's largest poison base and the largest jade mine all came from Nahan. In the past 30 years, Nahan has accumulated a huge amount of wealth, and he is truly rich enough to rival a country. Among the top leaders of the 3 countries, including the Pai Kingdom, Countless people were dragged into the water by Nahun, and became his huge network of relationships and umbrellas. This led to the royal families of the three countries trying to eliminate Nahun many times. But in the end, they were ambushed and defeated by Nahun many times because of the problem of traitors. It was under such circumstances that Nahun's power became stronger and stronger. There were tens of millions of people working for him in his area, and he became a force that was not a country, but better than a country. After the end of the world, this situation became even more obvious. The birth of the South Peninsula Alliance, this time, was actually promoted by Nahun. More of his people were inserted into the Alliance Council, and he actually became the behind-the-scenes controller of the South Peninsula Alliance. So many people died in the end of the world, but the number of Nahun's troops did not decrease but increased, and there were already more than 150,000 private armed forces. The entire Peninsula Alliance has a force of about 600,000 people, and the regular army of the Peninsula Alliance is now fighting Duan Yunxiang. If the Shuguang army arrived, Tang Zheng would not care about the 150,000 people of Nahun or the 600,000 people of the Peninsula Alliance. But now it is different if he sets out first. Duan Yunxiang's second army is now retreating step by step, and the Peninsula Alliance has entered the interior of Tianan province and arrived at their capital, Huacheng Base City. According to the information given by Li Wuyo, the battle in Huacheng Base City is very fierce. Duan Yunxiang told Li Wuyo that if there is no rescue, Huacheng Base City may fall within 10 days. So Tang Zheng only had 10 days left, and he had to act quickly instead of following the main force. But there was a problem here. Tang Zheng's Zhuguang army was almost full. Now there was only a gap of 4,800 people from the full strength of the whole brigade. If he wanted to participate in this battle, the maximum number of troops he could mobilize within 10 days, excluding those who followed him, was only 4,800. Tang Zheng told Li Wuyo to tell Duan Yunxiang that he could provide support, but he had to hold out for 10 days. Duan Yunxiang was not told when and how many reinforcements would arrive, lest he lose confidence. Moreover, in Tang Zheng's opinion, Duan Yunxiang was not a person worth rescuing, and Tang Zheng did not care about his life or death. This time, his purpose of going to the south was not just to rescue. After arranging a large force on Dikui Island and setting off, Tang Zheng boarded a large transport plane. It was too far from Dikui Island to Tianan, but it was much closer from the military camp base in western Sichuan province. Tang Zheng took all the personnel of the guard company and boarded 2 large transport planes and headed straight to western Sichuan province. In addition, the aviation regiment also set off for western Sichuan, but their helicopters were relatively slow and would not arrive until tomorrow. After more than 6 hours of long-distance flight, Tang Zheng plane landed at the airport of the military camp base. After getting off the plane, the weather here was a bit hot, which was different from the warm and humid feeling over at Dikui Island. Tang Zheng hadn't been to this base for several months, and it seemed that there were some changes here. There were many more high-rise buildings in the city, and the street construction was much better. It can be seen that the Ministry of the Interior has put a lot of effort into managing the infrastructure of each base. The trading market in the city is also very popular. You can often see some adventurer teams' trucks on the streets, transporting truckloads of supplies to the trading market in the military camp. There is also a material recycling center built by Tang Zheng here. Many materials are sent here, except for those needed locally. The remaining materials will be converted into numbers in Tang Zheng's system through the trading center. The local internal conscription officials also wanted to report to Tang Zheng on the current economic development of the military camp, but were stopped by Tang Zheng. I tell you about these things later. Just concentrate on your work. I have something important to do this time, so I need to leave immediately. Tang Zheng did not eat in the military camp. He simply took a look at the situation of the military camp base and changed to a helicopter here. The planes were also purchased by Tang Zheng temporarily. 10 Apaches and 10 transport helicopters. All the personnel boarded the planes, and Tang Zheng continued his journey. The distance from western Sichuan to Tianan is about 3,000 kilometers. The plane flew for most of the night. At dawn, it passed by the capital of the Plateau Empire, the Huacheng Base City. But Tang Zheng did not let the plane approach Huacheng Base City. There was a war going on nearby, and he did not want to get involved in what was going on there. The helicopter formation continued to move forward, and after a few hours of flying, it finally flew out of the border of Hanwei. Continuing forward, it was the territory of the Paya Kingdom. This was the first time to enter the southern peninsula area, and I looked down from the plane with some curiosity. Tianan is a plateau terrain, while the southern peninsula area is a rainforest terrain. Looking down from the plane, there are large areas of lush tropical rainforests, and occasionally you can see a winding river passing through the rainforest. Tang Zheng's destination was clear. This time, he was going to find Nahun's lair. His few men were not enough to ease the crisis in Huacheng. But there was a trick in the art of war called besiege way to save Zhao, which was simple but very practical. However, his information about Nahun was incomplete, and the specific situation was unclear. He needed to find a place to stay first. After flying for a while, Tang Zheng found a relatively flat place to land. After the end of the world, plants grew luxuriantly, so it was not a good idea to search rashly. After the plane landed, Tang Zheng got off and built a radar station on the spot. After the radar station was built, all the areas within 500 kilometers around the system map were lit up. This is the effect of radar. A radar covers a 500-kilometer diameter range, and everything is clear. Soon, Tang Zheng found a small town on the radar map. Unlike the rainforest where red dots frequently appeared, the light spots in this town were all white, representing survivors. The town was in the rainforest, on the edge of a river, and there was a road passing through the town. However, the road looked very narrow and dilapidated, and there were almost no vehicles passing through. The transportation of the town seemed to rely on the river, and some ships could be seen on the radar traveling on the river. Let's go to the edge of the river. The plane took off again and landed more than 20 kilometers away from the town, landing on the edge of the river. The rest of the planes also flew over and landed here. Tang Zheng took a look at the guards. His guard company was now fully staffed. All of them were 5-star special forces. A total of 300 people. Tang Zheng thought about it and bought an inland transport ship first. An inland transport ship can carry dozens of people. If fully loaded, it can also accommodate 200 people. The inland transport ship appeared at the riverside. Tang Zheng did not let everyone get on board. Most people stayed here. He just led a row of people to board the transport ship. Do you have other clothes? Change them. The soldiers of the guard company had spare clothes in their backpacks. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, they took off their military uniforms and changed into spare old clothes, such as camouflage uniforms, security uniforms, etc., which were not worn by soldiers at first glance and were relatively old. Ning Yue and Yi Shui also followed Tang Zheng. Ning Yue wore a black leather outfit and tied her ponytail, which gave her a wild beauty. Yi Shui also put on a sweatshirt and carried a small backpack, which was filled with bombs. Tang Zheng himself wore a black windbreaker, a yellow shirt underneath, and sunglasses, looking like an unruly adventurer leader. After dressing up, Tang Zheng asked everyone else to hide in the jungle and find a proper place to hide the plane. He came to this village to gather information, so he didn't want to reveal his identity for the time being. After finishing all this, Tang Zheng and his group of more than 30 people drove the transport ship, rumbling along the river, heading towards the village. In order to observe the situation, Tang Zheng did not drive the ship too fast, but slowly moved forward in the river, while also looking at the scenery by the river. Occasionally, he turned on the radar screen to take a look. A few kilometers behind, a ship approached. There were many light spots on the ship, and many people were densely packed. Pay attention to the alert. A ship is approaching, and it is probably heading to that village. A 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun was installed on the top of the transport ship, which was the ship's heavy firepower. Some soldiers were on guard near the machine gun, ready to fire at any time if there was an unexpected situation. After driving slowly for a while, the ship behind caught up. On the ship over there, a bearded man stood at the bow, looking at Tang Zheng's ship. He looked at Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng was also looking at him and his ship. There were more than 30 armed men on the ship, all holding weapons such as AK in their hands. They looked very tough, and they should be mercenaries who often ventured out. The cabin was blocked by black cloth, and the situation inside could not be seen. But Tang Zheng knew that it was full of people. The two ships gradually approached, and before the other man could speak, Tang Zheng's face sank slightly. He had a little guess about what this ship was for. Chapter 366. The people on the ship also stared at Tang Zheng and his group for a while, and when the two ships approached, the bearded man spoke. "Brother, are you from Hanwei?" Tang Zheng glanced at the bearded man. "Yes." What are you doing here? The border has been uneasy recently. Tang Zheng wore sunglasses, and his expression could not be seen. Purchase goods. Ha ha ha. Purchase goods is good. The quality of our Paya country's goods is good. Whether you are playing with jade or cigarettes, here is the best source of goods. Tang Zheng smiled but didn't answer. The bearded man said, but you may not know that because of the war in the north, the supply area has issued a ban. In order to prevent traders, Hanwha people are prohibited from entering and leaving. So this brother may have made a wasted trip. Tang Zheng looked at the bearded man directly at this time. Is there such a thing? Then I really don't know if you have any other way to enter the supply area. It's not that there is no way. We are from the ship gang here. As long as you register your ship under our ship gang and are willing to pay us a 10% commission, I can take you into the supply area and guarantee that you receive good goods. After all, in Mr. Nahan's territory, our ship gang is very prestigious. How is the 10% commission calculated? It's very simple. It's 10% of the purchase price. How about that? This price is not high. Right? If Tang Zheng is really a businessman, then 10% of the purchase price is really not high. After all, whether it is poison or jade, the price of bringing it back to China will be several times higher. The price mentioned by this boat gang is definitely very tempting. But Tang Zheng is not here to do business. So of course, he can't pay them this amount of money. He shook his head at the bearded man. I try to see if there are other ways first. The bearded man's face darkened, and he looked at Tang Zheng coldly, signaling the boat to speed up. Tang Zheng and his crew continued to move forward at a slow pace. The closer they got to the village, the more crops were planted on the shore. Those crops all had beautiful red flowers, and gradually some farmers could be seen working in the fields. When Tang Zheng's boat arrived at the village, he saw that the boat in front had already docked at the village's pier. There were a few armed men standing on the boat with guns, and most of the others had already entered the village. There was not only one boat at the dock, but more than 20 boats were docked here. Tang Zheng's boat also stopped. He got off the boat and did not let Ning Yue and Yi Shui follow him. After all, beautiful girls were more eye-catching. He only brought 4 guards with him. This village did not prohibit outsiders from coming, and there was even a strong commercial atmosphere here. It might be located at the gentle beach of the river. This seemed to be a transit station. Many families in the village opened hotels for accommodation and provided meals. After entering the village, there is a small market here. There are not many kinds of goods. Far from being as prosperous and complete as Dikui Island or Zhuguang City. And there are only a few kinds of goods for sale. There are some poisons, some jade, some guns, and other food and local specialties. Obviously no one knows Tang Zheng in this place. But the arrival of Tang Zheng and his group also attracted the attention of many local people. Many people looked at Tang Zheng with their eyes. Obviously, there are few Hanwha people in this place. Those eyes were not friendly. Some people looked sinister. But Tang Zheng and his group looked like they were not easy to mess with. So no one came to cause trouble. Tang Zheng did not care about the eyes of the crowd, and walked around casually with a few men. After looking for a while, Tang Zheng found that the jade in this place was sold very cheaply. After the end of the world, the prices of many commodities fluctuated greatly. Among them, the prices of gems, diamonds, jade, and jade fell the most. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. Now is the troubled times in the troubled times. Even gold did not maintain its value at the beginning, and the price gradually increased later. But these jade items did not have such a good price. If it were not for the gradual stability of the base city in the later period, and people's lives had some guarantees, I am afraid that the prices of these jades would have been out of stock. Even if the price of jade has rebounded later, it has not rebounded too much. For example, the prices of jade on these stalls are very low. Tang Zheng asked a stall, and a glass jadeite that was bigger than a fist was only 500 alliance coins. This was already the South Peninsula area, where the alliance was established, and the exchange rate between alliance coins and empire new coins was 3-to-1. Tang Zheng was used to spending Guang Yuan, and the exchange rate between Guang Yuan and new coins was 1-to-10. This meant that 1 Guang Yuan could be exchanged for 30 alliance coins. Tang Zheng had become accustomed to collecting treasures, and when he saw such a cheap price, he immediately thought of buying all the jadeite here. Looking at all the jades in this market, if you can get them all, you should be able to get nearly 500,000 gold. In a small inland county, I am afraid that you can only get 3 or 4 million gold after collecting them all. Tang Zheng was immediately tempted. But soon Tang Zheng found an embarrassing thing. That is, he left too quickly when he went out, and did not exchange the alliance coins. He tried to buy with the farmers here with new coins or guangyuan. But the other party directly refused. Although they also recognized that this was the currency of Hanwei. It was not circulated here. They only used alliance coins. Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. He couldn't just rob someone without money. Where could he exchange the alliance coins? Just as he looked around, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Tang Zheng lowered his head and looked at a young girl who had stood in front of him. She was not tall, and looked no more than 1.6 meters tall. She looked about 18 or 19 years old. Unlike the common sallow complexion of the people here, this girl was quite fair, with a plain face, and a kind of simplicity and innocence that was unique to farm girls. He also noticed that the girl seemed to be of mixed race, and looked a bit like a Hanwei person, with a pair of big dark eyes. Quite pretty. It was rare to see someone of his own blood in a foreign country. So Tang Zheng instinctively felt more friendly. He smiled at the girl. How can you? A girl. Help me. The girl looked up. You are from Hanwei. Right? Yes. Does it matter? Then you must not be familiar with this place. You can ask me any questions. And I can also help you with anything you need to run errands for. I grew up here and know everything about this place. Tang Zheng asked again, how much should I pay you? If you can hire me for 1 day, just pay me 200 yuan. If you hire me for 2 days, just pay me 300 yuan. The longer the time, the less money you will get. Tang Zheng nodded. This girl is not greedy. 300 yuan for 2 days is only 10 guangyuan. Okay. Then I will hire you for 2 days. If you perform well, I may give you more money. Thank you, Big Brother. The girl was so excited that she stopped calling him Mr. and just called him Big Brother. Tang Zheng smiled when he heard the girl's name. What's your name? My name is Yang Yang. Oh, your last name is Yang? Tang Zheng thought that this name was a name of a Hanwei person. No, it's the sheep and the goat. Both characters. Tang Zheng smiled. That was my misunderstanding. I also have a Hanwei name because of you. I am also half Hanwei. My mother told me when I was a child that she was from Qinzhou in Hanwei. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Qinzhou? That was really a coincidence. The girl's mother was from the same village as him. His eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the girl for a while. Then we are quite predestined. Perhaps because they were from the same village. Tang Zheng was quite nice to Yang Yang. Under Yang Yang's guidance, he found a merchant in the village and exchanged some alliance coins. The merchant made a profit from Tang Zheng's price difference and exchanged 500,000 alliance coins for Tang Zheng at a price of 2 to 1. Tang Zheng did not care about the price. After all, this place was equivalent to the black market, so there was no official exchange price. After getting the currency, Tang Zheng directly bought a bunch of jade, basically bought all the good goods on the market, and finally got 300,000 yuan in funds. During this process, Tang Zheng and the girl talked a lot. The most important question was how far it was to Nahan's base, which was what the locals called the source area. Yang Yang told Tang Zheng that this village was called Yulandong, and it was about 90 kilometers away from the nearest county town. To get to Nahan's base, it is about 600 kilometers from the county. And Yang Yang told Tang Zheng the same thing as the bearded man. The river from the county to Nahan's supply area has been under martial law, and Hanwei people are prohibited from entering and leaving here. But Yang Yang told Tang Zheng that she knew another waterway to the supply area. However, this waterway is not easy to travel. There is a section of the river that is shallow and difficult to pass by. People on the shore need to pull the boat. There is also a section of the river that is turbulent and needs to pass through the dense forest, which may be attacked by mutant beasts. Yang Yang also drew a map for Tang Zheng. But the map was so crooked that Tang Zheng was a little confused. If he followed this map, it would be a miracle if he didn't get lost. Just when Tang Zheng was a little worried, Yang Yang took the initiative to speak. Her tone was soft, and it was hard to refuse. Big Brother, if you don't mind, I will lead you. You don't have to pay me. Take me to the supply area, and I don't need you to send me back. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Aren't you going home? Yang Yang said with a sad tone, I have no home here. My parents died at the end of the world. I am the only one at home. The son of the village chief has taken a fancy to me, and wants to marry me. I don't want to marry the man with a broken leg. Take me away. I want to start a new life in another place. Her tone was soft. And with that pretty face, it was really hard to refuse. Tang Zheng didn't speak immediately. Yang Yang hurriedly said, "Big brother, I can cook. There shouldn't be anyone cooking on your ship. I can help you." There was indeed no one cooking on Tang Zheng's ship. Everyone ate military canned food. Seeing Yang Yang's soft words, Tang Zheng finally nodded. "Then I trouble you." "No trouble. No trouble. Thank you, big brother." Yang Yang smiled and his tone became cheerful. Chapter 367. Yang Yang followed Tang Zheng to the village dock. When they got here, Tang Zheng took a look and found that the bearded man's boat had just set sail. Tang Zheng turned on the radar and took a look, and saw that the other party's cabin was still crowded with people. Tang Zheng stood there for a long time without moving, until the ship disappeared from his sight. He boarded his own ship. After Yang Yang boarded the ship, he met two girls, Ning Yue and Yishui. Ning Yue and Yishui liked Yang Yang very much. After all, he was sweet-mouthed and looked young, and was quite likable. But Yang Yang seemed to be a little attached to Tang Zheng, and didn't interact with Ning Yue and the others much. She liked to stay by Tang Zheng's side when she had nothing to do. After sailing for a while, the boat left the main river and entered another river. Unlike the main river, this side obviously entered an uninhabited area. The surrounding jungle was dense, and occasionally you could see mutant beasts crawling in the dense forest. Looking at the passing boats with cold eyes, Yang Yang stayed by Tang Zheng's side for a while, and then took the initiative to go fishing. The fish in this river didn't grow too big because of the growth environment, so they could be caught and eaten. At dinner time, Yang Yang made a big pot of fish soup, which tasted surprisingly good. The natural environment and wild fish tasted different. After a good meal, everyone on the boat became familiar with Yang Yang. At night, Yang Yang obediently ran to Ning Yue and the others, and the three girls slept together. The next day, under Yang Yang's command, some soldiers pulled the boat through a shallow beach. On the third day, under enhanced alert, we passed a deep water area with many crocodiles. But Yang Yang seemed to be quite experienced and could accurately find the location of the crocodiles, allowing the soldiers to shoot and kill them in time. After 3 days of dangerous journey, the ship has gradually approached the source of goods. Another 100 kilometers? We can pass this dense forest area, and we can reach the source of goods at the latest tomorrow morning. Yang Yang stood at the bow and said happily to the inside. Beside Tang Zheng, Ning Yue looked at Yang Yang, smiled and said to Tang Zheng, "General, this girl is good. She is from the same hometown as you, and her life story is quite pitiful. Do you want to take her with you on the return journey?" Tang Zheng looked at Yang Yang's cheerful figure, and said after a while, "Let's see tomorrow." The boats continued to form, and at night, Yang Yang caught a lot of fish again. When the boat stopped halfway, she even collected some herbs on the shore. These are all good seasonings for stewing fish, which are unique to our Pai kingdom. I guarantee that my brothers and sisters have never eaten them. Yang Yang put the seasoning into the pot, and turned back to say to Tang Zheng and the others with a smile. Ning Yue also smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Yang Yang. We are in for a treat today. It's not hard. This is what I should do." Yang Yang smiled back, with a little embarrassed blush on her face. Tang Zheng looked at Yang Yang's smile, and a smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. What an innocent girl. Nei Base. This was originally a large market town in the Pai kingdom, called Nei Town. Nei Town does not belong to Nahan's territory, but is a border town between Pai and Nahan. This is a large plain area with not only roads, but also inland waterway transportation. It was also a distribution center for goods and commodities before the end of the world. After the end of the world, because it is far away from the capital of Pai, it was occupied by a large mercenary group. This mercenary group is the boat gang where Bearded Man is. At night, Bearded Man's boat arrived at the inland river base. The captain of the boat turned on the lights a few times. The water gate of the base opened, and the boat entered the base through the water gate. After docking, the armed men opened the cabin door and asked the people inside to get off the ship. The people inside came out of the cabin one by one. All of them were Hanwei people. There were men, women, old and young, and their mental state was not very good. A man on the shore walked up to Lushai Huzi and said, "Huzi, the quality of the goods this time is average. It's okay if there are no beauties, But there are not even a few strong men. The higher-ups will not be satisfied. Huzi snorted. Do you think beauties are cabbages that you can get whenever you want? It's hard to find strong men these days. The Plateau Empire is very poor. Most of the survivors don't have enough to eat. They are all pale and thin. The occasional healthy ones have been taken to the army by their emperor Duan Yinxiang. It's not easy to find them. The person next to him frowned slightly. It's no use complaining. The Nahan Triangle base doesn't accept everyone. Didn't I tell you the standards? Try to get tall, fat, and strong ones. This will save costs. Even if you fill in some ugly ones, at least you have to have some decent ones. It won't work if they are all of this quality. Huzi patted his shoulder. Don't worry about me. Although the goods on this ship are not very good, I still have a backup plan. Oh, what backup plan? Hee hee. A ship of adventurers. More than 30. With their own guns. Can they be considered good goods? Hearing Huzi's words, the eyes of the people around him suddenly lit up. Of course they are considered good goods. Adventurers are all strong men. There may be mutants among them. Such people can be made into mutant zombies directly when they are sent over. If they even have guns, they can be armed directly. We are in need of such people now. Where did you get them? Why don't I see anyone? Huzi smiled. I said more than 30 adventurers. How can it be so easy to get them? If it was easy to get them, I would have done it directly. To be honest, when I saw them, I really doubted that if I took action, I might be wiped out by them. You didn't see the momentum of those people. Each of them was not simple. According to my judgment, those more than 30 people are all mutants. The people around him were immediately excited when they heard this. Are you sure? More than 30 mutants? It should be correct. And they are not ordinary mutants. Even if they are not level 2 mutants, they should be almost level 1 peak. If they are not such an elite team, how could they dare to do cross-border business? Even in such a chaotic time. Okay. Huzi? You can get such a team. But I have a question. Your people are here. How do you control them? How did they come? Will there be conflicts here? If it is as you said, we have to prepare in advance. Otherwise there may be a big loss. The bearded man waved his hand. Don't worry too much. Are you still worried about me doing things? Sometimes in this world, force can't solve everything. But it can solve most things. Then how long will it take them to arrive? If my estimate is correct, it should be tomorrow morning. Don't worry. It won't delay the time to load the truck at the Triangle base tomorrow. Hearing the bearded man's affirmation, the people around him were no longer entangled. Okay. Since you said so, I believe you. I take these goods away first. The man got on a military jeep and commanded a group of armed men from the boat gang to escort the Hanwei people off the boat. Go. 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 Follow me. Those who walk faster will have food tonight. If anyone cries, do you see the big pit next to it? There are more than 1,000 people buried there who don't know whether to live or die. I hope you will be more conscious and don't cause trouble for me. This group of Hanwei people followed his car tremblingly, not daring to speak at all. There were women in this group, but they were not very pretty. There were children, who looked to be about 10 years old, tightly shut their mouths and dared not speak. There were also middle-aged and elderly people, who walked breathlessly. They followed the vehicle closely, and were despised by the people in the vehicle. Children, at most they are equipped with a pistol. Ugly women, they are not qualified to reward the soldiers. At most they have a rifle. Old men have them. These are all junk, only fit to install a bomb. After walking for a while with these people, an open-air prison cell appeared in front of them. It was a huge iron cage, lined up in rows. Totally not a place for people to live. There were many people imprisoned in the iron cages. These people were all in tattered clothes and locked in the cages, watching the new people coming with numb eyes. Go. 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 Go in. Go into the cages. 3 people in one cage. The newcomer was pushed in staggeringly. And then the cage door was locked with a click. And there was absolutely no chance for the person inside to get out. One of the old men finally couldn't help it and asked tremblingly, "Excuse me. What exactly do you want to do by capturing us?" "Shut up. That's not what you should care about." A teenager couldn't help it either. "Then you have to give us some water and food. We are so hungry." Ha ha. I remember someone said that people can live for more than 10 days without food, but can only live for 3 days without water. So don't worry. We won't let you live for only 3 days. Come on. Give them water. Someone dragged a water pipe over. Applied pressure. And immediately a huge column of water sprayed at people. Everyone fell down under the water column. Soaked like a drowned rat. You are not thirsty now. Right? Not only did we give you water to drink, but we also gave you a free shower. If anyone dares to shout, he will be shot next time. Let's go. We are on duty. We will load the truck tomorrow morning and send it to the Triangle base. After that, the guards scattered, leaving only a large group of people in the iron cages who dared not sob loudly. Locked in a cage, surrounded by high walls, there are thousands of armed members of the boat gang, and there is no hope for them, especially those who came later. They heard from those who were captured first that they were going to be made into armed zombies, and they all despaired, because the Plateau Empire and the South Peninsula Alliance went to war, and the Plateau Empire was constantly defeated. These people became victims. This is the sadness of not having a strong country to back you up, and you have no control over your fate. Chapter 368. The sky was just getting light. The tropical rainforest was thick with fog. A transport ship came out of the fog with a rumble, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. On the wall of the inland river base, someone used a telescope to observe the ship and sent a flag signal to stop the ship for inspection. The transport ship stopped about 300 meters away from the base wall, and a motorcycle drove out of the base. 4 people rode 2 motorcycles and came to the side of the ship. In the cabin, a girl wrapped in a long skirt came out. The girl abandoned the sampan, and several people got off the motorcycle and boarded the boat. One of the young men looked at the girl with admiration. Great. Yang Yang. I heard that you slaughtered a group of big fat sheep this time? Yang Yang smiled lightly. It's not something worth boasting about. Just making a living. Come on. Everyone knows that when our Miss Yang Yang takes action, any man will be dizzy. If you still make a living, all of us will become beggars. As they said, these people entered the cabin. More than 30 people were lying in the cabin. Most of them were strong men. And there were 2 women with outstanding looks. TSK. The quality of this batch of goods is really high. There is not a single defective product. These men can be made into machine gun zombies. No need to feed them specially. They are directly at the mutant level. If they are fed some, they can become second-level mutant armed zombies. And then, they can be used as rocket launcher zombies. Yes. Look at their figures. Each of them is at the peak of their age. Even these 2 women are top-notch. I'm afraid they will be taken into the harem by General Nahan. Yang Yang is amazing. How did you do it? Yang Yang glanced at the group of people on the ground and said lightly, there is no special routine. The simpler the routine, the more practical it is. First of all, you must have a harmless identity, so that you can offset their vigilance to the greatest extent. Then you have to help them in the process and gain their trust. It's easy after gaining their trust. Give them a fatal blow at the critical moment. But I won't tell you this method. The men laughed. We know it even if you don't tell us. They put the drug in the food again. Right? Yang Yang snorted. Do you think the drug is easy to put? These people are mutants. Ordinary drugs don't work. You have to master a lot of knowledge about herbs. It's not easy to do it without anyone noticing. The men admired and checked. Soon, they found that the guns of these people were also very good. They were all new guns, and they had plenty of bullets. They even took a fancy to this ship. And the machine guns on the ship were also very new. This ship is good. Our ship gang wants it. Yang Yang. Do more of this kind of things in the future. Yang Yang lowered his head slightly. After completing this order, I have saved enough money. I don't plan to do it in the future. After all, this thing is still a bit unethical. The men suddenly sank their faces. I'm afraid it's not up to you to do it or not. You should discuss it with Brother Huzi and the others. As they said, they carefully checked the status of several people on the boat, confirmed that they were all unconscious, and then let them go off the boat, and then signaled the water gate at the base to open the door. Similar to the water gate of Zhuguang City, the water gate here is also driven by a winch, but the scale is a little smaller. The city gate slowly rose, and Yang Yang personally drove the boat and entered the inland river base. The boat moved slowly forward, and someone was ready to meet it on the shore. As long as Yang Yang docked the boat, they would board the boat, tie up the people inside, and throw them into special iron cages. After all, these people seem to be mutants, and ordinary cages might not be able to hold them. As a relatively mature human trafficking organization, Their business is already very skilled. What methods are used to deal with ordinary people? What methods are used to deal with adventurers? What methods are used to deal with soldiers? And what methods are used to deal with mutants? All have their own standards. Once, they even caught a second-level mutant. The mutant woke up when he was close to here, but they still subdued him. This is their confidence and confidence. As the ship gradually approached the shore, Yang Yang turned off the engine and let the ship slowly drift to the shore by inertia. Then Yang Yang entered the cabin and prepared to pack up. These people had some things on them, and she was going to keep them for herself. This was an unwritten rule. When she came to Tang Zheng, Yang Yang looked at him with a complicated look. Alas! What a pity. You are a good person. I hope you will not meet a bad woman like me in your next life. As he said this, he was going to collect the things on Tang Zheng. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed Yang Yang's hand. Yang Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. And then she saw the man in front of her open his eyes. And the cold light in his eyes almost froze her bones. You, this is impossible. Yang Yang's eyes widened. Her body trembled slightly. And she looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief. Tang Zheng sat up slowly, looking at Yang Yang with a sneer. What's impossible? Yang Yang said with horror. The herbal fish soup I prepared has even knocked down a second-level mutant. How could you be okay? Tang Zheng snorted. You are too confident. I knew you had a problem a long time ago. So I didn't drink too much of the last pot of fish soup. I was sober after a little bit of medicine. How could it have any effect on me? Yang Yang was even more incredulous. What did you say? You knew I had a problem a long time ago? How is this possible? We have never met. And you can't possibly know my background. How could you be on guard against me? Tang Zheng looked into Yang Yang's eyes. You did a really good job. You didn't reveal any flaws throughout the whole process. You are not a mutant. So it is difficult to arouse other people's suspicion. Even in that village, people greeted you. It seems that you were born and raised there. But? Tang Zheng suddenly laughed. You got off the ship of the bearded man. That's the problem. Yang Yang felt even more incredible. How can you be sure that I got off that ship? Tang Zheng sneered. When I first met that ship, there were 35 militants and 122 survivors on board. But when the ship left the village, there were still 35 militants on board. But the number of survivors in the cabin was reduced by 1, becoming 121. And you happened to appear next to me. Isn't this suspicious? Yang Yang was even more shocked. How could you know so much? Tang Zheng took a deep breath. That's not what you should care about. What you should care about more is how you are going to die now. Yang Yang's eyes moved slightly. And then he said calmly, Take me hostage. Tang Zheng asked back, Is it necessary? Yang Yang nodded. It is necessary. Although you suspected me and didn't drink so much fish soup to escape, your men were all drugged. They won't wake up for a while without treatment. And now the ship is about to dock. If you take me hostage and leave your men here, I believe that with my value, the people on the shore will let you go. As long as you guarantee my safety, your life will not be in danger for the time being. Tang Zheng couldn't help laughing. Are you saving my life? Yang Yang nodded seriously. I think you are a good person. In fact, I really don't want to hurt you. But, as she spoke, big tears fell from her eyes. I have no choice. Big brother, if I didn't do this, I would have died here a long time ago. I am just a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken. This is the only way and value for me to survive in this dark world. In fact, after this time, I plan to stop because I can't bear the torture and uneasiness of my conscience. Woo woo woo. Sheep cried until she collapsed to the ground, her body twitching. Tang Zheng hesitated, then Sheep suddenly raised her head. If you still think it's not enough, then I beg Brother Huzi and the others to leave your 2 sisters behind and let you take them away. Big brother, this is the most I can do for you. After all, the rest of your men haven't woken up yet. If you don't do this, you will really die. Just think of it as my final confession of my conscience. Now the boat has gradually approached the shore, and the people on the shore are clearly visible. There is not much time left for Tang Zheng. Here, Yang Yang pleads bitterly. And the scene of the prodigal son returning to the right path can indeed move people's hearts. I believe that most people can only follow Yang Yang's words and make this choice at this time. But Tang Zheng in front of him gradually calmed down. It's a pity that my men are all fine. Yang Yang, who was crying bitterly, was suddenly stunned. Looking back, he saw that everyone had stood up. This is impossible. This is impossible. I clearly saw them all faint after drinking the fish soup. Even if they were level 2 mutants, they couldn't wake up so quickly. I have experience. Tang Jing pointed behind the soldiers. It's a pity that no one treated them. Yang Yang's eyes widened again, and he saw several new faces standing in the crowd with medical kits on their backs. When did they appear? I checked the entire ship. Tang Jing said the same thing. That's not a problem you need to worry about. Yang Yang's body stiffened, and he turned back to look at Tang Jing. Since you already knew it and everything was ready, why did you pretend to be deceived? Tang Jing raised his hand, and a guard soldier handed him Tang Jing Desert Eagle, which was originally taken down by Yang Yang and thrown into the cabin. Tang Jing pulled the bolt and slowly raised the muzzle, because if I don't do this, the checkpoints in the waterway will be difficult to pass. And I don't know the way. How can I get here smoothly? Yang Yang looked at the black muzzle of the gun, and his body trembled slightly. Brother, don't be reckless. I really do this for your own good. Yang Yang's death is not a pity, and I also hope to wash away my sins with my blood. But it's so dangerous on the shore now. What will you do after you kill me? Tang Jing curled his lips. Then you don't need to worry about it. Yang Yang still had tears in her eyes, and wanted to say something else. She looked pitiful, and her body was shaky, showing the weakness and tenderness of a woman to the extreme. But Tang Jing didn't give her another chance to speak. The finger suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud gunshot shot the head of this beautiful woman, who seemed to want to turn back. And it was shot into a rotten watermelon. Chapter 369. Yang Yang was killed with one shot, and the soldiers of the light-chasing army beside him all looked calm. Whether they disagreed with the result or not, the general's approach was always right. Guardian Ning Yue asked people to clean up her body while pulling the bolt of the gun, ready for the next battle. During this free time, she asked Tang Jing, General, your acting skills are really good. Seeing that you had so many conversations, I thought you were going to let her go. At this time, the gunshots on the boat had alarmed the people on the shore, and Tang Jing was ready to fight. He took a break from his busy schedule to answer Ning Yue. She is not worth letting go, whether she is really ready to repent or not. It is a fact that she wants to harm us. This is an unforgivable sin. As for why I talked to her so much, it was because she thought she could fool me with words. So the ship was not driven and moved slowly. I have to fight for this time, and try to get our reinforcements here as soon as possible. On the radar map, other soldiers of the guard company have already driven a helicopter to this side, and will arrive in about 3 minutes. He Shui laughed at the side and said, General, she is a beauty after all. You really don't care at all. Tang Jing smiled. In my eyes, she is not a beauty. He Shui continued, yes. Yue and I are also good looking. Not to mention that the general has a more beautiful princess fiancée. Of course he doesn't like this kind of vulgar woman. Tang Jing didn't respond, but 2 stunning beauties appeared in his mind. A princess of Han Wemingju, and a beautiful zombie. The gunshots on the boat had already alerted the people on the shore. Many mercenaries began to gather around the shore, shouting loudly, holding automatic rifles in their hands, and preparing to fire at the boat. In their opinion, the boat was not docked, and no matter how capable the people inside were, they could not stop their firepower siege. But when the boat was still 10 meters away from the shore, a figure suddenly jumped out of the boat. It seemed that there was a spring installed under the feet of this person, and he did not jump out, but bounced out. The bullets were so fast that they almost came at a whoosh. What was even more terrifying was that the man was holding 2 Gatling guns in his hands. The guns opened fire before the man even landed on the ground. Clang, 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 clang. Countless golden dots of light rushed towards them, and in an instant, a large group of people on the shore were shot into seas. The mercenaries were shot and fell down with blood gushing out of their bodies, one after another. With their nerve reaction speed, they had no time to resist the man's attack. They aimed their guns, but the man was right next to them in the next second. They didn't even have the chance to turn the guns around, and were killed by the man directly. This person is Tang Jing. After becoming a level 2 peak double mutant, Tang Jing's current individual strength can almost be said to be the best in the world. The 2 heavy Gatling guns in his hands were as light as 2 toy guns, and the bullet belts hanging all over his body were automatically loaded as he fired. More than half of the hundreds of battle-hardened mercenaries on the shore fell down in his fierce firing. The mercenaries behind wanted to fight back, and Tang Jing immediately started the running and shooting mode. The whole person turned into a shadow, running around the group of soldiers, and the machine gun continued to fire non-stop. Have you ever seen one person surrounding 100 people? It was similar to the current situation. As Tang Zheng ran, the firepower of those people could only fire blanks behind him and hit the air. Swish, 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 puff, puff, puff. The bullets even had the effect of piercing a candied hawse. Waves of bullets whizzed past, and people fell to the ground and died like convulsions. The sky was full of blood. With Tang Zheng's sudden attack on the shore, the enemy position was completely disrupted. The guards on the ship and a row of soldiers jumped out of the ship one after another. Although they didn't jump 10 meters, the strength of these 5-star special forces was also extremely strong. They all jumped 7 or 8 meters and landed from the boat one after another. They didn't attack the group of prey that Tang Zheng had set his eyes on. These special forces quickly dispersed and fired in all directions. Almost no bullets were fired in vain, no matter whether the enemy hit on the roof, in the sentry tower, or on the city wall. They could not stop the deadly bullets of the special forces. Every time a bullet flew out, one person was killed. Many enemies that you would never have thought of were killed from all directions and corners. Occasionally, an enemy would hit a special forces soldier with a bullet. Even with their strong bodies covered in bulletproof vests, they could only shake their bodies for a while. That was all. This mercenary group had about 700 to 800 people here, and they were stunned by Tang Zheng and his 30-odd men in an instant. Even if they had firepower, they couldn't use it. The special forces soldiers ran and fired, quickly suppressing the firepower, and the enemy was killed as soon as they showed their heads. Those who used heavy machine guns and rocket launchers couldn't find a chance to fight back for a while. This situation made the people trapped in the cage cheer wildly. The desperate hearts were nourished for survival at this moment. They cheered and applauded Tang Zheng and his men at the top of their lungs. Toot-toot-toot-toot. The hum of helicopters sounded in the sky. The Apaches of the light-chasing army have arrived. As soon as these armed helicopters appeared, they launched deadly missiles. One missile after another with a long tail. Either bombed the enemy barracks, or bombed their machine gun bunkers, or bombed their sentry towers, or bombed the armored vehicles they wanted to move. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions. The entire inland base was engulfed in flames. Fuck. Where the hell did these planes come from? Fuck. Who did we offend? Hanyu people? These Hanyu people must be traitors. They are spies of the Plateau Empire. Be careful. Come on. Don't be scared by them. Take advantage of the intervals between missiles. Concentrate your firepower to kill the helicopters. Bullshit concentrated firepower. That's an Apache. With thick armor. If you use a rocket launcher to hit the flank, there might be a chance. These fierce mercenaries did not sit still and wait for death. They also tried to fight back, but with the advantage. Almost no one could get away with the Zhuguang army. The missiles fired by the Apache helicopters were almost non-stop. 10 Apaches hovered over the inland river base, and missiles, rockets, and machine guns were launched almost at the same time. The rumbling explosions continued, and missiles fell from the sky one after another, as if they were free. Occasionally, some fish slipped through the net, but the machine guns on the planes, guided by radar and thermal imaging devices, were always able to find those fish and smash them to pieces with a hail of bullets. Even if the enemy hit in a house, the machine guns locked the enemy position and went straight through the wall. All the people captured by these mercenaries were locked up in the open space in the base. There were no other survivors here, and they were all mercenaries. They just fired, and no one was killed unjustly. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, these 700 or 800 people completely collapsed. The number of people who died under Tang Zheng attack has exceeded 500, and more than 100 people died almost every minute. The remaining people could no longer organize effective resistance and began to flee. But in the eyes of Tang Zheng and his group of special forces, and the 10 Apaches in the sky, these people could not escape at all. No matter where they hide, they will be killed by a string of bullets, or sent directly to see God by a rocket. Their proud combat experience was useless in front of the crazy light-chasing army, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. Finally, some people surrendered. The remaining dozens of people dropped their weapons and surrendered in despair, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But Tang Zheng's face was cold, and he waved his hand without any courtesy. Cut the Gordian knot quickly. These people were extremely evil, and didn't deserve to be reformed by labor. After receiving the general's order, the light-chasing army was even less likely to hold back. After a wave of metal torrents, the entire inland river base finally returned to peace. More than 800 mercenaries, whose fighting power was no less than that of regular troops, were wiped out in just a few minutes of attack by the Zhuguang army, and they were as dead as could be. Tang Jing walked out of the smoke, and this time he killed 100 people alone, even in a head-on gunfight. He came to the cages where the survivors were imprisoned, raised his hand and squeezed them, and the metal locks were crushed. The people inside came out in a rush, and they were about to kowtow to Tang Jing to thank him. Some people even shouted Tang Jing's name, because those who were captured here were all Han people who were captured from the Plateau Empire. Some people had seen Tang Jing in the news, and they were grateful to him at this moment. But Tang Jing didn't care about the survivors at all. Just waved his hand. It's just a matter of convenience for me to save you. But you can't stay here next. Do you see the ships of the inland base on the shore? Drive those ships away from here now. I don't care where you hide, but don't come here again in the next few days. Until you hear the news of our complete victory, you can consider returning home. These survivors had escaped death, and did not dare to disobey Tang Jing's words. The life and death disaster taught them to obey the strong. So they immediately left obediently, sailed away, and looked for a place to survive. After these survivors left, Tang Jing immediately ordered to clean up the battlefield. The bodies were burned, and the ground was immediately flattened. This inland river base was temporarily used as Tang Jing's place of residence. At the edge of the inland river base, there was a plain area. Tang Jing directly built a wall to enclose a large open space. Placed the airport directly in the middle of the open space. Tang Jing has few soldiers available now, and can only produce more than 4,000 people at most. With such a small number of people, it is impossible to mobilize troops on a large scale. So Tang Jing has to mobilize some advanced troops to prepare for the next possible war. Since Nahan can't get the population sent, he will definitely send troops. If Tang Jing wants to confront him head-on, he can only mobilize advanced troops. Fighter group. Tank group. No infantry. Only air force and armored forces. Chapter 370. Triangle Base. This is located in the north-central part of the South Peninsula, and is a huge natural basin. It has a flat terrain, many rivers, and a pleasant climate. It is definitely a feng shui treasure land. In the center of this feng shui treasure land is the manor of General Nahan, the ruler of the South Peninsula. Nahan's manor is not inside the triangle base, but adjacent to the triangle base, built on the hillside near the triangle base. If you want to enter Nahan's manor, you have to pass through the triangle base, so that Nahan can see the whole picture of the triangle base in the manor. And it is also safer. Here, Nahan is the local emperor who has the final say. No one dares to disobey his orders. All those who disobey him will not be left with bones in the world. This has been proven countless times with the blood of tens of millions of people. But no one would have thought that at this moment, Nahan would look at the thin old man in front of him with awe. Dr. Zhu. Did it work? Nahan, dressed in military uniform, sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette for the old man in front of him, and asked respectfully. Dr. Zhu raised his head, looked at Nahan, and shook his head slightly. There is still a little gap. If we want to arm zombies, and prevent them from being controlled by the zombie king, there is still a core technology that has not been broken through. The brain nerves of ordinary human tissue are too fragile. We need more mutants for experiments. Nahan looked a little embarrassed. It's mainly because your requirements for mutants are too high. Ordinary mutants are not competent. At least the peak of the first level mutation, or even the second level mutation. You also know how rare the second level mutation is, and I have provided some, but you have not succeeded in developing it. Dr. Zhu's cold eyes swept towards Nahan. General Nahan, are you dissatisfied with me? Nahan's forehead was sweating. No. No. Dear doctor, please don't misunderstand me. I don't mean that. Humph. It's good that you know. Dr. Zhu snorted coldly and leaned on the sofa. You have met my master with me. Nahan nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. I have met him. Then you should also understand how great the plan we are carrying out is. I understand. I understand. Although I don't know the specific plan. It must be great. Dr. Zhu looked at Nahan. Then do you know that our target has appeared? Nahan nodded. I know about this. But I don't know who the target is. It's good to know. The target person is very difficult now. It is very difficult for us to capture him alive. In the end, we will definitely need a large number of troops and armed zombies to succeed. Judging from the current situation, the number of troops required must be at least 1 million. And they must be well armed. So this is why we keep looking for you. Nahun nodded repeatedly. I will definitely do my best for this great cause. Dr. Zhu looked at Nahun. Very good. You are shortlisted. Really? Nahun showed a fanatical expression on his face, feeling more excited than a person who has been poor all his life and suddenly won the lottery. The muscles on his face were jumping because of nervousness. Dr. Zhu nodded. Yes. You have cooperated with me well recently. I will now grant you the status of number 10 seed. Once my teacher's plan succeeds, you will become a real superior person and even be granted an immortal body, instead of staying here as a local emperor. After that, Dr. Zhu stood up and took out a black ring from his body. I didn't give this ring to Tian Mingfei or Jin Junji, because they didn't look qualified. But I'm giving it to you today, and I hope you can wear it until the end. Nahun knelt down solemnly and took the ring. It was a ring with a ferocious monster engraved on it, like a coiled snake, but the snake had a huge mouthparts, cracked like a chrysanthemum, and looked very scary. He put it on his hand gently, and felt a chill flowing through his body, as if the ring was instantly connected to his blood. It was an indescribable strangeness, but Nahun knew that from this moment on, he was no longer the same. Doctor, can I only be number 10? Dr. Zhu nodded and shook his head. There are 10 people like me, and I ranked 10th, so you can only be number 10. But if you make great contributions, then maybe I will benefit from your help and move up in the rankings. What great merit do I need to make? Is conquering the Plateau Empire a great merit? Of course it is a merit, but not a great one. Let me take a look, Dr. Zhu said, and he actually took out a computer to check it. Nahun was stunned. He could actually check the computer? You know, the network communication has not been restored yet. What does his computer rely on to run? However, Dr. Zhu did not give him an answer. After checking it, he said to Nahun, now in Hanwei, you drove Li Wuyo off the stage and seized the royal power of Hanwei, which is the third greatest merit. Taking down the Hanwei imperial power is the third. What's the second? The second is to kill Tang Zheng, the biggest stumbling block to our current operation, and annihilate his Zhuguang army. When Dr. Zhu said this, he even gritted his teeth, which shows that he hated Tang Zheng very much. Nahun also looked solemn. The Zhuguang army is so important that it ranks before the royal family. It is definitely difficult to kill Tang Zheng. That's right. He ruined several of my plans. First, it was at the military camp. If I could succeed that time, I would be ranked at least in the top 5 now. Unfortunately, I failed in his hands. Then it was Jailing Empire and the Tiger Empire. I failed again and again, resulting in my current ranking at the bottom. Dr. Zhu became more and more annoyed as he spoke, and Dr. Ma. He is currently ranked 9th, just 1 place higher than me. His plan also failed, and he was defeated by Tang Zheng. The two of us were originally ranked relatively high in the team, but now we are in the same boat. On the contrary, colleagues in other continents and regions do not have these troubles, and their current development is very smooth. Nahun saw that Dr. Zhu was angry, and he patted his chest and said, Doctor, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. After conquering the Plateau Empire, the South Peninsula Alliance will continue to march into the interior of Hanwei. I will try to complete the second and third tasks at present. After that, Nahun asked again tentatively, Han Yu Huang Quan, Tang Zheng. These 2 tasks can only be ranked 2nd or 3rd. So what is the first task? Dr. Zhu glanced at him coldly. Of course, it is our target person. But it is not your turn to be willing now. I tell you, you are not capable of doing it. Concentrate on providing me with population resources. Maybe you can contribute a little to the final action. Okay. I will do it. After Nahun put on the ring, he instinctively began to be respectful to Dr. Zhu. If he was a little perfunctory before, now he was sincere. He kept calling the servants to come over and started to prepare dinner. At every meal, he would entertain Dr. Zhu with the highest etiquette and standards. Just when the servants were busy, someone suddenly came to report. General, something bad has happened. One of his men ran over quickly and was about to whisper to him when he was slapped in the face by Nahun. Speak nicely and loudly. I have no secrets in front of the doctor. Yes, General. No one has been transported from the inland river base for more than a day. We sent people to check, But they took this photo. The subordinate handed over a few photos. Nahun took it and was stunned. There were a large number of tanks parked around the inland river base city. And there seemed to be a lot of fighter planes parked inside the base city. The photo was taken by a drone. So it was a little blurry. But it was absolutely real. This is impossible? Is this the inland river base city? How can there be an airport there? Where did these planes and tanks come from? Does the boat gang have such advanced weapons? If they have such weapons, will they still send people to me? Nanhan didn't finish his words. And Dr. Zhu on the side took the photo. Dr. Zhu was stunned at first. And then he showed an angry look. He threw the photo on the table. And then said in a positive tone, "Don't look at it. Tang Zheng is here." "Ah! Tang Zheng. Doctor, are you sure he's here? There's no specific person in this photo?" Dr. Zhu snorted coldly. "I'm not sure about others. But I'm too familiar with Tang Zheng and the Zhuguang army. The models of these fighters that have been publicly exposed so far are only owned by the Zhuguang army. And the tanks are also all from the Zhuguang army. There's no one else except Tang Zheng. Hee. This Tang Zheng is really working hard. We're attacking the Plateau Empire. But he has to come and get involved. I wonder what he wants to do here. I really want to chop him into pieces." Dr. Zhu is usually very calm. But when he mentions Tang Zheng, he can't control his emotions. Dr. Zhu can't stay calm for this person, who has repeatedly ruined his good deeds. Seeing Dr. Zhu's hatred for Tang Zheng, Nahun immediately knew that the opportunity to show off had come. "Doctor, be patient. Since Tang Zheng dared to enter my territory, I will definitely make him never come back. Now I will send a troop to eliminate him and his light-chasing army in the inland river base city." Dr. Zhu sneered and pointed at Nahun's nose. "Send a troop? Nahun, are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be confused? I've already told you that killing Tang Zheng is the second greatest achievement so far. Don't you know what this second means? It not only represents the achievement, but also the difficulty. If you want to attack Tang Zheng, you must use all your strength. Otherwise you will die in a very ugly way." After being pointed at by Dr. Zhu, Nahun knew that he underestimated the enemy. "Doctor, you are right. I will send a large army now, and will do my best." This time, Dr. Zhu's face looked a little better. "That's good. But ordinary troops are not enough. Bring armed zombies with you. Fighting the lion must go all out. If we succeed this time, I will not be ranked 10th. And you will also rise with the tide." Hearing this, Nahun also became excited. Although he didn't know the specific origins of Dr. Zhu, he knew that he had a mysterious teacher. They were carrying out a great cause. Once successful, the whole world would be turned upside down. It was also Nahun's dream to be able to contribute to this cause and become a person who could be called immortal. So, he began to deploy troops to the greatest extent. And he had to kill Tang Zheng at all costs. Chapter 371. Nahun began to gather his troops. And he directly dispatched a large army of 120,000. This included 700 tanks, 1,500 cannons, and 500 fighter jets. Almost all of his high-end troops were sent out. Among the other troops, many were mechanized troops, driving military vehicles and rumbling along with the troops. And Dr. Zhu also sent out the armed zombies that he had prepared during this period, and followed Nahun's troops to the inland river base city. This time, he brought out 50,000 armed zombies. Among them, there were very few pistol zombies, and rifle zombies accounted for the majority. There were also some heavy machine gun zombies, and those who could serve as this type of zombies were basically armored zombies. Rocket launcher zombies were some top-level armored zombies, and even gorilla zombies. There were even a few very large gorillas, carrying missile launcher boxes on their backs. Only this kind of guy who could compete head-on with tanks could carry the huge weight of the missile launcher box. Dr. Zhu connected many circuits on the gorilla zombies, which allowed them to launch missiles, which was the most terrifying. These zombies were extremely powerful and moved very quickly. A huge gorilla zombie was a mobile missile launcher. Under his modification, this kind of guy, which was originally very dangerous, now had a strong long-range attack power and a nearly immortal body. 50,000 armed zombies, together with a 120,000 strong army, rushed towards the inland river base city. Nahun can confidently say that if such a force were to attack the capital of the Plateau Empire, Huacheng base city, it would probably be able to take Huacheng within a day. But he usually doesn't need to use this kind of force. Things like sieges are naturally handed over to Payu, Siam, Da Nang and other countries. He is just the commander behind the scenes. But this time, he will go into battle himself. Because now, he is number 10 in that great plan. Inland River Base. Tang Zheng stared at the radar screen, looking at the approaching Nahan troops. There is no doubt that this is an elite force. Especially the addition of armed zombies has added a layer of uncertainty to the war. This is the first time that the Zhuguang army has really faced armed zombies since its establishment. The Royal Guards had faced armed zombies once before. That time, Commander Xie Huaman led the troops to fight in Huijing and faced armed zombies head-on. The Royal Guards, which had achieved fruitful results in the previous battle, suffered a defeat that time. Xie Huaman also felt discouraged because of that failure and finally chose to resign. Lui Bang was officially promoted to the commander of the army. This time, it was the turn of the Zhuguang army to face the armed zombies. Tang Zheng took a look at his troops. 500 main battle tanks and 200 fighters were already in place. He also spent a lot of money for this battle. The tanks cost more than 30 million gold, and the fighters cost more than 40 million gold. The original 300 million in his hand has now become more than 220 million. Tang Zheng believed that with his strength, he should be able to win. But he also had a premonition that this battle would be difficult to fight. And he was afraid that the losses would not be small. If the loss is too great and the funds are consumed too much, it will affect the follow-up of upgrading the division commander. However, no matter how much it costs, this battle must be fought. Just when Tang Zheng was about to send troops to fight the enemy to the death, the communicator suddenly ran over. General, Director Gui Yun is looking for you. Tang Zheng took the intercom and heard Gui Yun's voice from the other side. General, the research and development of new scientific and technological arms has been completed. Oh, what arms? Gui Yun seemed very satisfied with this research and development. It's maintenance engineers. Maintenance engineer? Tang Zheng didn't think the name was very useful. Is this a kind of engineer? How useful can it be? Unexpectedly, Gui Yun said in a very urgent tone, General, don't underestimate the maintenance engineer. The reason why he is listed in the sequence of high-tech soldiers is that he is very useful. Then tell me, what are the functions? Let me tell you this. The maintenance engineer is a kind of black technology soldier. He can enter various vehicles, mainly vehicles, aircraft, and ships. As long as they are purchased by the system, they will have a powerful ability after entering. That is, repair. For example, if you send tanks to fight, you can equip a single tank and let the maintenance engineer enter the tank to fight with the tank cluster. At this time, the tank soldiers cannot enter. Only the maintenance engineer can enter. The combat capability of this tank can be temporarily ignored, but it can repair damaged tanks at any time. An ordinary maintenance engineer can repair 2 tanks within a range of 500 meters at the same time. And a 1-star maintenance engineer can repair 3 tanks within a range of 600 meters at the same time. A 2-star maintenance engineer can repair 4 tuckers within 800 meters at the same time. And a 3-star maintenance engineer can repair 5 tanks within 1,000 meters. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then asked, what about 4-star and 5-star? 4-star can repair 7 tanks within 1,500 meters, and 5-star can repair 10 tanks within 2,000 meters. General, this is a powerful logistical support. Tang Zheng also realized the power of this type of soldier. What about the planes? Plane is also okay. But if it is a fighter, then you have to prepare a fighter for the maintenance engineer. And then this fighter will become a Nani plane, following the troops in combat. It will not participate in the attack, but it can repair damaged aircraft. And the control distance will be farther. After all, the combat range of the aircraft is larger. Tang Zheng heard this, and his breathing became a little hurried. Then if I send a maintenance engineer into an aircraft carrier, then he can also repair other aircraft carriers? That's right. But because the aircraft carrier is too large, you may need more maintenance engineers. And you must also be mentally prepared. The aircraft carrier stationed with maintenance engineers will become a nanny ship, no longer taking off and landing fighters, only to escort other aircraft carriers. Tang Zheng did not delve into this issue. Does maintenance cost money? No. This is a unique skill of maintenance engineers. Good. Great. Tang Zheng became excited at this time, hung up Gui Yun's phone, and immediately opened the system page. As expected, there was an option for maintenance engineers in the army. Maintenance engineers, high-tech army. Relying on vehicles. Repairing vehicles of the same type. With the continuous improvement of star upgrade ability. The price is 5,000 gold. A 5,000 gold army is definitely the most expensive army in Tangjung's system. But the ability to repair on the battlefield is enough to make it worth the money. Tangjung thought about it, and bought tanks first. He already had 300 tanks here. Tangjung thought about it, and bought another 60 tanks. Although it cost more than 4 million yuan. Tangjung felt it was worth it. He spent another 300,000 yuan to buy 60 maintenance engineers. The 60 maintenance engineers appeared and immediately entered the tanks after reporting to Tangjung. Tangjung did not equip these tanks with tank soldiers. After the maintenance engineers entered, a cross was sprayed on the body of these tanks, representing the meaning of treatment. However, the other appearances were no different from ordinary tanks. It's just that during the time when the maintenance engineers are in the tank, this tank will not participate in the battle, because there is no gunner or commander, and its mission is to treat. These 60 tanks can temporarily take care of 120 main battle tanks. If they are recycled, they are enough for the time being. Then, Tangjung bought 40 fighters, 200,000 each, and 40 are 8 million. Then 40 maintenance engineers appeared and entered the fighter. They can fly fighters, but their mission is to follow and treat the aircraft fighting on the front line. Tangjung asked a maintenance engineer about their healing ability. The maintenance engineer told Tangjung, "General, even though we are now in a starless state, our healing ability can still be guaranteed, as long as the fighter planes are not smashed. We can rescue them as soon as possible, and will never let them crash." Tangjung was finally relieved when he heard this. Just as we were getting ready, we looked at the radar screen, and saw that the enemy had entered the 200-kilometer range of the inland river base. The enemy fighter planes were already roaring over. Nahun was indeed very rich, with as many as 500 planes, and almost half of them were third-generation aircraft. Tangjung knew that all countries in the world were now engaged in an arms race, and third-generation aircraft were gradually becoming the mainstream. But Nahun, a local warlord, could do this, which showed how powerful his alliance was in the South Peninsula. Tangjung certainly couldn't let the enemy fighter planes fly over the inland river base, and immediately ordered the troops to take off to meet the enemy. The first batch of fighters to take off were 200 fighters, and the 40 F-15s behind them had become 90 planes. The 200 in front took off first, and the 90 planes took off later, leaving a certain distance between the two to ensure that the 90 planes behind did not participate in the battle. But at the same time, they could treat the planes in front. Batches of fighters took off continuously, and headed towards the direction where the enemy planes were coming. Tangjung was at the back and first took a look at the system. With the enlistment of the maintenance engineer, his high-tech arms option was finally upgraded. Now he is only one island away from being promoted to division commander. Of course, he needs more funds, which is also the purpose of his coming to the South Peninsula Alliance. He retracted his gaze and focused on the battlefield. It is necessary to kill the enemy fighter group and seize air supremacy on the battlefield. This is the experience summed up by Tangjung from long-term combat. There are 200 aircraft on his side, and 500 aircraft on the enemy. The number of third-generation aircraft is also similar to that of his side. Normally, it is difficult to win. And even if you win, it will definitely be a miserable victory. However, this time with the maintenance engineer, Tangjung is looking forward to the outcome of the war. The aircraft of both sides are gradually approaching. Chapter 372. Today is a good day. No wind. No clouds. A rare sunny day. The visibility in the sky is very high. Turning on the radar on the plane, you can clearly see the enemy fighter planes approaching. There are 500 fighter planes on the Nahun side, and 240 fighter planes on the Zhuguang army side. In this first wave of contact, both sides chose to charge at the opposite side. The planes on the Nahun side relied on their large numbers to charge, but they were actually worried that the Zhuguang army would use the performance of the planes to fight them in circles. After all, as a third-generation aircraft, the F-15 of the Zhuguang army has better performance. Nahun's aircraft did not want to fight a guerrilla war with the other side, seeing that the Zhuguang army also chose to charge. The pilots on Nahun's side all smiled. No matter how superior your aircraft performance is, such a large-scale charge on the opposite side will not be unscathed. With their numerical advantage, they should be able to easily win. Nahun's aircraft first turned on the electronic jammer. Although it is not a professional electronic jammer, it can still harass. Radio waves were transmitted. And soon the opposing light-chasing army also started jamming. Jamming can affect the opponent's radar signal, and can also interfere with the trajectory of missiles. No matter how good or bad the final effect is, it is always right to start. In the countless jamming and anti-jamming processes, the fighters entered each other's range. Missiles fell off the aircraft's external weapon racks, flew forward with long tails, and headed straight for the enemy aircraft in the distance, whose shadows could not be seen by the naked eye. The air battle started. The fighter planes on Nahun's side immediately launched a missile each, and the Zhuguang army immediately launched 2 missiles each. Above the blue sky, there was basically no scene of missiles bombarding and colliding. In the huge space, the missiles were like sharp arrows, each heading for the target. On the Zhuguang army's fleet, powerful electronic interference was always running. Most of the enemy missiles fell into the air under the electronic interference. The missiles streaked across the sky, and no one knew where they flew to. But there are always some missiles that break through the electronic interference and find the target. Boom, boom, boom. Occasionally, there are sporadic explosions in the sky. A pilot of the light-chasing army, after dodging 2 incoming missiles, could not avoid the 3rd missile. With the excellent flying experience given by the system, he pulled the plane up urgently. Boom! The tail of the plane was hit by a missile. A ball of fire exploded at the tail, and the plane lost control and began to fall. The pilot did not panic, nor did he open the ejection cabin to parachute, but tried his best to keep the plane in a gliding state and approach the ground. In his sight, a companion not far away had a wing hit and was also falling, but his companion was doing the same thing as him. He saw that behind his companion's plane, a fighter plane accelerated to catch up. It was the maintenance engineer's Nani plane. The Nani plane caught up with the falling plane, and when it was about 1 kilometer away, a white light was emitted. The white light enveloped the falling plane, and then something strange happened. The broken wing actually began to repair rapidly under the cover of the white light. All the keels, metal fragments, and even the paint and spray painting of the aircraft began to regenerate quickly at the first time. In just a few seconds, the wings of the aircraft were restored to their original state. The companion's aircraft roared, and the engine power was restored again. The originally falling fuselage began to pull up and flew back into the sky. At almost the same time, his own aircraft did the same, and the Nani aircraft behind him also gave it treatment at the first time. The destroyed tail reappeared, as if the scattered metal fragments in the space had returned, and the tail was reassembled. The pilot felt that he had control of the plane back in his hands, although he was not far from the ground at this moment. As he pushed the gear again, the plane seemed to be performing an aerobatics, rising again before falling and rushing straight into the sky. Come on! I won't give you a second chance to hit me. The pilot looked at the radar screen and saw the shadow of the enemy plane in the sky in the distance, and once again launched a revenge missile. At the same time, he opened the purchase authority and purchased 4 more missiles according to the purchase authority given by the general. Today I want to get 3 stars on you. The pilots were full of fighting spirit and returned to the battle. Unlike the situation on the Zhuguang army side, more than 70 fighters were destroyed in the first place in the fighter group of Nahun on the opposite side. But the pilots on Nahun's side were still very excited because they also hit more than 40 fighters of the Zhuguang army. The opposite side charged and hurt each other. The performance advantage of the 3rd generation aircraft was not obvious. They were all 3rd generation aircraft, and the difference was not big. So according to the current casualty ratio, they will be the ones to win in the end. Oh! 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 Hit! I knew it was impossible not to hit it when it rushed over so mindlessly. Come on! Come on! Hurt each other. You rubbish of the light-chasing army. The pilots on Nahun's side looked at the approaching group of light-chasing army fighters and fired missiles again. The missiles on the other side were no less powerful than theirs. For every one they fired, the light-chasing army fired too. At this time, the pilots tried their best to control the aircraft to evade, intercept, or interfere, relying on their skills and luck. However, the enemy missiles were dense enough. In the second round of missile bombardment, more than 50 fighters were hit and fell from the sky in a spiral. Some pilots were smart and ejected directly to escape. Some cockpits were hit, and there was no chance of escape. However, at this time, no one cared about the parachutes floating in the sky. The most important thing was to destroy the planes as much as possible. On the radar screen, more than 30 planes of the Zhuguang army were hit, which made the surviving pilots cheer excitedly again. 2 rounds have killed nearly 100 planes. 3 more rounds, and the Zhuguang army will have no planes left. A bunch of idiots. Their planes are obviously more powerful than ours. But they still want to fight like this. It's unfair that you don't go to hell. Did you notice that in order to not lose to us at the beginning, the Zhuguang army launched 2 missiles each time? The 3rd generation aircraft generally has 8 missiles. At this moment, their missiles are almost empty. It will be our world soon. Although Nahan also lost more than 100 aircraft, they still felt they could win. The 2 sides continued to approach and exchange fire. So there was a 3rd round of missile exchange. This time, Nahan lost nearly 60 aircraft, and the cumulative loss was 200 aircraft. But the Zhuguang army also lost some. So it felt that it was still worthwhile. But some pilots had already felt something was wrong. Why didn't the Zhuguang army's firepower seem to have weakened in the 3rd round of missile exchange? Moreover, on the radar screen, there seemed to be still a lot of enemy aircraft, and no obvious decline was seen. However, the hit prompts and pictures dispelled their doubts. After 3 rounds of missile firing, each other's aircraft had appeared in the other's field of vision. Then it was the display of the real technology of air combat. The aircraft of both sides rolled, circled, and chased in the sky, and launched missiles from time to time to deal fatal blows to the other side. Nahan's fighter planes were not afraid at this time. The aircraft of the Zhuguang army was running out of missiles. As long as they held on, the other side could only rely on aircraft cannons. In this kind of fighter confrontation, the role of aircraft cannons is not great. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 Nahan fighters chased a Zhuguang army fighter. The other side had already started low-altitude flight, and they were also chasing closely. Below was a mountainous terrain. The pilots of the Zhuguang army were desperate and actually flew in the mountains. This kind of flight was very dangerous. But the pilots on the Nahan side were not given away for nothing. They were able to keep up, seeing the flames from the tail of the other side's plane spurting out violently, boosting the plane to accelerate, and avoiding a missile attack by a millimeter. The pilots on the Nahan side were furious. You're lucky this time, brat. But good luck won't always be with you. You've used up all your 8 missiles. Wait for death. The plane accelerated to catch up, and there was a mountain in front of them. The Zhuguang army's plane went around the mountain first, and Nahan's plane followed. After passing the mountain, the view suddenly opened up. The Zhuguang army's plane fell and rose, and turned over in the air like a kite, just like a flying show, and suddenly faced them. Swoosh! 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 4 missiles whizzed in, and the planes of both sides passed by. This is unacceptable. Boom boom! The pilots on Nahan's side were hit by missiles before they could finish their words. The plane disintegrated in the air, and a large group of fireworks exploded. They could not figure out where the other side's sudden extra missiles came from. In a one-on-one duel between fighter planes, Nahan's planes were no match at all. But they thought that the Zhuguang army had no missiles, so they would often go up to fight foolishly, and were eventually shot down one by the pilots of the Zhuguang army. There were also some planes fighting with the large forces of the Zhuguang army, and one of the pilots finally found a clue. It was a fighter plane that he had hit, and had already fallen to the ground. He took a closer look and found that the broken wings of the fighter plane had miraculously recovered and then took off again. Not good. The planes of the light-chasing army can regenerate. He was stunned for a while, and suddenly burst into this shout. It was a pity that no one would care about his nonsense. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and everyone was fighting like crazy. In the sky of dozens of square kilometers, the air battle entered the observation stage. The pilots on this side were about to collapse. The sustained combat capability of the light-chasing army had exceeded their imagination. The enemy planes had not been significantly reduced after such a long time, and the amount of ammunition they carried was also frightening. Their missiles had been fired one at a time, but the light-chasing army, which fired 2 at a time, was still firing frantically. Boom boom boom! As the planes fell one after another, there were less than 100 planes left on Nahan's side. Finally, a pilot couldn't hold on any longer and began to turn the fuselage around, preparing to escape. Chapter 373. Under the pursuit of the Zhuguang army, only about 50 of the 500 fighter planes dispatched by Nahan were able to escape. The Zhuguang army was not without losses, and actually lost 18 fighter planes. Tang Zheng was very satisfied with this result. After all, the Nani Plain is not an iron curtain, and it cannot guarantee that his troops are invulnerable. With the loss of 18 fighter planes, 450 enemy planes were destroyed, which is a brilliant result. It's nothing more than a loss of some funds, which Tang Zheng can still afford now. The air battle here just ended, and the ground war over there started. Different from the air battle. In the ground war, Tang Zheng needs to face the enemy armored cluster and a large number of armed zombies. The battle process this time was not so smooth. After all, Tang Zheng's large force has not arrived yet, and the number of enemies and us is too different. Fortunately, the air battle was won, and with the continuous support and bombing of the aircraft, the battlefield situation was not one-sided. The armed zombies on the enemy side are very difficult to deal with, especially those armed zombies equipped with anti-tank equipment. Their movements are very flexible. On the battlefield, it is not easy for tank artillery to attack a single soldier, as long as they are not hit directly by the tank's artillery. Those zombies are still alive and well on the battlefield where shrapnel is flying. Flames, shrapnel, and shock waves from explosions cannot cause fatal damage to zombies. These things that are very lethal to personnel are just like tickling to them. On the contrary, the anti-aircraft machine guns on the tanks can cause some damage to the armed zombies when firing horizontally. The number of enemies is too large. Whether it is the rocket launchers of the armed zombies or the enemy armored forces, they can also cause damage to the tanks of the light chasing army. Many tanks of the light chasing army were paralyzed by the enemy concentrated fire during the battle. Fortunately, the Nani tanks behind them were frantically healing them. White lights fell one after another, and the tanks quickly recovered their combat effectiveness after being knocked down. Relying on this almost invincible state, the tanks of the Zhuguang army continued to tangle with the enemy troops. Above the sky, the fighters of the Zhuguang army also followed and joined the battle again and again. This time, Nahan dispatched 120,000 troops and 30,000 armed zombies, and their anti-aircraft firepower was not weak. Some zombies carried individual anti-aircraft missiles, under the program installed by Dr. Zhu. The accuracy of those missiles was also very high, and they would often hit the attacking fighters. Fortunately, the Nani planes followed closely, treating the fighter planes again and again, so that the planes were not destroyed. However, this kind of protection is not foolproof. Occasionally, a fighter plane is hit by a single soldier missile or a ground-to-air missile from the armored cluster below, and there is still a possibility of crashing. But this is a low probability event. Nahan also found that something was wrong with the Zhuguang army. Those tanks and fighter planes seemed to be invincible and repeatedly engaged in battles, which also brought great trouble to them. Ordinary soldiers find it difficult to accept these things, but Nahan can accept them. After all, he has been with Dr. Zhu for a long time, and he also knows that some things in this world have exceeded the original level of technology. Although the Zhuguang army is very difficult to deal with, Nahan still commands the troops and launches continuous attacks. The hundreds of thousands of troops and the Zhuguang army's planes and tanks are constantly fighting. Occasionally, Nahan's command is also bright, and the Zhuguang army's planes and tanks are constantly losing. His losses are huge. If it were just hundreds of thousands of soldiers, he would doubt whether he could win this battle. Fortunately, there are armed zombies. This kind of troops that are difficult to kill are the main force in the fight with the light chasing army. The battle between the two sides lasted from early morning to dusk. Nahan obviously wanted to end the war in one day, and the troops' attack became more and more crazy. Even though the losses were not small, there were armed zombies charging in front, and a large number of armored troops also went to the front line. He also let a large number of individual soldiers take anti-tank equipment, and defeated the light chasing army's armored troops one by one. Tang Zheng looked at the battlefield full of flames. When he detected the enemy movements from the radar, he began to dispatch the second batch of troops. The current situation is that the enemy is numerous, and we are few. Tang Zheng also knows that it is not easy to completely defeat the enemy with just these hundreds of planes and tanks. It is impossible without increasing investment. The second batch of troops is 200 tanks and 100 fighters. More than 30 million funds were spent, and the new force appeared. Moreover, Tang Zheng asked the newly enlisted fighters to start throwing thermobaric bombs. Tang Zheng was reluctant to use such expensive bombs, but he could not care less at the moment. He had to repel the enemy attack first. The second batch of fighters, under the cover of the Nani plain, began a new round of bombing. More than a dozen thermobaric bombs were dropped in succession, almost turning the battlefield upside down. This giant bomb fell and wiped out a group of armed zombies charging in front. Buried with the armed zombies were a group of armored troops and a large group of enemy anti-tank infantry. With the violent explosion, Nahun was so angry that he almost crushed the telescope. Even though he attacked at all costs, he was also hurt by the huge number of casualties. This wave of thermobaric bomb attacks caused him to suffer heavy losses. More than 4,000 armed zombies were eliminated, and there were also a large number of attacking troops. The 120,000 troops he brought with him have now lost more than 30,000 people. And this was only caused by the enemy hundreds of tanks and more than 200 aircraft. And there is another very important point, that their crazy offensive just now has been beaten down. Soldiers are not zombies. They need morale boost. Without that momentum, the offensive is a bit difficult to organize. In desperation, Nahun chose to retreat temporarily and leave the battlefield. If he couldn't take down the inland river base today, he would continue tomorrow. He didn't believe that the Zhuguang army could persist. Tang Zheng looked at the temporarily retreating enemies and didn't feel relieved when the battle ended. There were too many enemies, and they were still a big threat to him. He would not give the enemy an easy chance to come back. Tonight, airstrike the enemy barracks, prepare 2 small nuclear bombs, and focus on destroying the enemy armed zombies. Since Tang Zheng has already invested in thermobaric bombs, small nuclear bombs can also be used. On the battlefield now, the biggest threat to his side is the armed zombies. If these things are not destroyed, this battle will be difficult to fight. Now Tang Zheng still has 4 small nuclear bombs in his hand. He prepared 2 of them and must win the battle. This time, he bought 10 bombers. The enemy air force is weak at the moment. Tonight, 10 air formations will be dispatched to ensure the success of the operation. Nahun was indeed prepared for Tang Zheng air raid at night. In fact, after the defeat of the air force, he paid special attention to air defense. When setting up camp at night, he arranged the air defense very tightly, with air defense radars, surface-to-air missiles, and tireless zombies, always on guard against the situation in the sky. But Nahun did not expect that the Zhuguang army would be so determined this time. 10 fighters formed a group, covering 10 bombers, and launched an air strike on his military camp at 0 o'clock. Facing dense anti-aircraft artillery fire, the Zhuguang army lost more than 20 escorting fighters, but finally relied on its strong air advantage to deal a fatal blow to his troops. During this process, Nahun made a mistake. He paid too much attention to the air defense of his troops, but ignored the air defense of the armed zombies. Maybe he instinctively thought that they were zombies, and never regarded armed zombies as human beings. It was an instinctive rejection and neglect of zombies by humans. This idea led to disastrous consequences. After paying a certain price, the light-chasing army finally arrived at the place where the armed zombies gathered. These zombies were still firing with their weapons, but the threat to the fighter planes was almost zero. Whether it was the rifle zombies or the machine gun zombies, the light-chasing army dropped 2 bombs in succession, dropping them on the 2 places where the zombies gathered. This time, the weapon was a small nuclear bomb. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky, and the gathered zombies suffered a catastrophic disaster. In the high-temperature air waves rising from the small nuclear bomb, only the second-level mutant zombies could hold on for a while, and all the other mutant zombies below the second level were wiped out in the explosion. The aftermath of the explosion even affected the surrounding military camps. An infantry regiment and an armored regiment became sacrificial victims under the attack of the nuclear bomb. More than 10,000 armed zombies were destroyed, and more than 10,000 ordinary troops were buried with them. This made the Nahun troops, who had just suffered heavy losses on the battlefield, even worse. The 120,000-man army has now been reduced to 70,000, with just over 2,000 armed zombies remaining. The intense nuclear radiation after the mushroom cloud explosion made it impossible for Nahun's troops to gain a foothold here. The soldiers may have a psychological effect. Even if they are far away from the explosion area, they will feel particularly uncomfortable, as if their physiological functions have also been damaged by nuclear radiation. The officers could not stop them, and the soldiers began to actively stay away from the nuclear radiation area and disperse to the surrounding areas. This is another mistake. The Zhuguang army is waiting for such an opportunity. The tank troops, which had been ready for battle, once again took advantage of the night to move out. After the daytime battle and the previous rest, the tank troops of the Zhuguang army became more and more vigorous. Many tanks have been upgraded in the battle, and they have become more durable and stronger. The Zhuguang army attacked from the left wing, completely gave up the attack on the right, and caught the enemy on one side and pursued them fiercely. No matter how tenaciously the enemy counterattacked, they kept charging and advancing. The enemy formation was disrupted by this impact and eventually collapsed. The Zhuguang army seized this opportunity, took advantage of the situation, and finally annihilated the left wing of Nahan's troops in a low-altitude coordinated operation. Nearly 20,000 casualties made Nahan's troops even worse. This was a chaotic night, and also a night of disastrous defeat. Nahan finally couldn't afford such casualties. Only more than 50,000 people were left out of the 120,000 expeditionary troops, and there were many wounded. Such a battle was already difficult to fight, especially after being hit by the nuclear bomb. The morale of the troops had already collapsed. Nahan had no choice but to retreat. He wanted to return to his manor to regroup. There were still 30,000 defenders there, and it would definitely be better to fight a defensive battle than now. He had already ordered the surrounding countries to start supporting here. As long as he could hold on for a few days, victory would still belong to him. But he forgot one thing. The Zhuguang army was best at beating the down dog. Seeing Nahan's troops retreating in a panic, Tang Zheng immediately ordered to chase to Nahan's lair. Now is the best opportunity. Although Tang Zheng himself has suffered a lot of losses during this period, he still has nearly 200 million funds in his hands. Even if he fights with consumption, he must completely defeat Nahan's troops. He also wanted to know how rich General Nahan, who was said to be rich enough to rival a country, was. Chapter 374. The journey from the inland river base to the triangle base became a nightmare for the Nahan troops. The planes of the light-chasing army were roaring, and missiles or bombs were dropped from time to time, covering the enemy troops in smoke and dust. Tang Zheng himself was riding a tank at this time, following the tank troops, and under the escort of the Nani tank, he headed towards the triangle base. He didn't need to worry about the specific combat details of the light-chasing army at all. The soldiers all had high combat literacy, and could do a good job without command. What Tang Zheng was mainly looking at this time was the number of troops in the Zhuguang army. After this round of rapid military expansion, the total number of Zhuguang army has reached more than 198,000. There is only a gap of more than 1,600 people from the full strength of the entire brigade. He is considering how to use these 1,600 people. Now it has been 8 days since he came to the South Peninsula Alliance. The large force of the Zhuguang army has traveled through mountains and rivers, and has now passed the Huacheng base city, and is about to enter the South Peninsula Alliance area. According to the reconnaissance of the War Eagle sent by Tang Zheng, troops from neighboring countries have begun to move towards the triangle base, obviously to support Nahan. And now part of the fleeing Nahan troops have already broken away and run away. And the troops that are constantly harassing and intercepting Tang Zheng are some troops similar to the nature of the Suicide Squad. This method of cutting off an arm to survive is very effective. Tang Zheng troops slowed down and could no longer catch up with the fleeing troops, who were about to enter the triangle base. Although Tang Zheng fighter planes also followed the attack, the troops did not collapse, which proved that Nahan was still alive. The main force will arrive in about 3 days, and the enemy troops will arrive in about 2 days. Tang Zheng cannot wait for the enemy troops to enter the triangle base. He must eliminate Nahan's defenders within 2 days. Convey the order. Spare no firepower. Don't worry about the consumption of funds. And eliminate the enemy death squad as soon as possible. Tonight, we must rush to the city of the triangle base. Now the Zhuguang army is on an expedition, and the logistic supply cannot keep up. All the ammunition used is purchased with funds. Therefore, in the early battles, the Zhuguang army was relatively restrained. Except for some necessary occasions, they would not bomb recklessly and try to save money. Now that Tang Zheng has issued an order, the Zhuguang army does not need to worry so much. Originally, due to the continuous star upgrade, the fighter planes and tanks with greatly increased ammunition capacity have now all become unlimited firing turrets. Nahan left behind a 20,000-man death squad and some armored units to intercept the Zhuguang army. Originally, it was thought that these 20,000 people could hold out for a day, but under the fierce artillery attack of the Zhuguang army, they completely collapsed that afternoon, in addition to leaving behind a large number of corpses and debris. Almost no one survived the Triangle Base. On the evening of September 5th, the Zhuguang army arrived at the city of Triangle Base and immediately began to attack. Tang Zheng bought 100 self-propelled artillery, 100 rocket launchers, and 200 howitzers here, equipped with some armored vehicles as towing vehicles, and also equipped with 500 soldiers. The new troops appeared and began to siege the city that night, accompanied by waves of fierce bombardment. The Triangle Base was in flames. Fighter planes roared in the sky, dropping white phosphorus bombs from time to time. The Triangle Base was originally a cancer of the world. Everyone here was not innocent. Tang Zheng would never show any mercy to such people. With the help of Night Breeze, the Triangle Base almost became a sea of fire. The new artillery did not consume any funds in the early stage. The War Eagles in the sky constantly provided them with coordinates. They kept firing and constantly upgraded their stars while firing. After upgrading the star once, the ammunition would not only be replenished but also increased. And then, they could continue to bomb more fiercely. From no stars to 3 stars. This process can last almost all night. In the second half of the night, they began to use funds to buy ammunition. The tank troops of the Zhuguang army did not participate in the siege. They waited outside the base. Once the enemy sneaked out of the city, they could give a fatal blow. The Nani tanks and Nani cannons were also in their positions. Although the Triangle Base also used cannons to counterattack. As long as the Zhuguang army's artillery was not directly broken, there would be no problem. The Nani cannons would be healed soon. In this asymmetric attack, the battle continued until dawn. Most of the Triangle Base was bombed into ruins, especially those military facilities, artillery positions, air defense positions, military camps, power plants, airports, etc., were all razed to the ground. This was not only the credit of the artillery, but also the fighter planes played a huge role. Thermobaric bombs and white phosphorus bombs played an important role in this process. At midnight, the defenders of the Triangle Base rushed out once. However, the tank troops of the Zhuguang army had already prepared for the battle. They opened fire fiercely, causing the defenders to bleed like a river, and they had to retreat in disgrace. In the darkness before dawn, the defenders who could not bear the fierce attack of the Zhuguang army went out again. But the result was still the same. The tank troops of the Zhuguang army were like a steel wall. No matter how fierce the offensive of the defenders was, they could not shake this wall. The final result was still bloodshed and loss of soldiers. During this process, many civilians died. At the beginning, these civilians kept shouting through various channels, asking the Zhuguang army to go back to their hometown and leave the territory of their South Peninsula alliance. But with the continuous bombardment and air strikes, the civilians began to shut up. The Zhuguang army was like a cold-blooded fighting machine. They didn't care about international law and humanitarian conventions at all. And they didn't show any mercy to the enemy. As people continued to die, they no longer dared to expect their side to win. They only wanted the battle to end as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it continued like this, the Triangle Base would be completely destroyed. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the battle took a major turn. The walls of the Triangle Base finally collapsed under the attack of the light-chasing army. The tank troops that had been waiting outside the city were dispatched. The metal tracks crushed the rubble and rushed into the Triangle Base. The remaining defenders on the wall were completely disbanded by the armored troops' charge. Seeing that the city could not be defended, their confidence was completely crushed, and some people began to abandon the city. The tanks and armored vehicles of the Zhuguang army began to annihilate the remaining soldiers in the city. The battle might continue for some time, but the outcome was already determined. A steel lion rushed into Nahan's manor. Before the troops entered, Nahan fled by helicopter to the southern part of the South Peninsula Alliance. But this time, he failed to escape successfully. The Zhuguang army's War Eagle detected the helicopter and reported its location. A fighter squadron of the Zhuguang army chased after it. When they caught up, they found 2 helicopters. When a fighter jet faces a helicopter, it is almost a crushing state. As the fighter jet fired missiles, the 2 helicopters were destroyed in the sky above the rainforest. The helicopter fell into the rainforest, and then the Apache of the Zhuguang army arrived to check the crash site. At the crash site, the Zhuguang army found some bodies. Among them, there was an important body, which was confirmed to be Nahan himself. In another plane, the Zhuguang army found a little old man. The old man is dead and cannot die again. After the Zhuguang army confirmed his identity, It was found that he was a wanted person by the Zhuguang army. This person has appeared in many places before. Tianmingfei Jailing Empire and Jin Junji's Tiger Empire have both had signs of this person's activities. The Zhuguang army has long known about such a mysterious person, but they did not expect to meet him again in the South Peninsula Alliance. He is a doctor named Zhu. His specific identity is still unknown, but he is the one who created the armed zombies. When the two bodies were transported back to the Triangle base, Tang Zheng had already arrived here. Looking at the two bodies on the ground, Tang Zheng squatted down. An instinctive intuition made him take a ring off Nahan's finger. An ugly snake-like ring with a number on it. 10. Although he didn't know what the ring was for, Tang Zheng instinctively felt that this thing must be very important. He put the ring away and looked at the faces of the two people carefully again. Nahan was a famous drug lord before the end of the world. A strong man in the Triangle area. And several countries could not do anything to him. Such a person is dead now. And his death is a bit of a bargain for him. And that Dr. Zhu also looks like a Hanwha person. But Tang Zheng never knew this person before the end of the world. Take this person's body away and give it to Guiyun to freeze. When the database before the end of the world is restored, check his identity carefully to see what he does. Tang Zheng pays more attention to this person than Nahan, because he can feel that this person must be hiding a very important secret. Some soldiers took the bodies of the two away. At this moment, there were still some sporadic gunshots in the Triangle base. But the gunshots were very sparse. Compared with the battle at night, they were much less. It seemed that the Triangle base was almost completely taken. Tang Zheng did not care about those things anymore, but asked his men to capture some prisoners. These prisoners were so scared in front of Tang Zheng that they confessed everything they were asked and did not dare to hide anything. Under their guidance, Tang Zheng quickly found the target of this trip. Nahan's basement. It was not for parking cars, but for the wealth he had collected over the years, all of which were placed in an important, huge basement. Tang Zheng and his team came to the basement. Although Guiyun was not there, He Shui was also a 5-star scientific research soldier. She fiddled with it for a while, and finally opened the metal door of the basement. Creak! The door opened, and all the sensor lights inside lit up. It was a huge space, and the depth seemed to be 200 or 300 meters. As the lights came on, the light in the room was gorgeous and charming. Golden light, silver light, green light, colorful light, gold, platinum, jade, diamonds. The most of them were jade. Too many high-quality jades, densely extending to the end of the basement. Like a beautiful dream. Chapter 375. Tang Zheng paid a lot for this battle. The original 300 million yuan of funds. With the continuous explosion of advanced troops, now only more than 140 million yuan is left. The funds for upgrading the division commander are not enough. If there is no gain this time, then his progress will definitely stagnate. So this time, sending troops to the South Peninsula Alliance is actually a bit of a gamble. But now, he won the bet. Winning. After standing there for a long time, Tang Zheng began to move slowly. Raise your hand and cover a bunch of small golden walls, which are all made of gold. System prompt sounded in my mind. Found precious metals. Would you like to convert them immediately? Convert. Conversion successful. Congratulations to the general for obtaining 2.7 million funds. Tang Zheng continued to walk forward, and there was a box of diamonds in front. Found precious minerals. Would you like to convert them immediately? Convert. Conversion successful. Congratulations to the general for obtaining 5.9 million gold. Tang Zheng continued to walk, and the box in front was filled with pearls, rubies, and white jade. Continue to convert. This time, get another 4.85 million funds. Every time Tang Zheng converts, a piece of valuables will disappear. He is like a person walking in the dark. Where he walks, the jewels will be swallowed by the darkness and then disappear. Where the lights shine, there are only pieces of empty land and empty boxes. This warehouse is too big. Tang Zheng didn't know how many places he walked through. And in the back, there were pieces of green light, more charming than the wheat fields in summer. His mission was to make those lights disappear and finally become a number in the system. 40 minutes. Tang Zheng stayed in this warehouse for 40 minutes, and finally turned all the precious metals and minerals in the warehouse into system funds. In the end, what was left in the warehouse were some antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and some ancient gold and jade articles. These things could not be exchanged for much money, And Tang Zheng did not take these scattered things seriously. He could use them to build a museum in the future, just as a cultural heritage for future generations. Seeing that everything that could be collected was finally collected, Tang Zheng, who was already a little numb, opened the system to check the current fund figures. Total funds, 940872187. More than 900 million. Tang Zheng himself couldn't help but open his mouth wide, stunned by the figure of 940 million. He had 140 million before. And this wave of collection actually earned 800 million funds. No wonder many people say that Nahan has occupied the triangle area for decades, and is truly rich enough to rival a country. This statement is not an exaggeration. It is even an understatement. I am afraid that some relatively poor countries, even if they combine their national financial resources, do not have as much wealth as Nahan. At this time, Tang Zheng even wanted to burn incense at Nahan's corpse. Thank this world-famous villain. Thank him for his greed and collection habits. It is him who made the future of the Zhuguang army. The arrival of this sum of money is enough for Tang Zheng to complete the upgrade of the division commander, and to violently increase the number of troops. Standing in place, and taking a few deep breaths, Tang Zheng relied on the strong nerves trained in the end of the world to resist the urge to laugh excitedly. It's nothing. Calm down. Just because Nahan is dead doesn't mean there are no other wealth in the surrounding countries. Especially in Paiyu. There are still many jade mines. Although those mines don't have much wealth, they have a lot of jade raw stones. I don't know how much jade is hidden in those stones. As long as I smash all those stones, I can get a lot of money. Even if it can't catch up with the wealth of Nahan, it will definitely not be less. These stones are all mine. And these jades are all mine. Tang Zheng felt that if there was a mirror at this moment, he would be able to see his own red eyes. From this moment on, the jadeite of the South Peninsula Alliance was already in his pocket, and he would not allow anyone else to touch it. After getting this sum of money, Tang Zheng did not want to leave immediately. In the next period of time, he would stay here and collect more money. But there was another thing at the moment. That is, reinforcements from other countries were about to arrive. He had to hold on here for a few more days. After winning this battle, the situation here should be stable. So Tang Zheng suppressed the idea of continuing to collect funds, and began to arrange defenses. After the violent attack last night, the troops under his command had reached 199,800 people, with only a gap of 200 people. He also added the soldiers who died last night, and the number of people increased by more than 100 again. There was a gap of 30 people, so he temporarily left it alone, and did not continue to attack. 30 people can be ignored, and the current Zhuguang army is already fully staffed. After a day of rest, the troops finally received reinforcements from the South Peninsula Alliance. Although Nahan was dead, the South Peninsula Alliance did not disintegrate because of the death of one person. The generals of other countries all hoped to take this opportunity to expel or kill Tang Zheng, win more support, and then ascend to the top of the alliance. For this goal, the alliance troops still launched an attack on the Zhuguang army. However, as the two sides fought, they realized the strength of the Zhuguang army. The Zhuguang army was able to destroy Nahan's troops, and there was no doubt that they were strong in combat. Although they had a small number of troops, they were still able to fight the battle effectively. In particular, the survivability of the enemy aircraft and tanks was so strong that it was outrageous. They had to work very hard to barely kill a vehicle of the Zhuguang army, and in the same amount of time, the Zhuguang army could bring them huge casualties. Tang Zheng was now rich, and he was even more confident in fighting. His reckless attacks caused countless casualties to the Peninsula Alliance's troops. As the battle progressed, the cooperation of the Zhuguang army became more and more tacit. The Air Force, in particular, developed a bombing method using the characteristics of the Nani plane. That is, several Nani planes and several bombers attacked together at the same time, specifically picking the weak points of the enemy air defense. Under the simultaneous treatment of several Nani planes, as long as the bomber does not disintegrate instantly, it will basically be fine. This continuous treatment is even close to the power of the Iron Curtain. The bomber then continuously drops thermobaric bombs, and one attack can often completely destroy an entire enemy battalion. Faced with this brutal battle, the troops of the Peninsula Alliance obviously had few options. Their original military strength was not strong, and the nature of the alliance also determined their characteristics of fighting on their own. In the face of the technological power of the Zhuguang army's dimensionality reduction attack, some countries retreated, Those weak countries, after being hit several times in a row, and then several powerful countries did not provide timely support, they would have the intention to retreat. The Zhuguang army also seized this characteristic and pursued it relentlessly. After the first day of fighting, they forcibly beat the troops of the two small countries out of the battle sequence and forced them to withdraw. Although the Allied forces organized several decent offensives, they were all pushed back by the fearless Zhuguang army tank troops, ensuring that the triangle base was not lost. On the first day, the alliance made many mistakes. Although it had a huge advantage of more than 200,000 troops, it failed to capture the triangle base due to various mistakes. This night was actually a good opportunity, but the Allied officers were in a meeting, trying to study a more reasonable battle plan, and missed the best time to defeat the Zhuguang army. By the next morning, they finally came up with a plan that seemed reasonable, but they didn't have that chance. With the help of the engineering corps, the 100,000-man Zhuguang army finally broke out of the rainforest and arrived at the plain area of the triangle base. Along the way, they specifically chose to advance through uninhabited areas. They met several people along the way, but they were killed directly by them, so they were not discovered before they arrived at the plain. This is the advantage of marching in the end times. The uninhabited areas are too large and too many, and it is not easy to be discovered. Under Tang Zheng remote control, the Zhuguang army launched a fierce attack on the alliance troops that were organizing the siege. The alliance troops did not expect the attack to come from behind them. When they received the arrival of the Zhuguang army's large force, it was too late. The attack was unexpected, and the counterattack was hasty, and everything seemed chaotic. After about half an hour of stalemate, the Zhuguang army's armored regiment made a breakthrough on the right wing. They penetrated directly into the enemy hinterland and completely disrupted the enemy formation. The armored forces of the Zhuguang army, which had been prepared in the city, also moved out in coordination with the outside forces. Two long iron dragons rushed into the enemy camp and completely crippled the Allied forces. The soldiers of the Zhuguang army took the opportunity to launch a general attack. At the moment the charge horn sounded, the plains of the triangle base were full of defeated soldiers of the Allied forces. The planes of the Zhuguang army were bombing. The tanks were firing, and the soldiers of the Zhuguang army were chasing the enemy all over the mountains and plains. The Zhuguang army also used helicopters to constantly shout, demanding that the Allied forces put down their guns and surrender immediately. Some small countries were already terrified, and some soldiers began to put down their guns and raise their hands to show that they had surrendered. Tang Zheng did not kill them all at this moment, and chose to spare the lives of the surrendered troops. Seeing this situation, the surrender trend began to spread among the enemy troops, and organized troops put down their guns and joined the ranks of prisoners. On this day, the 100,000-strong Zhuguang army fought with the South Peninsula Alliance on the plains of the Triangle Base for 4 hours, and finally killed more than 50,000 enemies and captured as many as 110,000 prisoners. The Alliance troops, which numbered only 80,000 people, fled back to their respective countries in a panic. Although they returned, they no longer had the courage and ability to fight against the Zhuguang army. This kind of deadly fight can best reflect the combat effectiveness. The Alliance troops and the Zhuguang army are no longer troops of the same level. After this battle, the South Peninsula Alliance had no more troops capable of fighting except for the more than 300,000 people who attacked Huaqing City. The troops in Huaqing, whose homeland was raided, were now in a dilemma. Even if they took the capital of the Plateau Empire, they could only withdraw their troops in the end. This was their only choice. The Battle of the Triangle Plain was the second time that the Zhuguang army went abroad to fight. Through this battle, they also established their dominant position in the South Peninsula Alliance. Chapter 376. After defeating the South Peninsula Alliance, Tang Zheng immediately started the next move. The 100,000-strong army of the Zhuguang army spread out in the Triangle Base. There are 3 countries around the Triangle Base, namely Pai, Siam, and Danan. If Tang Zheng concentrates his forces now, it will not be difficult to destroy one of the countries. But Tang Zheng did not do that. His biggest purpose in coming to the South Peninsula Alliance was to seek wealth. This time, Tang Zheng's goal was to take down the jade mine here and get a large amount of jade ore. It takes time and effort to destroy a country, and there is not much wealth yet. Tang Zheng will not do such a thankless thing, especially now that the upgrade is imminent. Everything else has to be put on the back burner. The light chasing army, in battalions, cooperated with infantry and armored forces to attack the surrounding large and small mines. The people from several countries who were still mining here had no resistance at all when they encountered the light-chasing army. They were not even qualified to fight. The only thing they could do was to abandon the mines and flee. As for Tang Zheng, whenever the Zhuguang army occupied a mine, he would immediately fly there by plane, set up a mining camp, and buy mining vehicles. Every time a mine was occupied, there would be some gains, such as the jadeite raw stones mined. After cutting and polishing, if it was confirmed that there was jadeite inside, Tang Zheng would immediately go there to convert it. However, this kind of harvest would not be too much, because more stones had not been cut, and Tang Zheng's system could not determine whether there was jadeite inside the stone. So a large number of people were needed to cut and polish. Tang Zheng does not have enough manpower now, so he can only recruit people locally. Sometimes he cannot recruit people, so he just captures them directly. Tang Zheng will not kill people randomly, and he pays them a lot of money. So after the initial fear, the locals still return to work and start working for Tang Zheng. There are many mines here, and there are many such things. For a while, Tang Zheng was involved in the busy mining business and could not get out of it in a short time. The War of the South Peninsula Alliance was reported on the news. After the transmission of radio waves, the whole world soon knew about Tang Zheng's invasion of the South Peninsula Alliance. The troops attacking Huaqing City finally gave up the attack on Huaqing City when their hometown was threatened by the Zhuguang army. Instead, they retreated and returned to their hometown to deploy defenses. The already shaky Huaqing City finally ushered in the dawn of peace. It is said that the emperor of the Plateau Empire, Duan Yunxiang, collapsed on the ground on the spot, and tears flowed out. After this foreign invasion, Duan Yunxiang also knew that he could not protect the provinces of the Plateau Empire with his own strength. After several considerations, he finally surrendered to Li Wuyo, indicating that the Plateau Empire was willing to return to Han Yu's arms. After communicating with Tang Zheng, Li Wuyo asked Tang Zheng for his opinion. Tang Zheng told Li Wuyo to accept Huaqing City without any worries, as he did not have the power to take care of so many regions for the time being. Li Wuyo finally expressed his acceptance of the return of the Plateau Empire. When the news came out, the whole empire was jubilant. After obtaining several provinces in the southwest, the Hanwei Empire finally had some new atmosphere. The disintegration of Hanwei was caused by natural disasters and man-made disasters. Natural disasters are biochemical crises, and man-made disasters are the rebellion of the group army. However, with the continuous fighting, the number of zombies around the base cities has become less and less. And the two zombie kings, Big Corpse Sister and Little Corpse Sister, have left Hanwei, and the threat of zombies has begun to decrease. As for man-made disasters, several countries established by the army have been defeated, which also gives Hanwei people some hope. If it continues like this, it may not take too long to complete the restoration of the country. Pearl Islands. This is located in the southeastern waters of Hanwei, and was originally the base of the Royal Third Army. Among them, Pearl Island, the main island of the Pearl Islands, is the largest island in Hanwei, covering an area of 700,000 square kilometers. Tang Yifei, the commander of the Third Army, is the only army that has not announced its separation from Hanwei after the end of the world. After the end of the world, sea monsters are rampant. The Pearl Islands are more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Hanwei mainland, which is already a very long distance. Sea transportation was once interrupted. Tang Yifei has been committed to restoring marine transportation and naval power since then, and it has only recently achieved some results. However, the internal navigation with Hanwei has not been restored, because the Third Army encountered a lot of trouble. Several countries from the southeast region, including the Wool Empire, the Kingdom of Java, the Coconut Kingdom, etc., have already sent their fleets to some islands in the easternmost part of the Pearl Islands. The main force of the Third Army is now all defending some major islands to prevent these countries from continuing to invade their islands. They have been confronting each other for quite a long time. Once this battle starts, it will definitely be very cruel. Although the Third Army has a good navy, the other countries are not giving it away for nothing. It is now mid-September, and this period of peace has lasted for nearly 3 months. In the past 3 months, all countries have been actively developing, with economic and military development going hand in hand, and all forces that can be mobilized have been mobilized to eliminate the zombies around. It can be said that everyone has made great progress during this period. The Wool Empire and other countries were originally coastal countries with strong naval power. Now many types of warships have been produced, such as frigates, light aircraft carriers, and carrier-based aircraft have already appeared. And the third-generation aircraft have begun to become popular. It's just that the Third Army is fighting at home, and the Navy is not weak. This period of time is also a time for everyone to start an arms race. So this battle has not started yet. But in recent days, the situation has changed suddenly. The Magnolia Empire and the Wool Empire signed an arms sales contract and sold 2 medium-sized conventional-powered aircraft carrier battle groups to the Wool Empire. This aircraft carrier is not the crudely made aircraft carrier of Dalu. It is exactly the same as the aircraft carrier before the end of the world, and it has everything it should have. The 2 aircraft carriers can carry a total of 110 carrier-based aircraft, and the aircraft model is the same as the F-14 of the Zhuguang Army, a typical and strongest third-generation carrier-based aircraft, along with the 2 aircraft carriers and carrier-based aircraft. There are also some frigates, battleships, and other supporting warships for sale. The Wool Empire will also provide a large amount of precious metals, as well as a large amount of iron ore in sum, free of charge to the Magnolia Empire as a bargaining chip. Overall, the Wool Empire is losing money on this deal, but it can be exchanged for combat power, which is very important to them. The addition of this force will break the military balance in the southeastern waters. 2 aircraft carrier battle groups have arrived at the Wool Empire and are currently heading to the Pearl Islands. Tang Yifei knew that the situation was not good, and had sent messages for help to Li Wuyo, Tang Zheng, and Zhang Yuping in the Binhai Empire. But Tang Yifei also knew that Li Wuyo had just occupied the Sea Guard city, and the navy had not yet developed. Although the army was relatively strong, it was impossible for him to provide support. The only people she could count on were Tang Zheng and Zhang Yuping. These 2 people had no friendship with her. No one knew each other before the end of the world, and they had not had time to get to know each other after the end of the world. However, the news has already reported that Tang Zheng is currently fighting in the South Peninsula Alliance, and it may be difficult for him to support her. Her real hope is the support of Zhang Yuping in Binhai Empire. Zhang Yuping looked at Dr. Ma in front of him, and he couldn't believe what he heard. Doctor, did I hear it wrong? You want me to join the sequence of attacking the Pearl Islands and fight Tang Yifei together with the Wool Empire and the Java Kingdom? Dr. Ma nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. But Tang Yifei is from Hanwei. How can I help foreigners to fight her? Dr. Ma looked at Zhang Yuping. Your Majesty, since you established the Binhai Empire, you have parted ways with these people. Whether Tang Yifei establishes an independent country or not, she is no longer your kind. And do you know the significance of taking the Pearl Islands? What's the significance? Zhang Yuping asked. Dr. Ma pointed to the map. As long as we take the Pearl Islands, the southeastern sea area will be like a sea gate. As long as we block the Pearl Strait, Tangjing Navy will be locked in the north forever. If we want to continue to go south, we have to bypass the Pearl Islands, which is undoubtedly very dangerous. As long as we can suppress Tangjing development space, everything we do is worth it. Zhang Yuping was a little puzzled when he heard this. Doctor, some time ago, we joined forces with Dian's people to lure the sea monster to Dikui Island. We suffered heavy losses in that battle, and an aircraft carrier battle group was annihilated by Tang Zheng. I know you hate Tang Zheng, and I hate Tang Zheng too. But do we really need to do this? Just to block Tang Zheng development space. We join forces with foreigners? I might be infamous for eternity. Dr. Ma finally lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yuping slowly, Your Majesty, don't forget your identity. You are not only the Emperor of Binhai Empire, you are also our number 9. Zhang Yuping was stunned for a moment, looked down and saw the black snake monster ring on his hand, and then realized that he had joined a mysterious organization a few days ago. He is number 9 in this organization, and he wants to be number 1. Even if he is number 9, he has gained a lot of benefits. Dr. Ma brought him the latest warship manufacturing drawings and the manufacturing method of armed zombies. With the things Dr. Ma brought, his strength gradually recovered a lot. But he still didn't think he should fight Tang Yifei, because the reasons Dr. Ma gave were not sufficient. Seeing Zhang Yuping's thoughts, Dr. Ma finally threw out an important factor. Do you know? Number 10 is dead. Zhang Yuping suddenly looked up in a daze. Dead? That's right. Candidate number 10 and his mentor have both died at Tang Zheng's hands. This is the first time a mentor has died. Now in the organization. You and I are both number 9. And we are already at the bottom. Zhang Yuping's face suddenly changed. We are at the bottom. Number 10 was killed by Tang Zheng. That's right. Tang Zheng has now become a thorn in the organization side. Any action against him will be appreciated. So being able to cause trouble for him should be more important than your national sentiment. If we let Tang Zheng continue to develop, we will definitely suffer greatly. Chapter 377. After hearing what Dr. Ma said, Zhang Yuping was finally persuaded. The reason why he accepted Dr. Ma's ring was because he knew how powerful this organization was. The higher the ranking, the more technical support one can get. Zhang Yuping can even be sure that the person who will dominate the world in the future will definitely be someone under this organization. According to Dr. Ma, this organization has examined some people, but none of them were shortlisted. And Zhang Yuping was able to be shortlisted because of the geographical advantage. The Binhai Empire is located in the south of Zhonghai City. And Zhonghai City is very close to Dikui Island. It is the most populous city in the country. And now it is the place with the most zombies. If Tang Zheng wants to develop southward, he cannot go through Zhonghai City. He can only take the sea route and march southward. And if he does what Dr. Ma said, it will be equivalent to blocking Tang Zheng's sea passage again. This is the most important factor for him to be chosen as number 9. Hearing this, Zhang Yuping knew that he had no choice. And wearing this ring gradually made him no longer disgusted with betraying the nation. He has betrayed his country once. And it's no big deal to betray his nation again. Zhang Yuping thought of Tang Zheng destroying his fleet again. And the hatred in his heart was ignited. His eyes became colder and colder. Under the gaze of Dr. Ma, Zhang Yuping finally picked up Tang Yifei's letter for help and tore it into pieces. The doctor is right. I shouldn't be indecisive. Just do what the doctor said and let Tang Yifei die. Dr. Ma finally smiled. You are right to think so. You don't have to worry about Li Wuyo or Tang Zheng revenge. Li Wuyo doesn't have the ability to retaliate now. And Tang Zheng is not afraid of revenge. Because you will soon join forces with the Wool Empire, Java Kingdom, and Coconut Kingdom. When you unite, the person you should worry about is Tang Zheng. Zhang Yuping nodded, his eyes getting colder. Since we have made up our minds to do it, we should do it better. The Battle of the Pearl Islands must be won perfectly. September 18th. Zhang Yuping Binhai Empire said on TV that they belong to the Han Wen nation like Tang Yifei, and would not sit idly by and watch the Third Army face foreign enemies alone. They would send the newly enlisted fleet to strike at the enemy invading the Pearl Islands at the appropriate time. Tang Yifei was very happy to get Zhang Yuping's promise. In her opinion, Zhang Yuping Navy has developed very well. Even though a fleet was annihilated by Tang Zheng, it is now rising again. With Zhang Yuping's support, she finally has the confidence to fight the enemy. Even if Tang Zheng cannot let the Zhuguang army support this battle because he is far away in the South Peninsula Alliance, Tang Yifei doesn't think it matters much. On September 20th, the Battle of the Pearl Islands broke out. The 2 aircraft carrier formations of the Third Army took the initiative to launch an attack on the coalition fleet stationed on the Gao Sulphur Island in the east of the Pearl Islands, while the 2 medium-sized aircraft carrier battle groups sold by Yulan to the Wool Empire had not arrived. The 3 countries including the Wool Empire and the Third Army had a fierce naval battle. In the early stage of the battle, the Third Army took advantage of the sudden offensive and familiarity with the terrain and sea maps to launch a series of offensives and sink several coalition warships. The fleets of several countries in the coalition did not cooperate well. When the friendly forces were attacked, the fleets of the alliance still maintained their formation to protect themselves. This gave the Third Army an opportunity to achieve a series of results. Although they were not a big victory, they did win several battles. The Third Army, which had won consecutive victories, was full of confidence, especially after learning that the aircraft carrier battle group of the Wool Empire would not arrive for another 5 days. They launched a large-scale beach landing. Gaolu Island is an island with a combat area of dozens of square kilometers, which is not small. The Third Army started repeated battles with the coalition forces here. With the help of 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, they launched attacks on the enemies here day and night. They must take down Gaolu Island before the reinforcements of the Wool Empire arrive, and then build it into a defensive position to fight a defensive battle with the enemy. There was nothing wrong with the plan, and the Third Army was indeed winning. But the outcome of the war was never smooth sailing. just when the Third Army thought that the enemy reinforcements would take a few days to arrive. They did not expect that the enemy fleet would suddenly arrive on the night of September 22nd. The enemy deliberately concealed the itinerary and gave everyone a wrong message from the beginning, which successfully trapped the Third Army. One wrong step led to another. When the local fleet appeared and launched an air strike, the sailors on the 2 aircraft carriers of the Third Army were still sleeping. Suddenly, an aircraft carrier was attacked and sunk after being hit by dozens of missiles. Along with the aircraft carrier, many main warships of the Third Army were sunk, including 2 battleships. The planes on the aircraft carrier came back to rest, but they sank into the sea before they could take off. The second aircraft carrier gained some precious time because of the death of the first aircraft carrier. The soldiers of the Third Army continued to fight back with torpedoes, missiles, and other things. And the carrier-based aircraft also took off and fought desperately with the enemy. But they still lost. First, they lost in the aircraft. The enemy carrier-based aircraft were numerous, fast, fierce, and superior in firepower. The Third Army's carrier-based aircraft were basically destroyed when they fought with humans. The enemy 2 medium-sized aircraft carrier battle groups still had the last laugh with their powerful firepower advantage. After fighting the enemy for 5 hours, the second aircraft carrier of the Third Army was outnumbered and sunk again. The loss of 2 consecutive aircraft carriers made the Third Army unable to fight again. Many troops boarded the remaining warships and began to retreat, while asking for help from Zhang Yuping troops. Zhang Yuping was also very righteous and immediately sent troops to Mingzhu Island. Zhang Yuping said that the high sulfur sea area where the war started was too far away from him, and he had no ability to fight so far away, so he could only send troops to help the Third Army defend Mingzhu Island. Tang Yifei saw that Zhang Yuping was unwilling to work too hard, so she could only agree to help him defend Mingzhu Island. The main defense task was handed over to Zhang Yuping troops, and her main force set out again to set up defenses on various islands along the way to block the enemy attack. The enemy combined fleet kept approaching, and the battle became more and more brutal. What Tang Yifei never dreamed of was that when her troops were constantly heading to the front line and fighting with the multinational forces, Zhang Yuping actually stabbed her in the back. Taking advantage of the lack of troops inside Pearl Island, Zhang Yuping directly sent troops to occupy the headquarters of the Third Army, as well as the TV station, docks, and other places on the island. The 30,000 troops of the Third Army on the island broke out in a fierce battle with Zhang Yuping troops. But Zhang Yuping was well prepared, and 150,000 people landed on the island and defeated the troops of the Third Army in one fell swoop. More than 10,000 of the 30,000 people died, and the rest were also scattered and wandering among the people. They were no longer a force to be reckoned with. They went out overnight. Their old nest was destroyed, and the blow was like a bolt from the blue, which directly stunned Tang Yifei. When she woke up, Tang Yifei cursed Zhang Yuping, a national sinner. This kind of person who directly cooperates with foreigners to invade his own territory is absolutely a complete scum. Tang Yifei didn't even bother to fight against the fleets of many countries, and immediately mobilized troops to return to Mingzhu Island to prepare to retake his hometown. Unfortunately, this was too difficult. Tang Yifei had arranged a lot of defenses on Mingzhu Island, but now it was used by Zhang Yuping and became the lingering nightmare of the Third Army. The island was delayed, and the enemy pursuit had arrived. Under the circumstances of internal and external troubles, the Third Army could hardly gain a foothold. At the northernmost end of Mingzhu Island, most of the main forces of the Third Army were annihilated, and a small part were captured, which could almost be regarded as canceling the number. In the end, only Tang Yifei and some of her trusted troops were able to escape. About 10,000 people fled in the middle of the night on a warship and headed straight for the Highway City military port. Tang Yifei was ready to find Li Wuyo, whether she wanted Li Wuyo to help her take back the Pearl Island or seek political asylum. She had to choose to leave. On September 23rd, the Pearl Islands fell completely, except for the main island of Mingzhu Island, which fell into the hands of Zhang Yuping. All other islands were divided up by several other countries. After those captured Mingzhu Island, Zhang Yuping immediately announced that the Mingzhu Strait between Binhai Empire and Mingzhu Island was blocked, and no one's warships were allowed to approach, and any merchant caravans passing through had to undergo strict inspections, especially those coming from Dikui Island. In order to prevent spies from Zhuguang army from sneaking in, they were inspected in detail, and in the end, They even banned the ships from Dikui Island from coming. Although many people in the country cursed Zhang Yuping, he didn't care at all. Anyway, being scolded wouldn't make him lose a piece of meat. Because of Zhang Yuping's treasonous behavior, Tang Yufei's Third Army was defeated. The vast sea was handed over to others. Encouraged by this, the Yangmao Empire and other countries began to send troops here. They have already started to cooperate with Zhang Yuping, and can use the territory of the Binhai Empire as a springboard to invade Hanwei from here. This battle is like a weather vane, which has made many people move. Even the severely hit snakes want to take this opportunity to reoccupy more territory, collect more resources, and restore their military strength that was crippled by Tang Zheng. There is also Dalian in the north, which, with the cooperation of Li Haoqing's troops, also tried to enter Hanwei Grassland Province territory. More importantly, the world's #1 power, Magnolia, saw that the situation in the southeast of Hanwei had suddenly deteriorated, and no longer sold arms behind the scenes. Instead, it decisively sent 6 aircraft carrier battle groups and 300,000 troops to Hanwei. They also wanted to take this opportunity to start occupying Hanwei territory. As for countries such as the Wu Empire, they have already sent troops to land from the Binhai Empire. There were too many enemies. In just 1 week, more than 700,000 enemy troops entered Hanwei territory, and the most elite Magnolia Empire troops had not yet arrived. Everyone had been gathering strength for a long time, and felt that they were strong enough. So they all wanted to show their fangs to Hanwei. No, not showing their fangs. They wanted to divide Hanwei. And Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo territories were the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 378. Paya Kingdom. The Zhuguang army just took over an old mine. Tang Zheng set up a mining site here, and the soldiers of the Zhuguang army began to collect jadeite raw stones. Large quantities of jadeite raw stones were sent to the cutting workshop, where they were cut. Before the end of the world, there was a saying that gambling on jadeite was a matter of heaven and hell. If you did it well, you would make a fortune. But if you didn't do it well, you would lose everything. But this situation did not exist for Tang Zheng. The mining site was now his, and all the raw stones, regardless of their quality, were taken here for cutting. All the cutting machines were working day and night. Most of the time, nothing could be cut out. But there were often surprises. Whenever a piece of jade appeared, Tang Zheng would go over immediately and exchange it directly for funds. The system naturally had a set of measurement standards, and the amount of jade exchanged for each type was accurate. Tang Zheng liked this job very much. When the jade in each mine was piled up, he would fly over immediately and exchange it for funds and put it in his pocket. He has been working here for 10 consecutive days, and the funds in his hands have soared from 940 million to 1.25 billion. Every time he takes over a mine, it is an opportunity to make a fortune. But the income has begun to decline in recent days, not as strong as it was at the beginning. During this period, there was a war in the southeast, and Tang Zheng didn't even have time to go back. In his opinion, that war might take a while. But today, he got the latest news. Zhang Yuping backstabbing led to the deterioration of the situation in the Pearl Islands. Tang Yufei couldn't take the islands, so she had to give up everything and leave to seek political asylum in Yuanjing. Countries in the southeast region began to march into Hanwei, and even the world's #1 Magnolia Empire began to fall. Tang Zheng knew he had to go back. Otherwise, Hanwei, which had just improved, would surely fall apart again. And even Li Wuyo's current military strength might not be able to withstand this coalition. He looked through the information brought back by the correspondent and knew that the situation was not optimistic this time. In the past few months of peace, Li Wuyo and he were committed to restoring people's livelihood and developing the economy. But in fact, the military strength did not improve very fast. After all, Hanwei has been through many wars in a row and is in urgent need of a respite. The biggest problem is the people food. It is almost October now, and Hanwei is facing the autumn harvest season. So the next period of time is the harvest time. Li Wuyo is under great population pressure, which is the primary problem. I am afraid there is still not much time to develop the military. But other countries are different. They have not experienced as many wars as Hanwei. With a strong foundation, they recover very quickly. For example, the Magnolia Empire, the current aircraft carriers and warships have surpassed the Zhuguang army, and the fighter planes are not inferior. According to intelligence reports, the 4th-generation aircraft of the Magnolia Empire has also resumed production. If the 4th-generation aircraft is also put into battle, It will undoubtedly suppress the Zhuguang army. Other countries do not have the strong military strength of the Magnolia Empire. But the recovery is also good. And the third-generation aircraft have begun to become popular. The appearance of the traitor Zhang Yuping made the situation even more difficult. Even Tang Zheng did not expect that after Zhang Yuping destroyed a fleet, he would create a stronger fleet so quickly. It can be seen that there must be something behind this that he did not know. Putting down a piece of jadeite in his hand, Tang Zheng clapped his hands and asked the communicator to call Li Wuyo. The call with Li Wuyo was short, and it was basically a quick formulation of tactics. Tang Zheng told Li Wuyo to guard the border areas, especially the northern areas. Then Tang Zheng told Li Wuyo to take the initiative to attack and enter the grassland province to put pressure on Li Haoqing's troops and the Dalian people, but not to fight too hard, just to contain the other party. Li Wuyo was a little confused when he heard Tang Zheng's words. Brother Zheng, if this happens, the people of the snake will withdraw their hands. They may increase their investment in Baishan province and attack Heishui. Tang Zheng smiled. It means they should increase their investment here. Hearing this, Li Wuyo stopped asking. She knew Tang Zheng already had his battle plan. As for the southeast, Li Wuyo now has no naval force to take care of it, so it is naturally handed over to Tang Zheng. After discussing the battle plan, Tang Zheng immediately set off to return east. However, the 100,000 troops left in the southern peninsula basically did not move. Tang Zheng must guard the mines here. There are still many jades that have not been mined, and they must not be taken back by others. The only ones who really followed Tang Zheng away were his guard company, and the more than 300 fighters and bombers he had just purchased. All personnel took the plane and tried to return as quickly as possible. The news that Tang Zheng led a large number of Air Force troops back home was quickly conveyed through radio waves. However, 100,000 Zhuguang troops stayed in the South Peninsula, which also relieved those who wanted to enter Hanwei. If these 100,000 people did not come back, then the troops that Tang Zheng could mobilize would be very limited. And no one took it too seriously. It was time to move forward, and the troops of various countries were still being mobilized. But no one knew that the naval fleet on Dikui Island was also quietly mobilizing. On September 25th, the war first broke out in the north. Facing the invasion of various countries in the world, Li Wuyo took the lead in counterattacking. The Royal Guard mobilized 400,000 troops and entered the grassland province. Li Haoqing's troops were crippled at the beginning, and now that so much time has passed and no one has come to attack him, he has recovered some strength, and the current troops total 250,000. The Dalian people also spared no effort in supporting Li Haoqing, equipping them with a large number of modern weapons, so that Li Haoqing's troops regained good combat effectiveness. Li Haoqing's 150,000 troops and the 150,000 troops of the Dalian people originally thought that Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo would definitely focus on the southeast region and had no time to take care of them. The 300,000 troops went out brazenly and began to grab land in the grassland province. However, just after they took over 2 base cities and went deep into the grassland province, they were sniped by Li Wuyo. The 400,000 men of the Royal Guards encountered Li Haoqing and his men in the grassland province. A conflict broke out between the two sides, and both suffered some casualties. For a while, neither side was sure to defeat the other, but overall, Li Wuyo's side still had the advantage. After all, Li Haoqing and his men had gone on a long expedition, and logistical supplies were difficult, and the troops were slightly insufficient. Li Haoqing and his men had already annexed 2 base cities, and they absolutely could not spit out the fat meat in their mouths. In order to ensure their interests, the only way out was to increase the troops. Li Haoqing organized another 50,000 troops, and Dalian organized another 100,000 troops to form a reinforcement force and continue to march to the grassland province. In their view, as long as they can resist Li Wuyo for a period of time, as long as the situation in the southeast changes again, and the troops of various countries in the world enter the southeast, then Li Wuyo will definitely retreat. They can take this opportunity to annex most of the grassland province, and even part of the 2 river provinces. This idea seems to be fine, but they underestimated the greed of the snake people. Li Haoqing and his men could only withdraw troops from Heishui, so the Heishui native land was empty, which gave the snake people in Baishan an opportunity. When Li Wuyo and Li Haoqing went to war, they thought of this and quietly withdrew 100,000 troops from the snake native land, bringing the snake troops in Baishan to 250,000. When Li Wuyo and Li Haoqing were fighting and no one could withdraw from the battlefield. The Snake people began to attack Heishui province. They suffered too much at the hands of Tang Zheng. And now the navy is far less powerful than before. And the Snake people's greatest desire is to march to the mainland. So they have tried their best to seize Heishui. Li Haoqing obviously did not estimate the strength of the great Snake people actions. The defenders of Heishui had a hard time resisting, and were struggling. After 2 days of fighting, the Hejiang base in the south of Heishui fell. Only 3,000 of the 30,000 defenders managed to escape and retreated to the capital city of Heishui province, the Ice City base city. The great Snake people continued to march north and attack Ice City. As long as they took Ice City, the great Snake people would almost complete the annexation of several provinces in the northeast of Hanwei. This is a vast land, much larger than the island of the great Snake native land. As long as they can gain a foothold here and develop for a period of time, the Snake people believe that they will even become a superpower in the future. For this dream, they will fight to the end. Seeing the situation in Blackwater collapsing, Li Haoqing did not care to continue to increase troops in the Grassland province, and returned with his troops, hoping to defend the Ice City base city. He originally hoped that the people of Dahlia would go with him, but the people of Dahlia refused. They were unwilling to give up the Grassland province that they had already obtained. In the end, the two sides had some unpleasantness. Li Haoqing could only compromise and return to Ice City with 100,000 troops. In this way, the pressure on Li Wuyo's side was reduced again, and he continued to maintain a stalemate in the Grassland province. Dahlia and part of Li Haoqing's troops, 400,000 against 350,000. For a while, no one could do anything to the other. The 200,000 people on the side of the Snake attacked the Ice City base city. After Li Haoqing's troops came back to support, there were also 130,000 defenders. It was not realistic to take down the Ice City in a short time. The Snake people gritted their teeth and transferred another 50,000 troops from the mainland. At this time, his mainland troops only had more than 60,000 land forces and the last aircraft carrier battle group, which was already a very, very dangerous number. But the Snake people still believe that there will be no problem. After all, Li Wuyo has no naval power. And according to news reports, Tang Zheng has returned to Dikui Island. The Snake is isolated overseas and is still very safe. The war situation in the north continues to ferment, confusing, and the outcome is unpredictable. And Tang Zheng, who everyone is concerned about, has no news since he returned to Dikui Island. This makes many people worry that Tang Zheng may suddenly send troops to interfere in the situation in the southeast. But no one thought that Tang Zheng has already arrived at the Chongqing Island military port. Tang Zheng returned from the South Peninsula Alliance and first returned to Dikui Island. He learned about the situation in detail here, when the war in the north was in full swing. He took his more than 300 fighters and directly entered the vast East Ocean, and finally landed at the airport of Chongqing Island. The two aircraft carrier battle groups of the Zhuguang Army have also assembled here. Chapter 379. The two aircraft carrier battle groups of the Zhuguang Army had already left Dikui Island many days ago and arrived at Chongqing Island. In the waters of Dikui Island, the Zhuguang Army had banned all maritime trade and commerce, and even banned fishing boats from going out to sea, in order to block the news. With the arrival of the two fleets, the 300 fighters brought by Tang Zheng and 60 nanny planes also arrived. The planes and warships gathered here, and the powerful naval and air forces of the Zhuguang Army were gathered here. Tang Zheng came here to check the situation of the troops and prepare to set off. This time, the northern war situation was basically planned by Tang Zheng. His ultimate goal is to capture Wangjing Island, the main island of the Great Snake's homeland. This is the only island in the nearby area of the Great East Ocean, except for Mingzhu Island, the main island of the Pearl Islands, with an area of more than 100 square kilometers. Take this place, completely destroy the Great Snake's lair, and complete the upgrade by the way, from the Chongqing Island military port to Jingzhou Island, the southernmost tip of the Great Snake's homeland. It is only 2,400 kilometers away. At this distance, even if the people of Dash discovered the movement of the Zhuguang Army, it would be too late to return the troops. So Tang Zheng did not need to consider anything when he set out. The fleet rode the wind and waves and headed north. And the 360 fighter planes that followed Tang Zheng also set out at the same time as the fleet. The speed of the aircraft must be much faster than the speed of the fleet. More than 300 fighter planes flew across the ocean and approached Dashi homeland. The carrier-based aircraft on the 2 aircraft carriers of the Zhuguang Army also took off during this process, joined the Air Force formation, and rushed towards Dishi homeland together. Their combat target is very direct. That is the last aircraft carrier formation of the Snake, Pearl Island. Zhang Yuping has moved his office from the Binhai Empire to here. Today is his celebration banquet. Standing in the magnificent hall, Zhang Yuping is wearing a gorgeous dress and is excited. After taking over the Pearl Island, his Binhai Empire has expanded significantly and occupied the Pearl Strait, a major transportation route. His power has expanded rapidly, and with the support of the mysterious force of Dr. Ma behind him, his heart has also become much bigger. Today's banquet was for him to entertain his allies. People from the Wool Empire, people from the Java Kingdom, people from the Coconut Kingdom. There were even more distinguished guests. The people from Magnolia. Magnolia's fleet had arrived just today, which was the reason why he held the banquet. Just now at the dock, he saw the warships of the Magnolia Empire docked. 6 medium-sized aircraft carriers, 6 light aircraft carriers, more than 600 carrier-based aircraft, and more than 100 supporting ships. The scale of this fleet was too large. The enemy transport ships carried a large number of soldiers, as many as 300,000, and these people were all his allies. Zhang Yuping could even foresee that he and his allies would join forces to take down Dikui Island and destroy the Zhuguang army. The current situation in Hanwei was actually very simple in Zhang Yuping's eyes. The only nail was Dikui Island. As long as this place was taken down, the subsequent battles would be unstoppable. Li Wuo troops were fighting in the north and had no power to stop their attack. Marshal Hans of Baiyulan has implicitly expressed to him that he is willing to support him to ascend the throne of Hanwei. When Zhang Yuping thought that he could really become the emperor of Hanwei, he felt light and fluttery when he walked. While he was daydreaming, the guests arrived. Zhang Yuping personally came to the door of the banquet hall to welcome the guests from all walks of life. Before the end of the world, countries such as the Wool Empire followed by Yulan lead. After they arrived, they greeted Zhang Yuping at the door of the banquet hall and waited for the arrival of Marshal Hans. Hans is a meritorious general of Magnolia. He has commanded many foreign wars before. He was not infected when the apocalypse broke out. Now he has become one of the 2 marshals of the Magnolia military. And he is one of the 2 giants of the military together with another Marshal Roy. Magnolia, as the world's first power, has not yet completed the restoration of the country. But its situation is much better than other countries. On their continent, there has been no corpse king yet. Their North State continent is connected to the South State continent. The corpse king has appeared in the South State continent, but not in the North State. There is an artificial canal between the 2 continents. They guard this canal and are basically safe. So although Baiyulan did not complete the restoration of the country, the recovery is the best. There are oceans on the east and west sides of their country. The north is vast and sparsely populated, which is basically their back garden. There is also an ocean further north. For such a long time, they have successively recovered many cities, and transportation and electricity in many places have been restored. The military industry has also recovered the fastest. If there is anyone who is faster than them, it is only the Zhuguang army. But now, compared with them, the Zhuguang army is still slower. The only loss they have suffered since the beginning of the apocalypse is the loss of Dikui Island. This also makes the people of Baiyulan hate Tangzheng to the core. But they are far away from here and have never had the opportunity to come here for revenge. Now this opportunity has come. The Pearl Islands of Hanwei have been lost, and the Binhai Empire on the other side is also Zhang Yuping territory. The door to Hanwei has been opened. So they came, and they invaded in a big way. Zhang Yuping and the people of the Wool Empire waited in the banquet hall for a while, and Hans finally arrived. This is a man in his 50s, but he doesn't look old at all, and his posture is as straight as a young man. Everyone knows at a glance that this is a mutant, and a second-level mutant, wearing a military uniform and a hat. Hans walked into the hall and shook hands with Zhang Yuping and others. Hans introduced the people around him to Zhang Yuping and others. Everyone, I think you may have some impression of this person. This is Mr. Jones, the ambassador of my Magnolia Empire to Dikui Island. He is also a victim of the Dikui Island incident. This time I came to Hanwei, and it was he who contacted me. Zhang Yuping immediately realized that Jones had escaped from Dikui Island and sought political asylum in Dian. But later Dian was defeated by Tang Zheng and he disappeared. Unexpectedly, He had already established contact with his country, and now reappeared in people's sight. Everyone hurriedly shook hands with Jones. And Hans continued, "This time I came to Hanwha. The main goal is to chase the Light Army. I just came here and don't know the situation yet. So before the banquet, let my assistant Mr. Jones talk about the situation first. Where is the light-chasing army now?" Zhang Yuping didn't want to discuss these things first. He also carefully prepared a lot of delicious food. He wanted to talk about some light topics first. So he said directly, "Don't worry about Marshal Hans. The main forces of the Zhuguang army are all in the South Peninsula Alliance. There are also some people stationed in Zhuguang City. There are not many troops stationed here." Unexpectedly, Jones suddenly interrupted him. When Tang Zheng came back from the South Peninsula Alliance, there were Air Force troops following him. Where are those Air Force troops? Zhang Yuping was stunned for a moment. It should be in Dikui Island. When they came back, those planes all landed on Dikui Island. What about the Navy? Where are the 2 aircraft carrier formations of the Zhuguang army now? Zhang Yuping frowned slightly. It should also be on Dikui Island. His fleet was stationed there before. Jones continued to ask, "Have you learned about the situation on Dikui Island? Are there any latest surveillance footage?" Zhang Yuping's head was slightly swayy. He asked his subordinates, and then stuttered, "Martial law has been imposed around Dikui Island. The Zhuguang army has blocked the coastal waters and the Haojiang waterway, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. In addition, electronic interference has been turned on, and the phone can't be dialed in." Jones snorted coldly. "So, you are all completely clueless about the current situation of the Zhuguang army's air force and navy?" Zhang Yuping was a little annoyed by the question, but he didn't dare to get angry. So he could only say in a low voice, "I don't think you need to worry too much about this. I have made sufficient arrangements both in Binhai and Pearl Island. Moreover, with your arrival, the Zhuguang army has difficulty protecting itself with its limited strength. They should not dare to come and make trouble." Jones did not continue to talk about this issue, but turned to look at Hans. "Marshal, Tang Zheng is very cunning, and his actions are always unexpected. You see, they are blocking the news so tightly now. What do they want to do?" Hans also frowned slightly at this time. To be honest, he couldn't figure out what Tang Zheng was doing. But from the current point of view, everything is good. At least Tang Zheng troops are there, and it is difficult to pose a threat to his side. However, he still cautiously asked Zhang Yuping to increase the intensity of investigation and make sure to find out the plan of the Zhuguang army. Zhang Yuping naturally agreed. And then the banquet officially began. Zhang Yuping found a dance team that had participated in the palace New Year's Eve party before, and came here to dance and cheer. Everyone drank happily here. They will go to war soon and enter the interior of Hanwha to fight. This short period of joy and relaxation is also necessary. At the banquet, Hans and Zhang Yuping toasted each other. Hans also did a lot of research on the situation in Hanwha. During the banquet, he even expressed to Zhang Yuping that the snake people were also their allies. This time he also planned to support the snakes to gain a foothold in Hanwha, hoping that Zhang Yuping could give up several provinces in the northeast of Hanwha to the snake people as a base. Zhang Yuping also agreed readily. For his dream of becoming emperor, he could agree to any conditions. After 3 rounds of drinking, the banquet was ready to proceed to the next activity. These foreign robbers hugged the beauties in an ugly manner and prepared to go to the next activity. At this time, a messenger suddenly ran to Zhang Yuping's side. "Your Majesty, we know the target of the Zhuguang army's action." "Oh, where is it?" The sleepy Zhang Yuping suddenly became alert, and Hans and others who were about to leave also stopped. "It's the Great Snake. The Zhuguang army's navy and air force are all out to attack the Great Snake's home island, Wangjing Island." Zhang Yuping was stunned. He had never expected that the Zhuguang army would ignore their people and go to the Great Snake's home island, Wangjing Island. Zhang Yuping looked at Hans and the others, hoping that Hans could make a decision. Hans stood there for a long time without moving, and finally turned around slowly. "I don't know why Tang Zheng wants to attack Wangjing Island. But if this happens, will his Dikui Island be empty inside?" Chapter 380. After Hans finished speaking, Zhang Yuping nodded immediately. "It should be empty. Does General Hans want to attack Dikui Island?" Hans smiled. "Isn't this a good opportunity?" Zhang Yuping thought for a while. Although Dikui Island is empty, its defense is not weak. Tang Zheng has built a lot of coastal artillery positions. It is not easy to take it down. If the battle on the Snake side ends quickly, and the Zhuguang army returns, we may be in a difficult battle. Han shook his head, although the Orochi people are despicable. Their fighting spirit is still good. We must give them hope so that they can hold on longer. After that, Hans asked someone to call the current emperor of Orochi. The emperor of Orochi is now named Watanabe, and he has always been close to Bai Yulan. The call was connected, and there was a faint sound of explosions. Hans just said a few simple words. Hold on. We will immediately march to Dikui Island. The longer you hold on, the greater the hope of victory. After hanging up the phone, Hans immediately asked the troops, who had disembarked to rest, to reboard and set off immediately. When Watanabe received Hans' call, the Battle of Wangjing Island had already begun. In the dark night, the fighter planes of the Zhuguang army flew over the vast ocean, aiming directly at the last aircraft carrier formation of the Orochi. The Orochi had a total of 4 aircraft carrier formations. 1 was buried in the Sea Guard city, and 2 were destroyed near the Dikui Island. This remaining fleet was the last naval force of the Orochi. The attack target of the light-chasing army was very clear. They wanted to destroy this formation as soon as possible and create convenient conditions for the subsequent fleet to land on the island. The Snake people were not unprepared for the air raid of the light-chasing army. Since the attack on the Highway City military port, the Snakes have made great efforts in coastal air defense. The fleet was parked at the port of Wangjing Bay City, surrounded by anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft missiles. The radar was rotating non-stop. And it was not just one radar. In fact, when the plane of the light-chasing army passed a lighthouse, the Snake people knew that the light-chasing army was coming, so they had time to defend and prepare. But this could not change the outcome. When the first wave of planes of the chasing light army arrived, they were met with fierce attacks from the Great Snake coastal defense artillery. Dense shells and missiles penetrated the clouds and flew straight into the sky. Some missiles did hit the fighter planes of the chasing light army directly. But it was the first time that the Great Snake people saw the roll of the Nani plane. As the white light of the Nani plane flashed, many of the hit fighter planes were immediately repaired, and only a few were actually destroyed. Facing the intensive attacks of the Great Snake, the light-chasing army paid only a slight price to break through this layer of air blockade and enter the airspace above the fleet. Then came the bombing of the bombers. The first wave of bombing by the light-chasing army's bombers dropped thermobaric bombs on the deck of the aircraft carrier. This highly penetrating bomb directly destroyed the interior space of the aircraft carrier, causing the explosion to occur from the inside out. Although the Great Snake people reacted to the light-chasing army's surprise attack, they did not have time to drive away the carrier-based aircraft on the deck. So the carrier-based aircraft became the first wave of victims. The locust-like fighters of the light-chasing army arrived, bombing the warships and the air defense positions. The anti-aircraft soldiers of the Snake gritted their teeth and fired, eager to shoot down the group of light-chasing army invaders. But today was simply weird. No matter how fierce the artillery fire was, they just couldn't shoot him down. An F-14 was hit and smoked, and it seemed that it was about to fall into the sea. But the smoke disappeared and it rose again. This scene simply stunned the air defense forces. Could it be that the fighter planes of the Zhuguang army were wearing condoms? What just pierced through the condoms? It's okay if this happens once, but when it happens repeatedly, it is particularly devastating. The indestructible anti-aircraft guns in your hands have become decorations, and the enemy planes can't kill them. This feeling is too devastating. And if you can't kill them, they will not show any mercy when they hit you. The Zhuguang army's planes hit the enemy without leaving any room for maneuver. They hit the warships with thermobaric bombs and the anti-aircraft positions of the Snakes with white phosphorus bombs. Soon the military port fell, and one warship after another was sunk by thermobaric bombs and sank into the sea. The air defense position was also engulfed in flames, and the scorching flames enveloped the earth, reflecting the sky in a fiery red. The buzzing sound of fighter planes circling was endless, and the sound of explosions continued. Some bombs that fell in the air brought large areas of seawater up to the sky, like rain. The Orochi's aircraft carrier could not bear it. After continuous bombings of thermobaric bombs and missiles, the hull finally broke. In fact, after the air defense position was engulfed in flames, the Snakes gave up the aircraft carrier battle group. It was not that our army did not work hard, but that the enemy was too powerful and could not be resisted. The remaining troops on the shore, as well as many naval crew members, chose to enter the inland area and abandon this seaport. The Zhuguang army was not polite, and continued to drop some bombs, sending all the warships of the entire aircraft carrier battle group into the sea. So far, the 4 aircraft carrier battle groups of the maritime power Snake, more than 100 warships, all disappeared under the attack of the Zhuguang army. After destroying the fleet, the fighter planes of the Zhuguang army did not retreat immediately, but continued to bomb the air defense positions. Those anti-aircraft guns and surface-to-air missile silos that were still usable also became their targets. These things may cause trouble for the fighter planes in the future, and none of them can be left. After clearing all the fleets and air defense positions, the night has passed. The fighter planes of the Zhuguang army returned, and the Snake side breathed a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, the fighter planes came again at noon. This time, not only fighter planes came, but also 2 aircraft carrier battle groups of the Zhuguang army. The fleet of the Great Snake had been destroyed, without the obstruction of the sea force. The fleet of the Zhuguang army drove straight into the north coast of Wangjing Island. The capital of the Great Snake was built here, named Wangjing Bay City. Originally, the capital of the Great Snake was called Tianjing, which was not on this island. The base of the Great Snake was built here, and it could overlook Tianjing across the strait. So it was named Wangjing, because it was built on the coast. It suffered this time. The fleet of the Zhuguang army stopped at sea and could cover Wangjing with firepower. After the fleet of the Zhuguang army arrived, not only did the planes take off and start bombing, but the battleships also docked at the shore of Wangjing and began to bombard the city. A large amount of ammunition poured down, targeting the city defense of Dash's military camp, and all the military targets of Dash. The violent explosion covered the city wall, and the city wall was collapsed. But the Zhuguang army continued to fight. Dash city defense troops no longer dared to stay on the city wall to guard, and their troops had to go out and come to the beach to fight the enemy. But as they approached the beach, the artillery fire of the Zhuguang army became more intense, and the sea and air forces cooperated to continuously destroy the Great Snake's troops. The Great Snake, which had lost its air and sea control, was completely passive, but their capital was on the shore, and there was no place to escape. Large numbers of people were deployed, and they went to the battlefield one after another, but they died on the beach one after another. This battle lasted for a whole day, and the Great Snake people fought like filling a pit. But this pit would never be filled. The beach has turned blood red, and more than 50,000 bodies have been left here forever. The Snake could not bear the loss, and wanted to send people to seek peace. The people sent out just walked out of Wangjing Bay City, and were hit by an anti-aircraft missile. A negotiation team was directly killed, and no one was left. The Zhuguang army refused to negotiate. It was not until this time that the people of the Snake knew that the purpose of the Zhuguang army was not to destroy the fleet at all. They wanted to capture Wangjing and destroy the entire Snake. Emperor Watanabe of Orochi made a televised speech when the negotiation team was wiped out. My fellow citizens, I am Watanabe. Here, I have to tell you a sad news. The peace negotiation team we sent out was just brutally killed by the Zhuguang army outside the north gate of Wangjing. The Zhuguang army has issued a notice. They are not going to negotiate with us, but asking us to surrender unconditionally. Here, I want to tell Tang Zheng and the Zhuguang army, you better stop dreaming. Throughout the ages, our Great Snake people have never known how to surrender. We would rather die than live in disgrace. This is the creed of our Great Snake people. The spirit of Zenwudo will support us in the battle, and the 8-headed snake god will bless us. In view of our current shortage of troops, I now declare, all people over the age of 14 in Great Snake must take up arms, and go to the battlefield to resist the invaders of the Chasing Light Army until the last drop of blood is shed. There is also good news to tell you. Our allies in the southeast region, including the Magnolia Empire, the Coastal Empire, the Wool Empire, the Kingdom of Java, the Coconut Kingdom and other countries, are heading towards Dikui Island. The light-chasing invaders can't hold out for much longer. Their hometown will be destroyed soon. Their current situation is the final madness, which is self-destruction. So, let's continue to fight until we win the final victory. Watanabe waved his arms and shouted wildly on TV. A large number of Snake people below also shouted, and the atmosphere was extremely fanatical. Under the instigation of the Snake Emperor and the officials, a large number of Snake young people took to the streets and came to the conscription office to join the army. Some of them were issued guns. Some were holding old-fashioned rocket launchers, and some were even holding a pack of explosives or a bundle of grenades. These young people also spontaneously formed teams and gave them some resounding names. What Wangjing Youth Death Squad, Wangjing Youth Assault Group, Dash Hot-Blooded Men's Armed Forces, etc. These people also made some flags, held the flags, and rushed to the fleet of the Zhuguang army on the shore with passion. Behind them, the camera of Dash TV followed and filmed. They will show their spirit and fighting spirit to the whole world. They believe that the Zhuguang army is now facing internal and external troubles. As long as their resistance is firm enough, the Zhuguang army will eventually be defeated and return home in disgrace. For the final victory, they will fight with the Zhuguang army, and they will never surrender. Chapter 381. This kind of thing rarely happens in history. The people formed a team and charged at the enemy regular army. This situation is almost the same as sending themselves to death. The farmer picked up a gun, but he was not a qualified soldier. Passionate blood cannot replace military literacy. These young people charged regardless of the consequences, as if they thought their death could scare off the enemy. If there is any advantage in doing this, it may be the advantage of public opinion about humanitarianism. If the opposing troops were not cruel enough, if they still emphasized humanitarianism, then it is indeed possible that they would not launch a large-scale massacre of these people. But the people of Dash misjudged the ruthlessness of the Zhuguang army. Or rather, they took themselves too seriously at this time, let alone the people of Dash. Even if his compatriots dared to hinder Tang Zheng military operations, he would not be lenient. Not to mention the Dash, who had a generations-long hatred with Han Yu. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked the battleship to approach the shore as much as possible. The secondary guns, close and defense guns, and dual-purpose machine guns on it were all laid flat. Attack the crowd rushing out of Wangjing Bay City. These heavy guns with a range of several kilometers were originally used to shoot down planes and warships. Now using them to shoot you is really a bit of a bargain for you. The rain of bullets brought a terrifying sound of breaking through the air, and they began to madly shoot at the crowd coming out of Wangjing Bay City. Clang, 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 clang. Swish, 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 swish. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets hit the city wall, bringing up large pieces of white smoke, and hit people's bodies. Just a bunch of blood mist broke through the air, hitting the arm. The arm shattered into a ball of blood mist. Hit the body. The body shattered and burst into a cloud of blood mist. Hit the head. The head shattered into a blood mist. The crowd was beaten to pieces in an instant, and the enemy guns could not hit the battleship that far away. Even if some bullets hit, it was not even as good as a tickle for the battleship. A young student was charging, and his senior fell beside him. A bullet went through his thigh. His thigh was shattered, and he fell down screaming. He still wanted to crawl forward with the courage of blood, but after crawling a step, blood flowed from the broken leg, and the severe pain made him howl and roll. He was trying to struggle to see the wound, but a companion stepped over him and accidentally touched the wound. The senior student screamed. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. If he was rescued in time, he might still be alive. But everyone was charging at this time, so who would save him? In front of the young student, his mentor fell down. A bullet penetrated his head, and a cloud of blood burst out, splashing blood and brain matter all over the young man's face. The blood blurred his eyes and shook his heart. The screams in his ears were like nightmares, affecting his brain and making his mind chaotic. Dead. All dead. Too many people died. People he knew since the end of the world had been dying around him. The enemy bullets are simply an airtight wall, and the mighty metal torrent destroys everything. No. 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 I don't want to die. No. The young man's spirit collapsed. He threw away the explosives that the soldiers gave him and turned around and ran back. Just as he was about to turn around, someone suddenly pushed him. A comrade next to him pushed him away and ran back first. That comrade wanted to use him as a target and a shield. The young man thought of this at the first time, and he wanted to lie down to save his life. But it was too late. A bullet penetrated his chest, taking away all his strength and body temperature in an instant. Looking at the big hole in his chest, the young man was unwilling. He still had many dreams that had not been realized, and many beautiful ideas about the future that had not been formed. He had not held the hand of the girl he liked, and he had not experienced what marriage was like. But he fell here. He looked ahead with unwilling eyes. Before the darkness came, he saw that the man who pushed him away could not escape and fell to the ground. The young man smiled with difficulty, fell down, and closed his eyes. If he had another chance, he would choose to give up resistance and never do this mindless thing again. These so-called young death squads completely collapsed under the crazy shooting of the light-chasing army. When blood and killing appeared in front of them, it was easy to extinguish their impulse and enthusiasm. When fear takes over, defeat and escape are inevitable. But the resistance of the Snake people is not over. At their airport, a large number of aircraft are gathered here. There are military aircraft, passenger aircraft, airport training aircraft, and even civilian gliders and pesticide-spraying aircraft. What's more, many wooden aircraft also appeared here in large numbers. This type of aircraft is equipped with an engine and propeller, and the rest is a wooden structure. A large number of young men from the Orochi were gathered here. They all had flying experience, even if it was only for one day. The Orochi officers stood in front of them and told them the purpose of this trip. Your mission is to drive the plane and rush to the warships of the light-chasing army. The plane is equipped with explosives. After you take off, the wheels of the plane will automatically fall off, which means that once you take off, you will have no chance to land. There is only a little oil in your plane, which is enough for you to fly to the enemy warships. And you can't even fly back. Your cockpit will be nailed shut after you get on it, and you won't be able to get out. I've said so much just to tell you that you will definitely die. But your sacrifice is not worthless. Behind you are your relatives, your friends, your compatriots, and the land that gave birth to you. You died to protect your homeland. Your name and your spirit will be forever admired and commemorated by your descendants and the entire Dash people. We will never come back this time. I will sacrifice my blood to the heavens. Glory to the great snake. The passionate young people who were inspired raised their hands and shouted, "Glory to the great snake." Board the plane. These passionate young people boarded the plane one after another. And then someone nailed the cockpit of the plane to prevent the people on board from leaving. These planes filled with explosives will soon take off and rush towards the fleet of the light-chasing army at the cost of their lives. When the first batch of enemy fighters took off, Tang Zheng frowned slightly. With his keen observation of the battlefield, he had already discovered that something was wrong with these planes. All kinds of planes of various models took off and rushed towards his fleet. This scene made him realize something. Prepare anti-aircraft missiles, anti-aircraft guns, and anti-aircraft machine guns. Don't let these planes rush over. The faces of the soldiers of the Zhuguang army also became solemn. This kind of plane seemed to be a suicide plane. Similar situations occurred in the wars of the last century. But the warships at that time were far inferior to the warships of the Zhuguang army now. Various anti-aircraft missiles are a natural barrier that is difficult for fighter planes to overcome. Not to mention the countless anti-aircraft guns and even individual anti-aircraft missiles. Many anti-aircraft infantrymen of the Zhuguang army ran to the deck, raised their individual anti-aircraft missiles, and were ready for battle. The first to be launched were the anti-aircraft missiles on the Zhuguang army warships. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Missiles broke through the air, with white smoke on their tails, and flew towards the enemy fighter planes. The planes locked by the missiles were easily smashed into pieces. Dozens of planes were shot down with one wave of missiles. But there were too many enemy planes. A large number of fighter planes roared in, and the Zhuguang army also opened fire. Countless bullets rose into the sky, and individual missiles were mixed in, giving the enemy planes a fatal blow. Every time an enemy plane was destroyed, a large ball of fire would explode in the sky, proving that there were explosives in the plane. The explosions of planes made the sky gray, and large balls of smoke even covered the sea. The guns and cannons rumbled, and the true appearance of the Zhuguang army fleet could not even be seen. Under normal circumstances, with the attack method of the Zhuguang army, the enemy fighter planes will be destroyed soon, because no one can afford such consumption. But the people of the Snake can, because a large number of their planes are made of wood. In fact, when the Snake was defeated on the Dikui Island, they prepared for this day. In order to prevent anyone from attacking the main island of the Snake, they built a large number of wooden planes. And even many young people were pulled to train once. Many people died that time. But a large number of temporary pilots were also created. No need for superb driving skills. Just be able to lift the plane into the air and dive down. Everything that had been prepared long ago finally came in handy today. Batches of wooden planes took off like locusts. Many of them had already flown out, and there were countless planes waiting in line at the airport. They firmly believed that with such a numerical advantage, they would be able to break through the fleet blockade of the light-chasing army. As long as they could capture the warships, their efforts would be worth it. Such scenes of war were also broadcast live on TV. The Snake people also want to convey their fighting spirit to the world in this way, and let everyone know that the snakes are not easy to mess with. As long as the Zhuang army can be repelled this time, no one will dare to easily mess with the snakes in the future. And the day when their country returns to its peak is just around the corner. People watching TV were indeed shocked by such a battle scene. The Zhuang army has already taken the advantage, but whether it can win is still an unknown. Especially countries such as Baiyuan have already sent troops to Dikui Island. If the war lasts longer, the Zhuang army may even be defeated. What will the Zhuang army do next? Chapter 382. Tang Zheng took a deep breath as he watched another batch of enemy fighter planes take off. Prepare the nuclear bombs. We will airstrike Wangjing again in 5 minutes. The Zhuang army's aviation regiment immediately prepared, and small nuclear bombs began to be loaded onto bombers, ready to take off and drop bombs at any time. Beside Tang Zheng, Ning Yue and the others said with a little concern, "General, someone will criticize you for this." Tang Zheng smiled. "It doesn't matter. My friends won't say anything about me, and it doesn't matter whether my enemies say anything or not." Ning Yue thought it made sense, nodded and said nothing. He Shui seemed to be hesitant to speak. Tang Zheng glanced at He Shui. "Xiaoxue, don't tell me you are also going to persuade me not to drop the nuclear bomb." He Shui shook her head. "General, I was thinking that our small nuclear bombs are not powerful enough after all. Even if we drop one, it is difficult to completely defeat the enemy. I saw an active volcano on this island, just west of Wangjing Base City. If we use a nuclear bomb to detonate the volcano, the effect may be better." Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out the map to check. After checking, Tang Zheng was shocked, because this is not a volcano, but a group of volcanoes, spreading from the land to the seabed. The last time this group of volcanoes erupted was more than 100 years ago, and that eruption caused a large-scale tsunami. After the tsunami, countless lives were lost, and countless snake people were buried in the tsunami. The interval between eruptions of this group of volcanoes is generally more than 100 years, and it is almost time for them to erupt again. Seeing Tang Zheng was absorbed in watching, He Shui continued, "General, I have observed this volcano. There have indeed been some frequent underwater movements recently. If a nuclear bomb is used, it is very likely to cause the volcano group to erupt prematurely. But the consequences will be serious. The people on Wangjing Island may not have so many high-rise buildings to avoid floods." Tang Zheng glanced at her for proposing this vicious plan. "Our Xiaoxue can be said to be the most vicious woman in the world, but I will have to bear the blame in the end." He Shui rolled her eyes. "I just made a suggestion. It's the general's business to decide." After that, she ran to the side and continued her scientific research. But Tang Zheng had already accepted He Shui's suggestion in his heart. If he continued like this, his fleet would definitely suffer losses. The resistance of the snake people was indeed very strong. In fact, in this battle, if the snake people caused some losses to their side, and then used nuclear bombs to counterattack, that would be the best strategy, so that they would not suffer too much public condemnation, because it was a self-defense counterattack out of necessity. Many people can understand it, but Tang Zheng doesn't think so. Why do you have to suffer losses before counterattacking? The best way is to nip the danger in the bud. As for the people of the snake, Tang Zheng is very sorry. He can't care so much. Who makes everyone born to be opposite? These people are willing to kill themselves regardless of their lives. Tang Zheng admires this fighting spirit, but he will never allow it to happen. I would rather die than my fellow Taoists. And you are not even my fellow Taoists. Fuck you. All of you go to hell. I watched as the enemy planes took off to join the battle, and some of them even broke through the blockade and began to hit their warships. If it weren't for the poor driving skills of the enemy temporary pilots, the planes would have crashed into the sea, and I'm afraid my fleet would have suffered losses. Huh? An enemy fighter plane even flew dozens of meters above the warship where Tang Zheng was, and its tail was hit, and the fuselage was smoking, and it crashed on the sea not far away. Water columns soared into the sky from the sea, and the battle had entered a fierce stage. Move out. Tang Zheng didn't waste any more words, and directly ordered his bomber to take off, under the escort of the F-14 carrier-based aircraft. These planes passed through the battlefield and headed straight for the volcano, not far away. The carrier-based aircraft transmitted the images back to the command center. Tang Jung saw the scene in the volcano directly through the radar screen of the carrier-based aircraft. In the volcano, black smoke billowed, and fiery red magma surged in the depths. If there is no external interference, this volcano may erupt in a month or a year. It is still uncertain now. The surrounding volcanoes are also like this. There are already too many volcanoes on the verge of eruption in this volcanic group. Tang Jung knew that this nuclear bomb would cause a huge volcanic group to erupt, and it is very likely to cause a tsunami. At that time, this Wangjing Island would not have much value, and saving the people would be a difficult task. But Tang Jung felt that it was all worth it, because only in this way would the enemy surrender completely, and this island would completely belong to him. Bomb! With Tang Jung order, the bomber dropped a nuclear bomb on the crater. Nothing like this has ever happened in human history. The huge explosion blew the crater of the largest active volcano into pieces. The thick smoke and huge mushroom cloud that rose into the sky spread everywhere with thick volcanic ash. The magma hidden at the bottom of the volcano was directly stimulated. The deadly magma followed the shock wave of the explosion and swept across everything. The earth was shaking. The shock wave of the explosion directly swept across the second crater. The second volcano erupted. First, a thick white smoke rose into the sky, and then violent black smoke rushed hundreds of meters high. The hot magma sprayed out, and the rolling lava flow flowed down the volcano. All the plants on the mountain, those flowers, trees and grasses, could no longer block it. The black smoke from the continuous volcanic eruption soon enveloped the sky above Wangjing Bay City. The shock wave of the explosion even spread to the Bay City, and the choking volcanic ash blocked out the sunlight. The sky quickly darkened, and the visibility in the air became extremely poor. And the explosions have not stopped yet. The continuous volcanic eruptions triggered violent crustal movements. The volcanoes along the coast, and even under the sea, this entire group of volcanoes, finally caused a violent eruption after more than 100 years. The volcanoes on the sea floor erupted, and white smoke rose far above the sea. The waves in the coastal areas suddenly began to shrink violently. The waves receded so quickly that the deep seabed within a dozen kilometers along the coast was exposed. The corals, reefs, and mud on the sea floor, which had not seen the light of day for countless years, were exposed at this moment. Some fish and shrimps that had lost their vitality were struggling and jumping on the shore. Some stranded big fish were shaking their tails weakly. They would be the first to die. This is not a gift from the ocean, but a punishment from the ocean. The more violently these waves recede, the crazier they will be when they come back. That will be a huge tsunami. The war also stopped at this moment. With the earth shaking and the sky full of dust, the suicide flight charge of the snake people could not be carried out, even if they are willing to sacrifice their lives for this. No one wants to die in vain. The most deadly thing at the moment is no longer Tang Jung and his people, but the tsunami that will come soon. It won't take more than 2 hours for the tide to recede and come back. What to do? They can only hide. The nearby mountains are all volcanoes, and they are all erupting now. They can't go up at all. The only way is to enter the ruined cities that have not been cleaned up yet, where there are many tall buildings. The Emperor of Orochi, Watanabe, said a few words briefly on TV. People of Orochi, I have bad news for you. The Zhuguang army detonated the volcano in a frenzy, causing a chain of eruptions of the volcano group in the sea area of Wangjing Island. An unprecedented man-made tsunami will sweep across Wangjing Island. Even the area within tens of thousands of kilometers will be affected by this tsunami. The war cannot continue. Now everyone should find a high place to hide. Remember to prepare drinking water and food. And prepare more, because there will be no rescue for this tsunami. May the snake god curse Tang Jung to death, and may the god of death protect the snake from extinction. Goodbye. The TV was turned off. Before it was turned off, Watanabe could be seen running out of the live broadcast room in a panic, obviously running for his life. The people of the snake cursed Tang Jung crazily and began to flee in all directions. But there were not so many high places for them to hide. Some people ran to the roofs. Some people climbed trees. And those high buildings became the best places for survival. But the space on the high buildings was too small, and many people started a fierce competition to find a suitable place. A high ground could be a reason for killing. People took what food they could carry and drinking water and looked for a place to stay. Cars were running everywhere. People were running for their lives. This scene was no less spectacular than when the end of the world came. Compared to the chaos of the snake people, Tang Jing's side was much simpler. When the plane dropped the nuclear bomb, the fleet of the light-chasing army began to retreat. They went to a small island next door, where there was a natural shelter. The power of the tsunami was strong enough, but it was impossible to overturn the anchored aircraft carriers and battleships. The only trouble was that the volcanic ash was too thick. So Tang Jing asked the soldiers to enter the cabin to hide. Some gas masks were distributed to some soldiers who needed to work. And then they just waited. Waiting for the tsunami to come. 1 p.m. On the lowered sea level, a wave of white waves surged in the distance. The waves in the distance can be seen with the naked eye, so you can imagine how huge they are. It was like a wall appeared on the sea level, surging over like an overwhelming force. Tang Jing and his fleet were on the other side of the island, so they could avoid the direct impact of the waves. Even so, when the tsunami came, Tang Jing and his aircraft carriers were shaken violently. The roaring waves were over 50 meters high. The huge waves spread onto the deck. If the carrier-based aircraft had not been firmly fixed on it, all the carrier-based aircraft would have been washed into the water. The ship was bumping and shaking on the tsunami, but it was still stable. This process lasted for nearly half an hour. When the sea surface finally calmed down, looking at the huge waves going away, Tang Jing knew that the big snake was finished. Chapter 383. Tang Jing escaped the tsunami, but the big snake was in a terrible situation. When the raging waves reached Wangjing Island, the big snake people were desperate. The waves were too high, even after being blocked and weakened by the coast. The waves were more than 30 meters high when they arrived. The city wall of Wangjing Bay City was only 20 meters, which was not very effective. The waves instantly overran the city wall and entered the Bay City. Almost everything was swept away, except for some high-rise buildings here. Everything else was submerged in the surging waves. Houses, cars, and all the sundries were swept away by the waves. The flood roared forward, even breaking down the city gates that had been devastated by the war. The flood formed an ocean and continued to spread to other parts of the island. Wangjing Island is more than one bay city, Wangjing, but there are several other bay cities. But they will soon face the same fate as Wangjing Bay City. The water inside and outside the city is equal. And even after the initial stage, the water depth is still above 20 meters. All the accumulation of the great snake people since the end of the world disappeared in this huge flood. Some things are lost, but the loss of people is the most serious. Just after Watanabe made a speech, people in the entire Bay City fled in a panic, which caused serious traffic congestion. Countless vehicles crowded on the road, and car crashes were everywhere. Soon, the traffic was paralyzed to the point where it could not be diverted, and some people had to choose to leave on foot. But how far can you walk? In 2 hours, you can't even walk 20 kilometers. Besides, there is thick volcanic ash everywhere. People will have difficulty breathing if they walk, and they will die if they continue to walk. So when the flood came, too many people were swept away by the flood on the road and disappeared. The only ones who can really survive are those who escaped first. They rushed out of the city and found high ground, which can temporarily survive. But that is also temporary. In the freezing cold sea water, they either huddled on the top of a mountain or lived in a high-rise building. There were turbulent waters below, and they had nowhere to go or escape. This huge flood almost completely engulfed Wangjing Island. All the bay cities on the island suffered the same flood as Wangjing Bay City. The only difference was that the death toll in other bay cities was slightly less, about 70% to 80%, while the death toll in Wangjing exceeded 90%. And this was just the beginning. If there was no rescue, those who survived temporarily would definitely not last long. Hunger and cold could also kill them. The snake itself has no rescue force. Just as Watanabe said, take care of yourself. There will be no rescue next time. Standing on a small piece of land to survive temporarily, looking at the raging flood below, there is no possibility of rescue. With only a small amount of fresh water and food around, the despair makes too many people feel that they can't hold on. There is endless ocean everywhere, as far as the eye can see. This huge disaster makes the people watching in front of the TV feel cold. The powerful snake, which was once ranked among the top in the East continent, was wiped out in a flood. It is impossible for them to restore their country. The snake had a population of more than 1 billion before the end of the world. The snake had a population of 50 million after the end of the world. And now the snake may not even have 2 million people. And this number will continue to decline. Whether this nation will exist has now become a question. Now the only one who can save them is the Shiguang army. Other countries are far away from there, and it is also a problem to prepare relief supplies across the sea. Besides, the fleet of the Shiguang army is right there. Who can ignore this problem? Those who used to regard the snake as an ally will no longer consider this problem. The snake has lost its value, even if they still have hundreds of thousands of troops fighting in Hanwei. The demise of those troops is probably only a matter of time. Without logistical support, war potential, and homeland, the frontline troops will not be able to hold on for too long. People were even more shocked by Tang Zheng's ruthlessness. Facing the crazy resistance of the snake people, he actually came up with such an incredible method, which established the victory in one fell swoop. This time, he not only won the battle, but also almost wiped out the snake from the world. Those who stood on Tang Zheng's side were happy for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's enemies gnashed their teeth at him even more. Some were happy and some were sad. But there were also many people who were worried about Tang Zheng's fate, because the multinational fleet that set out from the southeast region was only more than 1,000 kilometers away from Dikui Island. Now the fleet of the Zhuguang army is fighting in the Great Snake, and it is obviously impossible to get back in time. In order to completely kill the Great Snake, Tang Zheng lost his own Dikui Island. Is this worth it or not? No. It is not just Dikui Island. Dikui Island is Tang Zheng's military stronghold. Losing it will definitely cause a chain reaction. I am afraid that Tang Zheng's rule in Bulk Province and Dongwei Province will also come to an end. In this way, Tang Zheng still loses. Once he is beaten back to the inland, I am afraid that Tang Zheng will never have the chance to return to the ocean. Hans from Magnolia made a speech on the aircraft carrier. Tang Zheng committed a crime against humanity. Tens of millions of people in the Great Snake died in a flood. Even if this nation survives in the future, it will only become a minority. All this was caused by Tang Zheng, the warmongerer. He is the enemy of all mankind. The Magnolia people will not let this guy go. We will punish him. Hanwei people on Dikui Island, you all have to be careful. We are coming soon. The TV screen showed a multinational fleet full of murderous intent. The soldiers stood with guns in hand. Their faces solemn, as if they were dragon-slaying warriors, about to carry out a just and great mission. Wangjing Island. The warships of the Zhuguang army approached here, and then dropped a lot of air cushion landing craft. These ships can sail on the flood to find those trapped. Tang Zheng did not come here rashly. He received a call from Watanabe. This man who retired from the position of emperor called Tang Zheng on the radio. Tang Zheng, I saw your helicopter. I don't want to say anything more now. We are the losers of the war, so we have to bear the price of failure. I just didn't expect the price to be so heavy. I only have one request now. Please try to save some people. Otherwise, we will all die here. You can send the people you saved to anywhere, as long as they can leave a little spark for our nation. We will be a minority in the future, and will not pose any threat to you. Maybe after a few hundred years, we can recover a little, but time will dilute all hatred, and everything today will be forgotten sooner or later. I only ask you to save some of us. The snake now declares unconditional surrender. Tang Zheng agreed to Watanabe's last request, because the system prompts, if you accept the request or annihilate all the snake people, the island will belong to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng does not have time to annihilate everyone, and he does not want to do that. He will save some people, and send them to the deserted island in the Arctic. Not only will they go there, but some of the remaining snake soldiers, who stayed in Hanwei to fight may also go there in the future. But the number will definitely not be large. It is just a symbolic point, and Tang Zheng will cut off their contact with the outside world. A cold and deserted island with no human beings, without any trace of modern civilization. Even if this nation can survive, it will become a very small minority, and return to the primitive era. Tang Zheng wants to watch them slowly go to extinction. Tang Zheng sent people to rescue Watanabe. Words are not enough. So Tang Zheng asked Watanabe to announce the official surrender of Orochi to the world audience on TV news. When the news came out from Watanabe, the system prompted that the upgrade task of 3 islands of 100 square kilometers was completed. Wangjing Island no longer belonged to the Orochi people, but officially belonged to Tang Zheng. Even though it was still a flooded area, it really belonged to Tang Zheng. However, the system did not prompt Tang Zheng to upgrade to division commander, because he was still 30 people away from the full strength of the brigade. He clicked to buy 30 Marines, and the enlistment location was on an aircraft carrier. Tang Zheng himself came to the deck of the aircraft carrier, and sat in the rear cabin of a carrier-based aircraft. Take off. Return to Dikui Island. Tang Zheng knew that Dikui Island was about to face an attack by multinational forces. It was too late for him to go back by boat, and it was a bit difficult to take a helicopter. So he simply took a fighter plane back. The plane took off, and a pilot and Tang Zheng flew directly to Dikui Island. In the cockpit of the plane, Tang Zheng turned on the system. 30 Marines have enlisted, and Tang Zheng Brigade has finally reached full strength. The system prompt finally came. Congratulations, General. You have completed all the prerequisites for upgrading to Division Commander. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately. Confirm the upgrade, and the upgrade will begin. About 10 minutes later, the upgrade was completed. Nothing else changed. Tang Zheng current 1.25 billion funds became 1.05 billion. A reduction of 200 million funds. Congratulations, General. You have been promoted to Division Commander. Please make a quota for the entire division. Tang Zheng already had a plan for this problem. His brigade now has 200,000 people, including the Army, Navy, and Air Force, as well as many other military units. After the upgrade, a brigade does not need so many people. According to his plan, 100,000 people in a brigade is enough. He has 500,000 people in 5 field brigades, and other brigades may not need 100,000 people. For example, 2 city guard regiments can be upgraded to a city guard brigade in the future. An engineer brigade doesn't need 100,000 people. There are also the Army Aviation Brigade, the Aviation Brigade, the Armored Brigade, etc. But they are not large population units. There may be more people in the Navy, but not too many. But too few people is not good either. Through these battles, Tang Zheng also realized the shortage of troops. So it doesn't need to be too many, but it can't be too few. Tang Zheng directly gave the system an answer: 1 million people for the whole division. Chapter 384. After Tang Zheng said that the division had 1 million men, the system prompt came again. The troops have been assigned, and the number of the entire division has been determined. 1 million. The upgrade task of the Army Commander has been unlocked. Upgrade Task 1. Annihilate 1 billion zombies. Upgrade Task 2. Full strength of the entire division. Upgrade Task 3. 1 billion funds. Upgrade Task 4. Return to the heart. With a population of 300 million. Upgrade Task 5. Restore the country. Restore the unity of the entire Hanwei. Destroy all other forces for unity. Upgrade Task 6. Expand the territory. Destroy 10 foreign countries, must have a superpower. Upgrade Task 7. Expand the sea. Occupy 50 million square kilometers of sea territory. Upgrade Task 8. Liftoff. Complete a satellite launch. Upgrade Task 9. Nuclear peace. Complete 3 nuclear bomb attacks. Upgrade Task 10. Eliminate evil. Collect 5 snake-shaped rings, and kill the ring owner and the mastermind behind the scenes. Looking at the 10 newly unlocked tasks, Tang Zheng was stunned for a long time. The first 3 tasks are easy to say. One is to eliminate 1 billion zombies. One is to fully staff the entire division. And one is 1 billion in funds. These are all routine operations. Although the numbers are huge, they can always be completed. The 4th mission was not easy to accomplish. With a population of 300 million, it was not easy. You know, the population of Hanwei should be less than 300 million. For example, Dikui Island was the most densely populated place in Hanwei because of the large number of foreigners. It was only about 20 million people. The rest of the base cities were not populated. For example, Shuguang City had a population of nearly 4 million. It was because of the concentration of people from the Northern Territory, including the talents from Lianghe province. As a result, the surrounding areas were all large uninhabited areas. So this 300 million population is definitely difficult. The 5th task is somewhat complementary to the 4th task. To complete the restoration of the country, all other independent countries must be annihilated, and then the population will be gathered. However, it is still difficult to restore the country at present. Lihaoqing in the northeast, Luqian in the northwest, and there are 2 countries in the south and Baisha Islands. These must be recovered one by one. The 6th task is to open up the territory, requiring Tang Zheng to eliminate 10 foreign countries. However, Tang Zheng seems to have completed February 10th, because he has now destroyed the tiger and the snake. The snake is almost completely destroyed. and the Tiger is completely submissive, which can be regarded as completing the task. Here Tang Zheng saw that among the countries he destroyed, there must be a superpower, which made Tang Zheng feel a little difficult. There are only 3 superpowers in the world: Baiyuan, Dahlia, and Hanwei. Hanwei is the country where Tang Zheng is located, so Tang Zheng must destroy one of Baiyuan and Dahlia, which is very difficult. Tang Zheng even worried that those countries would soon develop nuclear weapons, because they already have a lot of such weapons. The 7th is to open up the sea, requiring 50 million square kilometers of sea, which is more than twice the territory of Hanwei, and it is necessary to expand the navy to achieve it. The 8th task is to launch a satellite. This level of technology is something Tang Zheng dare not think about now. The 9th task is to complete 3 nuclear bomb attacks, which should be able to attack zombies or humans. The last one is to eliminate evil 5 times. Tang Zheng has completed one, and got a snake monster ring codenamed 10. It seems that the system has known something. The things behind this ring are definitely not simple. And this time, Tang Zheng also knew that the owner of the ring is the person who wears this kind of ring. And the mastermind behind the scenes should be someone like Dr. Zhu. Although the 10 tasks seem difficult to complete, Tang Zheng is not worried. As his strength continues to improve, these tasks will eventually be completed. After looking at the tasks of upgrading the army commander, Tang Zheng began to check his arms and weapons. The first thing to look at is the equipment page. The equipment page has basically not released new equipment since the brigade commander, because some essential items and military supplies are already complete. But this time, a new material was refreshed. Enriched uranium, priced at 200,000 gold per piece. Tang Zheng was stunned for a while after seeing this simple introduction. He had been looking for enriched uranium before, but he had never found a large amount. He didn't expect that it would be refreshed in the system now. It's just that the purchase price is a bit expensive. 200,000 gold per piece. But on second thought, one piece can make a small nuclear bomb, which doesn't seem to be very expensive. After looking at the equipment, continue to look at the weapons. This time Tang Zheng finally saw the long-lost firearms. Shuguang 01 Assault Grenade Rifle, a grenade rifle improved by the Research Institute. It combines the functions of an assault rifle and a grenade rifle. The magazine has 50 rounds of bullets. Comes with 6 rifle grenades. Has a range of 1,000 meters. And an explosion radius of 10 meters. It can be used to kill personnel and light armored vehicles. The price is 100 gold. Freezing ray gun can fire freezing rays that freeze life forms. The effect can be stacked. The maximum range is 100 meters. And the price is 300 gold. The first grenade launcher named after Zhuguang was the first gun that Tang Zheng saw improved by the Research Institute. But when he saw this weapon, Tang Zheng knew that the overall firepower of the Zhuguang army would be greatly improved. The combination of assault rifles and grenade launchers has substantially improved the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers. This can greatly improve the infantry's ability to attack. And the Zhuguang army has the largest number of infantry. This weapon alone can double the combat effectiveness of the Zhuguang army. As for the second freezing ray gun, it is obviously high-tech. The price of a single gun is as high as 300 gold, which is equivalent to the price of 3 mobilized soldiers. This shows how powerful this weapon is. However, Tang Zheng analyzed that with this kind of gun, there should be corresponding soldiers. Continuing to read on. After the weapon is the soldier. This time, there are several new types of soldiers. Honor Guard, divided into Navy, Land and Air Force Honor Guard. The price is 300 gold. Our troop members, they are divided into singing, dancing, drama, opera, acrobatics and other types of actors. And the price is 300 gold. Frozen soldiers, soldiers who use freezing ray guns, have undergone special training, and can fight in various harsh environments. And the price is 1,000 gold. There are only these 3 new types of soldiers. And Tang Zheng also has all the other types of soldiers. The appearance of the Honor Guard and the Art Troop represents that Tang Zheng troops have reached a very advanced level. And this kind of auxiliary soldiers has appeared to add icing on the cake. The frozen soldiers are obviously high-tech soldiers. People who use freezing ray guns. After the soldiers, there are vehicles. This is the biggest change after upgrading from brigade commander to division commander. And it is also the place Tang Zheng is most looking forward to. After opening it, there are indeed many more vehicles. FA-18 Hornet carrier-based aircraft. This aircraft has a certain stealth capability. With a length of 17.07 meters, a wingspan of 11.43 meters, a height of 4.66 meters, an empty weight of 10,455 kilograms, a load of 16,650 kilograms, a combat radius of 750 kilometers, a maximum speed of 1,900 kilometers per hour, and a maximum crew of 2 people. Equipped with an M6 120mm 6-barrel cannon with 750 rounds of ammunition. There are 9 external racks, which can carry 9 low-altitude and air-to-air missiles of various types. Use radio frequency jammers. Use integrated defense electronic countermeasure systems. Use radar warning devices. Equipped with jammer dispensers. Equipped with light-towed heat-seeking bombs, which emit electromagnetic waves to attract radar-guided missiles. Price: 300,000 gold. Note: upgrading the Star once increases the speed by 10% and obtains 2 additional spare missiles. J-20 fighter. The aircraft has a certain stealth capability. With a length of 21.2 meters, a wingspan of 12.88 meters, a height of 4.95 meters, an empty weight of 17 tons, a maximum takeoff weight of 37 tons, and a combat radius of 2,000 kilometers. Equipped with 2 engines. No cannon. Can carry 8 air-to-ground or air-to-air missiles. Uses radar matrix. Uses integrated electronic countermeasure system. Is equipped with jammers and heat-seeking missiles. And is priced at 400,000 gold. Note: upgrading once increases the speed by 10 and obtains 2 additional spare missiles. B-52 bomber, also known as Stratofortress, the pioneer of carpet bombing, is an 8-engine bomber with stealth capability, a maximum bomb load of 80 tons, and a maximum speed of 1,050 kilometers per hour. Equipped with advanced avionics and fire control systems. It can also carry air-to-ground missiles, air-to-air missiles, cruise missiles, etc., and is priced at 500,000 gold. Note: upgrading the Star once will increase the speed by 10%, increase the combat radius by 3,000 kilometers, and increase the bomb load by 15%. B-2 bomber. This aircraft has a strong stealth capability, not only limited to radar stealth, but also includes infrared, visible light, noise, etc. 2 crew members, a wingspan of 52.5 meters, a length of 21 meters, a height of 5.18 meters, an empty weight of 71.7 tons, a maximum takeoff weight of 170 tons, can carry a large number of aerial bombs and nuclear bombs, can launch various types of missiles, can drop bombs in the stratosphere, and land accurately, and has a combat radius of 15,000 kilometers without stars. The aircraft is equipped with 50 aerial bombs, 8 air-to-air missiles or air-to-ground missiles, and 10 thermobaric bombs in the starless state. The price is 1 million gold. Note: upgrading the Star once will increase the speed by 15%, increase the combat radius by 5,000 kilometers, and increase the bomb load by 20%. KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft, length 41.5 meters, wingspan 40 meters, height 12.7 meters, speed 990 kilometers per hour, maximum fuel capacity 91,000 kilograms. Price 500,000 gold. Note: each Star upgrade increases the fuel storage by 20%. Dongfeng 21 medium-range ballistic missile launcher, maximum range 2,200 kilometers. Equipped with a ground-to-ground missile in the starless state. Can use decoys to disperse warheads during flight to prevent interception by enemy air defense systems. Priced at 200,000 gold. Note: each Star upgrade increases the range by 10%. And upgrading to 3 stars can carry 1 more ballistic missile. 071 dock landing ship, 200 crew members, 210 meters long, 28 meters wide. Equipped with 4 helicopters, a 76mm naval gun, for 30mm secondary guns, and a decoy rocket launcher. It can carry 4 air cushion landing craft, 10 main battle tanks, and 3,000 soldiers at a time. Price: 1 million gold. Note: each upgrade increases the carrying capacity by 15%. 055 destroyer, 183 meters in length, 22 meters in width, 12,300 tons in displacement, 35 knots in maximum speed, 1,000 crew members. Equipped with 112 missile launch systems, capable of launching cruise missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-aircraft missiles, and anti-submarine missiles, and capable of launching torpedoes. Equipped with 8 130mm naval guns. Equipped with 3 radar matrices and 5 fire control radars. Price, 2 million gold. Note: upgrading the Star once will increase the armor protection by 10% and the ammunition capacity by 15%. 4-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 3,500 crew members. 340 meters long. 80 meters wide. 102,000 tons displacement. 30 knots maximum speed. Can carry 85 carrier-based aircraft. Equipped with X-2 intensive short-range weapon defense system. Equipped with 2 air defense missile systems. Price, 10 million gold. Note: upgrading the Star once will increase the armor protection by 15%. Add 5 internal hangars. And can carry 5 more carrier-based aircraft. These are all the vehicles refreshed after Tang Zheng upgraded to Division Commander. Chapter 385. Seeing these new vehicles, Tang Zheng realized the power of the system. First of all, in terms of fighters, they went directly from the 3rd generation to the 5th generation. These 5th generation aircraft can be said to be the ceiling of fighters before the end of the world. Whether it is the F-18 Hornet, the main battle J-20, or the B-52 and B-2 among bombers, they are all the top representatives of various models. And the aircraft of the Zhuang Army has a special ability. That is, Star Upgrade. When these fighters are upgraded to 3 stars, they will definitely be invincible in the air. Even if other countries also develop 5th generation aircraft in the future, they will not be able to compete with the fighter planes of the light-chasing army and the aerial refueling aircraft. You know, this kind of aircraft needs to refresh fuel every day. Tang Zheng happens to be short of fuel now, so he can buy more refueling aircraft, which can replace a considerable part of the fuel consumption. In addition, the system has also refreshed a ballistic missile, Dongfeng 21. This ground-to-ground missile can hit targets 2,000 kilometers away, and its power is quite huge. It can even carry nuclear warheads. It also has a nickname called Aircraft Carrier Killer. In addition, this type of warhead can also launch dispersed decoy warheads when approaching the target, or when the enemy air defense missile intercepts it, causing the enemy air defense missile to attack the wrong target, so that the real warhead can still hit the target smoothly, which is very difficult to defend. The appearance of this missile immediately brought Tang Zheng long-range firepower to a huge level, and it will be much more convenient to fight wars in the future. In addition to aircraft and missiles, 3 new warships have appeared. These 3 types of warships directly made Tang Zheng naval power reach the top level. Dock landing ships are important transport forces that can replace air cushion landing craft for ocean-going operations. When conducting beach landings and island operations, these dock landing ships are the core combat forces and can carry air cushion transport boats and main battle tanks. Type 055 destroyers can play the role of frigates and cruisers to escort aircraft carrier battle groups. Their huge air defense and anti-submarine capabilities are the backbone of a fleet. It's just that the anti-submarine function is not very important now, because no one can use submarines. But its 112 missile defense systems are enough to cover the entire sky, so that the enemy fighters will never dare to attack easily. Finally, there is the super nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Tang Zheng originally thought that after upgrading to Division Commander, he would refresh himself with a conventional medium-sized aircraft carrier. But he didn't expect to be given a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier directly. And it is a super nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the world's top aircraft carrier. The main function of an aircraft carrier is to be a takeoff and landing platform for fighter jets at sea. The number of fighter jets it carries determines the value and combat effectiveness of an aircraft carrier. This type of aircraft carrier can carry up to 85 fighter jets, which is the highest in the world. In addition, Tang Zheng aircraft carrier can also be upgraded. Once upgraded to 3 stars, the number of fighter jets it can carry will be as high as 100, which is definitely the world's leading level. Although the price has reached an unprecedented 10 million gold, Tang Zheng thinks it is worth it. With these advanced vehicles, once Tang Zheng completes the expansion of the army, the Zhuang army will definitely be the most powerful army in the world. With a strong army as a foundation, those seemingly distant conditions for upgrading to the rank of military commander are not difficult to complete. After looking at the vehicle, Tang Zheng checked the building. In his opinion, the building should be updated, because his upgrade task also includes a task of launching a satellite. To launch a satellite, you first need a carrier rocket, then a launch pad, and then manufacture the satellite, and then use the rocket to carry it into space. However, this kind of building has not been refreshed in the current system, so it seems that Guiyun still needs to draw a map. Tang Zheng checked the system update and looked down at the ground from the cockpit of the plane. The fighter plane is now flying over the sea, still some distance away from Dikui Island. Tang Zheng is going to buy some things first. The first thing he wants to buy is the military camp. It is not appropriate to build a military camp on Dikui Island now, so he plans to build a military camp in Bulk Province. The specific construction site is in Sanjiang City. After such a long period of zombie elimination, Sanjiang City is not far from being completely recovered. Once it is recovered, the large amount of supplies inside will belong to Tang Zheng, and he needs to station troops here. So Tang Zheng first bought military camps. One military camp can accommodate 2,500 people. He bought 100 military camps at one time, which can accommodate 250,000 people at a time. The purchase sequence of military camps began to operate. After upgrading the division commander, this purchase also accelerated. It can complete the purchase of a military camp in 2 minutes. Then it was the troops needed this time. First, Tang Zheng spent 40 million gold to buy 4 super aircraft carriers. The aircraft carriers have their own crews, and he also needs to equip the aircraft carriers with fighter jets. After having the F-18, they naturally won't buy the F-14 anymore. This fighter jet, which costs 300,000 yuan per unit, is also a big spender. The 4 super aircraft carriers cost 40 million yuan, and the 340 fighters on them directly cost Tang Zheng 102 million yuan. He spent a little more money to buy pilots, and the 2 super aircraft carriers were fully added to the production sequence. But the military camps have not been put out yet, and these aircraft carriers have not been released yet. Tang Zheng didn't care about that, and continued to buy 2 more light aircraft carriers. Tang Zheng now has 2 light aircraft carriers. But this is obviously not enough. His aircraft carrier battle group should have 4 aircraft carriers, 2 super aircraft carriers, and 2 light aircraft carriers. After purchasing 2 more light aircraft carriers, and equipping them with carrier-based aircraft, a light aircraft carrier battle group costs just over 10 million, and another 20 million has been spent. For this type of light aircraft carrier, Tang Zheng still equips it with F-14 fighter jets. Different models have different uses, and sometimes you don't need to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken. There are 6 aircraft carriers in total, with 420 carrier-based aircraft. Some of the carrier-based aircraft were directly equipped with maintenance engineers by Tang Zheng, making them Nani aircraft. With a fighter group of Nani aircraft, they have the ability to continue fighting. These aircraft carriers and carrier-based aircraft cost Tang Zheng nearly 170 million in total. After buying the aircraft carriers, he continued to buy 055 destroyers. This type of warship is the main configuration of the aircraft carrier battle group and the first choice for escort. At 2 million gold per ship, Tang Zheng directly bought 20 ships. Now Tang Zheng aircraft carrier battle group has 2 super aircraft carriers and 2 light aircraft carriers, so more destroyers should be equipped. 10 should be enough to ensure the safety of the aircraft carrier battle group, and 2 of them are even Nani ships. 20 destroyers cost a total of 40 million. After joining the sequence, the next is the fighter. As the leader among the 5th generation aircraft, the J-20 has no doubts about its performance. Although the price is as high as 400,000 gold, this weapon is worth every penny. And it is definitely expensive for a reason. Let's buy 500 first. Form 5 Air Force squadrons, and gain absolute air superiority. After all, the enemy is coming aggressively this time. If we can't defeat them completely in the air, they won't see the reality clearly. 500 J-20s. Priced at 200 million. Tang Zheng spent money like water. He has spent a total of 410 million on the purchase of naval air forces. Then, Tang Zheng continued to buy bombers. The B-52 bomber is already the world's leading level. This bomber is much stronger than Tang Zheng's existing Bear bomber. The price of 500,000 gold is not cheap. Tang Zheng bought 50 first. 40 as the main bombers, 10 as Nani planes. Then there is the B-2, a rare bomber in the world, more expensive than the same weight of gold. 1 million gold per bomber. In fact, Tang Zheng got a bargain. First, 20 and 5. 25 million gold drizzle. 20 of them are the main bombers, and 5 are Nani planes. Another 50 million gold was spent. But that's not all. Tang Zheng also needs to buy missiles. Medium-range ground-to-ground missiles. 200,000 per launch vehicle. The price is reasonable. Tang Zheng bought 100 launch vehicles at one time. 20 million. Relying on these missile launchers alone, is enough to make the enemy fleet suffer a great loss. Tang Zheng 1.05 billion was reduced to 570 million in a blink of an eye. After that, Tang Zheng chose to buy 100,000 mobilized soldiers, 10,000 special forces, and 10,000 marines, spending a total of 30 million. Tang Zheng has not yet figured out how to divide these soldiers, because there is not much time now. When he bought these units, the fighter planes were already approaching Dikui Island. Tang Zheng ordered the fighter jet to land directly at the Dikui Island airport, where a helicopter was already waiting. Tang Zheng got off the fighter jet and boarded the helicopter to Sanjiang City. After a 20-minute flight, they had already reached the central part of Sanjiang City. After choosing an open spot, Tang Zheng got off the plane and found a Willis Jeep waiting on the ground. He casually set up a military camp, then got on the car and continued to the next location where the military camp was set up. As the military camps were set up, Tang Zheng troop limit finally exceeded 200,000. The troops that he had purchased and buffered began to appear in the real world. A large number of mobilized soldiers began to appear and walked out of the military camps. Some officers and veterans of Dikui Island were called by Tang Zheng to temporarily lead these new recruits and let them quickly integrate into the troops. Then, after Tang Zheng continuously set up military camps, huge warships and fighter planes began to appear continuously. When a super aircraft carrier appeared in the eastern waters of Dikui Island, it marked that Tang Zheng naval power had reached a new height. When the aircraft carrier appeared, the carrier-based aircraft also appeared on the aircraft carrier. The brand new F-18 Super Hornet represented the highest level of carrier-based aircraft. On the airport of Dikui Island, 500 J-20s appeared one after another. Those dark lights gave people a sense of solidity and strength. When the pilots appeared, they immediately began to check their aircraft, count their weapons, and be ready for battle at any time. Then, the B-52, B-2 and other bombers on the airport began to appear one after another. On the sea, aircraft carriers, F-18, F-14, and other aircraft carriers also appeared continuously. And the 055 destroyers, which were more than 200 meters long, also appeared silently on the sea. On land, missile launchers appeared in various military bases, and huge missiles began to stand up and enter the launch state at any time. The pilots and crew members were all nervously checking and preparing, ready to go into battle at any time. The silent war clouds have been shrouded, and the arrows of death have been raised high. But all this is still unknown to the world, except for the Zhuguang army. No outsiders know it. It also includes the multinational fleet, which is about 600 kilometers away from Dikui Island and is still confused. Chapter 386. The TV station of Zhuguangjun on Dikui Island has started broadcasting, and the content of the live broadcast is very shocking. When people turned on the TV, they saw Xiao Dili standing in front of the camera and speaking. Everyone knows that the multinational coalition led by the Magnolia Empire is heading towards Dikui Island. They took advantage of General Tang Zheng's battle with a big snake to launch a sneak attack, thinking they could take advantage. But General Tang Zheng has already said that this time, they can't leave. If they dare to fight the Zhuguangjun, they must be prepared to die. Today, Zhuguangjun's Dikui Island TV station will broadcast the death scenes of the multinational forces. General Tang Zheng said that if anyone is still hostile to Zhuguangjun, then come together. These aggressive words made people realize the change in Zhuguangjun's attitude. But many people did not believe what Xiao Dili said, because for such a long time, everyone has almost figured out the details of Zhuguangjun, and it should not be able to resist the multinational forces. The TV station's filming drone set off. At this time, the multinational fleet was less than 200 kilometers away from Dikui Island. The TV station borrowed the military drone of the Zhuguang army and filmed the lake where the multinational forces were advancing in the distant clouds. It was a huge fleet, led by the Magnolia Empire. There were more than a dozen countries including the Binhai Empire, the Wool Empire, the Coconut Kingdom, the Java Kingdom, and more than 1,000 warships, including aircraft carriers, warships, and transport ships. The weather conditions today were not very good. Although the tsunami of the snake did not really affect here, the waves on the sea surface became bigger. The waves on the sea surface were 7 or 8 meters high, and the dark sea water looked scary. The fleet came over the waves, and it was filmed from a distance, with an unstoppable momentum. Just as everyone was watching TV and guessing how the Zhuguang army would respond, the Zhuguang army's attack arrived. Over Dikui Island, huge missiles soared into the sky, with flaming tails, and flew towards the fleet. In the filming, everyone could not tell what kind of missile it was, but many people didn't care too much. After all, it was normal to launch missiles at a distance of 200 kilometers, and ordinary tactical missiles could reach this distance. Even Bai Yulan and the others didn't care too much. They would just intercept the missiles. The frigates and cruisers of the combined fleet began to launch anti-aircraft missiles and intercept them. Missiles with white smoke coming out of their tails flew into the sky and headed straight for the incoming missiles. About 100 missiles were launched from Dikui Island. Under normal circumstances, this huge fleet could easily intercept them. But just when the missiles were about to encounter each other, something strange happened. The missiles of the Zhuguang army suddenly split, and multiple decoy warheads were dispersed, detonating the opponent's anti-aircraft missiles in advance. This wave of interception actually only shot down less than 30 missiles. This missed opportunity immediately made the multinational fleets in a panic. They wanted to launch a second batch of missiles to intercept, but it was too late. Nearly 50 warships were hit in one contact. Warships are sturdy and huge. Generally speaking, even if they are attacked by a few missiles, they will not be too miserable. But this time it was different. The attack of the light-chasing army was not tactical missiles, but ballistic missiles. A missile hit a cruiser, and with a deafening explosion, a huge hole was torn in the cruiser's hull, and the hull was almost broken. Just one ballistic missile almost destroyed a warship. Boom, boom, boom. Frigate, battleship, transport ship, warships were hit one after another, and the sea's surface suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Even a light aircraft carrier of the Coconut Kingdom was hit. The deck cracked, and a large number of carrier-based aircraft were instantly engulfed by flames, and explosions occurred one after another. An aircraft carrier was severely damaged, and the crew shouted to put out the fire, and the scene was in chaos. No! This is a ballistic missile. When did the Zhuguang army come up with this thing? Hans of Baiyulan was shocked, and he realized that he had made a huge mistake. He rushed deep into the enemy without understanding the enemy deployment. The range of the ballistic missile is obviously not this far. If he turned around and ran now, he would definitely be hit by the enemy. This put him in a dilemma. When Hans thought of the terrifying range of ballistic missiles, he knew he had no choice. Carrier-based aircraft take off. Bomb Dikui Island. All the carrier-based aircraft took off and flew towards Dikui Island. Before their fighters went far, the fighters of the Zhuguang army arrived. There were nearly 800 combat aircraft on the Baiyulan side, but the number of aircraft arriving on the Zhuguang army side was no less than theirs. At this point, there was no choice, and the fighters of both sides started a close-range melee over the sea. In the missile exchange, the fighter planes were approaching rapidly. This missile exchange showed a huge gap in strength. The radar interference from the Zhuguang army was too strong, causing the missiles of the joint fleet to make frequent mistakes. The missiles of the Zhuguang army had a longer range, and the fighter planes were faster. It was obvious from the first fight that the combat effectiveness of the two sides was not at the same level. On the joint fleet side, more than 200 fighter planes were shot down in the first wave of bombardment. Fuck. That's the J-20. Damn it. The Hanwha people actually built the J-20. And we were kept in the dark. I don't have a J-20 here. I have an F-18. Impossible. How could they produce our Baiyulan F-18? We haven't built it yet. The combined fleet fought back desperately, but the Zhuguang army launched a large number of heat-seeking missiles, which neutralized their missile offensive. The Zhuguang army's second batch of air-to-air missiles attacked again, causing a large number of casualties to the combined fleet. The fighter planes of the combined fleet finally shot down an enemy plane, but no one knew what happened. The white light on the plane flashed a few times, and it flew up again. This fantasy scene was too much of a blow to their mentality, which made the pilots of the combined fleet afraid to fight hard and began to choose to fight in a guerrilla battle. But they couldn't fight in a guerrilla battle. The gap between the third-generation aircraft and the fifth-generation aircraft was too big. The performance of all aspects was far behind, and they were constantly being blown up and shot down in the sky. There was a group of pilots who wanted to drive the fighter plane back to the aircraft carrier. Back on the flight deck, they were safer with the protection of the warship's air defense system. But at this moment, another accident happened. In the clouds in the sky, there were bombers of the light-chasing army dropping bombs. Those planes were over the aircraft carrier, but they were not discovered by the aircraft carrier's radar. With the help of the clouds, they successfully dropped a large number of aerial bombs and thermobaric bombs. But the planes did not show up from beginning to end. Boom! The targets of the light-chasing army's bombers were all enemy aircraft carriers. 10 B-2 bombers launched an attack and hit all of them. A series of thermobaric bombs and aerial bombs fell, instantly turning the huge aircraft carrier into a living coffin. Among them, 4 aircraft carriers of Magnolia, 2 aircraft carriers of the Wool Empire, 2 aircraft carriers of the Kingdom of Java, and 1 aircraft carrier each of the Coconut Kingdom and the Coastal Empire were all hit hard. Several small aircraft carriers could not hold on the spot, and there were heavy casualties on the aircraft carriers. Those fighters that wanted to return had nowhere to land, and could only pull up and take off again. The aircraft carrier where Hans was located was the only one that slipped through the net of this wave of attacks. Seeing this situation, his eyes almost popped out. Stealth bomber. This is a stealth bomber. When did Hanwha have this kind of technology? This should be the technology of Baiyulan. The situation developed too quickly and too seriously. After the stealth bomber attack of the Zhuguang army, another wave of missiles came. This time, the enemy attacked mainly frigates and cruisers. These warships with anti-aircraft firepower became the enemy main targets. Not only were there ballistic missiles attacking from the sky, but the enemy fighter planes also joined the siege of the defense fleet after continuously destroying their own planes. Although their fighter planes were already fighting bravely, the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. The crazy offensive bombing of the Zhuguang army continuously destroyed their own manpower, while they themselves rarely suffered any losses. Especially when Han saw a large number of enemy warships coming towards this side on the radar. He knew that the problem was serious. If he lost the protection of the escort fleet, his aircraft carrier, and a large number of transport ships would become sitting ducks. Don't fight with the enemy fighters. Attack the enemy fleet. Hans gave the order, and the remaining aircraft of the combined fleet in the sky rushed towards the fleet of the light-chasing army. But a few minutes later, Hans knew what it meant to be a moth to a flame. Under the anti-aircraft firepower of the large number of destroyers of the light-chasing army, those fighters were like encountering natural enemies, and they were smashed to pieces before they could get close. This is impossible. This is impossible. Where did all these planes and warships of the light-chasing army come from? There are even super aircraft carriers. Why didn't I know they had these weapons before? It's over. Everything is over. Hans knew it was over. The fleets he led were definitely the overlords in the last century, but their weapons were at least 30 years behind those of the light-chasing army. The two sides were not on the same level at all. This war could not be fought. He ordered to turn around and flee, but it was too late. The planes of the Zhuguang army attacked them desperately, causing the fleets to catch up. Under the salvo of the Zhuguang army's battleships, the aircraft carriers that were still fighting the fire were sunk into the sea one after another. Under the attack of the Zhuguang army's warships and locust-like fighters, one escort warship after another was sunk, and the speed was so fast that it made people despair. Soon, the combined fleet was left with only 2 Magnolia aircraft carriers and transport ships carrying hundreds of thousands of troops. Among the soldiers in these transport ships, 300,000 were Magnolia's army. If the Zhuguang army continued to attack, it would be a huge disaster. Seeing this situation, Hans had completely lost the desire to resist and directly ordered the entire army to surrender. Chapter 387. When the enemy surrendered, Tang Xing made an amazing move. He ordered the fighter planes to continue the attack and sink all the remaining enemy escort warships and aircraft carriers. Only the transport ships carrying soldiers were left, because these ships had no ability to fight back. At the same time, he also allowed the transport ships to salvage the people who fell into the water. The multinational forces didn't care about anything and continued to salvage people in the sea. Although the environment was harsh, many people were still salvaged, including Hans, the leader of Magnolia. Tang Xing left some warships behind, waiting for the salvage to be completed, and then he planned to escort these people to Wangjing Island of Dash. It was already his territory, and although it was ravaged by the tsunami and there was nothing left, it could still be inhabited after the tsunami receded. These people would be sent to Wangjing Island for labor reform, and at the same time, they would have a great purpose, which was to prepare to use them in exchange for ransom. However, Tang Xing did not need to personally command these matters, and he continued to lead the fleet southward, with the goal of the Pearl Islands. There are not many troops on the Pearl Islands now, and even if there were troops, It would be impossible to stop Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng wanted to take it down in one go. So, after quickly defeating the combined fleet, the Zhuguang army advanced towards the southeast without any warning. The Zhuguang army defeated the combined fleet almost like a whirlwind. And this news caught the world off guard. Before the combined fleet set off, in their opinion, the Zhuguang army was already at its limit to be able to defend Dikui Island. But the development of events is always so unexpected. The light-chasing army defeated the combined fleet led by Yulan. And the war was almost one-sided. The military strength of the two sides was not on the same level, which left a deep impression on the world. Moreover, Tang Zheng was also uncharacteristic this time. After the victory, he immediately marched forward, apparently heading for the Pearl Islands. If it were in the past, everyone might have formulated tactics and prepared for the battle. But after the light-chasing army showed its overwhelming power, all tactics were meaningless. No one thought that Zhang Yuping and his men could defend the Pearl Islands. Pearl Island. Zhang Yuping was like an ant on a hot pot, completely at a loss. The defeat of the combined fleet was something he had never dreamed of. Even the 6 medium-sized aircraft carriers of Yulan were easily sunk by the Zhuguang army. Is there any force in the world that can stop the Zhuguang army? The naval force that Zhang Yuping organized later was now destroyed by Tang Zheng. He didn't know what else he could expect. And his last look fell on Dr. Ma. Dr. Ma's face was gloomy. After reading the news about Zhuguang army, he shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, if we stay on Mingzhu Island, we can only wait for death. The only chance now is to return to Binhai and start the armed zombie plan in large quantities. Only by quickly creating a large number of armed zombies can we have a chance to fight against Tang Zheng. Zhang Yuping's tone was a little dry. Do we have to leave Mingzhu Island? I came here with great difficulty. You know, I even carried a lot of infamy for this. Dr. Ma snorted coldly. So what? If you lose, you will die whether you are cursed or not. If you win, you will be glorious whether you are cursed or not. It doesn't matter at all. And Tang Zheng is hiding too deep. He has actually completed the mass production of super aircraft carriers, 5th-generation fighters, and missiles. This guy may be waiting for this day. Now he is completely ahead. If we can't withdraw in time, I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to leave. Now there are garrisons from the countries of the Wool Empire on Pearl Island. Let them deal with Tang Zheng. We can't take care of them now. Don't forget, you are number 9. Zhang Yuping bowed his head for a while, and finally gritted his teeth. It seems that this is the only way. Let's go! On the night of the Dikui Island naval battle, Zhang Yuping suddenly withdrew his troops from Mingzhu Island and left silently. When the Zhuguang army arrived at Mingzhu Island, it was almost undefended. The Zhuguang army's navy easily captured the largest island in Hanwei without wasting a single soldier. Tang Zheng did not stop and continued to attack other islands in the Pearl Islands. During this process, he encountered resistance from the Coconut Kingdom. The Coconut Kingdom occupied several islands with good locations and was preparing for large-scale construction. Because these islands had no television, they didn't even know about the naval battle on Dikui Island. So when facing the Zhuguang army, they chose to fight. The Coconut Kingdom had a bad relationship with Hanwei before. The most produced here is not only coconuts, but also servants. Many countries in the southeast region hired people from the Coconut Kingdom as servants at home. But later, due to various reasons, the relationship between this country and Hanwei became worse and worse. So when Tang Zheng saw that these people still dared to defend, he simply went all out and killed them all. Fighter planes bombed once, and the Marines landed directly on the island, did not accept prisoners, and wiped them all out at once. In addition to the battles on these islands, the people of the Wool Empire and the Kingdom of Java also learned the news and boarded the ship in a panic, leaving only the people of the Coconut Kingdom to become shields. The battle to recapture the Pearl Islands was unusually smooth, and without much effort. A large archipelago and a vast sea became Tang Zheng territory. Tang Zheng built another 20 military camps on Pearl Island, and then purchased 50,000 garrisons at several important ports on Pearl Island. Tang Zheng deployed a lot of anti-aircraft missiles and missiles. Especially for missiles, Tang Zheng purchased another 100 missile launchers, and then purchased radars. With this kind of missile launcher, it is easy to guard the island 2,000 kilometers away. At this stage, it is absolutely possible to ensure the safety of the island. After simply arranging the coastal defense, Tang Zheng set off again with a fleet and fighter group. The target this time is the Binhai Empire across the strait. Tang Zheng wants to take advantage of this victory and eliminate the surrounding enemies as much as possible. Now in the entire southern region, the most threatening to Tang Zheng is undoubtedly the Binhai Empire. Emotionally speaking, Tang Zheng hopes to attack other countries more. But if Binhai is not eliminated, he can't just let go and conquer other countries. Let's deal with Hanwei internal affairs first. Tang Zheng led the fleet across the strait. And in the Sanjiang area, Tang Zheng newly purchased troops also boarded the chariot and headed south. He planned to march from both the sea and the road to defeat Binhai in one fell swoop. In Sanjiang area, Tang Zheng purchased 100,000 mobilized soldiers. These recruits did not take the system vehicles this time. They used some captured vehicles in Sanjiang and Dikui Island to temporarily organize a large army, bypassing Zhonghai City and heading towards Binhai Empire. However, in Tang Zheng's plan, this army was mainly to clean up the battlefield. His first target of attack was Honglu City, the capital of Binhai Empire. Honglu is located on the other side of the Strait of Mingzhu Island, facing Mingzhu Island across the sea. Because it is close to the sea, it is within the attack range of the light-chasing army. Tang Zheng came very quickly. Zhang Yuping and Dr. Ma had just returned to Honglu City for less than 30 hours when Tang Zheng pursuers arrived. Zhang Yuping had not even had time to organize a large-scale armed zombie modification plan with Dr. Ma before he encountered a fierce attack from the light-chasing army. Tang Zheng is rich now, and he is really willing to spend a lot of money. Those newly produced ballistic missile vehicles opened fire across the strait. The span of the strait is less than 1,000 kilometers, and ballistic missiles can easily fly over it. 2 of the missiles hit the palace of the Binhai Empire. The palace where Zhang Yuping lived was blown up. Zhang Yuping himself escaped by chance, but he dared not live in the palace anymore. He drove away with Dr. Ma and wanted to move inland. But he did not notice the eagle flashing across the sky. Under the guidance of the War Eagle, the stealth bomber of the Zhuguang army flew across the strait and was not captured by the Binhai Empire's air defense radar. The bomber dropped bombs in the sky. The vehicle that Zhang Yuping and Dr. Ma were riding in was affected by the explosion of the thermobaric bomb. Zhang Yuping himself was a level 2 mutant. He did not die, but Dr. Ma was killed. Dr. Ma died, and Zhang Yuping was also seriously injured. He wanted his subordinates to rescue him. Unfortunately, the Zhuguang army did not give Zhang Yuping a chance to escape again. The bomber continued to bomb several times, killing most of the people who came to rescue Zhang Yuping, and the rest did not dare to approach this area. At this time, the reinforcements of the Zhuguang army also arrived. The people of the Army Aviation Corps took a rappelling from here and loaded Zhang Yuping and Dr. Ma, who were already dead, onto the plane and took them away. With Zhang Yuping arrested, Binhai's armed forces were also in trouble both internally and externally, and they didn't know who to listen to. The Zhuguang army took advantage of the enemy confusion to launch another attack, and the large-scale enemy forces were attacked by fighter planes and collapsed. At present, there are only some stragglers living among the people, but with the arrival of the Zhuguang army's land force, their days will be very difficult, and it is estimated that it will not be long before they will be completely submerged in the tide of history. The emperor was arrested. The main force was also dispersed, and the country of Binhai was officially declared extinct. Zhang Yuping appeared on TV once and took the initiative to say that Binhai was destroyed and surrendered unconditionally to the Zhuguang army. The southeastern region of the empire finally calmed down. Tang Zheng's Zhuguang army had brilliant results. In a short period of time, it destroyed the joint fleet, recovered the Pearl Islands, and destroyed the Binhai Empire. The brilliant military exploits made the world look at it sideways. Just when everyone thought that Tang Zheng would temporarily stop moving forward and digest the fruits of victory, they didn't expect Tang Zheng to provoke a war again. He took the initiative to announce on TV that he would continue to go south and recover the last 2 kingdoms in the south of Hanwei. One of these 2 kingdoms was established by the 6th Army Group, and the other was established by the 10th Army Group. One occupied the 2 provinces of Guangdong East and Guangdong West that Hanwei originally had, and was called the 2 Guangdong Empire. The other one was the White Sand Empire in the southern sea area. The ultra-fast pace of the Zhuguang army has overturned people's common sense of war. They only know that they can no longer keep up with Tang Zheng thinking and rhythm. Tang Zheng himself did not think as much as others. He currently had only one idea: to pacify all the separatist countries of Hanwei as soon as possible and complete the restoration of Hanwei first. Chapter 388. October of the second year after the end of the world began can be said to be the most glorious month for the Zhuguang army. After taking over the Pearl Islands and the Binhai Empire, the Zhuguang army continued to launch offensives. In the Liangwei Empire, the Zhuguang army decided the outcome in one battle. The 6th army of the Liangwei Empire had no will to fight at all. Although their emperor still wanted to resist to the end, it was completely useless. As soon as the two armies came into contact, a large number of surrendered troops appeared on the Liangwei side. When they were completely defeated, and they were compatriots, they knew that surrendering would not kill them, but stubbornness would kill them ugly. With the surrender of the 6th army, the Tu Guangdong Empire was recovered. Almost at the same time as the Tu Guangdong, an aircraft carrier battle group of the Zhuguang army entered the waters of the Baisha Islands. The 10th army made similar moves to the Tu Guangdong Empire, and even many of their officers took the initiative to find the Zhuguang army, asking to surrender and get fair treatment. Tang Zheng certainly would not make things difficult for these surrendered compatriots, and happily accepted their surrender. The emperor of the 10th army disappeared when Baisha Island was captured, and no one knew where he went. Some people said he became a monk, some said he committed suicide, and some said he went to live in seclusion on a small island in the South Sea. It didn't matter to Tang Zheng where he went. He was just a wanted criminal after losing his troops. After successfully taking over Liangwei and Baisha, most of Hanwei had been unified. After Tang Zheng dealt with the affairs in the south, he immediately turned his troops to the north. Now there are only two places in Hanwei that have not been dealt with. One is Lihaoqing in the northeast, and the other is Luqin in the northwest. There is also a small problem. That is, there are more than 200,000 snakes entrenched in Lianzhou military port, and they have nowhere to go. Tang Zheng went north this time to deal with the snakes first, and then continued to attack Lihaoqing. Even if Lihaoqing has the support of the Daliu people, it can't stop Tang Zheng's determination to advance. In late October, the Zhuguang army marched into Lianzhou military port. Originally thought that the more than 200,000 snakes would fight to the death with the Zhuguang army, but unexpectedly these people actually escaped. They fled all the way to Heishui province and actually surrendered to the Daliu people. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment when he first heard the news, but he soon understood the thoughts of the remaining soldiers of the Great Snake. Tang Zheng destroyed the entire Great Snake, which was obviously a genocide. These remaining soldiers of the Great Snake would rather surrender to the Daliu people than die in Tang Zheng's hands. At least there was still a glimmer of hope. The Daliu people also gladly accepted the surrender of the Great Snake people. After all, it was a fresh force of more than 200,000 people. Their arrival could strengthen the strength of Daliao. However, the people of Daliao did not intend to fight Tang Zheng to the death. Seeing that the Zhuguang army continued to move north, they chose to give up Heishui province. The Daliu troops, along with more than 200,000 people from Dash and more than 200,000 people from Lihaoqing's army, retreated to the border of Heishui province, the other side of the Shenlong River, and returned to the land of Daliao. The empire established by Lihaoqing collapsed and ceased to exist. Tang Zheng was not very satisfied with this situation, because the enemy had preserved too many living forces. Now, just on the northeastern border, Daliao has an army of 750,000, which is too large. Tang Zheng originally wanted to continue the pursuit, but he didn't expect that the Daliu people technology had also made a breakthrough, and they had developed a small nuclear bomb and completed a nuclear test. In addition, it was November. The temperature dropped sharply, and the enemy began to flee far inland, and the battle line was too long, especially in the wasteland of Daliu in the north. The temperature had reached more than -20 degrees, which was no longer suitable for long-distance combat. So Tang Zheng had to give up. Fortunately, the land in the northeast has been recovered. Now in the entire Hanwei Empire, only Luqin in the northwest still occupies Shazhou's city. Luqin himself is very panicked. After being severely hit by the zombies last time, many of Luqin's allies also suffered heavy losses. In his group army, veterans suffered heavy casualties, and the morale of the entire army was low, and there was a trend of being unable to recover. Now Tang Zheng's meaning is very clear. That is, to completely unify Hanwei before the cold comes, and he will never leave any tails. But relying on his troops alone, it is impossible to resist Tang Zheng. Luqin has contacted his former allies, but now no one is willing to wade into this muddy water. Bai Yuan has lost, and the countries of the Baohenia Empire are now afraid to confront Tang Zheng, even though they hate the Zhuguang army very much. Just when Lu Chen was almost desperate, a good news came. The Daliao Empire conducted a nuclear test in their wasteland and detonated a small nuclear bomb. The power of this small nuclear bomb is similar to that of the small nuclear bomb of the Zhuguang army. After the Zhuguang army detonated the nuclear bomb in Daliao, they did not cross the Shlong River to pursue, which allowed the people of Daliao, Li Haoqing's troops, and the remaining soldiers of the Snake to withdraw smoothly from Hanwei. This news was like a shot of adrenaline, and it spread all over the world in an instant. People remembered a truth before the end of the world. I am not afraid of you not having the ability, but I am afraid of you not having the ability to perish together with the opponent. The Zhuguang army is now fierce in combat, and the combined fleet has been defeated. It seems that no one can beat it. But if there are nuclear weapons, everything will be different. The Zhuguang army fought in the south and the north, and small nuclear bombs played a huge role, which everyone saw. He has it and others don't. So others are afraid of him. But everyone has it. If you hit me, I will throw a nuclear bomb at you. And at worst we will all die together. This is the trump card and means to save life. Lu Chen seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and immediately went to the volcano city in Daliao to visit Duke Ferdinand. Ferdinand met Lu Chen cordially, and the two sides spoke freely in the conference room and reached many consensuses on a series of cooperation issues between the two sides. One of the important topics in the conversation was that Ferdinand's volcano city and Lu Chen's great wilderness empire formally concluded a strategic alliance. It was similar to the alliance that Dine Dash had made before. That is, if someone attacked one side, the other side had the responsibility and obligation to assist. The only difference was that the use of weapons allowed the use of nuclear weapons. This was crucial, almost equivalent to Lu Chen's death-free gold medal. Lu Chen's Great Wilderness Empire TV station and Ferdinand's Volcano City TV station jointly broadcast this news. When the news came out, everyone around understood that their cooperation was aimed at Tang Zheng. After the news was broadcast, many countries in the world responded positively. Among them, Secretary of State Ellis of the Magnolia Empire gave a speech on TV. As the top power before the end of the world, they suffered a defeat at the hands of the light-chasing army and regarded Tang Zheng and the light-chasing army as a thorn in their side. Ellis even directly criticized on TV, Tang Zheng and his light-chasing army have committed many crimes around the world. They wantonly slaughtered foreigners on Dikui Island, causing dissatisfaction around the world. As a sovereign state, the Tiger Empire was invaded by Tang Zheng and has now completely become a vassal of the light-chasing army. They invaded the South Peninsula without authorization and plundered local wealth. According to statistics, all jade mining areas in the South Peninsula have been occupied by the light-chasing army. The island where the Great Snake people lived in the era was almost wiped out from the world map by Tang Zheng nuclear bomb detonation of the volcano. The Great Snake Nation has become history. They also plagiarized our military technology, our aircraft carriers, our bombers, and our carrier-based aircraft were all obtained by them in despicable ways. And they turned against us. The sovereign states that were independent from Hanwei were destroyed one by them, causing anger and resentment among the surrounding people. What are these actions? This is naked hegemonism. The current alliance between the Great Wilderness Empire and the Daliao Volcano City is a just alliance and a manifestation of the world's people's determination to resist hegemonism. On behalf of the Magnolia Empire, I salute Duke Ferdinand of Daliao and thank him for his contribution to maintaining regional peace and stability. Hegemonism will not last long, and justice will prevail. The people of Magnolia are willing to stand at the forefront of the fight against hegemonism together with the people of Daliao and the Great Wilderness Empire. Ellis said a lot, which also attracted the support of many countries, which were basically countries that were severely damaged by the Zhuguang army during the war. For example, the Wool Empire, the Coconut Empire, or the Paya Kingdom, Siam, etc. Even the Borneo Empire, located on another peninsula in the southeast, followed suit and made a speech to support Baiyulan and Daliao. For a time, Tang Zheng Zhuguang army seemed to have become the world's public enemy, and everyone wanted to kill him. Lu Chen received support and took the initiative to stand up, expressing his willingness to stand at the forefront of the fight against Tang Zheng, and hoped that countries around the world would provide assistance. The Baiyulan Empire took the lead in donating money and materials to the Great Wilderness Empire. There is no universal currency in the world yet, and they donated a lot of gold, a large amount of food, oil, and even arms. These weapons will not only be used to equip the troops of the Great Wilderness Empire, but also the troops of Daliao, because Daliao has already stationed troops in the Great Wilderness Empire to help them defend. Bai Yulan took the lead, and other supporting countries could not sit idly by and began to donate. For a time, a large amount of money flowed to the Great Wilderness Empire. With a lot of support, Lu Chen also began to be ambitious, and even met with Ferdinand again, hoping to enter the Northern Territory at the right time and drive the Zhuguang army out of Zhuguang City. Ferdinand agreed with this view and once again increased the strength of the garrison in the Great Wilderness. At this time, the troops of the Zhuguang army also set out from Zhuguang City and headed towards the Great Wilderness Empire. Originally, all countries in the world were waiting to see the show, hoping that Daliao could have a nuclear war with the Zhuguang army. But something shocking happened. When the Zhuguang army crossed the desert and entered the vicinity of the sandbar, the Daliao army suddenly turned against them. Not only did they not fight the Zhuguang army, but they opened the gate of the sandbar and led the Zhuguang army into the city. Under the cooperation of Zhuguang army and Daliao army, Shazhou fell that day. Lu Chen chose to commit suicide before being captured. He didn't understand until his death why Ferdinand became Tang Zheng's accomplice. Not only did he not understand, but the whole world didn't understand. Ferdinand's counterattack directly led to the sudden end of the war, and the Great Wilderness Empire died in a short time. This was the last force that split off from Hanwei, and it came to an end. In more than a month, Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo finally completed the unification of Hanwei. Chapter 389. Chasing Light City. Tang Zheng returned to his long-missed official residence and looked at the falling snow outside the window. This is the second winter since the beginning of the apocalypse. The snow is no different from last year, and it is still very heavy. Human activities have been greatly reduced. Without industrial pollution and exhaust emissions, the world is healing itself. The environment is constantly improving, and warm winters are no longer seen. Moreover, the weather has also started to get better recently. There are no thick clouds covering the sky. Every day, the sun rises and the moon sets. And there is rain, snow, wind and frost, which is almost exactly the same as before the apocalypse. The world is getting better, but the situation in the world is still not optimistic. Tang Zheng was playing with 2 rings in his hands. One was a number 10 ring, and the other was a number 9 ring. Based on these 2 rings, Tang Zheng could deduce that there should be 8 more of this kind of ring. But Tang Zheng still didn't know who had these 8 rings. During this period, in order to restore Hanwei, Tang Zheng was also very hardworking and busy. For the final matter of Lu Chen, Tang Zheng did not hesitate to expose Ferdinand's undercover identity. Although Ferdinand, the chess piece, was not able to continue to grow and develop, the gains were still great. At least Hanwei was restored. This restoration did not mean that the zombies in the country were completely eliminated, but that Hanwei was restored as a whole. Although Tang Zheng was not the master of Hanwei yet, he was almost the same as the master. It was already November, and during the New Year's Day, he was going to find Li Wuyo and get married to her. Li Wuyo had already told Tang Zheng that after the marriage, she would pass the throne to Tang Zheng. After all, as a girl, she was not suitable to be the queen of Hanwei. Although Tang Zheng didn't care much about being the emperor, this was the best choice under the current situation. But Tang Zheng felt that the world had been too quiet since Ferdinand's identity was exposed. Neither Bai Yulan nor other countries made any more noise, as if they had turned a blind eye to Hanwei unification. This situation was not quite right. Tang Zheng felt that the other ring holders would not sink like this. But the specific situation was not easy to check, and Tang Zheng had too many things to do, so he couldn't take care of so many things for the time being. After putting away the 2 rings, Tang Zheng stood up. A meeting was about to be held. The chaos during this period came to an end temporarily, and the Zhuguang army was also facing a military reform. Tang Zheng came out of the bedroom of the official residence and saw that the yard was full of vehicles on the rooftop. Now his army is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of officers under his command is also increasing. This time, there are more than 100 people participating in the regimental cadre meeting. Tang Zheng went downstairs and came to the large conference room on the 2nd floor. The meeting room was already full of people. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, they all stood up to greet him. "Everyone, please sit down." Tang Zheng smiled and greeted everyone. And then everyone sat down and put their hats on the table. "Okay, everyone is here. Let's start the meeting." Tang Zheng took a sip of the tea in the cup, and then said, Everyone has worked hard during this period. Our Zhuguang army has fought north and south, and finally fulfilled its mission and recovered the territory of Hanwei. In the next period of time, we have a lot of things to do, and the army also needs to sort out the internal affairs. There are many new recruits this time, and we also need to use this meeting to adjust them in place. All departments and units must also be clarified. You could also raise any opinions and suggestions. After speaking, Tang Zheng gestured to Ning Yue, the guard company commander beside him, and asked her to explain the basic situation. Ning Yue stood up. General, all the superiors, I have a basic situation table here, and a draft military reform document. I will read it to you first. As of now, our army has a total of more than 578,000 troops, including the Navy, Army and Air Force, as well as all special departments and other units. After the approval of the general, the preliminary military reform plan is as follows. Our 5 field regiments will be upgraded to 5 field brigades, each with 100,000 people. All our city guard troops will be upgraded to a city guard brigade with a planned 100,000 people. Among them, 1 regiment will be stationed at Zhuguang City Base. 1 regiment will be stationed at Dikui Island Base. 1 regiment will be stationed at Mingzhu Island Base. And the rest of the troops will be stationed in battalions at Baisha Island Base, Shazhou City Base, Bingqing Base, Lianzhou Base, Triangle Base, etc. Security and defense in the inland areas are the responsibility of the Special Service and the Public Security Bureau. The Engineering Corps will form 2 regiments of 30,000 people, stationed in Zhuguang City and Dikui Island respectively, and be on standby at any time. The Armored and Artillery Corps will form 3 combat brigades, divided into the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Armored Brigades and the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Artillery Brigades respectively. Each Armored Brigade consists of 1,000 tanks, and each Artillery Brigade also consists of 1,000 guns. The planned number of these 6 brigades is 30,000. The Army Aviation Regiment will be upgraded to the Army Aviation Brigade, with a planned number of 30,000 people, including 20,000 paratroopers. The Aviation Regiment is upgraded to an Aviation Brigade, with 5 flight squadrons under its jurisdiction. Each flight squadron includes 300 fighters, with a total planned number of 10,000 people, including Air Force ground crew. Establish an inland navy with a total planned number of 20,000 people, including pontoon bridge troops, responsible for the security of Hanwei inland waters, personnel transportation, and zombie clearance. In terms of the Navy, the general plans to establish 3 fleets, namely the East China Sea Fleet, stationed in the waters of Dikui Island, Wangjing Island, and Chongqing Island respectively. Pearl Sea Fleet, stationed in the Pearl Islands. The Baisha Sea Fleet is stationed in the waters of the Baisha Islands. Each of the 3 fleets must have 4 aircraft carriers, including 2 super aircraft carriers and 2 light aircraft carriers, each equipped with 10 destroyers, 6 battleships, as well as carrier-based aircraft and related supporting ships to ensure the safety of the sea. The 3 fleets are planned to have a force of 150,000, with each fleet having no less than 50,000 people. The 2 special forces, Dragon Scale Tiger Wing, have been expanded and upgraded to regiments, each with 15,000 people, for a total of 30,000 people. The Special Service is upgraded to the Special Service Corps, with a preliminary plan of 20,000 people, requiring each base city to have a Special Service unit of no less than 1 company of 300 people stationed. The General Security Bureau is established, with a planned number of 200,000 people. In addition to management personnel, the rest of the personnel can be recruited from the society. The actual number of people enlisted from our system is 5,000, all of whom are in management positions. The Direct Regiment is upgraded to a brigade, with 5 regiments planned, each with 10,000 people, a total of 50,000 people. The Military Intelligence Bureau is upgraded to a regiment-level unit, with a total of 5,000 people. The Guard Company was upgraded to a battalion with 1,500 personnel. The Armored Train Unit and the Railway Transport Unit have a total of 3,000 personnel. The above number of personnel totals 984,500 people. In addition, there are 500 radar soldiers, 1,000 Combat Command Center personnel, 500 Honor Guard personnel, 500 art troops, 1,000 scientific research personnel, and 1,000 Zhuguangjin prison personnel, totaling 4,500 people. There are about 1,000 staff members in other units and departments. With a total of 990,000 people, the division strength is capped at 1 million. And there is a gap of 10,000 for new soldiers. The general will replenish the soldiers of each unit in the shortest possible time. Do you have any other opinions? Hearing Tang Zheng's arrangement, the generals of the Zhuguang army nodded one after another. Such a force configuration is enough to deal with all situations at this stage. It can be said that this 1 million Zhuguang army will gradually rise, and will be the world's top military force. No matter which part of the Navy, Army and Air Force, it is now at the world's leading level. Even if a country has a super aircraft carrier or a fifth-generation fighter, it is useless because the Zhuguang army's strength can be upgraded. There will be some discussion about what the Zhuguang army should do next. Some key areas need to be deployed. For example, the border of the northeast region, where there are Dali people, the remnants of the Snake, and the remnants of Lihaoqing, is actually very stressful. The Zhuguang army will focus on deployment there, with 2 Air Force squadrons and a field brigade stationed. In addition, the Zhuguang army now has some vassal troops, such as the Tiger Empire's troops, which are as many as 300,000 people, and are now also assisting in the defense of the northeastern border. Although the combat effectiveness of these troops is not as good as that of the Zhuguang army, they have enough people, and can also play a significant role. There are also many hostile forces in the northwest sandbar area, which also needs to be focused on defense. During the discussion, Tang Zheng made his decision here. The naval force will expand outward as much as possible. Now many islands in the ocean are unowned, and the Zhuguang army must expand its sea borders as soon as possible. Several important bases were mentioned by Tang Zheng. For example, the 3 islands of Guaman Island, Transit Island, and Xavier Islands. The chasing light army must take them as soon as possible. After taking these 3 islands, they will have a foothold in the East Ocean, and the Navy fleet can also be stationed there, and airports can also be built on these islands. In addition, all field troops will no longer fight against foreign enemies, but will start to eliminate the zombies in the country as soon as possible. The Army Aviation Corps and the Air Force Corps will cooperate with the field troops. With so many troops, the operation of clearing zombies will be very fast. With 500,000 or 600,000 troops dispatched, the number of zombies eliminated every day is at least tens of millions. And even 20 to 30 million is possible, even though there are tens of billions of zombies in Hanwei. If this continues, they can definitely be eliminated within 2 years. At this point in the meeting, Tang Zheng asked Guiyun about the map making. Guiyun told Tang Zheng that he is now focusing on conquering 2 chapters of map making, and he has already made some progress. One is the map making of the satellite launch center, and the other is the offshore oil drilling platform. The Zhuguang army is still short of oil, and the oil problem is an unavoidable problem. So Tang Zheng urged Guiyun to hurry up. The meeting continued, and during this process, Tang Zheng began to replenish troops. During this period of time, the Zhuguang army has been fighting to support the war, and the troops have been increasing. Tang Zheng now has 500 million yuan in funds. Tang Zheng simply threw all the funds in. Add an aircraft carrier fleet. Add hundreds of fighter planes. Add a large number of mobilized soldiers and tanks, and equip the troops. For this replenishment, Tang Zheng even specially asked people from the South Peninsula to transport a batch of jadeite back. By the morning of the 3rd day of the meeting, Tang Zheng finally completed this round of rapid military expansion. After spending all the 700 million yuan in funds, only more than 1 million yuan remained, and his light-chasing army. All the troops in the plan were fully staffed, and the number of troops jumped to 990,000. Chapter 390. When Tang Zheng finished the last round of raising troops, he smiled bitterly at the more than 1 million yuan in his hand. 10 billion yuan, close to 2 billion yuan, was spent just like that. This round of raising troops was indeed expensive. And there was another important point. That is, the money in his hand could no longer support the consumption of the war. If a war broke out now, the Zhuguang army would not be able to fire recklessly as before, which made Tang Zheng, who was already accustomed to fire suppression, a little uncomfortable. Still need to make money. Actually, Tang Zheng can also make money now. Whether it is attacking cities, eliminating zombies, or mining, it can bring continuous income. But the income is too far from the expedition to the South Peninsula. With food in hand, the heart is not panic. How to make money quickly has become Tang Zheng's most important thing now. On the third day of the meeting, Tang Zheng did not participate much and let his subordinates discuss it on their own. After the whole army meeting ended, the Zhuguang army became busy as a whole. Now there is no foreign war, and all the field troops are out fighting zombies. Tang Zheng's newly built direct brigade also followed the expedition, as well as the Army Aviation Regiment, Special Forces, etc. If the Zhuguang army wants to maintain the high quality of individual soldiers, it must let all these new recruits upgrade one after another. When these troops set out, they all took a large number of spare bullets from the arsenal, because there is no financial supply now, so they can only use spare bullets first, and there are not too many spare bullets. After all, Tang Zheng is still short of copper and special steel. These two metals are the key to making bullets. Therefore, solving the funding problem as soon as possible is still a top priority. Just when Tang Zheng was also worried about the money, a piece of news came. The signalman came to Tang Zheng's official residence and reported, "General, new news. Representatives of Baiyulan and other countries have set off for Yuanjing to discuss the issue of redeeming prisoners of war." Oh! They finally came. Tang Zheng immediately became energetic. Now there are a large number of prisoners of war in the hands of the Zhuguang army, all of whom were captured by Tang Zheng during the naval battle of Dikui Island. However, their warships were sunk by Tang Zheng, but the soldiers on the transport ships were captured by Tang Zheng. The number of prisoners was as high as 400,000 to 500,000, of which 300,000 were from Baiyulan. And when the Binhai Empire was recovered later, many people from the Wool Empire, Coconut Kingdom, and Java Kingdom who had already landed were also captured by the Zhuguang army. Now the number of prisoners detained by the Zhuguang army for labor reform in various places has reached nearly 1 million. These are mature veterans, and they are important living forces in those countries. They cannot be abandoned. But later, when Dahlia tested nuclear weapons, the attitudes of these countries became tough again, thinking that the Zhuguang army might succumb to the pressure of nuclear weapons, and then release the prisoners of war to gain some favorable conditions. But unexpectedly, Dahlia turned against them, and Ferdinand's rebellion disrupted everything. And Baiyulan and other countries were a little panicked. They were silent for a while, and finally couldn't help but redeem the prisoners. But Tang Zheng didn't plan to release these prisoners easily. If the prisoners were released, they would be their enemies. How could they easily increase the number of enemies? Of course, it is not impossible to release the person. But Tang Zheng is going to ask for a lot. The ransom alone is not enough. He has higher requirements. Okay, since the person has gone to Yuanjing, I plan to persuade the princess first. It happens that I am almost done with my work here, so I will go to Yuanjing as well. Tang Zheng left the official residence and did not go to the airport immediately, but took a tour in Zhuguang City first. It has been more than half a year since he left Zhuguang City, and the situation here has changed a lot. First of all, the height of the buildings in the entire city. In the past, the buildings in the inner city were only 7 stories high because of the height of the city wall. But now it is different. Whether in the inner city or the outer city, there are tall buildings and skyscrapers everywhere. Only the prime location in the inner city has retained some of the original style of the City of Light. For example, the Guns and Ladies Bar was not demolished under Tang Zheng's concern, and is still the same as before. Tang Zheng even saw the rooftop where he and Luo Qiuwan sat when they drank that night. There were also the things that Luo Qiuwan had been talking about with him. The owner of the car dealership, the couple selling breakfast, and the small wild flowers under the bluestone. When Tang Zheng passed by the bluestone in the car, he looked down deliberately. Unfortunately, it was winter now, so there were no wild flowers. When he thought of Luo Qiuwan becoming the Big Corp's sister and having no news since she eliminated Lu Qin and other multinational forces, Tang Zheng still felt lost. The car drove forward until it circled back to the core area and arrived near the airport. When Tang Zheng was attracted by a group of new recruits, there was a group of young men with very spirited postures and faces, who were practicing marching in formation. Oh! This is the first time I've seen this group of soldiers. They don't look like field troops? Ning Yue smiled. General, that's your newly enlisted honor guard. Tang Zheng slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered that he had not only joined the honor guard, but also the art troop. It's just that he is now in a high position, and there are so many things going on in the territory that he can no longer pay attention to these grassroots things. Tang Zheng's car entered the airport, and he looked back at the honor guards. Last time, The military parade on Dikui Island was a bit simple. It seems that we should find an opportunity to hold a real military parade. Ningyue beside him also nodded, General. In fact, it is really a good opportunity to restore the country. Yes. Tang Jung agreed. Although the task of restoring the country was completed, it was not a real restoration. The real restoration of the country should be a grand ceremony. Even after he became the emperor. This time when I go to Yuanjing, I should discuss these things with Li Wuyo. Tang Jung doesn't like too much cumbersome formalities. If possible, he wants to do all the celebrations, military parades, becoming an emperor, and even marrying Li Wuyo at once. Of course, such a big event can't be too hasty. At least choose a good day. New Year's Day? Or around the Spring Festival? Tang Jung thought to himself and got off the car and got on the plane. This is a large transport plane that has been converted into Tang Jung exclusive car. An Air Force squadron carried out the escort mission, protecting Tang Jung and heading straight to Yuanjing. That morning, Tang Jung plane arrived at Yuanjing Airport, and Li Wuyo personally ran to the airport to greet Tang Jung. Seeing Tang Jung again, Li Wuyo pretty face flushed. The two often talked on the phone, and now they are engaged. Seeing her future husband, the girl was a little embarrassed. Tang Jung got off the plane and raised his hand to hold Li Wuyo's hand. The cameras around were flashing fiercely. Tang Jung and Li Wuyo holding hands. This is probably the thing that people all over the country like to see the most. The two got into the car hand in hand, and the car set off to the palace. On the way, Li Wuyo said to Tang Jung, Brother Jung, the people from Baiyulan have arrived. Among them, there is a princess of Baiyulan royal family who I knew before the end of the world. She also came and wanted to meet me. I didn't agree and let them stay first. Tang Jung nodded. Wuyo did the right thing. They just wanted to use your relationship to persuade me to release their prisoners of war. But it's not that easy. These people want to kill me. I didn't kill all the prisoners of war, which is merciful. It's not that easy to redeem the prisoners of war. Li Wuyo looked up at Tang Jung. What are you going to do? I listened to you. Are you going to ask for a lot of gold, silver and jewelry? Every time Tang Jung won, he would ask for these things when he asked the other side to redeem the prisoners of war. People were used to it, and thought that Tang Jung was still going to do it. Unexpectedly, this time Tang Jung shook his head slightly. Yes. But that's just an additional condition. I have a higher requirement. What requirement? Tang Jung glanced at Li Wuyo. Wuyo. The currency in our territory is now divided into two types. One is the Guangyuan issued by our Zhuguang city, and the other is the new currency you issued at the beginning. This makes the currency market a little confused. I think our currency should be unified. Li Wuyo nodded immediately. I think so too. I was just about to talk to you about this. How do you plan to unify it? Tang Jung didn't need to think and said directly, let's call it the new Guangyuan, which is the combination of the names of the two currencies. It will be issued in the form of 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan. The maximum denomination is still 1,000 yuan. And the purchasing power is still the same as the original Guangyuan. The old Guangyuan and the new currency will be scrapped and recycled. I will ask the bank to do this immediately. Li Wuyo nodded in agreement. Okay. But what does this have to do with the higher requirements you mentioned? Tang Jung smiled. Before the end of the world, the world's universal currency was the Magnolia currency. But after the end of the world should be reshuffled. The defeated ones no longer have such qualifications. And the world circulation has also begun to slowly recover. If you want to redeem the prisoners of war, the first condition is that our Xinguang Yuan must become the world's universal currency. This is the basis for the negotiation. If this condition cannot be met, there is no need to continue the negotiation. Hearing this, Li Wuyo was stunned. Her greatest dream was to restore the country. Now the restoration of the country has become a tangible thing. But she has never had such a big ambition as Tang Jung. Let the new light yuan become the world's universal currency, which will undoubtedly push the new empire to the throne of world hegemony. In the past, Baiyulan was able to reap the world's wealth unscrupulously, and become the world hegemon because of the convenience of the world's universal currency. Does Han Yu have such qualifications now? Li Wuyo felt that the people of Baiyulan might not agree to this request, because once they accept this condition, it means that they will give up the world's #1 position. Li Wuyo also got the news that after the people of Daliao tested small nuclear weapons some time ago, the people of Baiyulan also did this. Maybe Baiyulan felt that they had something to rely on. So they came here to negotiate with them. But Tang Zheng threw such a big bomb right at the beginning, and the negotiation was likely to collapse. Li Wuyo was a little worried. But seeing Tang Zheng confident smile, she felt inexplicably relieved. Obviously, a girl like her is not suitable to be the king of the world, and the man next to him is undoubtedly a suitable candidate. Since she chose him, no matter what decision he made, she would support him unconditionally, because he is the future emperor of Hanwei, and she will soon become his queen. Chapter 391. Tang Zheng stayed in Li Wuyo Palace for one night. The next day, he and Li Wuyo went to meet the delegation of Bai Yulin. A princess of the royal family, Sophia, came to Bai Yulin. Now the emperor of Bai Yulin is Sophia's brother Anthony. Sophia knew Li Wuyo before the end of the world. When she saw Li Wuyo again, she took the initiative to come over and happily hugged and greeted Li Wuyo. Tang Zheng looked at this woman from behind. He could see the perfunctory look in her eyes, and he knew what was going on. Before the end of the world, they were both princesses, with equal status, and they might have a little friendship. But this little friendship is not worth mentioning in the face of national conflicts. Sophia's arrival is nothing more than easing the atmosphere and making the negotiations less conflicting. However, Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo were also prepared for this matter. After Li Wuyo met Sophia, he took the initiative to say, "Sophia, since you are here, come out with me. I don't know much about the negotiations, so let the men do it. Brother Zheng, we are out. You can talk slowly, and don't worry about us." As he said that, Li Wuyo took Sophia away, which made Sophia and the Bai Yulin delegation a little stunned. Unexpectedly, Li Wuyo, the crown prince of the empire, did not participate in the negotiations at all, but threw everything to Tang Zheng. Let them negotiate with Tang Zheng, a war maniac. Several people looked at Tang Zheng, their scalps tingling. This person can be said to be the most ruthless person in the world. Apart from other things, the bombing of a volcano killed tens of millions of people. There has never been such a cruel person in the history of history. He kept Bai Yulin and the captives from various countries not out of humanity, but just waiting to be blackmailed. Bai Yulin people understood Tang Zheng's thoughts very well. But since they came here to redeem the hostages, they were also prepared to be blackmailed. The loser must have the consciousness of a loser. This principle they understand. But they want to pay as little as possible, which is the basis for the existence of negotiations. Tang Zheng was also accompanied by several people. Ning Yue from the Guard Battalion, Su Lu from the Special Service, and Director Ji Yutian of the Military Intelligence Bureau, all of whom were in the team this time. After all, Tang Zheng can't argue all the time for some things that require a lot of words. Most of the time, it's his subordinates who are talking. The negotiation table was set up, and people from both sides sat down. Magnolia was not a single country. People from the Wool Empire, Java Kingdom, Coconut Kingdom and other countries also came with them, because they all had a share in the captives this time, and had to come. Magnolia Sophia was not there, and another leader Davis took on the responsibility of the negotiations. The bearded white man coughed and took the initiative to say, "Dear General Tang Zheng, first of all, I apologize for the conflict between our two countries due to misunderstanding." Tang Zheng didn't say anything, and Ji Yutian from the Military Intelligence Bureau took the initiative to say, "You are wrong, Mr. Davis. There is no misunderstanding between us. You come to attack us, and we are fighting you. There is no misunderstanding." Davis's old face was choked and red. He didn't expect that the people of the Zhuguang army would be so disrespectful and take a polite remark seriously. However, Davis's thickness of face is obviously not comparable to that of ordinary people to be able to sit at the negotiation table. Although he was embarrassed for a while, he quickly smiled and said, "That's right. We participated in the war, but we failed. But the war will always end. We are now coming to your country with sincerity, hoping to find a peaceful path." At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. "But before I talk about this, I would like to ask, according to the latest news I have received, the naval fleet of the Zhuguang army has begun to enter the waters of Guaman Island and Zhongzhuan Island. And these places were our Bai Yulin inherent territory before the end of the world. And we have stationed troops there for a long time. I wonder what your army is going to do in those places." This time Tang Zheng spoke up. "Don't you know what we are going to do? Dikui Island is still my Hanwei inherent territory. And hasn't it been occupied by you for more than half a year? What you did then, we have to do now." Davis frowned slightly. "Tang Zheng, I'm sorry about the Dikui Island. But in fact you have taken back Dikui Island. And we have paid the price for our actions. And your current behavior is an act of aggression. Which is wrong. I hope you can order your troops to withdraw from Guaman Island and Zhongtai Island. And return a piece of pure land to the East Ocean. Tang Zheng glanced at Davis. Why do we have to withdraw? Because it was once our land. Tang Zheng smiled. The continent you live on was once the land of the Mohicans. So do you want to withdraw from that land and return it to the Mohicans? Davis's veins jumped. This Tang Zheng was too hateful. He brought up the old things that were already a fait accompli. Didn't he want to negotiate properly? He really wanted to walk away. But after all, a large number of prisoners of war were held in the hands of the Zhuguang army. And these people must be brought back to the country. Because if these troops could not be brought back smoothly, it would affect their next plan. So no matter how much Tang Zheng said, he had to be patient. Davis smiled patiently and said, General Tang Zheng is really a joke. These two things are not equal. Don't say that we give up the land, and whether the Mohicans are still able to accept it. In fact, after the elimination of the end of the world, the last Mohicans also died, and their nation disappeared. Just like the Snake people are no longer able to return to their country to survive. This matter can no longer be changed. The islands in the Great East Ocean are different. As far as I know, General Tang Zheng has occupied Wangjing Island, Chongshem Island, and recovered Mingzhu Island and Baisha Islands. Your Hanwha Sea borders have formed a complete outer island chain. No one can pass through this area and approach your mainland silently. So General Tang Zheng should be very satisfied. We will all recognize your sovereignty over these lands. Tang Zheng sneered at Davis's words. I have already occupied them. Why do I need your recognition? Whether you admit it or not. It is the truth. If anyone is not convinced, you can come and try to take it back. You? Davis was so angry that he was fuming. It was the first time he met a negotiation opponent like Tang Zheng. This was completely unreasonable. He didn't waste time talking to him. He just made it clear that he would fight him if he didn't accept it. This made him feel particularly difficult. At this time, the representative of the Wool Empire asked tentatively, General Tang Zheng, our latest news is that after your fleet occupied the transit island, it seems that it will continue to move eastward. What is your purpose? Tang Zheng said calmly, Xavier Islands. Tang Zheng's original plan was to take Guaman Island, Transit Island and Xavier Islands. But Xavier Islands were too far away. And Tang Zheng also wanted the light-chasing army not to advance too quickly. For the Xavier Islands, Tang Zheng actually had other plans in mind. That island was too important to Bai Yulan. If they lost it, they would no longer have a say in the Great East Ocean and no place to stand. Besides, that island, like the island of the Great Snake, was also a volcanic island archipelago, which was very dangerous. It was not a good choice for the light-chasing army to station there now, especially after Bai Yulan also had nuclear bombs. When this news came out, Davis and his men were all surprised and felt that things were getting tricky. Once the Xavier Islands were taken by Tang Zheng, they could continue eastward to Bai Yulan and southward to the Wool Empire. That place was too critical and must not fall into Tang Zheng's hands. Davis, who had been relatively stable, was a little panicked. General Tang Zheng, please give an order immediately to stop your army from advancing. Now is the critical stage for us to negotiate the redemption of prisoners. And we are not completely unmanned on the Xavier Islands. There are still some of our residents and troops there. If you go to Xavier at this time, it will be a direct invasion, which will poison our negotiation atmosphere. Tang Zheng snorted. You know that we are negotiating to redeem the prisoners now. So let's talk about redeeming the prisoners. Don't tell me about the progress of the Zhuguang army. If the negotiation goes well, I may consider your proposal. Seeing Tang Zheng's attitude, Davis finally realized that his negotiation skills of advancing and retreating were useless. Now the Zhuguang army is winning. No matter how many skills he has, it will be useless if the other party doesn't buy it. Unless Bai Yulan can defeat the Zhuguang army. But he really has no confidence in this matter. Bai Yulan has been developing desperately in this period of time, and has indeed made some progress in the military. But the fact that they were annihilated by the Zhuguang army is still vivid in their minds. They dare not take risks now. And they can't afford to gamble. Unless they use small nuclear bombs. But Tang Zheng also has such counterattack means. They still dare not gamble. After all, in their inherent thinking, their lives are the most precious. And there is no need to fight to the death with a war maniac like Tang Zheng. That guy really dares to throw a nuclear bomb. Faced with Tang Zheng's strength, they had to give up the discussion on the ownership of the Great East Ocean Islands, and thus shifted the focus of the negotiations to the issue of redeeming prisoners. But in this way, they lost the initiative, and the next negotiations would be very difficult. Sure enough, the next negotiation was deadlocked as soon as it started. Facing the countries like Baiyulan, Tang Zheng directly threw out a document. This is my bottom line. If you agree to my request, you can redeem the prisoners of war. If you don't agree, then you will go back to where you came from, and there is no need to continue this negotiation. Davis and his men took a look at the document and were immediately furious. No! This is absolutely not allowed. This is blackmail. We Baiyulan would rather fight to the death than accept such a request. The other countries also nodded, showing an attitude of fighting side by side with Baiyulan and never compromising, because the requirements in the information are too harsh. First of all, the first one is not acceptable. The Zhuguang army will reissue currency. The currency name is Xinguang Yuan. Xinguang Yuan will become the world's only universal currency. In order to ensure the credibility of the issuance of universal currency, all countries in the world must send representatives to establish a global currency alliance. The alliance headquarters will be established in Zhuguang City, and the rest of the countries must take out gold or equivalent jewelry as required and mortgage it in the Zhuguang Bank vault as the basis for issuing currency. There is also a list of gold and jewelry at the back, with detailed regulations on how much each country should hand over. This is the first item, and the second item behind it is to recognize the existing occupied areas of the Zhuguang army, including the territory of the Tiger Empire, Wangjing Island, Chongshem Island, Guaman Island, Transit Island, Ziawire Islands, Volcano City, and the country where the South Peninsula Alliance Jade Mine is located. Davis and others saw this and thought Tang Zheng was crazy. Chapter 392. Davis saw the information and looked at Tang Zheng fiercely. General Tang Zheng, do you think that you can conquer the world after winning a battle? Tang Zheng looked at Davis with disdain. You can disagree, but it doesn't stop me from doing this. Although you may cause me a little trouble, it doesn't matter at all. It's not that I look down on you. Although you and Daliao have small nuclear bombs, with my current air defense force, your small nuclear bombs may not be able to bomb key locations such as our Zhuguang City or Dikui Island. Once you fail, just wait for my nuclear bombs to bomb you. After saying that, Tang Zheng stood up and said, I will not participate in the next negotiation. I will come back to talk to you after agreeing to the first 2 points. You can only talk to my assistants next time. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, he turned around and left with Ning Yue. After walking 2 steps, he stopped and turned to Davis and said, I forgot to tell you that I can only stay here for 3 days. If the negotiations have not come to a conclusion after 3 days, I will appear in the Xavier Islands on the 4th day, because my navy is almost there, and I will go to accept the new territory. Tang Zheng was telling the truth. If the negotiations were not completed, he would go to the newly occupied islands for inspection. Whether it was Guaman Island or the Transit Island, he would go there to build airports, docks, radar stations, military camps, etc., which were all indispensable facilities. Davis and his men watched Tang Zheng leave with Ning Yue in anger. Only Ji Yuntian and Su Lu were left in front of them. Originally, they thought that Ji Yuntian and his men would be more talkative and could negotiate better conditions with them. But they didn't expect Ji Yuntian to wave his hand directly. Old Dai, you don't need to talk to me anymore. When you agree to the first 2 requests of our general, we can talk about the next thing. Here, the general's will and orders are supreme. We will never go against his orders. I think we should not waste time. How about Su Lu? You and I play landlord for a while? Davis looked at the hateful director of the Military Intelligence Bureau and really didn't want to waste time talking to the spy chief. He said coldly, No. That kind of children's game is not suitable for me. What about poker? How about Texas Hold'em? How about blackjack? How about dice? Looking at Ji Yuntian's sly questions, as if he wanted to win as much money as possible, Davis could no longer control his expression. He pushed the stool with a loud noise, and then turned around and left without any grace. After Davis left, the people of the Wool Empire could no longer sit still, and left one after another. The Zhuguang army's request was too much. Once this contract was signed, they would become the world's boss. This kind of global power reshuffle is really a matter of great importance, and no one dares to make a decision lightly. Of course, the one who suffered the most was the Magnolia Empire. They left in a hurry, and they all reported the content of today's negotiations. Ji Yutian and Su Lu were the only ones left in the huge conference room. Ji Yutian smiled and said, "What a group of foreigners who have no manners and no sentiments. They can't do anything." After that, he whispered to Su Lu, "Old Su, do you think they will agree to the general's request?" Su Lu thought about it. They should agree to at least one of them. After all, the general asked for such a high price. If they disagree at all, it means they don't want the prisoners. Ji Yutian nodded. It makes sense. But it's hard to say. Agreeing to the new Guangyuan to become the world's universal currency, or agreeing to our Zhuguang army occupying the Xavier Islands. These two are too difficult to choose. Some of the Baiyulan people are having a headache. Su Lu nodded. That's right. But that's not what we should care about. I have to go out to arrange the work. Although Yuanjing is the territory of our general's wife, the security work still needs to be done well. We have a lot of things to do on the special service side. So I won't accompany Director Ji for now. Su Lu left. And Ji Yutian also left. After all, his military intelligence bureau had a lot of things to do. Let's see if we can plant some spies this time. Davis returned to his own residence in Yuanjing, still very angry. He was going to complain after he returned. Not to Sophia, but to Anthony, the Emperor of Baiyulan. After all, Sophia was just a decoration, and Anthony was the one who really held power. He originally thought that His Majesty the Emperor would be as angry as he was. But he didn't expect that after he finished reporting. Anthony was silent for a long time. Said "I know," and then hung up the phone. Davis was stunned, not knowing what His Majesty wanted to do. Would His Majesty really agree to Tang Zhong's blackmail-like behavior? Unlikely, right? Wouldn't that be digging his own grave? Davis didn't know Anthony's thoughts. And he didn't know that Anthony was meeting with another person's representative at the moment. This person represented the world's second-largest military power, Emperor Andre of Daliao. Before the end of the world, Magnolia and Daliao were two opposing countries that could not tolerate each other. But after the end of the world, for some reason, they actually showed signs of cooperation. After Anthony hung up the phone, he looked at Andre's representative and said, "You should have heard that Tang Jing made those excessive demands. If we agree to him, our Magnolia will give up the world's #1 position. Do you think I can agree to it?" Unexpectedly, Andre's representative said, "Your Majesty Anthony, our Majesty said that any request can be agreed to. The losses you suffered will be compensated by our Daliao." "Oh, do you know how much the price is? How will you compensate?" "Don't forget, Tang Zhong wants a universal currency and wants to occupy the Xavier Islands. If we agree to these two things, I will become a center of Magnolia. I will be driven out of office by the angry people and sent to the gallows. You must know that my power as an emperor is not as great as that of Hanwei Emperor." Andre's representative did not answer immediately. But after consulting Andre at home, he turned to Anthony and said, "Our Majesty said that we can compensate you. We will first give you 1/3 of the territory of Daliao. And then in the future Hanwei, we will each have half." "Ah!" First, 1/3 of the land area was allocated to them. Anthony was stunned. Daliao is the country with the largest land area in the world, larger than Hanwei and Baiyulan. 1/3 of the land area is almost 10 million square kilometers. Being able to obtain such a large territory can indeed make up for the previous losses. After all, territory is the most fundamental. Once the land of Daliao is obtained, Baiyulan will have a foothold in the East continent, and the soil for becoming the world's largest country again will be laid. And in the future, you will get half of Hanwei. This temptation is too great. But Anthony is not a fool. He asked, "How can you guarantee this? You must know that Tang Zhong's strength is so strong that even our Baiyulan dare not say that we can win. I'm afraid you can't do it either. If you can do this, you won't watch Ferdinand betray you and lose Volcano City. Now Volcano City may become a thorn in the eyes of your Majesty Andre." Andre's representative also knew that if he didn't give Anthony some hard information, he would not be able to get the rabbit. That's why he whispered some secrets. To be honest with His Majesty Anthony, our His Majesty Andre has a special identity. I can't tell you what it is. I can only tell you that he is planning a big event. What big event? Anthony became interested. Does your Majesty know the Corpse King? Anthony nodded, yes. We don't have a Corpse King on the North State continent. But there is one on the South State continent. The current Rainforest Empire has been turned upside down by the Corpse King, which is very harmful. We have cut off the canal, and will never let the Corpse King have the opportunity to come to the North State continent. Andre's representative continued, "Do you think the Corpse King of the South continent is the most powerful?" Anthony shook his head. "No. The Corpse King of the South continent is called the second senior brother. Although he is also very powerful, he is obviously not as powerful as the big corpse sister that appeared in Hanyu. He can now lead no more than 30 million zombies at most. And the big corpse sister could lead 50 million a long time ago," Anthony said. "And he still had some yearning. Controlling zombies is also a very powerful ability. If I can control 50 million zombies, I can kill Tangjin directly, and there won't be so much trouble." Andre's representative smiled. "Your Majesty, you are right. Our Majesty Andre also thinks so. So the goal of his plan this time is to control the big corpse sister, kill Tangjung light-chasing army in one fell swoop, and completely defeat Hanwei." "What? Control the big corpse sister?" Anthony's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what the other party said. Andre's representative nodded. "That's right. It's to control the big corpse sister. Our Majesty doesn't want to avenge Volcano City, but there is no good opportunity. After all, everyone is afraid of Tangjung nuclear bomb threat. But a group of 50 million corpses cannot be eliminated by a few small nuclear bombs. We have received news that the big corpse sister has now arrived at the tropical continent and has controlled many zombies and mutant beasts. This time, we are going to act together, and your prisoners of war redemption must also participate in this action. We have very powerful scientists here who have found a way to control the Corpse King. The only difficulty at present is to defeat the group of corpses controlled by the big corpse sister first, which requires a large number of troops to participate in the battle. First of all, you must participate in the battle, and then we will persuade other countries. As long as the action goes smoothly, and the big corpse sister is successfully controlled, there will be no Tangjung in this world." Andre's representative was eloquent, and his words were obviously bewitching. But it must be said that they were very touching. The appearance of Tangjung made many people in the world restless. Seeing that Tangjung was getting bigger and bigger, he had already threatened the status of many ruling classes. So how to get rid of Tangjung has become a global problem. Assassination is basically not feasible, and there have been many failed examples. But if you can really control the big corpse sister, then the possibility of success will be very high. At the very least, Tangjung bases can't withstand the impact of 50 million zombies, and the light-chasing army will be defeated. Tangjung has lost his troops, so there is nothing to be afraid of. After hearing this incredible thing, Anthony did not show any surprise. He just looked at Andre's representative with a calculating light in his eyes. Chapter 393. In fact, the major events in this world are never decided by the majority, but by a very small number of people. As ordinary people, the only thing we can do is to go with the flow. The negotiations in Yuanjing are the time to decide such major events. The people who came to the city for the negotiations didn't know. They only knew that this negotiation was very difficult. At the beginning, the only people involved were Tangjung, Li Wuyo, and representatives from Baiyulan and several other countries. But I don't know how the negotiations went on, and many negotiation teams from various countries arrived. Basically, some of the countries in the world that can be named, as long as they were not completely destroyed by zombies in the apocalyptic crisis, basically participated in this negotiation. Delegations from various countries arrived one after another, and people realized that something big might happen. The negotiations lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, the negotiations in Yuanjing finally had a result. The original purpose of this negotiation was to ask the Zhuguang army to release prisoners of war, and then those countries might pay some compensation. Both goals were finally achieved. The light-chasing army released nearly 1 million prisoners of war, and did not receive any specific compensation. In the past, Tangjung would ask for some jewelry, gold, silver, etc. But this time he got nothing. But they got something more important. On this day, the news around the world simultaneously broadcast the results of the negotiations. First, countries around the world recognized the existing land occupied by the light-chasing army. This included the volcano city of Daliao, and all the territories of the Tiger Empire and the Great Snake Empire. It also includes the Triangle Base in the South Peninsula and the territories of the 3 countries surrounding the Triangle Base: Paiyu, Siam, and Henan were excluded from this negotiation and were not able to participate. As long as the Zhuguang army can capture these three countries, then these three countries belong to the Zhuguang army. The people of these three countries were not even able to make a voice for themselves, and their fate was decided by the countries of the world. At the same time, they also acknowledged the Zhuguang army's occupation of Chongshan Island, Guamen Island, and Transit Island, and acknowledged that these islands already belonged to the Zhuguang army and were part of Hanwei. As for the former Hanwei territory, including the Pearl Islands, White Sand Islands, and Dikui Island, they also belong to Hanwei. If the foreigners on those islands want to return home, they must evacuate within 10 days. Those who refuse to leave will automatically become citizens of Hanwei. The people are also mentally prepared for these things. After all, Tang Zheng is so strong. How could he spit out the fat meat in his stomach? Some insiders even revealed that the Zhuguang army was going to take over the Xavier Islands. But this time they didn't take it. So it seems that Bai Yulan and the others took advantage. If these alone were enough to make the Zhuguang army release the prisoners, then it would seem that the Zhuguang army had lost money. However, the next big news made people realize that the Zhuguang army had not lost money, but had made a huge profit. The World Currency Alliance was established, and all countries that had not perished participated collectively. The new global currency was determined. It was not the former Magnolia Yuan, but the new Guang Yuan that the Zhuguang army was about to issue. The new Guang Yuan was jointly launched by Tang Zheng and Li Wuyo. The original Guang Yuan and Xinbi were all banned, and the new currency was called the new Guang Yuan. Tang Zheng originally wanted to locate the headquarters of the World Currency Alliance in Zhuguang City, but later it was changed to Dikui Island. After all, Dikui Island is an island, which is originally very developed, and there are people from all over the world there, which is more suitable to become an international metropolis. Zhuguang City is still located inland, and transportation is a huge problem. The headquarters of Zhuguang City Bank was also moved from Zhuguang City to Dikui Island, and the printing factory here was established. It is said that Zhongguanjiwen will officially meet everyone when the country is restored. As the headquarters of the World Monetary Union, all countries in the world need to provide capital investment as their currency margin. The amount of funds required by each country is determined based on factors such as country size, total population, economic size, import and export trade, gross national product, future prospects, etc. Tang Zheng did not only require gold, but other gems, diamonds, jade, etc. can be used as margin. This requirement satisfied all countries in the world. After all, many countries do not have much gold. Before the end of the world, the gold of many countries in the world was placed in the vault of the Magnolia Empire as a deposit. In theory, these deposits can be refunded, but Magnolia has never refunded a penny. This is the privilege of the world hegemon. The emergence of Zhongguanjiwen has plunged the whole country of Hanwei into a carnival. This is an honor that the Hanwei nation has never had in history. With this guarantee, it can be clearly foreseen that the future world pattern will be reshuffled, and Hanwei will undoubtedly become the world's #1 power. People really couldn't believe how Tang Zheng did it. It was almost unimaginable that he could do this from those capitalists and vampires in the West. People in the past didn't dare to dream so big because it was too outrageous. Even though the Zhuguang army had won several battles, the other side now had nuclear weapons, and no one wanted to perish together. But it was unexpected that the countries of Baiyuan and Dalian actually agreed. A strong sense of national pride began to be born in the Hanwei people. All the base cities in Hanwei began to fall into carnival, and grand parades began. People took to the streets, singing and dancing, from the northeast to the southwest, from the plateau to the grassland, from the coast to the desert, from the island to the capital. People celebrated this historic event in various ways. People sang, danced, raced dragon boats, danced lions, played waist drums, splashed water, raced horses, wrestled, and danced with torches. Each ethnic group has its own characteristics, and each region has its own characteristics. Some places held food festivals, and some places started beer festivals. Some places even set up platforms and started activities similar to memorial services and worship. But this time, people did not worship the sky, the mountain god, the river god, the god of wealth, or Guan Eri, but worshiped Tang Zheng. People made Tang Zheng image into a sculpture and placed it in a conspicuous place. On the top of the mountain, or at home. Some people burned incense for Tangjung. And some people kowtowed to Tangjung. Beautiful flowers were placed everywhere. Those who understood made a small bouquet. And those who did not understand even made a wreath. And then were beaten up by those who understood. Some people gave peonies. Some gave peony. Some gave roses. And some gave chrysanthemums. Then the person who gave chrysanthemums was beaten up again. Some people started to write songs for Tangjung. And then began to sing them. Fortunately, the internet has not been completely restored yet. Otherwise, there would have to be some song competitions. Television stations in various base cities also reported on these things. After all, this is something that everyone likes to hear and see. And the ratings also began to soar. For these things, the public security bureaus of various base cities strongly support them. Because no one dared to object. Tangjung has now been deified by the people of Hanwha. Many people began to recount Tangjung's history of success, and found that it was indeed somewhat mythical. From an unknown person, he was able to achieve what he has today. That experience is simply unrepeatable. Because this is not only an apocalypse, but also a chaotic world. While zombies are rampant, humans are still fighting for power and profit. The former wealthy families have fallen one after another, and the world is reshuffled. The familiar faces of the past are almost gone, and a new king has emerged. Tangjung fought all the way, fighting zombies and enemies. And at the same time, the people under his rule lived very happily. As long as you don't go against Tangjung, your safety will be guaranteed and your life will get better. Look at Dikui Island now. There were too many people who were dissatisfied with Tangjung in the past. Now if you go and see, just ask any foreigner. They will praise Tangjung. Those people of all colors. When talking about Tangjung, they all give a thumbs up and praise Tangjung in their respective hometown dialects. Many people even called Tangjung His Majesty the Emperor. They couldn't wait to see Tangjung ascend the throne. To see Tangjung marry the beautiful princess. And to see their next generation born. As more people said this, it became a trend. Everyone urged him to get married. Urged Tangjung to ascend the throne and take over the throne of Hanwha. Because everyone knew about Tangjung and Li Wuyo's love affair. When everyone thought Tangjung was dead, Li Wuyo dared to announce that she would marry the dead Tangjung. This matter was already set in stone. With a strong man like Tangjung leading the new Hanwha, it is the happiest thing for the people. The union of Tangjung and Li Wuyo is also welcomed by everyone and is the general trend. In the face of the people calls, Tangjung finally responded. On December 1st, Tangjung appeared on the news of Dikui Island TV and told the people of Hanwha several major events. On the first day of next month, that is, on January 1st, he will marry Li Wuyo in Yuanjing. Not only will he get married on that day, he will also officially announce the restoration of his country on that day. Not only will he get married and restore his country, he will also hold a grand military parade on that day. Not only will he hold a military parade, he will also issue the new light dollar on that day and promote it to the world. Moreover, the deposits of countries around the world are also being transported in an endless stream. And the World Currency Union will also be officially established and launched on that day. This series of good news has injected a continuous shot of adrenaline into Hanyu, who is in the midst of carnival. Many companies, enterprises, units and departments have announced that they will have a 7-day holiday starting from the 1st. The whole country should celebrate. Hanwha is boiling with excitement. Although it is only 1 month away from the first month, everyone can't wait. This is a grand festival. The happiest moment for Hanwha people after the end of the world. This is a national event and a national carnival. Chapter 394. When the whole Hanwha was in a frenzy, Tangjung was relatively sober. In fact, he himself did not expect that this negotiation would go so smoothly. On the table in front of him, there was the intelligence collected by the Military Intelligence Bureau during this period. The intelligence showed that the people of Baiyulan and Daliao had made great efforts to make the Xinguang yuan a universal currency in the world. Tangjung even got a treaty between Baiyulan and Daliao. That was the treaty that Daliao ceded 1/3 of its territory to Baiyulan. Daliao, as the country with the largest territory in the world, now has a huge uninhabited area. Their eastern region is almost endless wasteland and mountains. Although the climate there is cold, the resources are also very rich. Normally, no country will give up its land, because land is the foundation of a country. Without land resources, no matter how developed your economy is, it is almost impossible for you to become a superpower, because your living space is limited. Your resources are also limited. Even food needs to be imported. Industry needs to be imported. Minerals need to be imported. Oil needs to be imported. And you are constrained everywhere. How can you really become strong? Although those lands are now uninhabited, the end of the world will eventually pass. And these lands will be used sooner or later. How can the Dalian people give up so easily? Tang Jing once thought that this was a fake news. But with the news that the Dalian people, the big snake people, Li Haoqing's troops, etc. in the eastern region, that is, on the other side of the Shenlong River, led the people to the west, he knew that this news was true. Sure enough, as soon as the people from Dalian withdrew, people from Baiyulan moved in immediately. I don't know if it was because of this reason that the people from Baiyulan made huge concessions on the change of the world currency. They took the initiative to give up their own interests. And Baiyulan's currency would no longer be the world's circulating currency. And some countries that originally disagreed also agreed under Baiyulan's persuasion. Anyway, even if Baiyulan is no longer the world hegemon, it is not their turn to be the world's economic hegemon. If they agree, they agree. And there is no loss. In this way, under the promotion of the three superpowers of Hanwei, Baiyulan and Dalian, this matter was really accomplished. So when Tang Jing got the last news, he still felt that this matter was unexpectedly smooth. He originally thought that this matter would take a long time to complete, and even multiple wars. Although the Zhuguang army has an advantage now, this advantage is not too great after everyone has nuclear weapons. Although the Zhuguang army has strong anti-aircraft firepower, it is easy to defend against aircraft, but it is difficult to defend against missiles. Today's missiles can also use nuclear warheads to bomb, and the missiles made by various countries are also varied and difficult to defend. Tang Jing can focus on ensuring that places like Zhuguang City, Dicui Island, and Yuanjing are not attacked by nuclear weapons. But there is no way to guarantee the entire country. For example, the Triangle Base is far away from the Hanwei mainland and has low air defense. Once it is bombed, Tang Jing will have no way to deal with it. And those islands and so on. If the enemy is really determined to take them, it will be difficult to resist. So at this time, Tang Jing is not very willing to start a war. But at this time, this big thing was really accomplished, which seemed very unusual. If Baiyulan agreed to this because she received 1/3 of the land from Dalian and the possible subsequent promises, then why did Dalian do this? Tang Jing picked up another piece of intelligence. This piece of intelligence was about the recent troop movements of some countries. After the negotiations in Yuanjing ended, many representatives of countries left, and the troops of those countries also began to be mobilized one after another. Some countries in the East continent began to send troops to the southwest, heading for the tropical continent. Some countries in the West continent also mobilized their troops to the south, heading for the tropical continent. Even the Dalian people, the Great Snake people, and Li Haoqing's troops, who were originally stationed on the north bank of the Shenlong River, also went to the tropical continent. There are three main continents in the eastern hemisphere of this planet, namely the East continent, the West continent, and the tropical continent. Now the troops of various countries in the world have moved to the direction of the tropical continent, which makes Tang Jing have to wonder what happened on that land. Tang Jing is now facing a series of major events such as restoration of the country, wedding, military parade, etc. Normally, there is no time. But this matter is of great importance. Tang Jing can hardly imagine what the reason is that Dalian would rather give up 1/3 of the territory and end the negotiations with the Zhuguang army. There is a cause and effect relationship, which Tang Jing needs to slowly sort out. If these people continue to negotiate with me and do not agree to my request, then they will not be able to get away. After all, if the negotiations are not completed, I will pay attention to their military deployment and even interfere. This shows that they have a huge plot, even in the eyes of Andre and the Dalian. The importance of this matter is even greater than my making the Xinguang Yuan the world's universal currency. But what is it? It could be bigger than this matter? Tang Jing thought for a while and found a key clue. It should be that the Dalian thinks that as long as they accomplish this matter, it doesn't matter even if I get the world currency. That may be that they are sure to destroy me soon. It seems that this problem has arisen on the tropical continent. Something must have happened there that I don't know about. Although there are many things going on now, Tang Jing decided to put them aside for now. He must go to the tropical continent first. After deciding to go, Tang Jing had to make some preparations. He first went to the Zugwangqing Bank headquarters on Dikui Island. Here, Tang Zheng met his Minister of the Interior and the President of the bank, Qi Zhengyang. When Tang Zheng saw Qi Zhengyang, this guy was full of joy. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, he said directly, "General, your methods are too powerful. Our currency has become the world's universal currency. Now countries around the world have sent a lot of jewelry, diamonds and so on. Our underground vault is almost full." Tang Zheng nodded. "Let's go. Take me to the vault. Now that these jewels are in my hands, I can't take them out anymore. I can just exchange them for funds." Okay. Qi Zhengyang immediately took Tang Zheng to the underground vault of Zhuguang Bank. The security of this vault is very tight, with a battalion of troops guarding it. After passing through many gates, Tang Zheng finally entered the vault. The first thing that came into view was the new currency accumulated by the bank. The new Guangyuan will be issued soon, and the first batch of sample coins has come out. Tang Zheng took a look at these new currencies. They are similar to the previous Guangyuan patterns, but many changes have been made. In addition, there are anti-counterfeiting marks made by the Research Institute, so it is impossible to copy them. General, this is the first batch of new Guangyuan. It has not been printed yet. When it is printed, there will be a full 100 billion. It will be launched in major banks, and the old currency will be recycled at the same time. Is 100 billion enough? Tang Zheng asked. Not enough. After all, we are such a big country. There will be plans to issue more later. But we shouldn't issue too much because our network system is about to be restored. Some places have already restored the local area network. I have also talked to the military. When we recapture the city, we will try to open up optical cable lines. Now we are destroying zombies and restoring optical cables at the same time. All base cities across the country are doing it. Once the network is restored, the digital payment that our Ministry of the Interior has been brewing for a long time will soon be online. At that time, we won't need so many banknotes. Oh, digital payment has been developed so quickly? Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Qi Zhengyang nodded as a matter of course. General, we have mature technologies for these things. But the acid rain destroyed a lot of infrastructure. As long as those facilities are restored, there will be no technical difficulties. Not only digital payment will be restored, but even now many people in the Ministry of the Interior have applied to build websites and live broadcast platforms. By then, online shopping will probably be restored soon. Hearing this, Tang Zheng couldn't help but nod frequently. Yes, the end of the world destroyed a lot of things, but humans still retained a large part of it, and many technical things were not lost. So they recovered very quickly, especially Hanwei, which is currently at the forefront in this regard. After all, Hanyua's zombie elimination speed is also very fast now. Not only the Zhuguang army is fighting, but even Li Wuyo has been fighting. And those small countries that split off at the beginning have not stopped fighting zombies. Of course, the Zhuguang army fought the most, and this part of the extra troops played a key role, which made Hanyua's restoration progress faster than other countries. And all walks of life recovered faster. If this continues, a large number of newborns will be born in 2 years, and the prosperous times will slowly come. Tang Zheng imagined a better future and came to the jewelry area at the back. The dazzling array of jewelry made Tang Zheng, who was used to seeing wealth, a little dazzled, although he did not ask for ransom from the prisoners of war. The establishment of the World Monetary Alliance has plundered the world's wealth, although everyone is not rich now. After all, they have not completed the restoration of their country, and a lot of wealth in the past is still piled up in the cities where zombies are rampant and cannot be taken out. But there are many countries, and a little accumulates into a lot, and it is quite considerable when it comes to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng exchanged all the wealthier, and the fund soared to 1.88 billion. Upgrading to the army commander only requires 1 billion funds, which means that if other conditions are met, Tang Zheng can upgrade the army commander now and increase the number of soldiers again. Seeing that one of the 10 conditions for upgrading was suddenly completed, Tang Zheng felt incredible. The system conditions seem difficult, but when the strength reaches a certain level, it is actually not difficult. Of course, he is still a long way from being promoted to army commander. But with this money, Tang Zheng's confidence is back. Now he is only 10,000 short of full strength, and the 990,000 strong army is invincible. With nearly 2 billion in funds, he is not afraid of anyone again. Next, he will go to the tropical continent to find out what Dalio and Bai Yulan are planning to do. Chapter 395. Tropical Continent. Compared to the developed civilizations of the East and West continents, this place is very backward. After the end of the world, the biggest enemy of the people who survived on this land is not zombies, but mutants. There are countless mutants on the entire continent, even more than the number of humans. In the early days of the end of the world, compared to zombies, these mutants are more terrifying. They have huge bodies, developed claws and teeth, and can easily tear humans apart. After mutation, they are almost irresistible. Even if you have a gun, it is difficult to kill them. Therefore, the number of humans who survived on this land was the least. The lack of industrial base and sufficient weapons made it extremely difficult for people to survive. A tribe that was not easy to establish could be destroyed by a group of hyenas or lions. So until today, when the world began to recover and build base cities to restore civilization, there were very few base cities on this continent. It was not easy for people to survive, let alone the word restore the country. The city in the past was covered with moss and vines, and had begun to be gradually covered by forests. There were still many zombies there, and they could not go back. Those who survived often hid in caves and underground, struggling to survive. More than a year had passed, and they felt that decades had passed. They even forgot civilization and returned to the stone age of eating raw meat and drinking blood. So when they heard the roar of chariots one day, they didn't know how to react for a while. A motorized infantry regiment of the Bohemia Empire came to this land. They wore irises on their heads, gorgeous military uniforms, and rode motorcycles to a local base. One of the officers, who was holding a pipe in his mouth, looked at the cave in front of him, which was located on the hillside and emitted bursts of smoke, and the bewildered locals at the cave entrance, and couldn't help but stroke his forehead with his hand. Oh my God! Where are we? Is this the Jurassic era? Look at those natives. They actually use animal skins as clothes. A young man next to him said, "You saw the chief, and he can wear animal skins. Most people wear leaves. These guys are really disgusting. As black as coal. Even young women can't stand it. My God, why did we come to such a place?" The young man glanced at the officer. "Boss, this is not up to us. This time, not only His Majesty and Dalio are cooperating, but almost all the countries in the world are involved. They are to complete a great task. Except for Hanwei. Of course, that country did not participate." The officer of the Bohemia Empire took a deep puff of cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "Of course, I know that our goal is to deal with the zombies. But the tropical continent is so big that we can't even find a base city. Who knows where the zombies are? That's why we are looking for these locals. They have been living on this land. If we catch them and ask them, maybe we can find some clues." "Okay. I wait for you here. Go and catch a few locals and ask them." The officer gave the order, and the young man had to act with his nose pinched. He took more than a dozen motorcycles and kept moving along the hillside. When he was close to the cave and couldn't go up, he got off the car. "Hey, brothers over there. We are from the Bohemia Empire. Can you understand us?" Several locals near the cave were delighted when they saw the arrival of the people from the Bohemia Empire. Although their lives were difficult and bitter, it did not mean that they had forgotten the things before the end of the world. Now that these foreigners have arrived, they may bring them new hope. Several people wearing leaf aprons ran down the mountain. "Finally someone is here. Great. Come and see. These are people from the Bohemia Empire. Look at their beautiful clothes. I haven't worn real clothes for a long time." "Me too. Let's go over there quickly. As long as we communicate well with them, they will definitely give us some clothes and food." The locals quickly ran to the young officer and started chattering. The young officer was also very patient and took out some sausages, bread, and even beer and handed them to the blacks. The blacks were very excited. These things that were very common before the end of the world were simply the best delicacies for them. They took them and gobbled them up. The young soldiers of the Bohemia Empire looked at them with a smile. "Can you answer my questions now?" A young black man drank a can of beer in one breath and wiped his mouth excitedly. "Ask me. I will tell you what I know." The soldier said, "What's your name?" "My name is Prose." "Okay, Prose. Let me ask you. Have you ever seen a very huge group of corpses passing by here?" Prose was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. "I know that about a few months ago, a very huge group of corpses appeared. When they first appeared, I thought it was a migration of mutant wildebeests. But later I found that it was not the case. There were not only wildebeests in that group, but also rhinos, elephants, mice, vultures, and of course more zombies. I don't know how to describe the scale, but I was scared to death on the spot that day. It took them almost a week to pass through here. I swear, it was definitely the most terrifying group in the world. The eyes of the officers of the Bohemia Empire immediately lit up. Do you know where the corpse group went? I can't say for sure, because I don't dare to follow them. I just know that they went to the south. Some officers of the Bohemia Empire knew that if there was only one direction, it would be difficult to find them. But Proza's next words gave him hope. I know how to find the corpse group. Oh, how to find it? Look at the sky. There is hunting happening all the time on the grassland. Where there is hunting, there are many vultures. They chase carrion. So you can see vultures everywhere on the grassland. The officer of the Bohemia Empire raised his head and looked at the sky. Indeed, there were vultures circling in many places. Prose continued, but the zombie group is different. Once those huge vultures approach the zombie group, they will immediately join in and become part of the zombie group. If you want to find the zombie group, you have to observe the sky. Once the vultures in this sky are basically invisible, it should not be too far away from the zombie group, because those vultures will not run around after joining the zombie group. The officer thought for a while. It makes sense. Then we will find a place without vultures. Prose nodded, yes. But you have to be careful. Once a particularly large group of vultures appears, you may be close to the group of corpses, which will be very dangerous. The officer smiled. Okay, Prose. I understand. But we may not have much experience. Are you willing to lead us? Prose was about to refuse, but the officer suddenly pulled out a gun. Bastard. Don't refuse me. Otherwise bullets will not have eyes. You should feel honored to lead the glorious Bohemia Empire troops. Prose and the other locals did not dare to resist, and were taken to motorcycles by the officers. The soldiers of the Bohemia Empire were not surprised at all. In their eyes, these people were only worthy of being slaves. Under the leadership of Prose and his men, the troops of the Bohemia Empire continued to embark on the road of searching for zombies. In fact, it was not only the countries that came to the tropical continent that did this. Many people captured locals as guides and began to search for the whereabouts of the zombies. Troops from all over the world began to enter the tropical continent one by one. Occasionally, there would be planes flying in the sky, searching in a carpet-style manner. More than 10 days had passed. It was the army of the Bohemia Empire that finally made a discovery. Under the leadership of Prose, they found the location of the zombies in an abandoned city located in the southeastern part of the continent, about 300 kilometers away from the ocean. Before the end of the world, that city was called Karoza. It was a large city with a population of about 40 million. But this city fell after the end of the world, under the attack of zombies and mutant beasts. There were almost no survivors left. Now, this place has become the headquarters of the zombies. A young officer of the Bohemia Empire even took a photo on a distant mountain top. A large number of mutant birds would rise from time to time above the sky of the city. Not only vultures, but also a large number of other birds, such as a fiery red flamingo, which is also one of these mutant birds. And there are a lot of them throughout the city, including the edge of the city. There are large groups of zombies and mutant beasts. Zombies and mutants sometimes fight each other, but that doesn't happen here. The mutants and zombies don't interfere with each other. Hippopotamuses, crocodiles, antelopes, giraffes, lions, etc. all lie in peace. Only carnivorous mutants will kill herbivorous mutants when they are particularly hungry. And those herbivorous mutants will let themselves be killed without resistance. And the zombies, contrary to their usual behavior, stay put and don't actively look for food at all. If it weren't for the fact that most of the zombies were already mutant zombies, the people of the Bohemia Empire even suspected that these zombies had stopped evolving and eating. In the photos taken by the people of the Bohemia Empire, it can be vaguely seen that many of the zombies here were not black in their lifetime. Most of them were yellow, and some were white. This proves that these zombies are foreign. With these evidences, it is enough to prove that they have found the real target. This group of zombies is the group of zombies led by Big Corpse Sister and Little Corpse Sister. They crossed the continent, walked through distant places, came to this place where few people go, and stayed here. The people of the Bohemia Empire knew that this group of zombies was definitely not something they could handle, so they had to call for support. Soon, the news spread. All the countries that came to the tropical continent knew the location of this group of zombies. Countless armies began to gather in this direction. Planes, chariots, tanks, cannons. The human troops equipped with modern equipment were coming to encircle and suppress this huge group of zombies. Chapter 396. Among the troops that came to participate in the encirclement and suppression, there was a particularly large troop. That was the troop from Daliao. This time, it was the people of Daliao who initiated and led. Daliao even sacrificed 1/3 of its land area for this matter. Although those lands are bitter and cold, no one is willing to give up their own land. Even in Daliao, many people did not understand this matter. But under the strong suppression of His Majesty Andre, the people of Daliao still listened to Andre. For this operation, their country sent out 500,000 troops, 250,000 snake people, and 250,000 people from Li Haoqing's army. A full 1 million troops came with their most advanced weapons. Even the 10 small nuclear bombs they made were all brought this time. And their emperor, His Majesty Andre, even led the army in person this time, and came with the troops. It was rare for an emperor to go to the front line, and being able to take such a risk was enough to prove that he took this matter seriously. Next to Andre, there was a middle-aged man from Hanwei. Andre, who looked like a polar bear, was an out-and-out tyrant. After the end of the world, his methods were extremely brutal and bloody. He killed countless competitors and eventually ascended the throne of Daliao. But such a tyrant was very respectful to this middle-aged man from Hanwei. After receiving the report from the Bohemia Empire, Andre immediately gathered his scattered troops and headed straight for Karoza. In the moving armored vehicle, Andre was talking to the middle-aged man in Hanwei. Dr. Niu, are you sure there is no problem with your technology? The middle-aged man in Hanwei was called Dr. Niu. He smiled when he heard Andre's question and said, Your Majesty, we have done experiments and the technology is definitely mature. Andre breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the technology is mature. I am worried about the control failure. Then our loss will be too great. We have lost 1/3 of our territory, and our national strength has declined a lot. If we can't completely defeat Tangzheng, we will lose our position as a superpower in the future. Dr. Niu shook his head slightly. Your Majesty's worry is a bit unnecessary. You should know that those who made the armed zombies were also my companions. Their failure does not mean that I will fail. Because in our team, I rank in the top 3. And the technical strength I have is not comparable to them. They simply make armed zombies, while I can control the Zombie King. We are not on the same level at all. Andre smiled. Of course I believe you. Otherwise I would not wear this ring. Andre raised his hand, and there was a snake monster ring on his hand with a number on it. 3. Dr. Niu also laughed. That's right. You don't have to worry. The owner of the number 7 ring is the Emperor of the Bohemia Empire, and the owner of the number 8 ring is the Emperor of the Will Empire. They both came together this time, which means that they have realized that they can't defeat Tangzheng by relying on their own strength. They have pledged their allegiance to you. This time we have gathered such a huge force, and it is no problem to destroy the 50 million zombies. As long as the big zombie sister falls into our hands, the world pattern will be rewritten. At this point, Dr. Niu also had a vision. By that time, I will no longer be the minor of number 3. I will become the real number 1. And you and I will become the masters of this world in the future. After being told by Dr. Niu, Andre also became excited. He thought in his heart that this end of the world is really good. If it weren't for the end of the world, he would probably still be a worker in a car repair shop and would never have come to this point today. After a while, Andre contacted the armies of other countries again. When he learned that the people of Baiyulan and Yangmao Empire were involved, he became more and more confident. The total number of troops participating in the siege of the zombies this time has reached more than 3 million. I have to thank Tangzheng, the idiot, for this. If he hadn't released 1 million prisoners of war, I really wouldn't have been sure to siege the zombies. He thought that he would become the world hegemon by controlling the world currency. But those things take time to see results. When I control the Zombie King and directly flatten Hanwei, I will see if he can use his new light yuan to smash the Zombie King to death. Ha ha! Andre laughed loudly. Not because he was cunning, but because he was too excited. Eastern part of the tropical continent. There is an endless ocean. This ocean has several names. But for the Hanwei people, because it is located in the south of Hanwei, it is called the Great South Ocean. At this moment, on the Great South Ocean, Not far from the east coast of the tropical continent, a warship is sailing. It is a light aircraft carrier. At this time, Tang Zheng was in the cabin of the aircraft carrier, listening to the continuous reports of the situation. He came here by plane from Hanwei. As soon as he arrived here, Tang Zheng discovered the unusualness of the tropical continent. When passing through the intersection of the east continent, the west continent, and the tropical continent, he found that a large number of troops from various countries in the world were continuously entering the tropical continent. Tang Zheng did not want to meet people from these countries, so he chose to build an aircraft carrier, then let the plane land on it, and began to sail from the sea, while monitoring the movements of these countries' troops. This time, Tang Zheng War Eagle troops played a huge role. Countries around the world already know that Tang Zheng Light Chasing Army will control a kind of golden eagle for reconnaissance, and usually they are on guard against this kind of bird. But on the tropical continent, it is difficult for them to make effective defenses, because there are too many mutant birds in the sky here. Tang Zheng's scattered war eagles will not be noticed at all, so his reconnaissance was very secretive, and was not discovered by anyone. But as time went on, Tang Zheng also felt some troops. The troops from all over the world who came to the tropical continent were all heading in one direction. Originally, these troops were scattered, but now they seem to have found their target. This made Tang Zheng very confused, not knowing what these countries wanted to do. But he always had a feeling that if these guys' actions succeeded, it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. Daliao and Baiyulan were willing to pay such a huge price to make themselves the world's economic hegemon, which proved that they were plotting something bigger. Tang Zheng simply followed the troops on the shore, following them from a distance on the sea, hoping to find the truth. After drifting on the sea for nearly half a month, Tang Zheng stopped the boat, because he found that the troops from all over the world began to slow down and slowly move towards a target point. Tang Zheng immediately stopped the boat and asked the War Eagle troops to start focusing on reconnaissance in this area. Soon, Tang Zheng received a report. In the mainland, about 300 kilometers away from the coast, there was a city in the past, Karoza. And now Karoza has become a gathering place for the zombies. When Tang Zheng War Eagle entered the sky above Karoza, it was almost controlled by a powerful force. Fortunately, there was a system to escort it. The units purchased by the system could not be controlled by other forces, so these War Eagles were able to run back smoothly. But through the camera carried by the War Eagle, Tang Zheng saw the zombies here. This zombie group, Tang Zheng almost only took a glance, and he could be sure that this was the zombie group controlled by the big zombie sister. Luo Qiuwan is here. Ever since Big Corp's sister defeated Lu Qin's troops and left Hanwei, Tang Zheng lost track of her. The world is so big that it is difficult for Tang Zheng to find her. But he didn't expect that she would come to the tropical continent. He didn't know why Big Corp's sister came to this place. But looking at the situation in the video shooting, this group of corpses seemed to be cleaned up here. He even noticed that the weeds under the feet of a group of mutant zombies had grown 1 meter high, which meant that these zombies had stayed in this place for a long time. The entire group of zombies seemed to be still, just staying there quietly, as if they were dead. Tang Zheng knew that if the zombies were still, they seemed to be able to live for a very long time. After all, Tang Zheng had verified this point last winter. Those zombies stayed in the wind and snow for a whole winter, and they didn't hibernate with stored food like bears. After a winter, no zombie was seen starving to death. When they were still, it was as if they had lost all vital signs, and their hearts seemed to have stopped beating, so they could live for a very long time. But it was not known how long exactly. After seeing the situation here, Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Big Corp's sister seemed to want to stay here forever and not do anything. But the current situation of countries around the world, the goal is already very clear. That is, to rush to Big Corp's sister. Tang Zheng doesn't think that they came here to kill zombies, because there are countless zombies in this world. If they just wanted to kill zombies, they couldn't have traveled thousands of kilometers across mountains and rivers to come to the distant tropical continent. If not to kill zombies, then what is it for? Tang Zheng's mind turned for a moment, and he had a bad premonition. He couldn't give a definite answer yet, but the guess was enough to make people frightened. Instinct told Tang Zheng that he should stop the actions of countries around the world. At first, Tang Zheng couldn't do it now. His main force was in Hanwei, and he only brought a few people here. It was unrealistic to let a large force come. Many places could not do without garrisons. Even if they were forced to transfer troops, it would take at least 10 days, and it would be too late. It was not feasible to recruit troops on the spot. He only had 10,000 spare quotas before. And he bought a light aircraft carrier here. Now he could only recruit more than 6,000 troops. And the troops would be full. Under the current circumstances. Let alone 6,000 people. Even 60,000 people would not solve the problem at all. So Tang Zheng could only wait patiently and see if the development of things was as he expected. Another 3 days passed. The armies of various countries in the world finally gathered more than 200 kilometers outside the city of Karaza. Chapter 397. Inside Karaza City. This tropical continent city is not as prosperous as the cities in the east and west continents. There are buildings on the roadside, but few skyscrapers. Before the end of the world, the city was built on the plains. But after the end of the world, it can only be said to be built on the wasteland. The weeds in the city have exceeded the height of normal people. The concrete floor is cracked. And the old buildings are dilapidated after being corroded by acid rain. Many places have collapsed. And green vines are crawling everywhere. Perhaps 100 years later, the civilization here will completely disappear and become part of the wasteland. This is a dead city, without a trace of popularity. Even if this place has become the base camp of zombies, it is still the same. Without popularity. Those zombies are standing still. Like statues. They are zombies ruled by the zombie king. When the zombie king does not convey its will, these zombies are like this. Instead of wandering around like ordinary zombies, the mutant beasts that were controlled were similar. Only some mutant beasts that were too hungry would look for food nearby. Otherwise, they would not run around. Only when birds such as vultures were looking for food would they fly up into the air. Only then would the city have a little bit of life. In the central urban area of the city, there was a relatively intact villa. Some big zombies gathered here motionlessly, silently guarding this villa, because this was the residence of their king. With this villa as the center point, spreading outward for 30 kilometers, not even a normal zombie could be seen. And the lowest was a mutant zombie. There are countless second-level zombies here, and even third-level zombies can occasionally be seen in some places. This group of zombies is definitely the strongest in the world. The sun shines in from the first floor of the villa. This used to be a human family residence, with some elegant furniture inside. Although the furniture is old, the interior is still relatively clean. There is no blood splatter that can be seen everywhere in many buildings after the end of the world. No bones scattered after being gnawed, and no unclean and uncomfortable smells. It can be seen that this should be a girl's house. And there was no one here when the apocalypse broke out, so it can maintain the environment before the apocalypse. On the sofa in the living room here, a very beautiful girl is sitting. Big Corp's sister. The sunlight poured in from the window and fell on her face, making her skin feel crystal clear. The teardrop mole at the corner of the eye has a ruby-like texture under the light, and it even has a slight reflection. The long dark blue hair is scattered on the shoulders. The eyes are closed. The long eyelashes are slightly curled, and it is motionless. The dust in the air was floating and sinking, and the room was unusually quiet. There was a thin layer of dust on the sofa and the floor beside her, which showed that she had been sitting here for a long time. On the floor on the other side of the living room, there was a little girl lying. 2 ponytails, a round apple face, lying there motionless. However, there was no trace of dust around her, which showed that she was not motionless. This was the little corpse girl. The 2 corpse kings, one big and one small, stayed here quietly. Time seemed to have stopped in the living room of this villa. No matter how windy or rainy it was outside, everything inside was not affected. There was a pendulum clock in the hall of the villa, which was still turning and swinging slowly. It had not stopped running since the end of the world, which showed that its quality was really good. Ding! Suddenly the pendulum clock rang. The big corpse sister was still the same, sitting motionless. But the little corpse sister moved. She turned over, lay on the ground and raised her head, looking at the big corpse sister not far away. My sister is really amazing. She can sit still. They have been here for a while, and my sister has never moved. My sister said that she has endless life. She can wait here until Tang Ding reincarnates in the next life, and then she will go to find him. But the little corpse sister feels really bored. Her body is in a state of stopped growth. Staying here does not require any energy consumption. She does not feel hungry or thirsty, but she still feels bored. In essence, she is a corpse king. Corpse kings have their own nature, which is to fight, kill, devour, and destroy all living things. Although the little corpse sister is a girl, these natures are originally weak, and under the influence of her sister, she doesn't like to eat meat. But she is still a corpse king. Although she can control her emotions, she still craves those things a little. But in order to accompany her sister, she can endure it. So she has stayed here with her sister for a long time. Whenever the bell rang in the room, she would go to see if her sister moved. She didn't move. Her sister just sat there. Even the shape of her hair didn't change. So boring. The little corpse girl muttered and lay her head on the ground. Her ears were pressed against the ground, and she continued to lie flat with nothing to do. Maybe continuing to sleep was a good choice. Sleep? Wait until the next bell rings to see my sister. Okay? The little corpse girl's body suddenly stiffened, and she blinked her eyes, as if she thought she had heard it wrong. She took a deep breath, lowered her head, and put her ears to the ground again. The Zombie King's 5 senses are very sensitive. Ordinary zombies will even block their perception when it rains or snows. But the Zombie King will not. In fact, their 5 senses are much stronger than humans. For example, when the little zombie girl lies on the ground like this, she can judge what is happening far away through the vibration of the earth. Of course, that requires the earth to vibrate a little bit to feel it. Such as a rhino running over 30 kilometers away, an elephant running wildly 50 kilometers away, or a wildebeest migrating 100 kilometers away. But beyond 100 kilometers, it can no longer sense these animals. But today, she seemed to sense the situation 100 kilometers away. The sound of the engine, the sound of the wheels rolling over the earth, the sound of the metal tracks crossing the grassland. Humans. That's the humans coming. And it's a large army of humans. Definitely not the sound that those fragile natives can make. The little corpse sister has experienced many battles with humans, and she is very familiar with this sound. At this moment, she was a little excited. Humans actually dared to find this place. She was so bored now. Should she go out and take a look? She looked up at her sister, who was still motionless. The little corpse sister knew that her sister had entered a strange state. In this state, she would not wake up at all with ordinary noises. When she first came here, she tried to wake her up several times, but failed. It rained and thundered, but her sister did not wake up. There was an earthquake, but her sister still did not wake up. Only when the little corpse sister yelled for help again did the sister wake up. But the sister who woke up saw that the little corpse sister was joking with her, and seemed a little unhappy. The sister told the little corpse sister a story about the boy who cried wolf, and then told her not to call her unless there was something special. So this time, the little corpse sister didn't plan to wake up her sister. The sister told her that they would not fight with Tang Ding's troops, but never said that they would not fight with other human troops. My sister said they would not attack the human base. But now humans are the ones who are causing trouble. Little corpse sister thinks that she should teach those people a lesson. Now there are nearly 100 million zombies and mutants in the entire city of Carroza. Some of them are out of control, but 70 million are under control. Among them, 50 million are controlled by my sister alone, and the other 20 million are controlled by Little Corpse Sister. Little Corpse Sister's ability limit is 20 million, which is less than half of my sister's. But the Little Corpse Sister knew that she was actually very powerful. But it was only because her sister was too powerful that she looked insignificant. Although he could not command his sister's 50 million zombies, he could use the 20 million under her command at will. There seemed to be a lot of humans coming this time. But the Little Corpse Sister was not afraid at all. Her 20 million zombies were very powerful, and were not afraid of human troops at all. So the Little Corpse Sister got up from the ground and adjusted her skirt. Sister, you continue to rest here. I'm going out to play for a while. There are many humans outside, and they seem to be doing bad things. I don't need my sister to go out. I can teach them a lesson by myself. When he drives them all away, I will come back here to rest with my sister. My sister will definitely praise me for being so powerful then. The little corpse girl muttered a few words beautifully, then walked to the door of the room and opened it. Then she closed the door gently and left the villa. After leaving the villa, the little corpse girl's face turned cold, and an order was issued in her mind. That was the order of the Corpse King. In an instant, many zombies and mutants in the city moved. Almost all zombies were mutants or level 2 zombies, and the rest were powerful mutants. At the beginning of the apocalypse, 20 million of these guys would have been enough to wipe out human civilization. The little corpse girl walked forward, and the 20 million zombies followed her, leaving the city step by step. The little corpse girl looked at the sky, feeling the sound coming from the air. And she could clearly find the direction where humans were coming. Humans came from the north, where there were too many human breaths floating in the air. Feeling this breath, the zombies and mutants under her command all let out low growls in their throats, which was the smell of food. So many humans. So many. Little Corpse Sister was also a little excited. With so many humans, her zombies could greatly evolve. The blood of the Corpse King returned to her body, and the nature that had been suppressed by the big Corpse Sister began to revive, and quickly began to release. She raised her little hand, and pointed in the direction where the humans were gathering. Go! Kill them! Roar! The zombies and mutant beasts roared loudly, and the earth shook. They charged in the direction of the humans. And at this moment, in the sky, a missile with a tail broke through the clouds. These missiles came down headfirst, and the mutant birds above the little zombie girl's head began to block them. But the first batch of missiles exploded in the mutant bird flock, and the huge flames engulfed and burned the bird flock, leaving a hole in the bird flock's defense. Then, a huge missile suddenly fell. Boom! The mushroom cloud bloomed. This is a nuclear warhead. Chapter 398. With the explosion of the nuclear warhead, a large area of the core area of the zombie group was cleared. This attack took away a large number of high-level zombies and mutant beasts. In the coalition position in the distance, Andre looked at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky with a little worry in his eyes. Dr. Nyo, will the zombie king be killed by this attack? Dr. Nyo smiled. Your Majesty, don't worry too much. If the zombie king dies, these zombies will immediately become a mess. But now they haven't, which means that the zombie king is still alive. Andre let out a sigh of relief. That's good. If the corpse king is killed, our trip would be in vain. Dr. Nyo said, Your Majesty, don't worry. I have been studying the corpse king for so long, and I know this creature very well. When they face danger, they always have various ways to avoid it. And the corpse king must be protected by high-level zombies, so it won't die so easily. Okay. In this case, we will attack without hesitation. It's time to let these damn zombies know that after the recovery of human technology, they no longer have any advantages. Andre was the commander-in-chief of the coalition's attack this time, because he led the army in person. All countries in the world now obeyed his temporary command. In fact, as long as Bayulan did not make trouble, other countries would not have too many objections. Andre was in high spirits at this moment, commanding the coalition to attack the zombies. There were countless zombies rushing out of the city of Karoza. The coalition forces had already set up a defensive formation, and at this moment, the firepower was completely released. Those rocket launchers, missiles, artillery, and so on the ground began to pour towards the zombies as if they were free. After the revival of human civilization, the firepower was indeed too strong. The firepower that 3 million human troops could release was beyond imagination. The area of 30 kilometers was almost completely covered by smoke and fire. The earth was constantly shaking under this attack. The zombies were still dozens of kilometers away from the enemy when they were on the way to charge. The zombies of the little corpse sister were still inferior to those of the big corpse sister. Not only were they inferior in quantity, but also in quality. There are no ordinary zombies in big corpse sister's group, but there are still some ordinary zombies in little corpse sister's group. When they came from the East Continent, those elite zombies were all subordinates of big corpse sister. Little corpse sister's group was basically summoned after arriving in Karoza. There are many ordinary zombies among them, and mutant zombies are the absolute main force. Level 2 zombies are rare. Artillery fire is still very lethal to ordinary zombies. In the dense explosion, the bodies of ordinary zombies could not withstand the power of the explosion, and they were blown to pieces on the spot and died one after another. Mutated zombies can resist a few more times, but it is a dream to survive this kind of artillery attack. The artillery attack of the human coalition has caused huge casualties to the zombies. Only those mutant birds can attack from the air and quickly approach the human coalition. But human air defense is not given for nothing. It has been more than a year since the end of the world began. Everyone has rich experience in fighting zombies and knows how to deal with mutant birds. And it is daytime now, so there is no problem of insufficient light. On the coalition side, a large number of anti-aircraft machine guns were set up to form a front line. When the mutant birds flew over in overwhelming numbers, hundreds of thousands of machine guns formed a huge crossfire network. The mutant birds moved quickly, but their innate body structure determined that they could not be as tough as mutant zombies or mutant beasts. Facing the attack of anti-aircraft machine guns or machine guns, they could not resist. In the past, they were able to cause great trouble to humans because of their overwhelming numbers. Now the total number of the corpse group of the Little Corpse Sister is 20 million. And the number of human troops is also 3 million. And the number of mutant birds in the corpse group will not exceed 5 million. Facing the anti-aircraft machine guns of hundreds of thousands, the number of these mutant birds really does not have any advantage. Blood rain suddenly fell from the sky. Countless mutant birds fell down like raindrops, crackling, and it was difficult to hit the front of the human air defense force. This situation made the Little Corpse Sister a little anxious. The Little Corpse Sister dodged the nuclear bomb just now. When the missiles arrived, the two level 3 zombies beside her dug a big hole on the ground and put the little zombie girl in it. Then they used their bodies as a cover to block the shock wave of the explosion. The little zombie girl was also careless. The long-term crushing battle in the past made her underestimate the power of humans. Her carelessness allowed humans to find her position quickly. I didn't expect that humans had made such great progress during this period. Their weapons were much more powerful. A wave of missile bombardment opened the protective layer formed by the mutant birds. And then the nuclear bomb came. If it weren't for the protection of the advanced zombies, she might have died now. The angry little zombie girl wanted to fight back, but she found that the situation was really different now. The mutant bird's charge didn't have much effect, so she immediately started to use tactics. She let the mutant birds charge at one point and break through. This method was effective, but the effect was much worse than before. Facing the concentrated charge of the mutant birds, the human arc formation dispersed, and the crossfire still caused huge casualties to her mutant bird troops. And when the charge got close, the humans started using flamethrowers, and countless fire dragons burned the mutant birds into ashes. Even though she also brought some casualties to the human army, the scale of the human army was equally huge. 3 million people were scattered, and the air defense forces, infantry, missile forces, armored forces, artillery, etc. were densely packed and boundless. Her mutant birds were soon insufficient. When the Air Force lost its function, the only thing she could rely on was the large number of zombies rushing in. But the process was still not smooth. The human firepower was too strong. There was no telling how many rocket launchers and cannons there were. And the intensive bombing turned the area into a sea of fire. The zombies staggered forward, and they were blown to pieces after a few steps. The mutant zombies could run for a while longer, but it was difficult for them to get close to the human positions. When the number of mutant birds further decreased, human planes were dispatched. These planes circled in the sky, dropping bombs from time to time. The intensive bombing almost caused the ground within a few hundred meters to collapse, and few zombies could survive in such an environment. At this time, the little zombie girl still did not give up. She began to mobilize high-level zombies to form an elite force and rush towards the center of the human army. As long as this zombie army with a number of millions can rush in and give the human army a central bloom, she can still win. This trick also worked. When the zombies paid a great price and rushed through the bombardment area, they faced the enemy machine gun position. The enemy machine guns fired frantically, annihilating a large number of mutant zombies again. But the charge of the little zombie girl still worked, and the enemy defense line was broken. The zombies were very powerful and killed many people, but this did not play a decisive role. Seeing that the first line of defense could not be defended, the enemy immediately retreated to the second line of defense. When the zombie group attacked the second line of defense, it became a spent force. The 5-kilometer distance between the two lines of defense became the road of death for the zombies. The enemy tanks bombarded in rows, and even the second-level zombies couldn't stand it. Heavy machine guns were set up everywhere, and there were a large number of infantrymen firing continuously. Thousands of zombies fell down for every meter they advanced. The frequency of death was too high. These more than 1 million elite zombies broke through the first line of defense under the artillery fire, killed some enemies, and attacked the second line of defense before they were finally annihilated. There is an important reason for this. That is, the follow-up support could not keep up. An enemy bomber took advantage of the opportunity and dropped a small nuclear bomb, causing the zombies to be out of sync, resulting in the ultimate failure of the charging zombies. The battle lasted from morning to dusk. Little Corpse Sister's 20 million zombies finally lost most of their numbers under such a blow. The remaining number of zombies was only over 1 million, and they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, let alone fighting against the human army. And Little Corpse Sister could feel that the human army still had a lot of spare strength that had not been exerted. But she could no longer hold on. The frightened little corpse girl let another million zombies come to her. And she chose to run away. She wanted the cannon fodder Carrozza to find her sister. This move did not succeed. The last million cannon fodders did not play a blocking role. The enemy armored forces, those tanks and armored vehicles, bypassed the last cannon fodder zombies and chased her in the direction. There were also fighters and helicopters in the sky. They had completely annihilated the mutant birds and kept firing with aircraft cannons in the sky, eliminating the subordinates around the little corpse girl bit by bit. The little zombie ran in fear. But she didn't run fast. A level 3 zombie carried her forward. And she kept calling her sister while running. But she was a little far away from the city of Carrozza at this time. After a day of fighting, she ran too far. And her sister couldn't hear her call. The only thing she could do was to let the remaining zombies around her continue to move out and act as her shield to protect her. But this process did not last too long. Under the fierce harassment of the human army's aircraft, her zombies gradually disappeared. A bomb exploded beside her, and the level 3 zombie carrying her was knocked over. Before the zombie could get up, it was fired upon by the enemy machine guns. Countless bullets exploded on the level 3 zombie. After about a minute, the level 3 zombie was finally shot in the head and died. A human helicopter landed in front of her. A middle-aged man came down from the plane and pushed his glasses. The light in his eyes scared her a little. Very good. This is the little zombie girl. A very good trophy. Come on, baby. Come to me. I will give you a perfect transformation. The little corpse girl waved her little claws angrily, trying to bite the middle-aged man and infect him. But the middle-aged man was well prepared. He was wearing a special protective suit, and the little corpse girl couldn't bite through it at all. Without the protection of zombies, she, the weak zombie king, was completely vulnerable. She was directly caught by the middle-aged man and put on the plane. The moment the cabin door closed, the little corpse girl shouted the loudest in her life. Sister, help! Chapter 399. The little corpse sister's cry was so loud that it pierced the sky. The sound was like a sharp arrow that flew hundreds of kilometers. Inside the villa in Carrozza City, the big corpse sister's eyelashes trembled and opened her eyes. Ñoño. Ñoño was the name she gave to the little corpse sister. She almost immediately felt that the little corpse sister was in danger. She didn't need to lie on the ground and listen like the little corpse sister. Just by feeling it, she realized the situation. The human breath is so strong. She can clearly smell the gun smoke from the guns. She doesn't have time to make too many distinctions. Ñoño can't get into trouble. Before she became a zombie, she didn't have many friends. After she became a zombie king, the only person close to her was the little zombie sister. She wants to wait for Tang Zheng reincarnation. But to be honest, she is not sure if she can wait. Even if she can wait, it will be a long time. Humans can't accompany her for that long. Only the little zombie sister, the zombie king, can. So she had to rescue Ñoño. Big corpse sister stood up without hesitation and left the villa area. As she left, most of the zombies in Carrozza City moved. 50 million high-level zombies and mutant beasts formed a tidal force and rushed towards the direction where the little corpse sister was in trouble. At the human coalition position, Andre watched Dr. Nyo tie up the little corpse sister, then lock her in a sealed glass box, and then hang the box high up in the air. This is a field, the core area of the battle. This approach makes the target of the little corpse sister very conspicuous. Andre was a little worried. Dr. Nyo, isn't this too conspicuous? What if it attracts other corpse kings? You know, the big corpse sister has always been with the little corpse sister. Dr. Nyo looked at Andre and smiled. Your Majesty, my goal is to lure the big corpse sister here. Although the little corpse sister is also a corpse king, her ability is much worse than that of the big corpse sister. Even if she is controlled and brought to Hanwha, I am afraid she will not play a decisive role. I put her here as a bait. Oh, so that's what you planned. Then she won't ruin our plans. Right, Your Majesty. Don't worry. This box is enough to block the external power of the little corpse sister and the corpse king. She is just a little girl with no destructive power in this box. She won't do anything bad. At this point, Dr. Nyo showed a grim smile on his face. Your Majesty, don't underestimate the wisdom of the corpse king. In fact, in a sense, they can be regarded as a new generation of human beings. They have joys, anger, sorrows, and weaknesses. As long as the little corpse sister is here, the big corpse sister will never run away. The final result is that she will be captured by us, locked in the box, and finally controlled by me. After hearing what Dr. Neo said, Andre finally felt relieved. He paid such a huge price and traveled a long distance to the distant tropical continent just for this day. Take down the big corpse sister and achieve the grand ambition of world hegemony. Now from the investigation, Karosa's zombies have been dispatched again, and the big corpse sister has come. The hope of success is in front of him, and he is very excited. After the battle with the zombies of the little corpse sister, the confidence of the human coalition has increased greatly. After the recovery of technology, zombies are no longer a concern, even if they have many variants. Even if they are getting stronger and stronger, how can the physical strength fight against guns and cannons? At the beginning, the zombies of the little zombie sister were so powerful and invincible. Now, under their joint attack, in less than 10 hours, 20 million zombies were killed. The zombies of the big zombie sister are stronger, but not much stronger. They must be taken down within 2 days. As the zombies of the big zombie sister approached, they also made defensive preparations. But as everyone waited for the arrival of the war, they realized that something was wrong, because it was getting dark. Fighting in the dark was extremely disadvantageous for humans, and this had been proven through countless battles. So many soldiers began to panic. But Andre was not worried. Seeing the night coming, he immediately ordered the rear troops to turn on the lights. That's right. The lights? The lights of the cars. The millions of troops here brought countless vehicles, and many of the jeeps or trucks had their lights modified to be searchlights that could illuminate the sky. Countless car lights turned on in an instant, and the vast grassland seemed to have become a stage in the dark. Countless cross beams of light shot into the sky from all directions. With this kind of light, it still couldn't compare with the sun, but it was barely enough. After all, what we need to guard against are nothing more than the zombies and mutant birds. The lights were turned on, and the cannons in the back fired again. Andre and his men won the first battle, and this time, they simply followed suit and continued to fire at the zombies. The reconnaissance team also locked onto a location, which might be the location of the zombie king. A batch of missiles were launched, just like the fight against the little zombie girl, preparing to try a decapitation operation first. The technological power of mankind is still unstoppable, and the scenes of fighting against the little zombie girl are staged again. In the artillery fire, countless zombies turned into ashes. Under the missile bombing, a large number of high-level zombies were cleared. The zombie king should still be alive, but it doesn't matter. If we continue to fight, we will see the zombie king sooner or later. The 3 million troops lost about 100,000 people in the battle with the little zombie girl. But there are still more than 2.8 million troops, and the firepower is not reduced at all. They are very confident. After all, they have basically understood the variants of zombies since the end of the world. They are nothing more than strength mutations, agility mutations, and some fat water-spraying zombies with a range of several hundred meters. In addition, there are some mutant beasts. The mutant beasts have become stronger, and the victory characteristics have not changed much. Their artillery fire can reach dozens of kilometers, and the zombies can't stand it. Even mutant birds will fall under their machine gun fire. Humans are full of confidence, but they forgot one thing. That is, the command ability of the big corpse sister is far superior to that of the small corpse sister, perhaps because of the higher degree of evolution. Facing the crazy attack of the human army, the big corpse sister quickly counterattacked. This first wave of counterattacks is undoubtedly still mutant birds. In this group of corpses of the big corpse sister, the number of mutant birds accounts for almost 1/5. That is, 10 million mutant birds. The first time, big corpse sister sent out 2 million mutant birds, covering the area with the advantage of numbers. And there were another 2 million mutant birds behind them, carrying some zombies into the air. The second batch of mutant birds were all very big and strong. They flew at a height almost like the clouds, and were very secretive in the dark. Those searchlights illuminated the sky, but they could not illuminate them. Of course, not being able to illuminate them does not mean that they were not discovered. Humans discovered the second batch of mutant birds, but they flew too high, and machine guns and flamethrowers could not reach them. They could not use anti-aircraft guns and missiles to shoot them down, which would be too wasteful. The coalition forces were just on guard, trying to eliminate the first batch of mutant birds first. and it would not be too late to eliminate them when the second batch came down. The result was such a thing. And something went wrong. When the human forces concentrated their firepower to eliminate the first batch of mutant birds, the second batch of mutant birds suddenly launched an attack. They had already reached the sky above the human forces, folded their wings, and began to dive down. These huge vultures. Every 2 vultures caught a zombie. Fat zombies. They dived very, very fast. And when they reached the sky above the humans, they were also baptized by a wave of bullets. However, under their rapid dive, there are still a lot of mutant birds that break through the human air defense blockade and throw the zombies caught in their claws down. After throwing the zombies, they continue to attack humans with strange cries until they are shot to death. It doesn't matter if they are shot to death, because they have completed their mission. The fat zombies fell from the sky, and once they were hit in the stomach by bullets in the air, they exploded on the spot. If the bullets did not hit them and let them fall to the ground, they would explode on the ground. These fat zombies are the long-range troops in the zombie group. They drank too much water, and now their stomachs are full of acidic liquid with strong corrosive power. 1 zombie exploded, and a group of soldiers fell down. 2 zombies exploded, and even the armored vehicles had some signs of corrosion. Whether humans let them explode in the sky or on the ground, there is a lot of continuity. The explosion in the sky is a burst of acid rain, and the explosion on the ground is a piece of acid water bomb. All soldiers covered by this acidic liquid will be in great pain. If they cannot be washed in time, their bodies will be corroded into bones. Even those anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns will emit white smoke under the corrosion of this acidic substance. This bomb dropped from the sky caused great suffering to the human army. Just this wave of zombie bombs caused Andre to lose more than 100,000 people. Damn it! This big zombie sister is too cunning. Can the battle be played like this? Andre was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. If the fight continued like this, the first to collapse would be the human side, not the zombies. 3 million modern troops can't beat 50 million zombies? Andre shook his head instinctively. That was impossible. Only Dr. Neo's eyes began to light up after seeing the performance of the big zombie sister. Awesome. Too awesome. It is indeed the strongest zombie I am looking for. She has strong abilities and strong fighting talents. This is why we have concentrated 3 million people to attack her. If there are fewer people, we may not be able to beat her. Dr. Neo seemed to have seen his favorite prey, and his whole mood was very excited. After finally calming down for a while, Dr. Neo made a suggestion to Andre. This big zombie sister is our ultimate goal. Your Majesty, you must capture her alive no matter what. Chapter 400. The following battle was much more intense than the daytime battle. It was true that the group of corpses of Big Corpse Sister was stronger than that of Little Corpse Sister, but the power of the human coalition was fully exerted at this moment. Many soldiers on the front line were equipped with night vision goggles, and defensive positions were stacked one after another. The first wave of air strikes by Big Corpse Sister was successful, but the next wave was not so easy. The human coalition began to push a large number of anti-aircraft guns to the front line at all costs. Anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns formed a dense firepower network, and launched a crazy encirclement and suppression of the mutant birds. When the battle reached midnight, the Big Corpse Sister launched an air strike again, and the humans suddenly used wolf smoke. It was a kind of smoke produced by burning chemicals and feces, and took advantage of the wind to launch an attack. The wolf smoke filled the sky, causing great trouble to the mutant birds' attack. Those huge vultures could no longer carry the fat zombies into the air, and could not pose a threat to the human ground forces. In the face of a massive zombie horde, humans used white phosphorus bombs on a large scale. The road ahead of the zombie horde has become a sea of fire, but the zombie horde still had to move forward under the raging fire. Lacking long-range means, they finally fell into a passive position at this moment. Too many zombies died on the road without really engaging in the battle. The human flames and bombing made it difficult for them to move forward, and it seemed that they could never walk through the distance of dozens of kilometers. Big Corpse Sister also used various tactics to the extreme, such as concentrated raids by zombies, sneak attacks by elite forces, etc., almost all of which came in handy. Humans were also attacked many times, and the losses were much greater than when fighting with Little Corpse Sister. On 2 occasions, Big Corpse Sister used level 2 zombies as the main force and level 3 zombies as the elite to launch 2 large-scale surprise attacks. In these 2 times, A large number of human troops were wiped out, and the defense line collapsed for a time. But Andre was also ruthless. When he felt that the situation was not good, he really gave up the soldiers on the front line and directly used nuclear bombs to bombard. The 2 raids by elite zombies were eventually defeated by small nuclear bombs. Humans suffered heavy losses, and zombies also suffered heavy losses. If the night was longer, the outcome of this battle would be hard to predict. But as time passed 5 o'clock, the zombies failed to destroy the human coalition that night. When the sun rose, the situation was reversed again. The human forces took advantage of their firepower and occasionally released a small nuclear bomb to start a strong encirclement and suppression of the zombies. The battle lasted from night to day, and from day to night. The human army increased from 3 million to 2.5 million, and then from 2.5 million to 1.8 million. The casualties of more than 1 million people were enough to prove how difficult it was to encircle and suppress the big zombie sister. Humans paid the price of more than 1 million people, and the number of zombies on the opposite side also dropped from 50 million to more than 10 million. These more than 10 million zombies were unable to completely defeat the human army on the second night. By the morning of the third day, the situation had gradually become clear. Dr. Neo suggested last night that the 500,000 human troops should go around the back of the zombies and form an encirclement. The firepower was dispersed, but the killing power against the zombies was more powerful and widespread. As the decisive battle approached, Andre used the last few small nuclear bombs. After 4 consecutive small nuclear bomb attacks, the zombies of more than 10 million had been reduced to about 5 million. The remaining zombies had almost no chance of survival. The soldiers of the human coalition were extremely tired, but they were very excited at the moment, because they were doing a great feat. They were about to annihilate the most powerful zombie group in the world. In the zombie group, the big zombie sister looked towards the enemy with a swaying gaze, looking at the little zombie sister who was hung high in a glass box. She had already discovered that she had made a mistake. She wanted to save Nyo-Nyo so much that she attacked at all costs under the enemy fire. She gave the enemy a chance to surround her. And now, it was even difficult for her to break through. And even if she did, it wouldn't make much sense. There were still some zombies in Karoza City, but those zombies were of very low levels. They were all the ones she didn't want before, and they had been screened by the little zombie girl. Most of the zombies were ordinary zombies, with a few mutations occasionally, and not even a second-level zombie. Even if she summoned such a group of zombies again, they would not be able to fight against the human coalition. Looking at the little corpse girl from afar, she murmured softly, "I'm sorry, but I have to leave now. Nyo-Nyo, I will find you. Wait for me to come back." She wanted to break out. She didn't know if she could succeed, but she had to try. Now the north, south, and west have all been occupied by human troops. The only direction she can try is the east. Now humans are also detoring to the east. She can't wait until the enemy encirclement closes. Big Corp's sister led the last 5 million zombies and tried to escape. Attention, all units. Attention! The zombies are about to evacuate. We should not rush. The main task now is to follow them and kill them. Their target is the east, and the coastline is 300 kilometers to the east. We must try to eliminate ordinary zombies within these 300 kilometers to prepare for the capture of the Zombie King. Andre asked the communicator to issue a notice to the troops of various countries, and then let the troops closely follow the zombies. These 300 kilometers are the zombies' death road. The Zombie King will never escape. The planes and tanks of the human side followed and chased, and the zombies fell to the ground in large numbers. Seeing that victory was getting closer and closer, both Andre and Dr. Neo were very happy at the moment. This time they won, and all future victories will belong to them. The 300-kilometer journey began. Under the crazy attack of the enemy, the number of zombies on the side of the big zombie sister became less and less. Those missiles and white phosphorus bombs are so annoying. When the mutant birds here were almost completely lost, the zombies could not stop the attack of the enemy planes at all. Their bombing turned the road ahead into a sea of fire. Every missile that fell would kill a large number of zombies, causing the team to become smaller and smaller. The human soldiers behind them roared, driving tanks, armored vehicles, and jeeps. Their machine guns roared behind them, killing batches of zombies, like pulling out silk and plucking cocoons. There are still 200 kilometers to the coastline. The number of zombies has dropped to 3 million. There are still 100 kilometers to the coastline. The number of zombies has dropped to 1 million. There are still 50 kilometers to the coastline, and the number of zombies is only 300,000. During this period, the human army has almost no losses. Their large forces are closely following and advancing on the north and south lines, and absolutely do not give the zombies a chance to escape from the north and south. 15 kilometers from the coastline, the number of zombies is only the last 100,000. In the filming of the plane, the location of the big zombie sister has been found. The big zombie sister still wears her white scarf, and the little zombie sister also wore one before. Finally found the big zombie sister. Dr. Neil laughed. Oh, look, that's the little sweetheart we have been looking for. What a beautiful zombie. Completely different from those disgusting clowns. This is simply a miracle of species evolution. This is God's masterpiece. I like powerful, but if it is powerful and beautiful at the same time, it is even better. As long as we get her, our plan will be complete. Looking at the excited Dr. Neo, Andre was equally excited. The two even high-fived each other to celebrate. Andre wanted to open the champagne. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's only one last thing left. First, eliminate those zombies completely. Otherwise, whoever goes to capture them will be attacked by zombies. The planes and tanks of the human army are still following, and zombies are still being killed. When they were 5 kilometers away from the coastline, there were less than 10,000 zombies around the big zombie sister. If it were a human, they might have given up at this time because there was no hope. But Big Corpse Sister would not. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would fight for it. 3 kilometers. There were only more than 100 zombies around her. The human infantry had caught up. They began to use sniper rifles to shoot the zombies that survived. Even the second-level zombies would have their legs broken by their unanimous shooting. As for the third-level zombies, there were no more at this moment. All of them died under the enemy heavy firepower attack. When the last zombie fell, Big Zombie was still more than a kilometer away from the coastline. She could even see the blue sky in the distance. But it was no use. The enemy was already behind her. An armed helicopter followed her, with the muzzle of the machine gun sticking out, ready to knock her down at any time. Big Zombie glanced at the plane. She still ran forward. She would not admit defeat. Humans could kill her if they wanted to. Anyway, she would not be captured alive. Seeing that this beautiful zombie king was still stubborn, Dr. Neo was a little angry. Shoot! Break one of her legs. What we need is her control. She a zombie anyway, and she won't die even if she breaks a leg. The pilot who received the order was ready to fire on the plane. His hand just touched the button and suddenly stopped, because he saw a light spot on the radar screen approaching him quickly. The direction of the light spot was the vast sea in front. This speed is wrong. The pilot suddenly felt that his hair was about to stand up. He looked up suddenly. This time he didn't need radar. He could clearly see what was flying. He saw a missile dragging a long tail on the turbulent sea in front of him, shooting at his plane.